Chapter 1016. A desperate situation. A dull thud reverberated as Huang Qi's body crashed into the ground, sending terrifying cracks radiating outward from the center of the deep pit. He felt a dizzying sensation, as if his body were no longer his own, accompanied by a heart-wrenching pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Upon glancing at his chest, Huang Qi gasped in horror, cold sweat breaking out across his brow. He had always considered his physical form to be formidable enough to rival that of a nascent soul ancestor. Yet he was acutely aware of the gap that still lay between them. Huang Qi never believed that his corporeal strength could surpass that of a top-tier ancient treasure. In a moment of dire peril, he was enveloped in the protective embrace of a supreme ancient treasure, the golden armor. However, to his astonishment, this once invincible armor was now crushed by the fiend before him. The golden armor, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, was something even nascent soul cultivators could scarcely hope to shake, which had instilled in Huang Qi a fearless demeanor towards them. Chapter 1017. The golden armor repels the foe. Visions of familiar figures flickered in Huang Qi's mind, each one holding a special significance to him. Was he truly destined to part from them? Although his heart rebelled against the thought of leaving, the grim reality rendered him powerless. Slowly he closed his eyes, surrendering to the terrifying pull of the endless void, allowing his injuries to worsen as he awaited the inevitable arrival of death. He longed to resist. But what could he possibly do? Neither the infinite void nor the nine-headed demon lord were within his capacity to contend with. What options remained for him? The nine-headed demon lord remained unaffected by the void's terrifying power, as if it posed no threat to him at all. Approaching Huang Qi, who lay in despair like a defeated beast, a cruel smile curled upon his lips. This boy, who had brought him so much trouble, would today pay back manifold for the suffering he had caused. Chapter 1018. A blessed realm. Suddenly, a fissure opened in the skies above the Tianhun mountain range, from which emerged a figure exuding an air of refined elegance, his expression notably tranquil. Gazing down upon the vast desolation of the Soul Mountain, which stretched for thousands of miles and was enveloped in ominous energy, Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly. As Zhou Yi descended gracefully, he noticed the thin remnants of souls hovering above the mountains, gathering as if sensing his presence, coalescing into a cloud of specters that surged towards him. With a cold snort, Zhou Yi unleashed a radiant aura of 5 colors, releasing a terrifying presence that soared into the heavens. Before the gathering souls could reach him, they were scattered by the sheer force of his aura. Yet, the remnants seemed unwilling to relent. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with chilling winds sweeping through. Chapter 1019. Celestial Phenomena. Zhou Yi extended his hand and summoned a short sword into his grasp. Weighing it lightly, a smile graced his lips. Without delving into further details, the value of this short sword alone was astonishing. In the present realm of cultivation, the treasures of spiritual communication have become exceedingly rare, with the materials required for their refinement nearly extinct. In due time, when I find the opportunity to refine or integrate them into an ancient artifact, that artifact shall ascend several tiers in an instant. Zhou Yi carefully secured the short sword within the confines of his storage pouch, gradually making his way towards Linger. As he traversed the ruins of the plaza, he beheld the countless collapsed pavilions and towers ahead. Amidst the debris lay numerous valuable items. Yet most were of little significance to him, save for rare materials akin to this short sword, which alone would compel him to act. The rest were beneath his notice. Guided by his sense of Linger, Zhou Yi swiftly approached her secluded retreat. As the bloodlight dissipated, a youth, appearing around 11 or 12 years of age, adorned in splendid attire with a feathered crown upon his head, descended gracefully to the ground. His charming visage and seemingly harmless demeanor evoked a sense of fondness, though his eyes glowed with a crimson light. Xiaobai was the first to respond, keenly sensing Xiao San's aura. His expression transformed into one of elation as he rushed forward, lifting Xiao San in an exuberant embrace, laughing heartily. After a moment, Xiaobai set Xiao San down and playfully struck the back of his head, snorting, "You little rascal, have you gained some skills?" Daring to intimidate the eldest. "Do you no longer wish to partake in drinks?" Xiao San, taken aback by Xiaobai's jest, found his previously cautious gaze towards Zhou Yi considerably softened, now filled with confusion as he looked at Xiaobai. However, upon hearing the mention of not wanting to drink, his face turned anxious, and he quickly began to appease Xiaobai with smiles and flattery. The acrid scent of blood wafting through the sky was nauseating, Fortunately, the Jadestone city was shielded by a protective barrier, for such a stench would be unbearable even for 100,000 armored soldiers. The demonic army surged forth like a tidal wave, drawing ever closer, from thousands of meters to mere hundreds, relentlessly advancing towards Jadestone City. With a series of thunderous blasts, another wave of mechanized energy cannons fired, unleashing a torrent of light that shattered countless demons into fragments. The madness of the demons instilled fear, yet within the shroud of demonic clouds enveloping millions of them, there was an utter indifference, as if these demons were the most rudimentary of beings. Even in the face of devastating losses, the entities within the clouds remained unmoved, as if the scene before them were the most exquisite symphony, satisfying their bloodthirsty desires. At that moment, the relentless demonic army, having withstood several barrages of mechanized energy cannons, advanced further. The black-clad youth emanated a menacing aura, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, a terrifying pressure overwhelming Zhou. The soldiers below felt this daunting presence, their hearts gripped by terror. Many could not withstand the oppressive force and staggered backward, hastening the charge of the demonic horde. A few elders at the harmony stage sensed the cataclysmic might and could not help but retreat to a safer distance. The black-clad youth's formidable aura did not target anyone else, clearly indicating the immense pressure Zhou was under. Zhou, with a disdainful scoff, remarked, "The nine-headed demon has not been seen for over 100,000 years, and upon its return, it creates chaos everywhere. Today, I shall suppress you and restore tranquility to humanity." In the face of such terrifying might, Zhou remained as calm as an ancient well, his expression unperturbed and serene. The prowess exhibited by Zhou was evidently formidable. Upon hearing his words, the nine-headed demon lord erupted into laughter, its voice dripping with seduction, stirring even the hearts of the ancient ancestors present. However, Zhou Wenchang, with a thunderous shout, declared, "This is the Six Harmonies demon. We must strike together, or none of us shall survive." Without hesitation, Zhou Wenchang took the initiative, summoning an ancient mirror that shimmered with enigmatic runes. An overwhelming force surged forth, unmistakably a top-tier ancient treasure. Zhou Wenchang unleashed his potent magical energy into the mirror, which emitted blinding beams of white light. He directed the mirror towards the Six Harmonies demon, unleashing a cataclysmic energy beam that pierced through the void, hurtling towards the demon lord. The flower fairy and the others witnessed Zhou Wenchang's unreserved assault, recognizing the alluring woman who inspired such trepidation in him. Who but the ancient demons could evoke such fear? In a different realm, the narrative shifted to a character pondering their 2-year stay in the boundless void, consumed by concern for their family, grandfather, parents, elder brother, younger sister, and 2 masters. Surely, they must be worried. Yet, with their ancestors present, problems seemed distant. In Luoyang City, with his father and brother watching over, all should be well. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding Linger, Xiaobai, Xiao and Xiao San. Had they escaped the ruins of Soul Mountain after 2 years? If not for the lingering soul imprints on the 3 of them, he would have found it impossible to remain in seclusion for such an extended period. Surely, the Zhou family had dispatched powerful allies to rescue Linger, for they cherished her dearly. With this thought, Huang Qi felt a sense of relief. Resolute in his decision, he began to practice the purple wing sky-soaring technique. Huang Qi's gaze was calm as he regarded the bandit leader, devoid of emotion. Slowly, he raised his right hand, lowering it towards the leader's head. The bandit leader's face turned pale with terror, realizing the implications of Huang Qi's actions. Was he to undergo a soul search? The prospect of a formidable being probing his soul filled him with dread. A mere flick of the strong one's hand could render him an imbecile, even if his life were spared. The leader's desire to resist or plead for mercy faltered against Huang Qi's placid demeanor. Gently, Huang Qi pressed his hand upon the leader's head. The subordinates of the bandit leader were left aghast, their expressions transforming in horror. Their elder brother, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the core formation stage, was perceived by these junior followers as a near-legendary ancestor. Yet, before this youthful individual, he exhibited no trace of resistance. The youth appeared so remarkably young. Chapter 1026. The Great Battle of Luoyang City commences. The armored soldier examined the jade token from the Baibao Pavilion and found no discrepancies. Moments later, he produced a jade talisman, placing it in the palm of Huang Qi's hand. The talisman shimmered with a radiant glow, showing no signs of irregularity. Only then did the squad leader feel reassured, subsequently handing Huang Qi a jade token with a smile, stating, "Esteemed friend, a single drop of your essence blood will suffice. A fee of 200 spirit stones grants you entry." Huang Qi, upon hearing this, regarded the squad leader with a puzzled expression. The squad leader, seemingly understanding the unspoken question in Huang Qi's gaze, shook his head in resignation and explained, "Please do not take offense. Previously, entry into Jinyong City required only 100 spirit stones. However, with the demonic forces wreaking havoc, Jinyong City has frequently faced disturbances. To combat these fiends, we must dispatch more powerful beings to patrol Luoyang City, thus increasing the required fees. This is the directive of our city lord, and I am merely following orders." Chapter 1027. Huang Qi returns. It is no small feat, even for an ancestor at the harmonization stage, to achieve such prowess. How could this seemingly frail scholar possess such terrifying strength, shattering the teleportation shield with a single punch? How could this be? Even more astonishing was the speed with which the youth seized the demon by the neck, rendering it incapable of retaliating. What formidable power was this? Could this youth truly be an ancestor of the harmonization stage? Such a notion seemed implausible, especially since the pressure he had just exerted appeared to be that of a nascent soul cultivator. How could he be so extraordinarily powerful? The crowd was left stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief at Huang Qi's astonishing display. At that moment, the teleportation array emitted a resonant hum, its glow flickering, and the figures of Huang Qi and his companions vanished without a trace. The two elderly guardians of the teleportation pavilion remained momentarily stunned after their departure, gradually regaining their composure. Chapter 1028. Van Tian under attack. The formidable warriors of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, outnumbered by hundreds of demonic beings, soon found themselves at a disadvantage. As time dwindled, casualties began to mount, accompanied by anguished screams. Witnessing his senior brothers and uncles ruthlessly slaughtered by the demons, Van Tian felt an acute pang of anguish, his face a mask of murderous intent. Was this all due to him? Had he not wished to venture to Luoyang City for training, his master would not have felt the need to arrange such extensive covert protection from his senior brothers and uncles. For reasons unknown, they had been secretly followed by the demonic forces, now entangling his companions in peril. How could he bear this guilt? Resolute, Van Tian shouted fiercely, his palm gesturing as a string of prayer beads materialized in his hand. He then expelled a mouthful of essence blood, which the beads absorbed, transforming their originally sacred nature into a swirling aura of bloodlust. A terrifying pressure emanated from the blood beads, followed by the majestic apparition of a Buddha. Chapter 1029. A Clash of Titans. Esteemed seniors, please hold your actions. This is Huang Qi, the lord of Luoyang City. We encountered each other halfway, and he rescued me from the clutches of a demon. You must not engage him, Van Tian exclaimed hastily. Having witnessed Huang Qi's prowess firsthand, he knew that even in unison, the elders would struggle to inflict any harm upon him. Conversely, Huang Qi would not simply stand by as they attempted to strike. He might inadvertently injure the elders, a scenario Van Tian fervently wished to avoid. The actions of the elderly monks came to an abrupt halt as they turned to regard Huang Qi with surprise. Not a trace of demonic energy surrounded him, indicating he was no demon at all. Observing Van Tian's relaxed demeanor, they noted the absence of any signs of coercion. Upon hearing the name Huang Qi, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained their composure, awkwardly bowing to Huang Qi. We apologize for our recklessness, Lord Huang. Chapter 1030. The return of Huang Qi. Huang Li and the three demonic poison practitioners, situated at the very heart of the Qian Kuan 8 trigrams formation, bore the brunt of its effects. Their injuries were significantly more severe compared to others. As Huang Li felt the damage within his meridians, he was filled with profound astonishment. He could not fathom the true extent of his ancestor Huang Xiaoyao's power, yet he had witnessed it with his own eyes. The demon before him, however, instilled an even greater sense of dread, for how else could he have sustained such grievous injuries? The three demonic poison practitioners were formidable cultivators at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage, their mastery of poison unfathomable. They could even contend against ancestral beings in the harmonization stage, yet they remained unable to withstand a single strike from this demon, leaving them severely wounded. The sheer might of this fiend was unfathomable, likely placing him at the pinnacle even among those in the harmonization stage. Chapter 1031. An unstoppable force. Be cautious, my friend. These two are exceptionally formidable. I must check on Xiao San, who has been hurled into Luoyang City, crashing through a building. I need to see if he is still alive. Otherwise, I would be left without a little brother. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's expression darkened. Yet sensing Xiao San's presence still lingering, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He nodded lightly, while Xiao Bai chuckled, soaring into the air without concern for whether Huang Qi could contend with the two powerful demons. In the distance, Huang Li, rescued by the Elder of 10,000 Poisons and the Celestial Centipede Taoist, could hardly contain his ecstatic joy upon seeing Huang Qi. His son had finally returned. Thankfully, it was in time. Otherwise, with Luoyang City in ruins, he would be too ashamed to face his son. Yet, what astonished Huang Li even more was the scene of his son demolishing the void with a single punch, effortlessly intercepting an axe strike capable of rending the very fabric of space. Chapter 1032, A Decisive Strike. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as Huang Qi and the nine-headed demon sovereign swiftly separated, their forms flashing like lightning. As one gazes upon Huang Qi, it is evident that he appears somewhat disheveled, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the injuries inflicted upon his formidable physique. The nine-headed demon lord, in contrast, seems to fare slightly better, surrounded by an aura of demonic energy and exuding an overwhelming presence. However, the blood at the corner of his mouth indicates that he too has suffered significant setbacks. Their battle undoubtedly qualifies as an epic confrontation, reminiscent of the ancient wars between humans and demons, marking the first such clash of its kind in ages, a truly earth-shattering spectacle. With a ferocious roar, the nine-headed demon lord bellowed in rage, having engaged in a relentless struggle against this young adversary for what felt like an eternity. Though he maintained the upper hand, he could not overlook the terrifying might of his opponent, especially that cataclysmic power capable of shaking the very heavens, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Fortuitously, his magical prowess was exceptionally pure, overflowing with strength. Otherwise, subduing this young warrior would prove to be an arduous task. Today, this youth must meet his demise, even if it meant. In a thunderous explosion, a cataclysmic inferno was unleashed upon the thrashing form of the nine-headed demon lord by Huang Qi. In an instant, the demon's massive body erupted into a fiery blaze, engulfed in flames that blazed fiercely. The nine-headed demon lord did not emit a single cry of agony, meeting his end completely. Above, a sea of fire spread across an expanse of 10,000 meters, casting a terrifying shadow over the entirety of Luoyang City. Yet, in the face of such a horrifying scene, Huang Qi remained utterly composed, standing resolutely amidst the flames, as if this inferno were merely a path beneath his feet, supporting his journey ahead. At the moment of the nine-headed demon lord's obliteration, dozens of demon warriors were seized with profound terror, no longer daring to linger, and swiftly tore through the void to escape. Below, the demonic army, deprived of their leader, exhibited dazed expressions, their minds seemingly regaining some clarity as they sensed the terrifying presence ahead. Upon encountering his master, Xiaoqing, Huang Qi gently nodded and gestured for her to take a seat beside him. Without any pretense, Xiaoqing calmly regarded the three individuals nearby, offering a slight bow before settling down. Huang Qi smiled and remarked, "Esteemed elders, this is the very suit of azure armor I donned during my battle with the nine-headed demon lord, originally known as the golden battle armor. Due to certain circumstances, it lost its former memories and transformed, hence I named it Xiaoqing." The moment the three beheld Xiaoqing, they felt as though they were gazing upon a towering mountain, compelling them to look up in awe. Their hearts were filled with astonishment, especially upon hearing that the golden battle armor had lost its memories and recognized Huang Qi as its master, leaving them incredulous as they regarded Xiaoqing with expressions of disbelief. Huang Qi's fortune seemed almost otherworldly, as if he had stumbled upon a stroke of immense luck. As the news reverberated, "The city lord has returned. The city lord has returned. We welcome the city lord." The guards stationed outside the city lord's residence observed Huang Qi's approach, their expressions brimming with reverence and excitement. Especially upon witnessing his unparalleled demeanor, envy flickered in their eyes. Huang Qi, acknowledging the devoted guards with a nod, prepared to enter the city lord's residence when suddenly, a large procession approached him. Huang Qi, upon seeing the visitors, couldn't help but smile wryly. Since when had he become so esteemed? Did his lordship truly warrant such a grand reception at his own estate? Leading the entourage was his venerable ancestor, Huang Xiaoyao, the eminent Zen master of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, alongside the esteemed Master Qingfeng of the Three Clear Taoist Temple, and the illustrious Maya Xinghua, the head of the reincarnation sect. Naturally, the Zhu family, allied with the Huang clan, was also present, as well as several unfamiliar faces. A total of 50 to 60 venerable ancestors at the harmonization stage stood before him, all displaying varying degrees of concern. The expression on Huang Xiaoyao's face indicated that something significant had transpired. However, he had no intention of disclosing the details to them. Instead, he turned to Huang Qi and said, "Qi'er, go bid farewell to your grandfather." At this utterance, Huang Qi's heart sank, his face turning ashen, as if he had just battled the nine-headed demon lord for several grueling rounds. His entire being trembled slightly, and he staggered back a step, utterly incredulous. Ignoring the onlookers, his violet wings unfurled, and he teleported directly inside, the next moment finding himself on a relatively tidy street. He rushed forward, pallid and disoriented, crashing into a building already filled with a diverse crowd of men, women, and children, each one plain and unadorned, silently shedding tears in profound sorrow. Huang Qi, upon entering, paid no heed to them. His figure. Huang Qi's heart swelled with a mixture of excitement and admiration as he gazed at the Black Wind ancestor, who stood there in a daze. Despite being a formidable figure himself, the Black Wind ancestor found it difficult to fathom why Huang Qi would so readily grant him freedom. The expression on Huang Qi's face bore no trace of deceit, leaving the Black Wind ancestor in a state of bewilderment. Huang Qi smiled gently and remarked, "Dear friend Black Wind, you are free now. Your path is yours to decide." The Black Wind ancestor stared blankly at Huang Qi, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "The Black Wind Ridge is no more. My life has not been in vain. I do not wish to return to my former days. Young master, your loyalty and righteousness are admirable. If you so desire, I, the Black Wind, will remain your servant for life." Meanwhile, Huang Qi was occupied within the Demon Suppression Immortal Hall, arranging the training of the two women. Outside the city of Luoyang, a pair of armored soldiers clad in black and gold approached. This small squad exuded an intimidating presence. Wherever they passed, a palpable aura of terror spread forth. Each ordinary soldier radiated an ominous energy, causing those nearby to turn pale and recoil in fear, their hearts racing as they hastily evaded the path. The soldiers, upon encountering passing cultivators, wore expressions of utmost arrogance and disdain, which even compelled true powerhouses to furrow their brows in disapproval. The leader of the black gold armored warriors was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. Beneath him, he rode the infamous Blackwater Serpent, a formidable beast renowned among the demon creatures. This Blackwater Serpent, possessing the bloodline of a true dragon, was said to be a hybrid of the celestial dragon and the heavenly python, although such beings do not exist in this world. In the 1039th chapter, titled 2 Against 1, Xiaobai clapped his hands twice and disdainfully glanced at the fleeing Nascent Soul cultivator, sneering as he turned his gaze toward the young man mounted on the Blackwater Serpent. The onlookers stood frozen, wide-eyed in shock. Huang Xiaoyao and the others were filled with trepidation. How could Xiaobai have so ruthlessly crushed a Nascent Soul expert? This victim belonged to the illustrious Murong clan. What now? Even if this individual were a mere servant of the Murong family, his death would surely provoke the clan's wrath, and they would not let this matter rest easily. What could be done? Fa Zhan and the others were equally astounded by Xiaobai's actions and regretted their decision to follow. Even if they had not struck the blow, their association with the Huang family might draw the ire of the Murong clan's youth. The Murong family was no trifling matter. In the 1040th chapter, titled Slap in the Face, Huang Xiaoyao and Fa Zhan had witnessed Huang Qi's terrifying combat prowess. As they saw Huang Qi send the Blackwater Serpent flying with a single punch, they were shocked, yet not surprised. However, Huang Qi's heavy-handed approach seemed even more forceful than Xiaobai's. It was uncertain how this confrontation with the Murong clan would ultimately resolve. Huang Xiaoyao felt a pang of bitterness, reflecting on the absurdity of his ancestors' actions. He glanced at Huang Qi and then at the visibly distressed Murong Qiulin, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Alas, it seems I have grown old. The future belongs to the youth. Perhaps it is best for this old man to retreat into seclusion." After speaking, Huang Xiaoyao offered a slight bow to the crowd and gradually descended, disappearing into the city of Luoyang. Seeing Huang Xiao depart, Fa Zhan and the others were unwilling to linger any longer. As for how Huang Qi would deal with the Murong clan, they were no longer concerned. In the 1041st chapter, titled Reinforcements at Chiefing Mountain, Huang Qi smiled faintly and chose a spot to sit. Xiao Bai made himself comfortable beside him, ignoring everyone else, except for Xiao San and Heifeng, who respectfully stood behind Huang Qi awaiting his commands. Fa Zhan nodded and said, Ba, if that is the case, Luoyang and your Huang family should be safe. Should we consider dispersing the demon army besieging the Zhou family in Yuzhou? Driving the demon forces back to Qingzhou would also prepare us for the eradication of those two fiends. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi's expression grew serious, and the others followed suit. As long as those two fiends remained inactive, with the esteemed Zhou calculating their fates, the Zhou family would be secure. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to visit the Zhou family. Aside from that, it was time for him to welcome Linger into his life, as he had now solidified his nascent soul. Chapter 1042. The Iron Fire Ants Minor Triumph. At present, the continent of Yuzhou is shrouded in swirling demonic clouds, with a relentless influx of demons prowling the land, systematically hunting down the human cultivators who have yet to be eradicated. The entire region is still engulfed in a scene of blood and chaos. Notably, some distinguished disciples of the human race willingly venture into the continent of Yuzhou for training. On one hand, they can slay demons, and on the other, they can refine their own skills. This has become the most esteemed battleground for certain prodigious disciples. However, despite the multitude of talented individuals entering this land, few manage to emerge alive. Yet, each prodigy that survives is met with immense accolades from their respective sects and families. The Chiefing Mountains Zhou family is regarded as one of the few havens within the tumultuous Yuzhou. Only the Zhou family and the demonic sects persist in this region, leaving countless demons in a state of helplessness, forced to encircle their territory. Chapter 1043. Stupefaction. A cacophony of chilling screams pierces the air, accompanied by the unsettling sound of teeth grinding against steel, sending shivers down the spine. In an instant, a massive army of demons vanishes, leaving no bones behind, consumed entirely by the iron fire ants. Witnessing this spectacle, the demon leaders are struck with disbelief, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gaze upon the overwhelming tide of the situation below. Despite the losses incurred by the demon army, these formidable beings remain unfazed. However, the sight of the relentless iron fire ants, with their razor-sharp mandibles and impervious bodies, fills them with dread. Even they, as powerful demons, dare not allow these creatures to approach. Huang Qi hovers in midair, his spirit beasts continuously releasing swarms of iron fire ants that dive into the dense throng of demons below. The thumb-sized iron fire ants infiltrate every gap. Chapter 1044. A major counteroffensive. The onlookers are in disbelief at Huang Qi's two types of spirit insects. The golden ring demon bee and the iron fire ant are nearly extinct in the realm of cultivation, while the golden ring demon bee might still be found. Breeding such a vast number is virtually impossible. Even if one were to spend days searching for poisonous insects to feed the golden ring demon bees, it would not yield such a quantity of toxins. It is already an extraordinary feat for an average individual to cultivate 1,000. Yet this young man possesses tens of thousands. Should this continue, even their ancestral figures would find themselves in a predicament. Even more astonishing is the iron fire ant. Records within certain sects recount that millennia ago, a bug cultivator raised vast swarms of these ants, numbering in the millions. Any sect or family that offended this cultivator was annihilated by the unleashed iron fire ants, leaving no trace, not even of livestock. This cultivator seemed to revel in the power over life and death, having exterminated many. Chapter 1045. The 6-character true mantra. The two women sit elegantly at the forefront of the cavern, radiating an alluring charm that captivates all the demons present. Their beauty truly beyond compare. However, the two enchanting women exuded an icy glimmer in their gazes, a palpable aura of murderous intent that sent tremors through the hundreds of formidable demon warriors present. Yet, the two women seemed utterly indifferent to the feelings of those around them, conversing amongst themselves. The useless waste known as the Nine-Headed has perished, and the situation, which was already unfavorable to us, has become even more dire. Now that Huang Qi has led countless human warriors into pursuit of our demon army into the territory of Qingzhou, It is only a matter of time before they assault our stronghold. With the nine-headed dead, the other ancient demon avatars are either trapped or deceased. It appears our fates are grim. Upon hearing this, another graceful figure's expression darkened ominously, followed by a cold snort as she declared, "No, we must leave this place immediately. Engaging in battle against so many formidable opponents is not wise." Chapter 1046. Siege of the Lioha Demon Sovereign. The Lioha Demon Sovereign spoke these words without using any form of telepathy, and all present heard him distinctly. While others may have taken it in stride, the 6-character mantra and the 8-treasure stupa were akin to thunderclaps for the disciples of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The 6-character mantra had only appeared in ancient Buddhist texts, and none among the Great Thunder Sound Temple had mastered it. However, they were familiar with the 8-treasure stupa, a legendary treasure of their sect, yet they had only received a cursory introduction to it, lacking any method of refinement. The Great Thunder Sound Temple merely regarded the 8-treasure stupa as a spiritual symbol. As for the 8-department king technique, they had never even heard of it. How could Huang Qi have acquired so many secret arts that only existed in Buddhist legends? It was inconceivable. Their Great Thunder Sound Temple was the foremost sect in the cultivation world, yet they had no mastery over these techniques, while Huang Qi had obtained them. How could this be? Chapter 1047. The Death of Lioha. The Lioha Demon Sovereign, disregarding Huang Qi and the 2 telepathic treasures, turned to flee in another direction. However, before he could ascend, a resplendent moon seemed to rise in the void ahead, illuminating the endless expanse with brilliant clarity. The Lioha Demon Sovereign's countenance darkened profoundly. Today seemed to forebode ill fortune. They had mobilized so many telepathic treasures: the Book of Changes, the Spring and Autumn Annals, the 8-sky purple mirror, and several concealed presences lurking around him. Should he attempt to break through, he would undoubtedly be ensnared. It was evident they intended to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. As expected, the endless void twisted once more, revealing the demon god soul snatching spear, the purple cloud immortal garment, the Vajra demon subduing pestle, and the 5-color reincarnation seal. 4 figures emerged in unison, blocking the Lioha Demon Sovereign's escape routes from 3 directions. The Lioha Demon Sovereign's heart sank to the depths. A troublesome Huang Qi was not his only concern. Chapter 1048. The Descent of the Demon God. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers gazed at Huang Qi with expressions of astonishment. This Huang Qi was indeed remarkable. He had reached the pinnacle of his mystical arts and had even mastered Buddhist techniques, making him enigmatic and formidable. It was surprising that this young man had also delved into demonic practices, achieving such accomplishments with a trifecta of cultivation paths. Truly, he commanded newfound respect. "Oh, I see now. We ought to extend our congratulations to young friend Huang Qi," they mused. "In the past, I indeed gathered some demon cores, which serve little purpose. So I shall bestow them upon my young friend. However, my dear Huang Qi, do not think me overly talkative. Your cultivation of the 3 paths is exceedingly arduous, and your combat prowess has now reached an astonishing level. Should you ever transcend and ascend, you shall reap the rewards." Without further ado, the ancient ancestor of the Panlong tossed a storage bag to Huang Qi. Huang Qi promptly bowed in gratitude, yet he found himself perplexed by the words of the Panlong ancestor. The others, however, remained silent, smiling as they presented one storage bag after another to Huang Qi. Chapter 1049. The cataclysm returns in an instant. The atmosphere roiled with tumultuous winds, an ominous presence descending upon the scene, causing a great unease within. A thunderous roar reverberated, as if the heavens themselves were rent asunder, revealing a terrifying black hole. An endless tide of primal energy surged towards it, desperately attempting to mend the breach. Yet no amount of celestial essence could seal the void. From this abyss erupted a torrent of monstrous demonic energy, swiftly enveloping the sky and spreading with alarming velocity. Ear-splitting roars echoed from within the black hole, reminiscent of primordial beasts on the verge of awakening. The faces of Huang Qi and his companions paled instantly, a profound sense of peril rising within them. Not only Huang Qi, but also the 10 extraordinary treasures by his side bore expressions of horror. And the human army trembled in response to the dreadful scene, quaking under the tremendous pressure emanating from the distant sky. Chapter 1050. The Final Path to Survival. A spectacle that left millions of cultivators in Luoyang City astounded unfolded before them, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. The entire city began to ascend, moving towards the floating immortal palace of demon suppression. As the onlookers witnessed this, their faces shifted in disbelief. Countless figures from Luoyang soared into the sky, initially fearing that yet another formidable entity threatened their city. However, upon realizing that it was Huang Qi behind this astonishing feat, many gazed at him in confusion. Huang Qi had no time to offer explanations. Any delay on his part would bring the terrifying demon closer, regardless of the cost. He could not allow the millions of souls within Luoyang to meet a tragic fate or become pawns of the demon clan. He resolved to protect the city with his very life, not for any other reason, but because he was its lord and guardian. With renewed determination, Huang Qi shouted once more, the sound reverberating throughout the universe as his dragon aura surged. Chapter 1051. The Fall of the Qin Empire. You are still too young to compare your speed with mine. Were it not for the fact that I am but a remnant of my former spirit, I would not need to flee. My temper is such that I would have already left you searching for your teeth. The voice of Elder Hua echoed from the immortal palace of demon suppression, filled with indignation. Hearing his elder's discontent, Gu Qingshang's expression grew solemn as he gazed at Huang Qi, who lay pale and motionless, shaking his head in resignation. Gu Qingshang waited for Elder Hua to cease his complaints before frowning slightly. The last demonic war has yet to be fully resolved, and now, after over 100 millennia, the demon clan invades our realm once more. It is truly perplexing. What could be the purpose behind their incessant incursions? Is there truly some treasure in this lowly realm that has caught their attention? Or have the formidable beings from the demon realm not yet abandoned their intention to invade the spirit realm? Upon hearing this, Elder Hua seemed to let out a cold laugh, disdain evident upon his face. Chapter 1052. The Legacy of the Five-Dragon Clan. Young man, once you have recovered from your injuries, hasten forth. We have matters to discuss with you, he stated. Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance into the distance. Since the two elders had matters to entrust to him, Huang Qi naturally did not dare to delay. He could meet his parents later. With a twist of his form, he vanished, only to reappear within the demon suppression hall. Upon seeing Huang Qi arrive, the two elders noted that there was not a trace of injury upon him and exchanged knowing nods. This young man's physique appeared to be extraordinary. He might indeed belong to that lineage. Young man, have you met the two elders? What is it you wish to instruct me? I shall exert myself to fulfill your requests, Huang Qi inquired. Gu Qingshang smiled slightly, about to question Huang Qi, but Elder Hua, noticing Gu Qingshang's indecisive demeanor, interjected. Speak frankly, young man. Are you of the Five-Dragon Clan? Chapter 1053. Ascending the dragon platform. At that moment, the restraints above vanished, revealing a pair of ancient and grand doors that creaked open automatically. Huang Qi nodded to himself and stepped inside. His expression shifted subtly as he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming, mountain-like aura that bore down upon him, as if an immovable giant had descended upon his very being. Huang Qi could not help but stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. Astonished, he wondered if this space held some peculiarities. Quickly, he activated his spiritual energy, allowing the overwhelming aura to dissipate significantly. He breathed a sigh of relief. The Five-Dragon Clan was indeed unique. Even if someone were to forcefully breach the restraints, it would not guarantee a safe passage out of the Dragon Hall. Having been tempered by dragon energy, his physical form was extraordinarily powerful, nearly comparable to a spiritual treasure. Yet even he nearly faltered upon entering this place. Chapter 1054. Blood of the True Dragon. I wonder if there are any flowers or rewards. Zue Xian has never asked his brothers for such things. However, if there were, he would certainly offer more updates, he chuckled. Before long, the waters of this region were stained crimson with blood, the corpses of demon warriors floating upon the surface, countless limbs severed. A relentless barrage of mechanical energy cannons fired continuously, yet the sheer number of demon warriors was overwhelming, making it impossible to eliminate them all. Many continued to land, engaging in a bloody melee with the human forces. War is brutal and bloody, especially when faced with these demons, who are like mindless puppets, unafraid of pain or death, only knowing how to fight and struggle, willing to perish together. Confronted with such irrational foes, the human forces were understandably filled with trepidation. Upon first contact, their morale waned significantly against the demon horde, and this was before the involvement of any other monstrous entities. The overwhelming presence of the demon army was palpable. In Chapter 1055, titled Dragon Blood Transmutation, An astonishing scene unfolded before Huang Qi. The trembling azure dragon altar emitted a resounding crack. As a massive fissure rapidly spread across its surface, Huang Qi's heart sank. He had yet to step onto the ascending dragon platform, yet it was already fracturing. What on earth had the 5-dragon imperial seal done to cause such a rupture? This was utterly incomprehensible. Despite Huang Qi's reluctance, the ascending dragon platform shattered, releasing a terrifying dragon might that threatened to obliterate the very fabric of space. A resounding dragon roar pierced the heavens, nearly causing Huang Qi to faint from the shock. With a face of astonishment, he beheld a blood-red dragon, merely a foot in length, emerging from the cracked altar. This was no mere illusion. It was a genuine dragon, a true dragon. Huang Qi was taken aback, unable to fathom that he was witnessing a real dragon. Was this world truly capable of such wonders? In Chapter 1056, Jade and Primordial Liquid, Huang Qi determined not to overlook the dragon chair. He intended to rise and store it within the demon suppression celestial palace. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted slightly as he felt a force enveloping him. The scenery before him blurred, and he found himself in an entirely different realm. This space was adorned with intricately carved beams and flourishing spiritual energy, filled with exotic flora and fauna, resembling a celestial paradise, breathtaking in its beauty. Huang Qi contemplated the nature of this place. Was it an environment or a mysterious dimension? How had he arrived here? After carefully sensing the spiritual energy surrounding him, he circulated his dantian and felt a wave of relief. This did not appear to be an illusion, as the spiritual energy was indeed absorbable. Observing the countless strange flowers and plants around him, he realized he could scarcely name many. As he reached out to collect some, Huang Qi was astonished to find his hand passing through the exotic flora. In Chapter 1057, the 12 heavenly demon-subduing formation, due to the 9 pulp spirit fruit, Huang Qi was now wary of consuming any unknown elixirs or exotic fruits. He resolved to thoroughly explore the entire cave dwelling before delving into any research. He stored the jade and primordial liquid in his storage ring, and then turned his gaze toward the enormous furnace. A slight smile graced Huang Qi's lips as he summoned a radiant 5-colored light, successfully securing the grand furnace within the demon suppression celestial palace. This furnace had likely been here for countless millennia, nurtured in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Even ordinary materials could gradually transform into exceptional ones. Though he might not need it himself, he could sell it for a considerable sum of spirit stones. However, Huang Qi felt a tinge of disappointment. This so-called alchemy hall contained not a single elixir, while his haul from the artifact forging hall was substantial. He had only discovered a bottle of the mysterious jade and primordial liquid in the alchemy hall. How could he not feel vexed? In Chapter 1058, the formation shatters. Zhou Yi and the beautiful jade-like woman appeared somewhat pale, having just been injured and spitting out a mouthful of essence. For a spiritual treasure, this was a significant detriment. Fortunately, the 12 cities' heavenly demon formation possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. Otherwise, the recent injury would have been far more severe. The two individuals exchanged grave glances towards the gradually calming skies, where the silhouette of the imprisoned demon sovereign began to materialize, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down their spines, as if a demon god had manifested. The 5 demon sovereigns, Liuhe, Jiudo, Bahuang, Zhufan, and Xuezhu, observed this scene, their previously tense expressions gradually easing. It appeared that these insignificant beings had failed to unleash the true power of the 12 cities' heavenly demon formation. Otherwise, even if the demon sovereign could escape, it would have required considerable effort. The 5 demon sovereigns felt reassured, dismissing the inadequacy of the formation as mere trifles. The 6th chapter of the calamity in Zhongzhou, the 6 great demon sovereigns, already seething with anger, would not let this rare opportunity slip away. Liuhe demon sovereign seized the moment and struck the body of the jade beauty with a powerful palm. The radiance surrounding her quickly dimmed, culminating in a thunderous explosion as she self-destructed, meeting her demise. The formidable beings of Yuhuan Cave, filled with despair, charged towards Liuhe demon sovereign, collectively detonating their physical forms and nascent souls, severely injuring him. The blood spider demon sovereign transformed into her true form, the blood demon spider, unleashing countless silken threads that ensnared the Taichung immortal sword, which, despite its fierce resistance, could not break free. With one final lament, she self-destructed, perishing in the process. However, the blood spider demon sovereign suffered no small misfortune herself, as the explosion from the Taichung immortal sword obliterated half of her body, leaving her gravely wounded. The other demon sovereigns, witnessing the successive injuries to their comrades, let out furious roars and unleashed their ultimate techniques, reducing the dragon ancestor to mere rubble. Chapter 1060. The Dragon Lord Shall Strike You. On the Zhongzhou continent, demons rampaged, and countless lives suffered unspeakable torment. Across the vast expanse, smoke of war billowed. Rivers ran red with blood, and countless corpses lay strewn across the land, a sight too horrific to behold. Despite the relentless resistance from numerous human cultivators, the demon armies breached the Zhongzhou continent, engulfing it in demonic energy, threatening to transform it into a realm of darkness. Except for the 10 major super cities and 7 formidable factions, the entire Zhongzhou had succumbed. Countless demon and monster legions surrounded these strongholds, blocking all avenues of escape. Fortunately, through the combined efforts of various spiritual treasures such as the Zhou Yi and the many human experts, the major sects and clans of Zhongzhou gathered towards the 10 cities and 7 super factions, preserving a degree of strength within the cultivation realm. Nonetheless, those sects and clans that failed to evacuate suffered grievously, along with countless ordinary mortals who faced annihilation. Chapter 1061. The Divine Might of the 5-Dragon Jade Seal. This month, I have already published 12 updates, and I am just 13 short of the required number for a floral tribute. I wonder if my brothers still have any flowers to give. The more flowers I receive, the more updates I can provide. Brothers, how many chapters one can write depends on you. In such a chaotic setting, a resounding and sharp cry suddenly pierced the air. As a majestic bird with the head of a lion and the body of an eagle, shrouded in demonic energy, appeared, with 2 demon warriors standing atop its back. However, before the 2 formidable demon lords, the sounds of battle echoed in the distance. A squad of 10 human cultivators was engaged in a desperate struggle against a horde of over 100 demons. Fortunately, each human cultivator possessed considerable strength. Although they found themselves at a disadvantage, they managed to hold their ground. Yet, the presence of the 2 demon powerhouses perched upon the white-maned griffin instilled a sense of trepidation in the 10 cultivators. Should these 2 join the fray, the fate of their small band would be dire indeed. In a bid to buy time, Huang Qi was elated as he channeled a spell into the 5-dragon seal. Instantly, the seal radiated a brilliant azure light, and the 5 azure dragons appeared to come to life, their roars resonating with a terrifying dragon might that caused Huang Qi to feel a pang of fear. He clearly sensed that once he released the 5-dragon seal, the 5 dragons would swiftly emerge to wreak havoc upon their foes. Huang Qi was filled with excitement. In the past, he could never hope to wield the power of the 5-dragon seal, yet now he finally possessed the ability to utilize it. As long as he provided sufficient magical energy, the 5-dragon seal would undoubtedly become his most formidable weapon. However, before Huang Qi could contemplate further, a spell cast by the little dragon caused the 5-dragon seal to slip from his grasp and vanish into the little dragon's body. Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback, staring speechlessly at the little dragon, who grinned mischievously and replied with a smirk. Meanwhile, the demon army, now devoid of its leader's command, descended into chaos, losing all semblance of combat effectiveness. The old city lord and his companions were astounded by Huang Qi's godlike presence, yet they were equally bewildered by his thunderous methods, which included not only a spiritual treasure but also an impressive array of spirit insects. How had Huang Qi achieved such prowess? Nevertheless, witnessing the demon horde's retreat, the old city lord's heart soared with joy as he bellowed, "Slay them all! Exterminate these fiends!" Countless human warriors ascended into the sky, pursuing the fleeing demon army. Yet, Huang Qi had no intention of continuing the hunt for these demons. He needed to return to the Huang family and ascertain their well-being. What had become of them? And what of the Zhou family? Linger was still with them. Only when he knew they were safe could he fully devote himself to vanquishing these demons. The old city lord and his companions approached Huang Qi, bowing respectfully. The old city lord, brimming with excitement, spoke. The 8 desolate demon lord was filled with profound shock. The cultivation path he had pursued was not the 8 great kings technique, but rather a similar methodology inspired by the techniques of the great powers of the Holy Realm. After years of diligent practice, he had finally achieved success. Yet how could Huang Qi possess such a skill? The 6 demon lords felt as if the entire space had become tangible, and even their attempts to shatter it proved futile. 6 runes descended with lightning speed, enveloping the heads of the 6 harmonies demon lords. Their faces turned pale with astonishment as they hastily employed their most powerful techniques in a futile effort to counteract the formidable runes of truth. The 6th magic sovereign's eyes revealed irresolute determination, and his entire being emanated a terrifying, cataclysmic energy. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, as the heavens shattered and the earth quaked. This space could no longer withstand the overwhelming energy fluctuations, culminating in a thunderous explosion that obliterated even the runes. A shadow of malevolence surged forth, standing at the periphery, its countenance displaying an expression of dread. Chapter 1065. The solitary shade of Dugu, the originally pale visage of the 6th magic sovereign, grew even more ashen. He hastily approached the armored warriors and bowed respectfully, stating, "I am Gu Mo, the 6th magic sovereign, honored to meet you, esteemed lords." The foremost bull-headed warrior observed the sovereign's disheveled appearance, his brow furrowing slightly as he replied with a nonchalant nod. "You are the 6th magic sovereign? Have you been dispatched by the lords to one of the lower-tier magic realms?" The sovereign promptly affirmed, "Indeed, it is I." The bull-headed warrior regarded the 6th magic sovereign with a hint of perplexity before casually inquiring, "Have you found the item that Lord Xingzu requested?" Upon hearing this, the sovereign's expression soured, and he quickly shook his head. "Regrettably, my lord, we have only located its trace, but have yet to secure it." The bull-headed warrior's demeanor darkened abruptly, a terrifying aura radiating from him, pressing down upon the sovereign. Chapter 1066. Bearing the incense, no wonder my father strictly forbade me from provoking the 5-dragon emperor. It appears that even upon advancing to the imperial level, he possesses the ability to perceive the universe's intricacies. I have truly underestimated the 5-dragon emperor. Now that our plans are laid bare, it seems that Song Jie and Bai Luo will return empty-handed. To confront the 5-dragon emperor, it is likely that I must ascend to the rank of magic emperor, lest I find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Dugu Qingyin cast a glance at the bodhisattva of the lotus, the most meddlesome of the demon realm's old monks. Now that they are privy to our intentions, they will undoubtedly thwart my plans. It appears that this endeavor is destined for failure. Dugu Qingyin shook his head in resignation and smiled at the bodhisattva, saying, "Bodhisattva of the lotus, what benefits has the 5-dragon true man bestowed upon you to assume this role of mediator?" The bodhisattva of the lotus smiled softly and recited a mantra, Amitba. "Friend Dugu, the Buddha is but a manifestation of the demon, and the demon a manifestation of the Buddha. The distinction lies merely in a single thought. In our holy realm, we embody both Buddha and demon." Chapter 1067. Elder Zhou's entrustment. "Ha, you've finally returned, young one. Were you to delay any longer, you might miss the chance to see this old man one last time." Huang Qi was taken aback, rushing to Elder Zhou's side. "Elder Zhou, how fares your condition? I have heard of your past battles against the 6 great magic sovereigns, and I am deeply concerned." Elder Zhou sighed with a wry smile. "In my previous confrontation with the 6 great magic sovereigns, I sustained grave injuries. My vital essence drains daily. In 3 to 5 years, at most a year or 2, I fear my essence will be depleted. By then, I shall have no recourse." Huang Qi's heart sank at these words. Elder Zhou was gravely wounded. Upon closer examination, Huang Qi discerned the frailty beneath his exterior. The situation was dire. A wave of sorrow washed over Huang Qi. Without Elder Zhou, the Zhou family would likely face a decline. Chapter 1068. The celestial phoenix wings in the grand hall of the city lord's residence in Jinling City. Huang Qi sat regally at the head of the table, adorned with a jade crown and clad in resplendent garments. His face, though not conventionally handsome, radiated an aura of unassailable authority, exuding a presence that commanded the attention of all. To his right, an assembly of unparalleled powerhouses gathered, including Huang Xiaoyao, the venerable ancestor of the Huang family, Zhou Wenchang, the patriarch of the Zhou clan, and Gu Qianxuan, the city lord of Jinling, accompanied by his grandson Gu Mingyu. Gu Mingyu, an old acquaintance of Huang Qi, regarded him with a complex expression, a mixture of disappointment in himself, jealousy towards Huang Qi, and, above all, profound admiration. Seated beside Gu Qianxuan were the esteemed founders of the 3 Clear Taoist Hall, the master of the 5 Elements Hall, and the eminent monks from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Additionally, There were Liao Fanxing from the Demon Cave sect, Maya Xinghua, the leader of the Reincarnation sect, and Kong Qiu from the Great Scholar sect, among others. Chapter 1069. Before the final battle, Huang Qi was filled with astonishment. Fortunately, he had been tempered by dragon energy. For an ordinary person would have been utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying force unleashed. What was Mulan Ming thinking, claiming to bestow him a fortuitous opportunity? Was this not akin to placing him in peril? With a focused mind, he anchored his spirit. Mulan Ming bellowed, slamming a palm onto Huang Qi's back. In an instant, Huang Qi perceived a frenzied celestial phoenix struggling within his mind, grievously wounded and drenched in blood, its eyes filled with an unyielding desire for rebirth, yet deprived of any chance to do so. Despite its grievous state, the phoenix's presence retained the power to shake the heavens. In the next moment, Huang Qi felt the wounded celestial phoenix gaze upon him, and a terrifying thought surged into his consciousness, attempting to seize his essence for rebirth. Fear gripped Huang Qi. No wonder he was urged to fortify his spirit and protect his heart. The phoenix's will still lingered. Chapter 1070. The Nine Curves Locking Heaven's Annihilation Formation. The news of Huang Qi rallying numerous human cultivators to Jinling City swiftly spread across the entire realm of cultivation. Countless wandering and hidden cultivators emerged from their seclusion to contribute to the final battle for humanity. If the demons were to conquer this world, who could escape their clutches? This truth was universally acknowledged. Almost every cultivator, regardless of their level of mastery, even those at the Qi refinement stage, converged upon Jinling City. The intelligence of human cultivators gathering in Jinling was not lost on the demons. After the 6 great demon lords led their legions to successively capture several cities, only to find them deserted, they ceased their assaults on other strongholds and instead advanced directly toward Jinling City. Within mere days, the 6 demon lords, accompanied by countless demonic forces, encircled Jinling City, sealing it off from all directions. Chapter 1071. The Celestial Catastrophe Within the Heart of the Demon Lord. A wave of disbelief washed over him. His full-force attack had been effortlessly thwarted by these mere ants. How could this be possible? The 6 great demon lords were struck with astonishment. Was this truly the 9 Curves Locking Heaven's Annihilation Formation? Alarm surged through them as they realized the peril facing the trapped demon lord. How could such a fearsome array exist in this humble realm? During their last confrontation, which involved an even greater number of spiritual treasures, they had yet to master this devastating formation. How had it suddenly manifested with such terrifying power? The 6 Harmonies Demon Lord, the 9-headed Demon Lord, the 8 Desolation Demon Lord, the Execution Demon Lord, and the Blood Spider Demon Lord understood that if they did not act swiftly, the trapped Demon Lord might indeed face annihilation. Without further hesitation, they leaped into action. Charging into the formation, Huang Qi observed that the inevitable had arrived, and he felt no reservations. It was they who had subjected countless human souls to suffering. It was they who had ravaged the splendid lands of humanity. In the realm of the demons, the great Ming King technique stood as one of their nemeses, permissible only to those of ancient demonic ancestral strength, aside from the Buddhist sect. For the demons, the 8 great Ming King techniques constituted forbidden arts, inaccessible to others. In the sacred realm, the demon race was the largest faction, with the only significant threat being the Buddhist sect. It was astonishing that a mere ant had managed to cultivate the 8 great Ming King techniques of Buddhism. Nevertheless, Bai Luo did not regard Huang Qi with any seriousness. For at his level, no technique could confine him. Surrounded by the power of incense, Huang Qi's 8 ethereal forms converged into one. A wrathful Vajra phantom wielding a fang thrust forth a terrifying palm against the skyward assault. An aura so potent that it trembled the heavens emanated from Huang Qi, causing the skies to darken and the earth to quake. Now, Huang Qi was gravely injured. His internal organs were severely compromised, and his dantian was in disarray. The depletion of his magical energy was immense, and the damage to his veins was considerable, causing him to frown in distress. He had originally contemplated releasing the city of Luoyang and numerous human experts from the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace. But now that the demon army had retreated and the catastrophe had passed, he anticipated that humanity would experience a prolonged period of tranquility. He could then focus on healing and refining this nirvana pill. However, his current condition hindered even the simplest of actions, let alone pursuing other endeavors. With his injuries unhealed, he felt utterly incapacitated. Gazing at the nirvana pill in his hand, He resolved that he must prioritize his recovery. Huang Qi surveyed his surroundings. Sensing the spiritual energy of the world, it was barely acceptable. He had wished to find a more spiritually abundant location for seclusion, but he abandoned that thought. As for the cave heaven, it had been a year since Huang Qi consumed the supreme nirvana pill, and the enormous cocoon remained inert without any signs of change. However, the spiritual energy within the entire space had shifted, gradually converging from all directions towards the cocoon and subsequently vanishing within. As time passed, the accumulation of this energy intensified rather than diminished. Before long, a vortex of spiritual energy swirled within this realm of ethereal beauty, with each vortex converging upon the colossal cocoon, only to vanish within its depths. Fortunately, the entrance to this space was concealed deep within the ruins of Soul Mountain, ensuring that even amidst such tumult, it would remain undetected by any wanderer. Were this scene to be witnessed by a discerning observer, they would undoubtedly surmise that the immense cocoon was nurturing some unparalleled treasure, and any disturbance could potentially disrupt the profound meditation of Huang Qi within. Time hastily slipped by, and after a year, a momentous revelation occurred. What? You have actually achieved the consummation of the Nascent Soul stage. How did you, young man, manage to cultivate so rapidly? In merely a few years, Huang Qi had ascended from the nascent phase to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Such an extraordinary advancement in cultivation could only be regarded as otherworldly. Those well acquainted with Huang Qi's journey recognized his remarkable talent. Starting from Tai sect at the tender age of 16 or 17, he had, in less than 50 years, transcended to the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage. This was a feat that exceeded mere mortal comprehension, surpassing even the most prodigious of talents. Throughout the realm, countless cultivators aspired to progress, from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. The ratio was less than 1 in 10, from foundation establishment to Golden Core, less than 1 in 100, from Golden Core to Nascent Soul, less than 1 in 1,000, and from Nascent Soul to the stage of separation and reunion, less than 1 in 10,000. Each step in this journey typically required centuries of arduous cultivation, with those capable of condensing their nascent soul within 500 years regarded as geniuses. Amidst the excitement, the crowd rejoiced at the mention of their esteemed leader, Huang Qi, the most formidable figure in the cultivation world, whose extraordinary powers were nothing short of earth-shattering. During the recent calamity, he had played an irreplaceable role, earning the respect and admiration of the entire cultivation community and humankind alike. They took immense pride in having such a leader, and it was only natural for them to strive diligently to fulfill their duties. The 10 elders promptly returned to Luoyang City, rallying the millions of cultivators and mortals within to mobilize for the task of clearing the wild mountains, constructing the city, and gathering materials. Thus commenced the fervent endeavor to erect the city, while Huang Qi returned to the city lord's residence to confer with the 10 commanders regarding the development of Luoyang City and future plans. As the foremost commander, Fairy Qian naturally held significant influence in discussions with Huang Qi. Walking alone down the bustling streets of Luoyang City, which should have been vibrant and lively, Huang Qi found it unusually bustling with activity. He reflected on his own words that had sent the entire city into a frenzy, as nearly all its inhabitants had ventured to the Wulong mountain range to gather timber and stone. This state of affairs would likely persist for a year or two, as it would take considerable time to transform Luoyang City into the foremost metropolis. With a resigned shake of his head, Huang Qi made his way to the treasure pavilion. Just as he approached, 2 familiar figures rushed toward him, their faces alight with excitement. "Young master, you have returned." The 2 individuals are Feng Shangtian and Li Xing, whom I have not seen for over a decade. However, their formidable auras bring me great satisfaction. Feng Shangtian is on the verge of breaking through to the Yuanying realm, while Li Xing has already entered the early stages of Yuanying. Over the years, I have successfully forged a 5th-tier pseudo-spirit puppet according to the ritual methods outlined in the 100 Arts Manual. Although this endeavor required some time, it was not overly challenging. A 5th-tier pseudo-puppet possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary ancestor in the Liha stage, instilling a sense of caution even in the most seasoned practitioners. These pseudo-puppets are imbued with their master's combat awareness and instincts, rendering them quite formidable. My journey through the realm of cultivation has been extensive, and even during this recent demonic tribulation, I have yet to encounter a 5th-tier pseudo-spirit puppet. Could it be that their numbers are so scarce in the world of cultivation? As for sixth-tier spirit puppets, they exist on the same level as spiritual treasures, and I have only ever seen one sealed within the sacred grounds of the Mulan clan, with no others having crossed my path. Nevertheless, should fortune favor me and I could refine this pseudo-puppet into a true spirit puppet, it would be splendid. With a spirit puppet stationed in Luoyang, even the 9 great spiritual treasures would find themselves somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, the old Peng King is a demon cultivator with the formidable bloodline of the golden-winged Great Peng. While he cannot entirely disregard the power of the void, he can endure it. An ordinary Yuanian cultivator entering the boundless void would instantly be reduced to fragments, devoured by its infinite expanse. Even spatial rifts can only be withstood by those at the Yuanian level. But why does such power exist within this boundless void? The void in this world is a constant, yet I wonder how it compares to the void powers of other realms. The void, as its name implies, is an expanse of nothingness, vast and limitless, endless and infinite. It is ethereal, devoid of life, sunlight, air, and even the essential spiritual and demonic energies necessary for cultivation. In this void, humans cannot survive. Only the strongest can rely on their formidable physiques and immense power. These shadowy figures exude demonic energy, their murderous intent palpable, and their auras quite formidable. Among them, the several dozen figures at the forefront radiate an exceptionally tumultuous energy, resembling ferocious beasts poised to strike, their bloodshot eyes capable of instilling terror. Confronting these hundreds of figures is a meager band of fewer than 100, among whom a few powerful presences stand undaunted, matching the strength of the leading figures in the opposing throng. However, those powerful beings are supported by a disparate array of followers, the weakest among them merely at the Jedon cultivation level. Humph, little Peng King, considering the old Peng King's standing. Our Tianhu clan had no intention of making things difficult for your Golden Peng clan. Yet, after all these years, the old Peng King has remained utterly silent. My Wanyao Mountain cannot be leaderless for a single day. Chapter 1081. The return of the old Peng King. The myriad demons require a leader of exceptional talent and formidable strength to govern them. With the demise of the old Peng King, I, the Tianhu, am willing to inherit his mantle. The members of the Golden Peng clan were astounded to witness the Tianhu, a formidable 5th-tier demon cultivator, confronting the young Peng King with his true form, seemingly intent on extinguishing him with a single blow. Shock rippled through the Golden Peng clan. Some wished to intervene, yet they were held in check by the overwhelming presence of hundreds of powerful beings, knowing that any attempt to assist would invite a devastating counterattack from the assembled demon cultivators. As the crushing palm descended, shattering the void, the young Peng King's expression shifted dramatically. Golden radiance erupted from his being as he unleashed his golden Peng bloodline, transforming into a 100-meter-long golden Peng, his resplendent feathers shimmering and his piercing eyes radiating a terrifying aura. He raised his claw-like talons, forged of indomitable strength, and lunged at Tianhu's descending palm. The two forces collided with the speed of lightning, producing a thunderous roar that caused the very fabric of space to collapse, a fearsome rift gaping open in the earth below. The transformed young Peng King spat forth a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1082. None shall escape. A furious roar erupted from the distant sky, shaking the very heavens and causing the entire Wanyao Mountain to tremble within a vast radius. An overwhelming pressure, so terrifying it threatened to alter the very nature of the world, descended upon the multitude of demons. The armies of demon beasts poised in confrontation quaked at this thunderous bellow, instinctively bowing to the ground in fear, lamentations escaping their lips. In this critical moment, the old Peng King arrived, sensing the tumult at Wanyao Peak before he could even return. His enraged roar tore through the void as he shot forth. Tianhu, are you courting death? His thunderous voice reverberated through the cosmos. The Golden Peng clan, embroiled in battle with the numerous demon cultivators, felt a surge of joy at this formidable pressure. The expressions of the demon cultivators shifted drastically. Their resolve to fight faltered as they recognized the source of this terrifying presence. Who could this be, if not the familiar and feared figure of the old Peng King? Chapter 1083. The awe of the demon kings. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Faces were etched with terror as they turned to Huang Qi. This man was Huang Qi, the human hero renowned for vanquishing the 5 great demon lords and repelling the demon horde. How could he possibly be here on Wanyao Mountain? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? The myriad demon cultivators stood in stunned silence, having momentarily forgotten Huang Qi's earlier display of might. Overshadowed by the weight of his illustrious name, the demons finally settled, for in the presence of the foremost human champion, even the mightiest demon kings must acquiesce. Any further insubordination would surely provoke Huang Qi's wrath. The situation had become abundantly clear. Huang Qi was allied with the old Peng king, and having witnessed the siege upon the Golden Peng clan, it was unlikely he would let the other demons escape unscathed. Chapter 1084. Unification of Wanyao Mountain. Huang Qi, the most powerful human in existence, had trained for less than a century, yet wielded an awe-inspiring strength capable of laying waste to the heavens and the earth. He had single-handedly confronted 6 demon lords, leaving them to retreat in a state of mutual devastation. After 2 years of seclusion, upon re-emerging, the situation has grown dire. Uniting the 9 legendary artifacts, he has ensnared 6 formidable demon lords and, with his singular prowess, vanquished 5 of them. He has repelled countless demons, restoring peace to the realm of humanity. Remarkably, Huang Qi has arrived in this place. The 3, confident in their own strength, cannot fathom standing against a demon lord. How can they possibly contend with someone who has single-handedly slain 5 demon lords? A profound terror enveloped their hearts. It seems that King Laopeng is now fully aware of everything. The 3 might find themselves trapped in a dire predicament today. Moments later, King Laopeng emanated a terrifying aura, and with a forceful grip, he crushed the head of the Tianhu demon king, extracting a demon infant which he promptly sealed away. He then turned his gaze towards the 3 demon lords, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, a fiery glare filled with hatred. Chapter 1085. Huang Qi returns home. The return of King Laopeng has stirred a tremendous commotion throughout the Wanyao Mountain. The news of his camaraderie with the foremost human warrior, Huang Qi, spread like wildfire, captivating all the demon clans of the mountain. Not only has King Laopeng made a powerful return, but he also swiftly executed the Tianhu demon king, instilling fear in the hearts of the other 3 demon lords and causing trepidation among all demon clans. Furthermore, enraged by the Tianhu demon king's grievances against the Jinping clan, King Laopeng, accompanied by numerous demon cultivators, razed the Tianhu tribe to the ground. All demon cultivators of the Tianhu tribe were slaughtered, and those who had not yet transformed were expelled from Wanyao Mountain, left to fend for themselves, prohibited from ever setting foot in the mountain again. King Laopeng's ruthless methods instilled fear among many demon cultivators, with those who posed a threat to the Jinping clan paying a heavy price to quell his wrath. However, from that moment forth, the clans of Wanyao Mountain united in harmony, devoid of any further anomalies. Chapter 1086. Revisiting old matters. Head of the family. The bond between Huang Li and Huang Chang is profound, and upon their reunion, both are overwhelmed with emotion, momentarily at a loss for words. Before his injury, Huang Li and Huang Chang were nearly equal in both cultivation and temperament. However, after a grievous event nearly cost him his life, Huang Li's lineage has somewhat fallen into decline. Nevertheless, Huang Chang's strong support has greatly improved the circumstances for their elder brother and younger sister. Huang Qi is well aware of this, and he believes in repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Ahem, the grand elder coughed lightly, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Hastily addressing the second elder, second sister, the ancestor is present. Do not act recklessly. The second elder, Huang Ying, glanced at the ancestor and, seeing the gentle smile on his face, realized there was no trace of anger. Yet, upon the grand elder's reminder, she graciously stepped back. Chapter 1087. The truth revealed. Now that Huang Qi has brought up this past incident, what does this signify? Everyone present is acutely aware, gazing at Huang Qi with astonished expressions. A profound silence enveloped the chamber. The previously peaceful atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The ancestor, Huang Xiaoyao, upon hearing Huang Qi's words, felt a sudden darkness cast over his countenance. Huang Qi has made it abundantly clear that the grievous injury suffered by Huang Li 30 years ago was orchestrated by Huang Jixing, the mischief perpetrated by one's own direct bloodline. How well Huang Xiaoyao understands Huang Qi's character. Had he not possessed concrete evidence, Huang Qi would never have spoken out. The revelation of such matters indicates that Huang Qi has indeed secured definitive proof. The Huang family has endured since ancient times, and while internal strife is inevitable, it has always been conducted transparently. Such egregious harm to familial bonds is utterly intolerable within the Huang clan. Huang Qi, you slander. What grievances do you hold against your uncle, that you would so recklessly accuse him? In chapter 1088, Reaping What You Sow, Huang Xiaoyao gazes at his disappointing grandson. His eyes filled with profound disappointment, as if the weight of age has settled upon him. A flicker of sternness flashes in his gaze, and with a cold snort, he proclaims, "Let it be known to all members of the Huang family, we shall never condone the harming of one's brethren. Even if my grandson has erred, he must face the consequences of his actions. Huang Jixing, you have harmed your kin. The Huang family cannot harbor you any longer. I hope that in your next life, you do not commit such heinous acts again." Upon finishing his words, he strikes with a palm, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly, as a colossal white hand materializes. Reaching out toward Huang Jixing, Huang Chong, the Grand Elder, and Huang Li, among others, exchanged worried glances, astonished by the resoluteness of their ancestor, who showed no mercy in executing his will. After all, Huang Jixing is a direct descendant. That the ancestor could act so decisively is beyond their expectations. In chapter 1089, ancestral figure Huang Bufan, Huang Xiaoyao considers his grandson's capabilities. Even without sealing his cultivation, Huang Qi could never reach his own heights. Attaining the late stage of the Nascent Soul would be his utmost limit. Thus, he decides to let him be. Filled with gratitude, Huang Xiaoyao nods gently and declares, "Let Huang Jixing be exiled to Qingzhou, never to step foot in the Huang family again. Find a city in Qingzhou, provide him with some spirit stones, and allow him to open a shop. From henceforth, let him fend for himself." The others, hearing this, exchanged incredulous glances at their ancestor. Though Huang Qi had spared Huang Jixing, why would the ancestor still insist on sending him away to Qingzhou? In the desolate lands of Qingzhou, where demonic energy lingers, and with Huang Jixing's cultivation sealed, it would be nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to harm him. Exiling him to Qingzhou effectively removes him from the Huang family. In chapter 1090, the seven-colored token, upon hearing this, Huang Qi seems to recall something and hurriedly produces an item, the color of vibrant green. He carefully compares the two jade tokens, noting that the runes inscribed upon them are identical, with the word token prominently displayed. Puzzled, Huang Qi inquires, "Grand Elder, what is the purpose of this token? And why does it differ in color?" The Grand Elder, upon hearing the question, falls into deep contemplation. After a moment, he responds, "This is indeed the seven-colored token. Surely you have heard of it?" Huang Qi nods in acknowledgement. The seven-colored token was passed down by our first ancestor, Huang Bufan. There are 7 tokens in total, colored red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The ancestor had 7 sons and, before his ascension, entrusted these 7 tokens to them. The ancestral message reveals that each side of these 7 tokens possesses immense power. If the Huang family finds itself without the guidance of its ancestors during critical times, these tokens alone would suffice to help them navigate through life-threatening crises. As the events unfold in chapter 1091, Huang Qi's wedding approaches, and matters concerning the Huang family are nearly resolved. A few days later, Huang Qi visits the ancestral grounds and, as expected, the ancestor elaborates once more on the significance of the 7 colored tokens, handing over the remaining 5 tokens to Huang Qi. Naturally, Huang Qi acquiesces to the ancestor's wishes and secures the tokens within his storage ring. Huang Xiaoyao observes Huang Qi with a hint of complexity in his gaze. Huang Qi is a dragon among men, and a mere family like the Huangs cannot provide the environment necessary for his further development. Even in the absence of Huang Qi, other sects and families would hesitate to challenge him, for his influence is prodigious. As long as Huang Qi does not ascend, the family shall face no tribulations. The Huang family has now ascended to the ranks of superpowers within the Central Plains, joining the 7 great superpowers and thereby becoming the 8th force. Meanwhile, the Zhou family, under the suppression of Huang Qi, can only aspire to be a first-rate power. In chapter 1092, Huang Qi, hand in hand with Linger, feels the warmth radiating from her grasp, stirring a comforting current within him. Finally, he is united with Linger after more than 30 years of tumultuous existence. Before attaining the Nascent Soul stage, he was relentlessly pursued by various formidable adversaries, causing him to live in constant fear and uncertainty, enduring countless life and death crises. Following the emergence of the demonic tribulation and the rise of the demon sovereign, he spent a decade in seclusion, ultimately honing his current strength. Though engaged to Linger during these years, he has been unable to consummate their union, leaving Linger in a state of constant worry. Huang Qi feels a deep sense of guilt, yet now, with his newfound power and status, few can rival him in the vast world. He looks forward to spending quality time with Linger and envisioning a future together in seclusion. In chapter 1093, Zhou Yishang smiles and remarks, "Well, you've had your tea and performed your rites. It is time to discuss important matters. The ancestor wishes for you to visit the back mountain promptly." Huang Qi nods in acknowledgement. It is evident that the ancestor seeks to deliberate on issues concerning the Zhou family. With Zhou Lao sealed, the family now relies solely on the elder Zhou Wenchang, whose presence has significantly diminished their strength. Previously, under Zhou Lao's stewardship, the Zhou family stood resolute, free from external threats. Now, however, their power has waned considerably. The ancestor harbors concerns for the Zhou family's future development. Observing that the elder's days are numbered, it is likely that in 300 to 500 years, he will face the choice of ascension or passing into the void. Should the elder depart, the Zhou family's prospects would be grim. Although they benefit from Huang's deterrent and support, this cannot serve as a sustainable solution. Chapter 1094. The reconstruction of Tianquan's sect. Huang Qi smiled faintly, recognizing that Elder Shui's strength was extraordinary. Were it not for Elder Zhou's influence, he might have already possessed the capability to transcend and ascend. However, while Elder Shui was indeed a remarkable being, a transformation of the ancient weak water, the tribulations of ascension were formidable. With several millennia of cultivation and gradual accumulation, confronting such tribulations would likely become less daunting. Now, with Elder Shui safeguarding the Zhou family, both the ancestor and Huang Qi could rest easy. Accompanying his ancestor and Elder Shui, Huang Qi circled around the entire Qifeng Mountain. For the sake of the Zhou family's safety, he also dispatched several sets of formation flags and discs to reinforce their protective array, nodding in satisfaction upon completion. 3 days later, Huang Qi took Ling to bid farewell to his father-in-law, mother-in-law, the elder, and his mentor, Master Mo. Ling naturally reluctant, embraced her mother for a lengthy farewell, shedding tears until she felt somewhat composed. Huang Qi, though understanding, realized that every girl must eventually part from her parents, a sorrow that was unavoidable. Chapter 1095. The opening of the underground treasure. Huang Qi stood with his 2 disciples at the mountainside of a colossal peak, spanning 100 miles in circumference. Gazing up at the towering summit, the 2 girls were visibly astonished, as this was their first encounter with such an immense mountain. However, upon spotting a small plaza ahead, they noted its disheveled state, evidently a result of a forceful breach of its protective barriers. Across the plaza lay a vast cave, prompting the girls to curiously inquire, "Master, what is this place? Why have you brought us here?" Huang Qi smiled gently and replied, "This location is one of the most significant sites of the Tianquan sect. Deep within this cave lies the underground treasure of the sect, accessible only to the sect master who wields the Jade Gui. Now that you both have become the masters of the Tianquan sect, it is only fitting that I lead you to claim this treasure." Upon hearing this, the 2 girls were profoundly astonished. Chapter 1096. The emergence of Tianquan sect. Every cultivator aspires to ascend to the spiritual realm, longing for a higher sky to soar freely. Initially, the 2 girls held only a mild desire for ascension, but Huang Qi's encouragement ignited a fervent ambition within them. Learning that their sect possessed such an extraordinary opportunity only intensified their excitement. Joy illuminated their faces as they momentarily disregarded Huang Qi's inquiries. Observing their exuberance, Huang Qi felt a mix of amusement and understanding, recognizing the immense allure of ascension for cultivators. Nonetheless, it brought him comfort to know that his 2 disciples now had the chance to ascend to the spiritual realm. Huang Qi, along with the 2 reluctant girls, exited the underground treasure and returned to the Tianquan sect, instructing them to oversee the construction efforts. Meanwhile, he paused at the small plaza, feeling the necessity to leave behind a safeguard for future contingencies. Chapter 1097. A new paradise. Numerous sects and families inquired about the identity of the Tianquan sect's master. However, outsiders remained oblivious to the identities of the 2 girls, only aware that they were formidable cultivators of the Nascent Soul stage. However, when it comes to the 2 esteemed elders of the Tianquan sect, Xiongba Tian and Gu Ruofei, many sects and families are certainly aware of their identities. These two individuals are none other than the mentors of Huang Qi, which leaves no room for doubt that the Tianquan sect is the faction supported by him. With the backing of the Huang and Zhou families, as well as the myriad demons of Wanyao Mountain, the Tianquan sect is currently flourishing, becoming a frequent topic of conversation among cultivators. Huang Qi, recognized as the foremost powerhouse of the human race, has instilled considerable apprehension among many formidable beings. It has been merely over a decade since the calamity of the demons, and the Huang family has ascended to the status of the 8th superpower, with Luoyang City emerging as the preeminent metropolis of the cultivation world. Although the Zhou family's spiritual treasures are no longer in their possession, their overall strength remains largely intact. In Chapter 1098, titled Awakening of the Little Dragon, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the space, causing it to tremble and resonate ominously. A terrifying dragon aura then emanated forth, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming presence that instilled fear in the hearts of all. Upon sensing this formidable dragon might, Xiao Bai and the others turned pale, particularly Xiao San and Xiao Tu, whose reactions were the most pronounced. They found themselves suspended in midair, their abilities stripped away. Had it not been for Xiao Bai's timely intervention, they would have surely plummeted to the ground. In the following moment, a brazen voice echoed throughout the space. "Ha! Has the dragon lord finally awakened? Has he fully healed from his injuries? Those two old geezers had better not cross my path, or I shall flay their skins and draw out their tendons. How infuriating it is that I have been in slumber for a century. Just wait, for I shall descend upon the demon realm and deliver a sound thrashing to you." In Chapter 1099, titled Establishing the Teleportation Array, Huang Qi promptly led everyone into the 5-Dragon Hall, where the family gathered around a table to enjoy tea and converse. Holding Ling Er's hand, Huang Qi listened as they recounted the developments that had transpired in their realms during his seclusion. After hearing their narratives, Huang Qi felt quite satisfied with the rapid progress of their domain. In just a century, it had evolved into a formidable force. And when considering his and the little dragon's contributions, the strength of their domain may well be incalculable. Within their domain, there were 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, namely his parents. Ling Er, the elder brother, and the younger sister had all reached mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, with the latter 2 not far from advancing further. There were 4 4th-tier demon cultivators, including Bai Yi at late stage, while Xiao Bai and Xiao San were exceptional beings, both having achieved the pinnacle of 4th-tier cultivation. In Chapter 1100, titled Unyielding Nature, the city of Wanhuang in the western region, belonging to the Witch tribe, stood as a significant stronghold. Further west lay Wanqiao City, where fierce battles had once erupted between the Mountain Tiger tribe and the Water tribe against the Witch tribe. Huang Qi had just emerged from seclusion at that time, his power having significantly increased, and he had lent his assistance, slaying numerous strong opponents from the Mountain Tiger and Water tribes. However, the emergence of the 9-headed demon sovereign forced him to retreat. Westward from Wanqiao City was the mountain stronghold of the Witch tribe, known as Wanku Mountain. The ongoing battle for the city of Wanhuang rages on, with countless soldiers standing resolutely atop the city walls. A mere kilometer away, a dense throng of human warriors gathers, their attire varied and indicative of their diverse tribal affiliations, forming a formidable alliance that encircles the city, leaving no avenue of escape. At the eastern gate, a woman of enchanting grace stands, her beauty captivating and ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being. Upon hearing a thunderous shout, Ruo Yutong found herself momentarily entranced, her mind blank as she struggled to comprehend the moment. When she beheld Huang Qi's figure hovering above her, her body stiffened, her gaze fixed in astonishment, rendered speechless for an extended period. The middle-aged general beside her, equally astonished by Huang Qi's presence, wore an expression of disbelief. Yet, as he glanced at the saintess beside him, a fleeting shadow of jealousy flickered in his eyes before vanishing. The entire garrison of Wanhuang City was left in a state of shock, their expressions a mix of disbelief and burgeoning joy as they turned their gazes towards Huang Qi. The moment he looked at Ruo Yutong and the general, a smile graced his lips, though it faded into a frown when he faced the approaching powerful figures, a chill emanating from him that sent shivers down their spines. Ruo Yutong escorted Huang Qi to the Lord's manor of Wanhuang City, showering him with expressions of gratitude, to which Huang Qi could only respond with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Their conversation was marked by a newfound politeness. As both had undergone significant transformations in their status, rendering their past interactions obsolete. As the foremost champion of humanity and a revered figure for his contributions during the calamity, Huang Qi garnered the admiration of millions. Meanwhile, Ruo Yutong, no longer the carefree girl of yore, had evolved into a pivotal leader of the witch clan, shouldering immense responsibilities. Contemplating the witch clan's welfare, Huang Qi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Fair maiden, I wish to establish a teleportation array in Wanwang City. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Ruo Yutong momentarily paused, taken aback by his proposal, yet her heart raced with astonishment. Though the western regions had previously housed such arrays, their significance was not lost on her. As they exited the Lord's manor, they encountered 8 venerable elders, each exuding an air of formidable strength, standing there with a mix of reverence and trepidation. Upon noticing Huang Qi and Ruo Yutong's arrival, they promptly bowed and greeted. "We are honored to meet you, friend Huang, and the Saintess." Huang Qi, observing their demeanor, felt a cold glint in his eyes, and with a sardonic smile, he admonished, "You audacious individuals, in the midst of humanity's tribulations, you dare to pursue selfish desires, igniting unjust wars and wreaking havoc upon one another. If all were as you are, when would our people ever regain their vitality? Are you aware of your sins?" The 8 elders, their faces paling, hastily responded, "We have been blinded by our own greed. We beseech you, friend Huang, for your forgiveness. In the future, I shall no longer trouble the witch clan and shall govern the western continent harmoniously alongside them. I sincerely hope that Taoist Huang can grant me forgiveness." With a cold laugh, Huang Qi retorted, "Humph, today, due to the trials faced by humanity, there were not enough formidable guardians present at this time. Subsequently, many sects and families dispatched mortals to establish a small nation, safeguarding a portion of the city until they could gradually develop and expand their territory." This scene left Huang Qi somewhat speechless, yet for the sake of humanity's future, he decided to endure for now. After all his commotion, who would still have the inclination to scheme against others? Everyone was eager to cultivate, leaving no time for ulterior motives, which would significantly propel the future development of the cultivation realm. While the creation of teleportation talismans might currently deplete his energy and wealth, the returns would undoubtedly be manifold in the future. He was no fool. Moreover, other sects and families wishing to utilize the teleportation array would need to invest substantial amounts of spirit stones and materials to achieve it. Huang Qi understood that this was not a task to be completed overnight. It would require at least a century to connect the entire cultivation world. News of Huang Qi's joyous addition swiftly reached the Huang and Zhou families, subsequently spreading to Luoyang City and throughout the entire cultivation realm. The 9 great spiritual treasures and the elders of various sects arrived at the blessed land to congratulate Huang Qi on the birth of his little princess. This unexpected gathering took Huang Qi by surprise. His blessed land was no longer a secret. However, not everyone could enter freely. Aside from the 9 great spiritual treasures and numerous elders, many formidable individuals from the Huang and Zhou families, as well as those from Luoyang City and the Tianquan sect, could access the blessed land, while lower-tier cultivators were barred from entry. The venerable Huang Xiaoyao, along with Elder Zhou Wenchang and Huang Qi's in-laws, arrived to see their descendants and granddaughter. The 9 great spiritual treasures, while ostensibly celebrating Huang Qi's new addition, were subtly seeking to strengthen their ties with him. As the multitude of over 10,000 human and demon cultivators below erupted in cheers, waves of excitement reverberated throughout the blessed land. The 9 great spiritual treasures and the myriad elders nodded with smiles, while the young talents who had come to participate in the trials were filled with a mix of excitement and anticipation. It was unclear whether their exhilaration stemmed from meeting Huang Qi or from the opportunity to engage in the trials of the blessed land. Yet, witnessing the crowd's enthusiasm brought joy to Huang Qi, who looked upon the young talents from various sects and families with satisfaction. Both Huang Xiaoyao and Zhou Wenchang smiled and nodded in approval, while the young one stood silently behind, seemingly unaffected by the fervor around him. However, Huang Qi found it peculiar that amidst such a lively scene, there was no sign of Xiao Bai and Xiao Long. Where could those 2 troublemakers have wandered off to? Huang Qi remained indifferent, and soon the disciples gathered near the gates of the Dragon Palace. Many of them were already sweating profusely, revealing their struggle to endure the pressure of this place, while some disciples appeared grave yet composed, clearly showcasing their superior strength. Others stood calmly at the palace entrance, carefully attuning to the terrifying aura, contemplating how they might advance further. These individuals were the creme de la creme, possessing steadfast minds and formidable abilities, drawing the attention of many. At last, a disciple took a step towards the Dragon Palace. However, as soon as one foot crossed the threshold, an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain surged forth to greet them. Countenances shifted dramatically, with expressions of shock as several disciples, unable to withstand the pressure, spat blood and were flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground, their faces pale. The elders of the separation and union phase observed their disciples enduring the ordeal, their disheveled appearances evoking a mix of pride and concern. They could not afford to let their disciples disappoint them. The loss of spirit stones was minor compared to the disgrace among their peers. Many of the elders had already relinquished hope for the rewards promised by Huang Qi. The champions of this trial would undoubtedly emerge from the 20 or so disciples, leaving the rest with little chance. Yet, who could guarantee that no dark horse with hidden strengths would emerge from this group? As time passed, 7 days swiftly elapsed, with disciples being eliminated daily. Nevertheless, nearly 200 remained, seated in meditation, grappling with the terrifying pressure within the palace. Realizing the severity of the situation, other disciples quickly settled into meditation to counteract the oppressive force. After 7 days, the 20 or so disciples rose together, moving forward despite the pressure that made it difficult to breathe. They reached the 21st step, trembling and pale, yet none were deterred by the overwhelming force. They continued to meditate. The hundreds of disciples behind them recognized the pattern exhibited by the leading group. Some attempted to emulate their position, albeit lagging significantly behind, yet still holding on to the hope of progressing further, albeit at a slower pace. Others, however, could not contain their impatience. Despite being only at the 7th step, they watched as others advanced beyond the 21st, the vast distance igniting their frustration, prompting them to step forward. The 22nd step had already claimed half of the 30-plus disciples, and with each subsequent step, more would be eliminated. Huang Qi had anticipated this outcome, and indeed, fewer than 20 disciples now remained. The 20 or so disciples, each with pale faces, struggled valiantly against the oppressive terror, desperately fighting to break free. Most of the remaining disciples were stuck at the 22nd step, unable to advance further. However, there was one young girl who managed to step onto the 23rd step, surpassing her peers. This girl was none other than Mulan Feng of the Mulan family. Upon witnessing her, the ancestors were taken aback, utterly astonished that this girl, who had previously lagged behind others such as Fanny and Shui, had now outpaced them. A development beyond anyone's expectations. Concern began to wash over the onlookers as they glanced at their own disciples. Chapter 1111. Divine Weapons and Artifacts. The two ancestors departed, and the in-laws, having not seen their precious daughter for many years, were filled with longing. Upon their reunion, they had no desire to leave, thus choosing to stay for an extended period. During this time, Huang Qi endured daily admonishments, often feeling like he was walking on eggshells. Having taken their daughter away, he felt he deserved some criticism. Thankfully, his mother-in-law did not entirely restrict his access to his daughter. Otherwise, he would have surely lost his temper. Huang Qi found a secluded spot in the back mountains to send out the demon-suppressing immortal palace, where several younger members of the Zhou and Huang families entered. Each day, Huang Qi traversed between the training room, the demon-suppressing immortal palace, and the presence of his beloved daughter. Fortunately, the disciples from both families entering the palace faced no dangers. It would take them at least a year and a half to complete their inheritance. Chapter 1112. Tears of frustration in Huang Qi's hand. The glazed true fire emerged, its terrifying flames engulfing a large chunk of Tai Xian golden essence. The intense heat instantly filled the entire training room, yet he had set up barriers to contain the temperature. Otherwise, the entire 5-dragon hall would be uninhabitable. Huang Qi prepared himself, knowing that refining the Tai Xian golden essence would be exceedingly challenging, possibly demanding a significant toll on his time. However, regardless of the time required, he had to refine it, for this material was essential for forging the Tai sword. With his full power unleashed, the fearsome glazed true fire transformed into a vast ocean of flames, continuously scorching the Tai Xian golden essence. As time trickled by, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Qi gazed at the seemingly unchanged Tai Xian golden essence in his hand, unable to suppress a twitch of his face. How could this be possible? The glazed true fire was one of the extraordinary fires of heaven and earth. with an unparalleled temperature. Although he understood that Taishan golden essence was notoriously difficult to refine, he had not anticipated this level of resistance. Chapter 11:13. The Struggles of Refinement. Ronger, come back. Your father is practicing inside. We must not disturb him. Upon seeing the visitor, the little girl's initially dejected face brightened with joy, and she stumbled over to greet them. The figure approaching was none other than Linger, adorned in a flowing white gown, her countenance radiating maternal affection. Upon witnessing the little girl recklessly dashing towards her, as if intoxicated, Linger swiftly extended her delicate hand, lifting the child with tenderness and bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. When you cannot see me, you come running here. You mustn't come to this place in the future. It would be unfortunate to disturb your father during his cultivation, she admonished softly. The little girl looked at her mother with a hint of confusion, nodding in a manner that suggested partial understanding. However, she quickly pointed at the tightly shut door, babbling incessantly. Although she could traverse the mountains with ease, she had yet to master the art of speech. In Chapter 11:14, Refining the Sword Embryo, Huang Qi meticulously sensed the vast expanse of golden liquid before him. After a brief moment, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Having completely merged with the intermittent 100-flower vine, this would prove immensely beneficial for his future Teia sword. With his lips curving upward slightly, he resolved to forge the sword while the materials were still malleable. Huang Qi had encountered numerous sword styles: ornate longswords, short blades, curved sabers, and hidden daggers, each more diverse than the last. He recalled the description of the Teia sword from the Arts Manual: 7 feet in length, 2 inches in width, with proportions akin to a rainbow, boasting symmetrical lines and a visually pleasing form. The hilt measured 1 foot and 1 inch, smooth and comfortable to grasp, undoubtedly a masterpiece. Huang Qi nodded and set about crafting the 7-foot longsword. His formidable consciousness enveloped the Taishan golden liquid, manipulating it to continually reshape, elongate, and deepen. Gradually, a sword exceeding 10 feet in length began to take form. In Chapter 11:15, tempered through many trials, Huang Qi let out a gushao, his expression tinged with regret. As he approached and gently embraced the mother and daughter duo, the little girl regarded Huang Qi with curiosity, her eyes reflecting a certain familiarity with this man from her earlier encounters. With a gentle demeanor, Huang Qi reached out to affectionately stroke the child's head, smiling as he said, "Hee, who else would my daughter think of if not her father?" Linger chuckled, a look of resigned amusement on her face. Upon seeing her mother smile, the little girl erupted into a fit of giggles, her laughter ringing like silver bells, enchanting all who heard it. Huang Qi quickly took the child from Linger's arms, smiling as he asked, "Ronger, come let your father hold you. Do you miss me?" The little girl appeared somewhat bewildered by the embrace of this unfamiliar man, her laughter ceasing as she began to struggle, and after a brief attempt, she could not break free, leading her to burst into tears. In Chapter 11:16, the little demoness, the disciples suddenly felt an overwhelming presence akin to that of a mountain, accompanied by an unassailable pressure. They marveled at how similar this was to the aura within the Dragon Hall. Their expressions shifted to shock, for their cultivation levels were merely at the golden core stage, and they had all participated in the dragon trials, where the frightening dragons might have left them with lingering trepidation. Now, confronted with the terrifyingly familiar aura emanating from the adorable little girl, their faces paled, and they stood frozen in disbelief, gazing incredulously at her. Without waiting for anyone to speak, the little girl, with a somewhat babyish tone, threatened, "Who are you? I have never seen you before." The disciples were momentarily rendered speechless. How could this be? The child appeared to be no more than 2 or 3 years old, yet exuded such a terrifying aura. It was truly astonishing. A junior member of the Huang family quickly stepped forward with a forced smile, his expression somewhat awkward. Chapter 11:17. The Taia sword. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai was taken aback. The little girl, initially looking at Xiaobai with gratitude, was suddenly filled with surprise. However, upon hearing Huang Qi's words, her eyes began to redden. Little Long, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged and hurried over to pat the little girl's head, saying, "Young master, is it just a matter of injuring a disciple? I have instructed Ronger that fighting is permissible, but one must not resort to lethal force. Look, this fellow can still walk. Is there really a grave matter at hand? Why must you punish my precious disciple?" The little girl's eyes brightened at this, her tears forgotten. Huang Qi snorted coldly, "Little Long, if you dare to speak further, be wary of my confinement." Hearing this, little Long's temper flared, ready to argue with Huang Qi, but Xiao Bai quickly restrained him. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him, despite little Long's formidable strength. He recognized that he must heed his leader's words, for without doing so, the little girl would be at risk, and little Long would also face consequences. Chapter 11:18. The Tai Xianhong Fu Needle. Having made up his mind, Huang Qi meditated and recuperated for 2 days before resuming the engraving of the Tai sword's runes. The Compendium of Arts contained countless runes, with clear instructions on the methods of engraving each one. Furthermore, within Huang Qi's pagoda, there were numerous engraved runes, enabling him to replicate them with ease. The process of engraving runes was not overly difficult. Within just a few days, Huang Qi successfully inscribed the Gathering Spirit Array rune and the Wind Control Array rune. The rune for the True Spirit Sword Control Array was indeed far more complex. Nevertheless, it consumed only a few months of Huang Qi's time. When the final rune was inscribed, the Tai sword trembled slightly, as if it had gained sentience. A humming sound resonated as the Gathering Spirit rune flickered incessantly, and in the next moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding space began to converge towards the Tai sword under the rune's guidance. Huang Qi's face lit up with joy upon witnessing this. It was a moment of triumph. Chapter 11:19. Forcing the training. Finally, it was complete. However, the little girl's Dantian Si was still far from taking shape. He could not nurture the Tai Xianhong Fu Needle himself. Huang Qi smiled slightly and decided to seal a fragment of his spirit within the golden needle. This way, not only would the needle remain by the little girl's side, allowing him to sense her at any moment, but if she were to encounter a life-threatening situation, he could control the Tai Xianhong Fu Needle to vanquish even the mightiest of foes. Huang Qi nodded with a smile, subsequently sealing a fragment of his spirit into all 18 golden needles. 18 needles were more than sufficient to safeguard the little girl's growth. Huang Qi stored the golden needles in his storage pouch and then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate. The past few years had taken a toll on him. It was time for a well-deserved rest. However, before taking a respite, Huang Qi conveyed his thoughts to Ae, instructing him to craft a pair of wristbands for Ling Er that could conceal her spiritual perception. As for Xiao Long would not permit this individual to siphon his dragon essence alongside Xiao Bai. Xiao was indeed a peculiar character, having coaxed a drop of dragon blood from him and subsequently refined it, thereby acquiring a semblance of dragon might. His strength surged rapidly, and now he had retreated to the Hall of 10,000 Beasts for secluded cultivation. The innate talent of this little monkey was astonishingly formidable. He often ventured to the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, which housed a blood pool where countless ancient beasts had perished, accumulating an astounding amount of beastly essence. It was said that some of the creatures in that blood pool possessed a trace of true spiritual bloodline. The prowess of this little monkey grew stronger by the day. Xiao Long believed that if he were to provide him with a few more drops of dragon blood, once Xiao broke through to the 5th tier of demon cultivation, it would become quite challenging to restrain him. He could permit Xiao Bai to absorb his dragon essence nearby, but he would absolutely not allow Xiao to do the same. The skies were filled with ominous phenomena, accompanied by distant thunder. Huang Qi and the others harbored silent concerns. They were all too aware of Xiao terrifying potential, particularly his extraordinary ability to elevate his cultivation through the consumption of essence blood. If he could acquire sufficient essence to devour, Xiao would undoubtedly transcend the heavens and become an existence that bridged realms. However, the resources within the human realm were limited, which greatly constrained Xiao cultivation. Should he ascend to the spirit realm in the future and obtain true spiritual essence to consume, he could swiftly become a formidable entity. It was imperative that the heavenly tribulation did not descend, for otherwise, Xiao would face dire consequences. The frightening phenomena shook the heavens, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the crowd. Huang Qi's expression grew grave as he hoped for Xiao swift breakthrough to the 5th tier of demon cultivation, thus placing him among the elite. Xiao roared repeatedly, sending terrifying sound waves reverberating through the sky, with a menacing pressure mounting. Upon witnessing Xiao Long's actions, the others were left aghast, their faces etched with disbelief. What was Xiao Long attempting to do? Was he not causing disruption by entering Xiao tribulation at this moment? In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning pierced the heavens, striking down upon Xiao Long's form from the skies. With a fierce roar, Xiao Long was struck by the terrifying lightning, grimacing in pain, and unleashed an angry bellow as he clawed at the fearsome bolt. To everyone's astonishment, the lightning that had knocked him down was forcefully torn apart by Xiao Long. With another resounding roar, Xiao Long exclaimed, "How dare this trifling heavenly might challenge me? The Dragon Lord? I shall not allow you to harm my little brother, Xiao-san." With a commanding shout, Xiao Long's entire form expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal dragon over 100 feet long, soaring through the heavens and charging into the tempest of lightning. Huang Qi also bellowed, "Xiao Long, return at once." The heavenly punishment was not something to be trifled with. Huang Qi had not uttered a curse in 200 years. Yet today he found himself unable to restrain his anger towards Xiao Long. However, in this moment of crisis, what purpose does it serve to berate him further? One cannot simply stand by and witness the demise of the young dragon here, can they? The young dragon has been sent flying and has yet to regain his composure when another surge of tumultuous energy envelopes the storm clouds. In the next instant, two terrifying forces, capable of annihilation, once again target the young dragon. He recalls having barely withstood a single lightning spear, and now finds himself confronted by two. The young dragon's expression swiftly darkens, as an overwhelming sense of danger unsettles him. Huang Qi's countenance also shifts dramatically. A single thunderous tribulation has already inflicted significant harm upon the young dragon, and the emergence of two now surely spells grave injury. Huang Qi hesitates to summon the magic suppression pavilion, for numerous individuals remain within, and crucially, it still houses the seal of a formidable demon. Chapter 1124. Exhausting all means. Huang Qi gazes skyward, lamenting, "Master Lin Feng, I fear I shall never see you again. This tribulation may well be beyond my endurance." He thinks of the 5-dragon ancestor, urging, "Your 5-dragon seal, please find a way to take it with you. I am powerless to assist." To the dragon monarch, he pleads, "If the young dragon and I are to perish here today, I cannot ensure his return to the dragon clan. I hope you will not hold this against me." Visions of his past flicker through Huang Qi's mind, scenes of hardship with his grandfather, the terror of being hunted, the honor of becoming the lord of Luoyang City, the valor of slaying ancient demons, moments of joy with Ling Heir, the happiness of living with his parents, the helplessness during the mischief of a mischievous girl, the excitement of newfound opportunities, and the tranquility that comes with becoming an unparalleled strongman. Each memory resonates deeply, evoking profound emotion. Chapter 1126. Resurrection within a month. Wanyao Mountain, Luoyang City, the Huang family, the Zhou family, and the newly ascendant Tianquan sect dispatched numerous powerful individuals to the celestial abode. This sudden mobilization ignited a palpable shift in the atmosphere of the cultivation world, leaving many bewildered as to why such commotion arose from the celestial abode. Were they preparing for some monumental undertaking? Huang Qi, exuding confidence, muses on whom he might contend with, which sect or family could possibly rival them. The Huang family has subtly ascended to the apex of the cultivation realm, compelling even other superpowers to show deference. Though the whereabouts of the Zhou family's elder remain unknown, their power is undeniable, standing firm among the 7 great superpowers. Wanyao Mountain, now unified under the rule of the old Peng King, commands respect, with other sects and families wary of provoking them, when one considers their strength. Aside from those possessing spiritually responsive treasures, they remain formidable. Chapter 1127. The Sea of Forgetfulness. Volume 15. The Spirit Realm. Chapter 1127. The Sea of Forgetfulness. Those who cultivate are, by nature, contrarians to fate. Every cultivator who achieves greatness has endured countless trials of life and death. I am confident that after this harrowing experience, this young man's future accomplishments will be boundless. Perhaps he may even rise to become the next 5-dragon emperor. A vial of Qiongtai primordial liquid could forge a valuable alliance with a great emperor in the future. Is that not a fortuitous investment? Undoubtedly a risk-free venture. Would you not agree, 5-dragon master? Upon hearing the words, Master Wulong was rendered speechless, forcing a bitter smile and shaking his head. The words of the princess of Qianghua were insincere. How could he not understand her intentions? To claim she wished to befriend a disciple of boundless potential was but a guise for her own desires. Yet, certain matters would forever haunt him. Before him lay an endless expanse of ocean, where various fish and shrimp occasionally broke the surface. The azure sea appeared to merge seamlessly with the heavens. Chapter 1128. The Heart of Compassion. The young girl recalled a dark-skinned, simple-hearted boy who had once played with her in her childhood. He often stood up for her against the other children who bullied her, and the mere recollection of those moments flushed her cheeks with warmth. The old man chuckled. Observing his grandson's reaction, it seemed that the young master from the family of his old friend had made a favorable impression. The old man was elated. For as long as his granddaughter was content, that was enough for him. A life of simplicity is a blessing, and if he could ensure his grandson lived happily, then his own life would have been worthwhile. Upon returning, he was determined to share his thoughts with Brother Jia and gauge their reactions. All right, my dear, time is drawing near, and we should gather our nets. When we return home, Grandpa will prepare some fresh grilled fish for you, he said. The girl nodded eagerly and followed her grandfather to the bow of the boat to pull in the nets. However, as they exerted their strength to haul in the nets, they found it quite laborious, which led to Chapter 1129, Depleted. After a long journey, the old man and his granddaughter finally approached the vicinity of Liwei Island. The young girl, displaying her thoughtfulness, concealed Huang Qi beneath a pile of fish to avoid detection by the island's inhabitants, thus preventing any unnecessary trouble. The old man was quite pleased with his granddaughter's caution. As they neared Liwei Island, the silhouettes of people began to appear, accompanied by the sounds of vendors calling out. The old man rowed the boat to a landing, where someone recognized his vessel and joked, "Huh? Oldly has returned. It seems you've caught quite a number of fish. How about selling them for 5 taels of silver? I reckon my offer is fair." Upon hearing this, another person scoffed, "Old Hay, don't take advantage of Old Lee. He and his granddaughter have had a hard time. Old Lee, I'll give you 6 taels for the fish aboard your boat." Old Lee, upon hearing their words, merely chuckled in response. Chapter 1130, A Beautiful Disaster. Yet, it was not merely about restoring magical abilities. Regaining a modicum of strength would suffice. If only he could move, he could set up a spirit-gathering array, which would greatly aid in his recovery. However, he was in no position to rush. Ping'er and her grandfather were merely mortals and could not provide him with elixirs. Presently, his spiritual energy and magical power were completely depleted, and he could not access his storage bag. Otherwise, he could have retrieved some healing pills. It seemed he could only wait patiently. His primary objective was to restore his ability to move. Remaining in this state was untenable. Huang Qi slowly closed his eyes, reflecting upon the events that had transpired. It had been nearly a year since he left the celestial cave of fortune. He wondered how his family was faring in his absence. Parents, elder brother, younger sister, Ling, Aunt Bai, Xiao Tu, Xiao San, and my precious daughter. How I long for them. Chapter 1131. A bloody slaughter. Upon hearing Old Li's words, Huang Qi instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. Indeed, Ping'er was not Old Li's granddaughter. It appeared that she was a descendant of the Li family, though it remained a mystery where this Li family had emerged from within the realm of cultivation. Huang Qi pondered that if he was unaware of the worry-free sea, then the emergence of a Li family should not be surprising. Undoubtedly, Ping'er belonged to this Li family. The tokens and exquisite spiritual artifacts indicated that the Li family was a well-regarded clan among cultivators. Yet, what prompted Ping'er's parents to abandon their family and venture here to hunt sea beasts? There must be some hidden circumstances involved. Old Li had long been concerned about Ping'er's exceptional beauty, which was indeed remarkable, far beyond what ordinary parents could produce. Now that Old Li had revealed Ping'er's origins, he likely wished for her to leave this place and seek her family. However, how could a mere child like Ping'er leave this small island and traverse the boundless sea? Chapter 1132. The transmission of martial arts. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence enveloped the scene. The neighbors, young and old alike, lay paralyzed on the ground, faces filled with panic. Their hearts racing, trembling in fear. They were immobilized, too terrified to move, as the once boisterous atmosphere descended into a profound hush, broken only by the uneven sounds of heavy breathing, each inhale and exhale painfully jarring. The small courtyard was strewn with dozens of lifeless bodies, grotesquely positioned, each more horrific than the last. Some had been decapitated, while others bore gaping wounds in their chests, intestines, brain matter, and blood pooling on the ground. The metallic scent overwhelming those unaccustomed to such carnage. Yet, Huang Qi remained untouched, unblemished, not a trace of blood upon him. His expression was devoid of emotion. These individuals deserved their fate, and Huang Qi did not believe he had erred in his judgment. Casting a glance at the onlookers, the corners of his mouth curled slightly as he spoke with calm indifference. Chapter 1133. Dissuading the villains, the young girl diligently practiced her punches, training late into the night before finally returning to her room to rest. Huang Qi, however, did not retire to his quarters but continued to meditate beside the pile of fish. The next morning, grandfather prepared a lavish feast for the young girl, allowing her to indulge in a hearty meal. Shortly after, she joined Huang Qi once more to practice the exquisite boxing technique. Huang Qi noticed a remarkable difference in her form today compared to the previous day. Each movement was executed with precision, exuding a hint of mastery. This brought Huang Qi joy, for if the girl persisted with her training, she would undoubtedly cultivate her internal strength within a month, enabling her to stand her ground against formidable opponents. With the innate talent for martial arts possessed by the young girl, Huang Qi initially believed that it would take her 2 years to potentially become a master of the Tao. This was primarily due to the fact that the martial arts he imparted were incomparable to any conventional martial arts manuals. At that moment, a surge of terrifying force emanated from the exquisite flying sword, causing Shi Jinren to realize that he could not grasp it firmly. With a muffled groan, he staggered back, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Huang Qi. Huang Qi's physical prowess was indeed formidable, if he so desired. He could effortlessly snap the exquisite sword in half. However, he was unwilling to destroy something that belonged to Ping Er's mother. Instead, he merely transmitted a subtle force, which was sufficient to utterly intimidate Shi Jinren. Huang Qi sheathed his sword and smiled slightly, saying, "How do you find it? In my presence, you are but an ant, easily crushed between my fingers." Shi Jinren, completely subdued, no longer bore any semblance of calmness. Cold sweat beading on his brow as he dared not jest with Huang Qi any longer. He knelt on the ground, hurriedly bowing with his forehead to the earth, saying, "I, the younger generation, have failed to recognize the mountain of greatness that is you, esteemed elder. I hope you will not hold my transgressions against me." Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, Shi Jinren quickly took a seat, but upon noticing that several disciples remained standing, he let out a cold snort. Terrified, the disciples hastily sat down, unsure of what to do. Huang Qi nodded slightly and said, "There is no need for you all to feel overly constrained. Ignorance is no crime. However, since you have acknowledged me as the island master, the rules I set forth must be adhered to." Shi Jinren and the disciples promptly nodded in agreement, especially the disciples, who, upon realizing Huang Qi was a figure of great renown, felt a wave of relief wash over them, astonished that they were so easily pardoned. Their faces lit up with joy, filled with immense gratitude. "Rest assured, master of the island, we shall diligently follow your teachings," they affirmed. Huang Qi, satisfied, nodded and smiled, saying, "As cultivators, you must refrain from engaging in acts of tyranny. Should anyone dare to act recklessly again, this island master will not hesitate to take action." After a year, Huang Qi steadied his emotions. In his desire to return home, he was prepared to take any risks. He could not forget the sorrowful faces of his family as they wept for him when he left. It was not solely for his family that he wished to return. He was also compelled to do so for the countless people of the human race in that world. Within the demon suppression immortal palace lay a terrifying demonic thought sealed away. If Gu Qingshang and others could manage to suppress it, that would indeed be fortunate. However, if they ever failed to do so, humanity would face utter annihilation, starting with his own kin in the blessed land. Regardless of the reasons, he must return. Accepting his circumstances, he hoped that the demonic thought would not emerge prematurely, but would wait for his return. The only comfort for Huang Qi was that Zhou Lao, Xiao Qing, and Xiao San remained within him, though he was currently unable to contact them. Chapter 1137. The Marvelous Spirit Body. Fortunately, the marine life in the Forgetfulness Sea still possesses spiritual energy, and it is inexhaustible. For the time being, I need not worry about the iron fire ants. However, a lack of foresight may lead to immediate concerns. Currently, devoid of any formidable backing, sustaining such a multitude of iron fire ants indeed presents a considerable challenge. I cannot possibly feed them with spirit stones, can I? Just to satiate over 1 million iron fire ants would require an astronomical amount of spirit stones, and the mere thought of it makes my head spin. Being alone, if I were to depart from the Forgetfulness Sea, where would I procure such sustenance for these creatures? In the past, although the number of iron fire ants was substantial, I had the Huang family, Luoyang City, and the blessed lands as my support, which made rearing millions of them a trivial matter. Alas, that is no longer the case. The spirit stones I possess dwindle with every use. If I do not devise a strategy soon, I shall inevitably find myself impoverished. With a resigned shake of my head, I realize I must carefully contemplate my next steps. Chapter 1138. Departing silently yet, those prodigies undoubtedly possess the capability to slay formidable foes, just as I do. Their prowess is terrifying, and I cannot help but speculate about the outcome should I encounter them in the future. This thought fills me with a sense of anticipation. After an extensive conversation with Elder Li and Pinger, before parting ways, I summoned over 10,000 iron fire ants from my spirit beast bracelet and gifted them to Pinger. I assisted her in establishing a bond with them through blood and imparted to her the knowledge of how to command and nurture them. With that, I felt a profound sense of relief. With these iron fire ants safeguarding the two of them, I need not fear any ill-intentioned individuals while I am away. Once Pinger attains a certain level of cultivation, I can refine a spirit beast bracelet to house them once more. The surrounding waters are teeming with fish and shrimp. The iron fire ants can venture out and feast to their heart's content, alleviating any concerns from Pinger. Thus, I took my leave. Elder Li regarded Huang Qi with a sense of mystique, yet he was assured of Huang Qi's character. Chapter 1139. The City of No Limits. I have heard tales that the outer sea of the Forgetfulness Sea is inhabited by numerous sea demons. Many cultivators venture into the depths to capture these demons, slaying them for their essence. The hides and bones of these sea demons serve as valuable materials for crafting. Although the outer sea is fraught with danger, given my current strength, as long as I do not delve too deeply, I should be able to protect myself adequately. This provides not only a source of food for the iron fire ants, but also an opportunity to gather sea demon hides, essences, and bones. Such treasures will yield spirit stones upon sale. While acquiring wealth through violence is swifter, I am not a person who takes pleasure in slaughter, nor do I indiscriminately harm the innocent. As long as I am not provoked, I shall remain indifferent to others' affairs. In due time, I shall return and ascertain whether Master Shi has kept his promise. Should he comply, I shall ensure he is well rewarded. However, should he dare to overstep, his life would swiftly come to an end. For several consecutive days, Huang Qi did not visit Pinger. Chapter 1140. The garb of cultivation. If it were to be converted into mid-grade spirit stones, it would amount to 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. If it were to be in low-grade spirit stones, the figure would be 100 times greater, culminating in a staggering total of 1 trillion low-grade spirit stones, a truly daunting sum. Nevertheless, this would nearly encompass Huang Qi's entire fortune. Unfamiliar with the prices of the spiritual realm, I find myself reduced to mere spiritual stones. A humble existence leads to a solitary life, where each day demands the expenditure of these precious stones. I must also engage in alchemy to heal wounds and gather various medicinal pills. Even a fortune of 100 billion spiritual stones would scarcely suffice for my needs. Should I encounter a treasured item that captivates my heart, I, Huang Qi, would undoubtedly be unable to resist making a purchase. Am I permitted to enter? I tossed a high-grade spiritual stone to the guard and slowly stepped into the limitless city. The guards, momentarily taken aback, gazed in astonishment at my departing figure, pondering when mere mortals had amassed such wealth. Indifferent to the murmurs of those present, I remained unperturbed, not out of arrogance, but simply because I had no other choice. Chapter 1141. Limitless Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, several cultivators erupted in fury, their eyes ablaze with hostility, their auras surging forth in an attempt to force me to the ground. Yet, just then, I made my move. The 4 foundation-building cultivators felt a sudden sweep before their eyes, followed by a sensation of something trickling down their foreheads. They attempted to reach up and discover the source, but their bodies seemed to lose all mobility, even their voices silenced. Horror seeped into their pupils, yet it was already too late. Slowly, they succumbed to the ground, never to rise again. I, Huang Qi, let out a cold chuckle as I relieved the fallen of their storage bags. In my current state, I was indeed a pauper. Even the tiniest morsel was worth taking. Previously, I had scorned the storage bags of lesser cultivators, but circumstances had shifted. Now, I would not spare even the bags belonging to Qi condensation disciples. Just moments ago, I had acquired several sets of clothing. Chapter 1142. Journey to the Outer Sea. Huang Qi fled in haste, while the elder was exhilarated, having struck a lucrative deal. This Yu Wuliang was undoubtedly a disciple of a prominent sect in the Moonlight Province, possessing remarkable wealth, as evidenced by his lavish expenditure of high-grade spiritual stones amounting to millions. Today had proven to be a windfall for the elder. Should he purchase even more items, it would be even more fortuitous. Yet, even for an outstanding disciple of a grand sect, such extravagance seemed excessive. The elder could hardly contain his excitement at the sight of Huang Qi reluctantly parting with such wealth. If the young man did not hunt sufficient demon beasts, he would struggle to recoup his investment of several million high-grade spiritual stones. Upon returning to his sect, he would likely face severe repercussions. The elder, contemplating the possibility of the youth's return, envisioned acquiring a substantial quantity of materials from sea demons, which would undoubtedly yield another significant profit. His anticipation for Huang Qi's swift return grew ever stronger. Chapter 1143. Terrifying Demon Hunting Techniques. Huang Qi unfolded the maritime chart, aligning it with my current location. According to the chart, numerous islands and reefs in the outer sea were designated for cultivators to hunt sea demons. However, many of these territories had been claimed by powerful sects and families, who permitted their own members to capture sea demons while renting out access to external cultivators. I had no intention of hunting sea demons here, as it would likely result in further depletion of my spiritual stones. Observing several marked forbidden zones, it was evident that these were inhabited by formidable sea monsters, their strength at least at the 4th tier or above. Huang Qi, still unfamiliar with these sea creatures, had no intention of venturing into such perilous territories for the time being. However, once he regained some strength, he would not hesitate to explore these so-called forbidden areas. Steering his wind chariot, Huang Qi skillfully avoided the dangerous zones. As he delved deeper, the number of cultivators gradually dwindled. Yet, there were still numerous remains of 2nd-tier sea monsters scattered about. The bones of these 2nd-tier creatures were worth several times more than those of their lesser counterparts. If calculated, the worth of what he had just estimated would amount to at least 3 times more, nearing 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Good heavens! The method of accumulating spirit stones was astonishingly simple. He had recently spent nearly 4 to 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Surely, it wouldn't take long to recoup his losses. Huang Qi's heart brimmed with joy. Currently, he was only slaying 2nd-tier monsters, with scarcely any 3rd-tier ones in sight. Once he had dispatched most of the 2nd-tier sea monsters in this region, the 3rd-tier ones would inevitably emerge, leading to even greater profits in spirit stones. The thought exhilarated Huang Qi. He hadn't anticipated that in just a day, he could amass nearly 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It felt as if he were collecting them for free, comparable to the thrill of plundering treasures. Meanwhile, he busily collected the remains of these sea monsters, calculating how many spirit stones he could exchange for: 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 7,000, 10,000. Huang Qi was immersed in the task, utterly delighted. Each time a storage bag filled to capacity, he couldn't help but ponder acquiring larger bags in the future. Given his current terrifying efficiency in hunting sea monsters, the standard storage bags were evidently insufficient. Huang Qi was aware that the spirit realm possessed a variety of storage bags known as Qinquan bags, which offered a space 100 times greater than ordinary storage bags. If he had a few of these Qinquan bags, they would be far more practical than hundreds of standard bags. After this venture, he would definitely inquire at the Grand Merchant's establishment about obtaining some Qinquan bags. It was essential. Additionally, Huang Qi observed millions of iron fire ants, whose bellies had gradually swelled over time. Unbeknownst to him, the 4th-tier sea monster he had slain was actually a descendant of a significant sea clan from the Forgetting Worry Sea, the Dragontail Whale clan. This clan dominated the waters of the Forgetting Worry Sea, holding a position of supremacy within the realm. Huang Qi's act of slaying a 4th-tier dragon-tail whale would soon stir a considerable upheaval in the Forgetting Worry Sea. At this moment, still oblivious to the impending consequences, Huang Qi sat aboard his wind chariot, unfurling a nautical map in his hands, meticulously selecting the maritime area he intended to explore next. He had no plans to linger in the nearby waters, having just taken down a 4th-tier dragon-tail whale. The commotion had been significant, potentially attracting the attention of wandering cultivators from overseas. It would be wise for him to venture further away. According to the chart's markings, there should be a modest island not far ahead, designated as Evil Flood Island. The chart notes that a formidable creature, a 4th-tier peak sea demon, resides there. Huang Qi was suddenly taken aback upon recalling Chapter 1147, wherein a rogue cultivator fled. This intelligence appeared erroneous. The chart had indicated the creature was merely a 4th-tier sea demon, Yet now it was classified as a fifth-tier beast. Had it recently achieved a breakthrough in its cultivation? Huang Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had foolishly contemplated confronting this creature in battle. Fortunately, it was absent when he arrived. Otherwise, he might have found himself in peril. When had it advanced in strength, almost causing his downfall. He was confident in his ability to contend with a fourth-tier dragon. But a fifth-tier demon was beyond his capacity. Escape was his only option. It was no wonder that several powerful human cultivators had failed in their attempts to encircle it. The terrifying power of a fifth-tier demon was likely beyond even the elders in the harmonization period. Who would be foolish enough to attempt to hunt it down? Huang Qi felt fortunate that he had not waited in the cave for the evil flood dragon. Otherwise, he would have been trapped. In chapter 1148, Huang Qi was quite astonished. How was it that whenever he sought rest, someone appeared to offer assistance? This man was genuinely requesting his aid. Upon hearing this request, the evil flood dragon, incensed that a human boy was being solicited for help, felt a surge of rage. This boy had plundered its lair, and it yearned to tear him asunder. Yet, now it found itself entangled with this boy, who it had initially hoped to eliminate. As for the 004 Immortal Palace, Huang Qi knew little about this sect, but its name exuded an undeniable grandeur, surpassing that of the Yuhua sect. Clearly, it must hold considerable influence within the Moonlight Province. The siblings were the grandchildren of the chief elder of the 004 Immortal Palace, a lineage of significant weight. If he could gain favor with this young man, it would undoubtedly serve him well. However, upon realizing the evil flood dragon was a fifth-tier demon, Huang Qi felt a twinge of apprehension. His original plans would need adjustment. Hunting sea demons with these two maidens in open waters seemed ill-advised. Should they divulge any of his methods, it could lead to considerable trouble. In any case, he could not possibly take the two maidens with him to slay sea demons. Yet, leaving empty-handed left him with a sense of dissatisfaction. His storage bag had suddenly gained over 1,000 items. How many sea demons would he need to slay, and how many spirit stones would that yield? The thought of wasting such an opportunity weighed heavily on him. He glanced at the still unconscious maidens and let out a resigned sigh. Very well, he thought. It is best to return. The cultivators of the 004 Immortal Palace were undoubtedly stronger than he was at present. If he could evade the evil flood dragon, he would surely return to the outer sea corridor, where he might negotiate for some form of compensation without much difficulty. Huang Qi let out a sly chuckle, and without further contemplation, he sat cross-legged. In the tumultuous outer sea of the Forgetting Worries Sea, as Huang Qi had anticipated, the dragon-tailed demon whale clan had dispatched numerous formidable beings alongside a vast number of various sea demons. They had effectively sealed off the sea corridor leading to the Forgetting Worries Sea, prohibiting any human beings from entering or exiting. Simultaneously, many powerful sea demons were sent forth to hunt down human cultivators. The human practitioners within the outer sea of Forgetting Worries were not few, and among them were many strong individuals who had hunted sea demons. Thus, upon hearing of the sea demons' pursuit, these cultivators naturally fought back fiercely, engaging in bloody skirmishes with countless sea demons. The human extermination of sea demons in the outer sea of Forgetting Worries had always been detrimental to the sea demon clan. Numerous conflicts had erupted previously due to human practitioners hunting sea demons, leading to significant casualties on both sides. However, the sea demons represented a vital resource for human cultivation, offering an inexhaustible supply of cultivation materials. It was inconceivable for the human race to relinquish such a crucial resource. A month passed, and even though Huang Qi encountered sea demons, he found that they had not launched an attack against him. Only then did his heart truly settle. It seemed he had successfully evaded the search range of the dragon-tailed demon whale clan. This was reassuring, having escaped their pursuit. It was time for him to find a secluded place to meditate and cultivate. Drifting aimlessly on the vast ocean was hardly advisable. Fortunately, the sea map was expansive, and without over a decade of flight, he could not depart from the outer sea, as long as he did not lose his sense of direction. Yet, Huang Qi felt a twinge of frustration. Being unable to leave the Forgetting Worries Sea meant he could not search for herbs to refine pills. How would he restore his magical energy? His parents, Linger, and his precious daughter were all waiting for him. If he were to be trapped for several hundred years, everything would be too late. Huang Qi was deeply troubled, but is that so? I am quite curious. How did you discover me? The flying fish demon tiger remarked with a smug smile. Originally, I had not detected your presence here. It was merely your momentary negligence that allowed a sea demon you failed to restrain to wander far from this area. I sensed something amiss with that sea demon, which led me to uncover that a human was hidden on my island. I must commend your audacity, the tiger continued. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi understood everything. He had indeed forgotten to deal with that sea demon, and it was his own moment of carelessness that had left a trace. Realizing that countless sea demons were rapidly approaching, Huang Qi knew he could no longer delay. I originally had no intention of killing you, but you brought this upon yourself. Today, no one can save you. As Huang Qi's words faded, the 1153rd chapter, titled 004 Immortal Palace, Old Du, revealed a mixture of sentiments among the powerful. Some lamented the heinous actions of the culprit, acknowledging his formidable strength. The insect demons aside, the fact that he managed to break through the encirclement of numerous sea demons was indeed commendable. Others sighed, recognizing that to provoke fifth-tier sea demons into a pursuit and to perish together with them marked this young man as an extraordinary genius, rivaling even the most gifted individuals. His demise would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the human race. Yet, some stronger figures scoffed, deeming him reckless for relying on his abilities, leading to his own destruction. They believed he was responsible for the countless deaths of cultivators in the outer sea corridor, a fate he had brought upon himself. While there were those who sighed for Huang Qi, others praised him, and many condemned him, all of which had become meaningless to Huang Qi, as he had already departed from the worry-free sea. In the 1154th chapter, Chain City, he recalled the token from the Leaf family, pondering that should he encounter a member of the Leaf family in the future, he might test the waters before deciding whether to disclose any information regarding Pinger. He realized he must first recuperate for a few days and seek out a city to procure a map of the Yuehua state. As he was utterly at a loss regarding his next steps, Huang Qi dismissed his thoughts, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. After a month had passed, Huang Qi felt a noticeable improvement in his injuries and mental state. Nodding slightly, he concluded it was time to depart. During this month, he had not been disturbed by anyone, evidently due to Old Du's instructions to the disciples of 004 Immortal Palace. With a wry smile, he resolved to leave and stepped outside his chamber. To his surprise, he found himself on a solitary mountain with several pavilions and people coming and going. Though their cultivation levels were low, the highest being merely at the foundation establishment stage. In the 1155th chapter, Astonishment, Huang Qi paid a mid-grade spirit stone and entered Chain City without hindrance. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds, vendors hawking their wares, conversations filling the air, and the neighing of horse-drawn carriages, all contributing to a vibrant atmosphere. The wide streets, capable of accommodating 8 horse-drawn carriages, were bustling with activity, teeming with cultivators, while the presence of commoners was regrettably sparse. The prosperity of this city far surpassed any he had previously encountered. Satisfied with what he saw, Huang Qi nodded approvingly, thinking it should be easy to obtain a map of Yuehua State in such a thriving metropolis. As he navigated through the throngs of people towards the heart of the city, his gaze frequently wandered to the pavilions lining the streets. It seemed that many were either newcomers to Chain City or simple folk seeking an inn or a merchant's shop. Just as Huang Qi was aimlessly searching for a business establishment, he suddenly heard, in the 1156th chapter, the allure of wealth. He contemplated that if the numbers were to increase, it would represent a staggering figure. For one to slay so many third-tier sea demons, their cultivation must be at least at the Nascent Soul stage, or perhaps even higher. How could this be possible? Who among the Yuanian cultivators would waste decades hunting sea monsters in the vast oceans? Even if such endeavors hold considerable value, they pale in comparison to the offerings bestowed by superpowers over the years. A Yuanian practitioner is highly esteemed within their sect or clan. How could one squander time pursuing sea demons? The more this woman pondered, the more peculiar she found Huang Qi. Yet, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Could he be a senior figure, perhaps hunting fourth-tier sea demons while simultaneously slaying numerous lower-tier ones? Was it possible he possessed the remains of fourth-tier sea demons? The mere consideration of this question changed the woman's countenance. The human race had a pact with the sea monsters of the forgetting worry sea, prohibiting human cultivators from. Chapter 1157. Huang Qi's Astonishment. Huang Qi had no intention of lingering in Lianhuan City any longer. He regretted selling such a large quantity of sea goods at once. He should have been more prudent and released them in smaller amounts. It was only natural that offering so many sea demon bones and inner cores would attract attention. Although these goods were but a drop in the ocean for Huang Qi, they had certainly caught the notice of Tsui Pavilion. Regardless, he could not remain in Lianhuan City any longer. He needed to distance himself from the influence of the 004 Immortal Palace to ensure his safety. The old man had tested him several times, clearly doubting that he had no sea goods left. Huang Qi was not oblivious to his intentions. While staying in Lianhuan City might not guarantee danger, he had always been cautious, especially now when his magical powers had yet to recover. A Yuanian practitioner was not invulnerable. Chapter 1158. Taishan City. Glimpsing a fragment reveals the entirety. The spiritual realm's terrifying power is even more formidable than he could have imagined. Henceforth, he must exercise utmost caution. He would no longer dare to sell sea demon bones and inner cores with such abandon as he did previously. This was akin to announcing oneself as a wealthy landowner. Countless powerful beings in the spiritual realm could extinguish his life as effortlessly as crushing an ant. It was nothing like the glory he experienced as the foremost cultivator in the human realm. To live better, one must prioritize discretion and relentless cultivation, empowering oneself to be unafraid of others and ensuring a peaceful existence for one's family. In contemplating this, Huang Qi could not help but think of his parents. Elder brother, younger sister, Ling Er, and his nearly 5 or 6-year-old daughter. He also thought of Xiao Bai, Aunt Bai, master and mistress, Luoyang City, the Huang family, the Zhou family, Wanyao Mountain, and his 3. Chapter 1159. An unsettling situation to the maid. It seemed that Huang Qi was witnessing so many high-grade spiritual artifacts for the first time, leaving him somewhat bewildered as he deliberated which to choose. Huang Qi was quite pleased. The power of these high-grade spiritual artifacts was formidable, surpassing the quality of those in the human realm by several tiers. With potency no less than that of the finest artifacts in the human world, he soon picked up a beautifully crafted sword. While it could not compare to Ping Er's, it was still a commendable blade in its own right. With a sharp clang, the sword was unsheathed, and Huang Qi casually waved it a couple of times, creating a fierce sword aura that filled the air. This spectacle left the maid momentarily stunned. A true master reveals their prowess with a mere flourish. This young cultivator must have practiced an impressive sword technique. For how else could he effortlessly manifest such a formidable sword energy? Her gaze towards Huang Qi was now tinged with admiration. The onlookers surrounding Huang Qi were equally astonished. Many lower-tier cultivators pondered the purpose of the trial battlefield, designed for those without identity or background, but possessing extraordinary talent. As long as one's innate abilities were adequate, even if their strength fell short against a second-tier top-tier beast, it was still possible to evade the beast's pursuit by skillfully utilizing the terrain or the restrictions within the trial battlefield. What does one rely on in the trial battlefield? First, strength. Second, talent. And third, intellect. Exceptional power is undoubtedly paramount, yet lacking talent and wit makes it exceedingly difficult to survive the trial. Those who succeed in the trial battlefield are truly the cream of the crop, which is the secret to the enduring prominence of the Taishan sect. Every year, countless injuries and fatalities occur in this trial battlefield. The Taishan sect does not prioritize rescuing the strong, for only the powerful can endure here. Without strength or talent, the Taishan sect pays no heed. Yet, despite this harsh reality, every year on the day the trial battlefield opens, innumerable lower-tier cultivators flock to the scene. Upon hearing Huang Qi's bold claims regarding his desire for numerous treasures, the surrounding cultivators were taken aback. What could this young man possibly intend to do? Was he a newly minted wealthy lord? The expressions of Lu Wangquan and his companions shifted dramatically, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. High-quality spiritual artifacts and magical garments were indeed quite expensive, especially the flying wings. They could scarcely fathom the thought. They feared that if the treasures were procured and Huang Qi lacked the necessary spirit stones, it would lead to their lamentations. Brother, are you serious? Do you truly require so many items? Are you intending to provide each of us with one? Luo Yishan expressed incredulity at Huang Qi's generosity. Unable to believe that he possessed such a wealth of spirit stones, Huang Qi smiled gently and replied, "It is not that each person will receive one, but rather, feel free to take whatever we need. We are preparing to enter the trial battlefield, and how can we survive without proper equipment?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wangquan and the others were instantly elated, their faces glowing with excitement as they clutched the treasures tightly. However, Huang Qi's brow furrowed slightly. Did the Guasian Trading Company underestimate his lower cultivation level? The medicinal pill was one used by ferocious beasts, the beast soul pill, designed to enhance a beast's spiritual consciousness. Though not priceless, it could fetch a sum of 10 to 20,000 spirit stones. After all, only beast cultivators could concoct such elixirs. Even if it were merely priced at 10,000 spirit stones, for those with formidable spiritual pets, 20,000 would be a worthy investment. Huang Qi scoffed disdainfully, thinking to himself, "Oh, Guasian Trading Company, just wait. When I return, I shall ensure you pay tenfold for your deceit." For now, however, he refrained from voicing any further complaints. Huang Qi's complexion clearly darkened. With a cold snort, he turned and departed without a word. This scene irked the maid, leaving her to wonder if this young man was aware of the situation. Chapter 1163, The Trial Battlefield Opens. Huang Qi's performance today left the crowd in awe. Although he ranked third, his status among them had risen to that of a leader, becoming their central figure. Early the next morning, Huang Qi and his companions tidied themselves and hastily consumed a modest meal before embarking on their journey, abandoning the official road to traverse mountains towards the Taishan sect. Along the way, they cleared dense thickets and hunted large beasts, occasionally encountering ferocious creatures. However, with Huang Qi as their steadfast anchor, they methodically faced each challenge. Despite the hardships and numerous dangers, the 6 siblings united their strengths to deftly navigate various crises. This journey served not only to hone their skills, but also to prepare them for the impending trials that awaited them. Huang Qi generously shared the jade flute sword technique he acquired from the evil Flood Island, along with a combat footwork technique known as the Luo Yin steps, which perfectly complemented the jade flute sword technique. Chapter 1164, The Sea of Blood Among the Rocks. A sound akin to rolling thunder reverberated through the entire Tai Shin mountain range, echoing into the distance. This sound was gentle, devoid of the terror typically associated with thunder, invigorating the spirits of those who heard it. Yet, it possessed a captivating allure, enchanting many cultivators who seemed to lose their sanity. Soaring into the air recklessly towards the distant trial battlefield, Huang Qi observed Lu Wangquan, Luo Yishan, Fan Lianming, and the Li siblings, all of whom were equally stirred, eager to rush forth. Huang Qi's expression shifted slightly as he quickly restrained the 5 of them. It was imperative to prevent them from charging forward at this moment. This sound had a disorienting effect, making it difficult for those with fragile minds to withstand its allure. This must be the first trial before entering the battlefield. Those who recklessly dashed in would likely face elimination. Huang Qi glanced at the chaotic scene around them. Chapter 1165, Wu Changfei. Upon witnessing this scene, they felt an overwhelming urge to turn back. Huang Qi's commanding shout sent a shiver through them, yet the scene before them remained unchanged, each face paling in terror. Huang Qi furrowed his brow slightly. The Taishan sect's method of recruiting disciples seemed excessively harsh. This rocky maze appeared impassable for ordinary disciples. How many would perish here? Huang Qi found it perplexing, yet now was not the time for contemplation. He took a steady step forward, leading his 5 companions onward. The baptism of the sea of blood stirred something within Huang Qi. Indeed, this was a test for true genius disciples, to endure the baptism of corpses and blood. Only those who had truly faced such trials could confront life and death with composure. In the harsh world of cultivators, where life and death could transpire daily, only by becoming familiar with this sensation could one conquer the fears within and overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges. Chapter 1166, Decisive Action. Fellow cultivators, we are all kindred spirits aspiring to join the revered Taishan sect, and we are now perilously close to Eagle Beak Peak. If we can break through the defenses ahead, we shall ascend to the summit and secure our place as disciples of the Taishan sect. The opportunity to soar to great heights lies before us, yet we must confront one final blockade. Not far ahead, there are over 100 disciples of the Taishan sect, poised to eliminate us. Given our current strength, facing them one by one would be tantamount to seeking our own demise. We have gathered here in hopes of uniting to confront this challenge. Fellow cultivators, only by joining forces do we stand a chance of breaching the blockade and realizing our ambition of becoming disciples of the Taishan sect. Those who are willing, follow my lead. I, Lu Sanhuan, though lacking in talent, am eager to lead you into battle. If you are willing, come with me. Without waiting for a response, Lu Sanhuan turned and resolutely led a dozen companions away. It was evident he understood their purpose. If they were to be defeated one by one, it would be catastrophic. Chapter 1167. The True Spirit Immortal Palace deep within the Taishan mountain range, in a resplendent palace of jade and crystal. Two elderly men with kind faces stood in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief and uncontainable shock. As they exchanged glances, the astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable, prompting them to exclaim in unison, "How could this be?" Huang Qi and his companions had captured the attention of the two elders during their journey, and upon witnessing Huang Qi's performance within the chaotic stone array, they were greatly impressed. This young man must possess remarkable insight into formations, as he effortlessly discerned the mysteries of the stone array. While some truly gifted disciples might not comprehend formations, their formidable strength and resolute will could also allow them to navigate the chaotic stone array. Huang Qi's performance, however, was an unexpected delight. It had been many years since the Taishan sect had seen a disciple with such unparalleled mastery of formations, and yet here was Huang Qi, so young, exhibiting extraordinary talent. Chapter 1168. The Eagle Beak Cliff. As Huang Qi and his companions entered the vicinity of Eagle Beak Peak, they did not rush to ascend. The peak loomed high above, shrouded in clouds, its height indeterminate. Apart from Huang Qi, the others bore injuries, particularly Wu Changfei, whose wounds were grave and would require several days of rest for recovery. Huang Qi would not abandon any of them. They would wait until Wu Changfei regained his strength. Fortunately, each had healing elixirs at their disposal, allowing them to consume the potions and meditate to recuperate. Meanwhile, Huang Qi's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Eagle Beak Peak, where numerous disciples were gathered. Eagle Beak Peak was a towering mountain, its vertical cliff facing Huang Qi like a polished mirror, from which thick chains dangled down from the clouds, reaching the ground. This must be the way. As long as they could grasp the chains and climb up the cliff, they would earn the right to join the Taishan sect. Chapter 1169. A request. If my siblings could join and become inner disciples, that would be splendid. However, even if they could not ascend to the main peaks due to their innate gifts, becoming outer disciples would still fulfill their aspirations. In the future, when venturing out, they would not be so easily bullied. What more could Huang Qi possibly worry about? Huang Qi nodded, clearly intending to follow the two elders away. However, upon hearing this, Lu Wangquan, Luo Yishan, and Wu Changfei's expressions changed significantly. They wished to accompany him, yet it was apparent that they lacked the qualifications to do so. The uncertainty surrounding Huang Qi's fate, whether it be fortune or misfortune, did not concern them superficially. After all, their successful integration into the Taishan sect was largely attributed to Huang Qi's efforts. If anything were to befall him, how could they find peace of mind? Noticing his brother's worries for him, Huang Qi smiled gently and reassured them, "Rest assured, whether or not you become inner disciples depends on your own efforts." Chapter 1170. The terrifying Taishan sect. After several hours had passed, Huang Qi finally exited the grand hall alone. A disciple stationed outside, upon seeing him emerge, wore an expression of surprise, not due to Huang Qi's handsomeness, but because the two elders had actually instructed him to escort Huang Qi to the law enforcement hall for registration. This disciple did not dare to underestimate the situation. Although Huang Qi had only recently passed the trial battlefield, being summoned by the two elders and exiting unscathed indicated his extraordinary nature. The disciple nodded at Huang Qi, who promptly returned the gesture with a respectful bow, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." The disciple, possessing striking features and clad in white, exuded an air of distinction, with a cultivation level at the late foundation establishment stage. However, compared to the aura released by this disciple, it was evident that he was far more formidable than Brother Li, who had fled in fear during the trial battlefield. Li remained an outer disciple, showcasing mediocre talent. Chapter 1171. The young apothecary. Departing from the grand hall, Huang Qi and Su Yang boarded a maple leaf boat, soaring through the skies for 3 hours before arriving at their designated spot at the law enforcement hall. The journey covered at least 20 to 30,000 miles. Yet along the way, they encountered no barren mountains. Numerous towering peaks dotted the landscape, yet Su Yang refrained from flying directly over them, opting instead for a detour. Many disciples patrolled the mountains, with each small team comprising about 12 to 13 members. The peaks were adorned with various magnificent structures, arranged in an orderly fashion, creating a splendid spectacle. At the base of each mountain lay a vast square, accompanied by wide, interconnected roads. Huang Qi marveled at the sights, his eyes darting around, taking in everything, much to Su Yang's amusement as he shook his head with a wry smile. He did not look down upon Huang Qi. After all, it was common for disciples like him to be overwhelmed on their first experience. Chapter 1172. Plans for the next step, traversing the Taishan mountain range. One could find the Taishan Palace, the secluded retreat of the Taishan sect's esteemed elders. Unless the sect faced a dire crisis, these elders would remain indifferent to external matters. The number of elders residing within, aside from the sect leader, remained a mystery to almost everyone. Even the Dongxian ancestors seldom ventured into the Taishan Palace, which was regarded as a forbidden zone. In the absence of significant events threatening the Taishan sect's existence, no one dared to disturb the tranquility of the Taishan Palace. Surrounding this sacred area, a vast expanse of over 20 million miles encompassed 3 major regions, each akin to a realm of seclusion. Without the permission of the sect leader, not even the venerable Dongxian would dare to approach easily. The jade slip merely indicated life and death, the pinnacle of existence, and a life wasted. No other energies were present. After a long while, Huang Qi finally removed the jade slip from his forehead, his eyes filled with absolute astonishment. The Taishan sect was truly terrifying beyond measure. "Senior brother, please save my elder brother." A voice broke through the air, desperate and pleading. "My elder brother has been gravely injured. I implore you to concoct a rejuvenation pill to save him. I promise to repay you tenfold in the future." The speaker was a young girl in white, appearing no older than 11 or 12. Her tear-streaked face expressing a mixture of urgency and despair as she knelt before a small stall run by a foundation establishment, disciples selling medicinal pills, continuously beseeching him. "Senior brother, please. If you help my elder brother, I assure you, I will repay you generously when I have spirit stones." The unexpected plea piqued the interest of many bystanders, their attention drawn toward the white-clad girl, whose large, tearful eyes evoked a sense of pity. As Huang Qi listened to her, he felt a stir of emotion within him. They recalled a prodigious disciple who had emerged from the outer sect, swiftly eliminating opponents among the inner disciples, eventually catching the eye of a Nascent Soul elder who took him as a named disciple. Rumors spread that the elder, recognizing Dong Lin's extraordinary talent and diligent efforts, intended to formally accept him. If that were to happen, in several centuries, it was highly likely that Dong Lin's peers would vie for the position of elder at Lian Tai Peak, a remarkable ascent indeed. Yet, some dismissed this notion entirely. Although Dong Lin was indeed a remarkable cultivator, how did he compare to the true geniuses of the main peaks? To them, he seemed merely mediocre. Upon hearing the name Lian Tai Peak, Huang Qi immediately recognized it as one of the disciples' peaks at Yunu Peak. He had assumed it was a significant figure, only to discover it was merely a named disciple of an elder from Lian Tai Peak, whose strength, while not insignificant, was ultimately limited to the foundation establishment stage. As the sounds of slaps echoed, Zhao Huairong, unimpressed, turned and departed. The surrounding disciples, eager to witness the downfall of Dong Xian, followed suit. Realizing that lingering could lead to trouble should Dong Xian take offense, they dispersed quickly. Dong Xian halted his actions, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with resentment and humiliation, a frenzied look overtaking him. He longed to exact vengeance on everyone present, especially that boy, blaming him for the humiliation he had suffered. "Boy, you will pay dearly. Should our paths cross again, it will be your end." Zhao Huairong, wait for it. "My elder brother will eventually settle the score with you. Today, had it not been for my momentary slip of the tongue, I would not have provoked the disciple of Jinding Feng, nor would I have drawn the ire of Zhao Huairong. This Zhao Huairong, much like the elder Dong, is indeed a troublesome character. Brother Huang, where do you reside while we stay in this humble abode?" The siblings found it hard to comprehend that Huang Qi, as an alchemist, lacked his own dwelling. Even new disciples admitted to Wui Peak possessed a small cave. Why then did Huang Qi, an alchemist of considerable standing within the esteemed Taishan sect, not have one? The status of an alchemist is revered throughout the sect. And aside from the disciples of the main peak, those from the alchemy peak are held in high regard, given the multitude of aspirants for such a position. It was incredulous that an alchemist could be without a cave. Would anyone believe this? Huang Qi, somewhat helpless, chuckled and replied, "Well, I can always build another hut. You can stay here with your elder brother and take good care of him. Once I set up my tent, I will commence my alchemical pursuits." The two expressed their gratitude with deep bows, and Huang Qi waved them off with a gentle smile before departing. Upon hearing the old man's words, Huang Qi felt a stir in his heart. It appeared that the elder held a significant position at Lingyao Peak. After all, a master alchemist could not be of lowly status. Huang Qi pondered this, but the elder, noticing Huang Qi's silence, grew displeased and huffed. I am offering you an opportunity. If you seize it well, perhaps I shall overlook your transgressions. But should you prove untrustworthy and fail to grasp this chance, rest assured, I possess many means to deal with you. Do not regret it. Huang Qi could not help but chuckle inwardly. What did he have to fear from a nascent soul expert? Yet, he had his own thoughts and replied with a grin. As for the crafting of the Luo Yi Peiyuan pill, I am aware of 3 distinct formulas. The elder, upon hearing Huang Qi's boastful declaration, scoffed. For the Luo Yi Peiyuan pill was not something that could be easily concocted with any random herbs. Huang Qi was elated, with an established identity. He could undertake tasks and accumulate contribution points to exchange for the items he required. If Tai Xian sect possessed the pills he needed, he could simply trade for them. Even if not, with sufficient contribution points, he could enlist the aid of true alchemy masters. If all else failed, he could seek an opportunity to craft pills within the underground fire vein. The day to restore his magical power was drawing near. However, time was of the essence. As he needed to concoct another Luo Yi Peiyuan pill without delay, Wei Zifen's injuries could not afford to linger. Huang Qi, with a resigned smile, addressed his junior sister. You may return now. I will prepare another pill for your elder brother and deliver it shortly. Upon hearing his words, Wei Xiang was overjoyed and expressed her heartfelt gratitude with a bow before hastily departing, no longer wishing to interrupt Huang Qi's alchemical work. All right, my disciple, the master declared. I have gathered so many witnesses today to attest that you, Huang Qi, are indeed the disciple of Master Lu Dan. In the days to come, should anyone dare to harbor intentions against me, Master Lu shall not let it rest easily. Offering tea to the master, this act of apprenticeship shall be deemed complete. Upon hearing this, the others realized that the old man was clearly addressing them. Each one scoffed disdainfully, as if to say, who cares? They had not even contended for the young lady, so why would they vie for this lad? Master Lu, unfazed by their expressions, observed as Mu Qingling approached with a cup of tea, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she handed it to Huang Qi. He promptly accepted it, kneeling before Master Lu, proclaiming, Disciple Huang Qi, offering tea to my master. Master Lu erupted into hearty laughter, thoroughly satisfied, and drank from the cup with great relish. Ha! Good disciple, good disciple. Rise, rise. Huang Qi quickly stood, his countenance radiating respect as he stood to the side. Chapter 1180, Difficult to Assess. My esteemed companions, you have all heard? Should this lad lose to my disciple, all the congratulatory gifts he has received today shall be forfeited to me. And if that old rascal attempts to play games, you all know what to do, right? The others, hearing this, could only shake their heads in resigned agreement. It would not suffice for one alone to respond. They were all too familiar with Master Lu's character, knowing he would only relent under collective pressure. Master Lu, dismissive, curled his lip before turning to Huang Qi, saying, Dear disciple, if you triumph over that lad today, the congratulatory gift shall be shared equally between us. But should you falter? Then do not blame your master for being unkind. Mu Qingling felt a twinge of sympathy for her junior disciple, shaking her head helplessly. Huang Qi, however, merely smiled and nodded before addressing the elder. Master, should I lose, the gifts will be yours, but what if I emerge victorious? With these words, it became evident that Huang Qi was indeed a promising alchemist. Suddenly, he turned to his master and implored, Master, may I borrow your magical energy? Master Lu, intently watching Huang Qi's alchemical process, instantly comprehended the request. Huang Qi required additional magical energy from him. Without hesitation, Master Lu infused his abundant magical power into Huang Qi's being. As the magical energy surged within him, Huang Qi was enveloped in pure yang fire, which transformed into a fiery dragon, encasing the entire alchemical furnace. The terrifying heat compelled the surrounding disciples to instinctively retreat, their faces pale with astonishment as they beheld Huang Qi's prowess. The alchemical masters, witnessing Master Lu's provision of magical energy without further assistance, nodded in acknowledgement. The need for more power was quite normal. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Huang Qi to concoct the coveted revitalization pill. Di Qing's master remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the more than a dozen herbs engulfed by the fiery dragon. Chapter 1182, An Ominous Turn of Events. Huang Qi's terrifying magical energy erupted forth. While behind him, Master Lu felt both exhilarated and alarmed. Exhilarated at the prospect of finally shedding the burdens of labor, yet terrified that his own magical energy struggled to keep pace with Huang Qi's consumption. How could this be? Did this lad not experience discomfort? Did he not fear that his meridians would be unable to withstand such immense magical power and suffer damage? Yet, there was no time for such concerns now. Master Lu gritted his teeth and rapidly summoned the purest magical energy from his dantian, which surged vigorously into Huang Qi's body. The oppressive heat surged once more. Were it not for the shielding presence of these formidable yuaning cultivators, it was likely that this pavilion would have been consumed in flames by Huang Qi. Upon sensing the presence of a fully formed elixir within, Huang Qi was overjoyed. With a little more fire, the last two would surely follow suit. He paid no heed to his master's thoughts, as terrifying mana erupted forth, and the dreadful flames enveloped Huang Qi in an instant. With the second elixir completed, joy surged within him. Chapter 1183. The Azure Lotus 9 Qi Cauldron. In his endeavor to assist Huang Qi in alchemy, he had invested heavily, exhausting nearly all of his mana. Just when it mattered most, a mishap occurred. Master Lu was well aware that Huang Qi had exerted himself to the fullest. There was no blame to be placed upon him. The fault lay with Huang Qi's cauldron. Why had he not allowed Huang Qi to utilize his own? Had he done so, such calamity would surely have been averted. However, it was too late for regrets now. The thought of having promised to give all the gifts he received today to that old fellow filled Master Lu with bitterness. Yet, he could not bring himself to scold Huang Qi, for the young man had truly done his utmost. Observing the expressions of his old companions around him, who gazed at him with resigned looks, he realized that today might indeed be a failure. Nevertheless, his disciples still remained. He would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his honor from them later. Master Lu glanced at Huang Qi, gritted his teeth, and prepared to retrieve his storage bag. Chapter 1125. The Last Resort. Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions erupted as 5 azure dragon phantoms and the rootless spear met their demise, all exploding in unison. A terrifying energy storm instantly tore through the space of the celestial cave, causing the Soul Mountain ruins to tremble violently, which then vanished entirely from the mountain range. The dreadful energy storm engulfed the entire Soul Mountain ruins, transforming it once more into a wasteland among wastelands. Meanwhile, Huang Qi's mana was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of employing further techniques. He found himself powerless to evade the remaining 2 spears. It was only at this moment that Huang Qi realized how inadequate his abilities were, how scarce his mana had become. Had he possessed boundless mana, he could have exhausted the energy of the remaining spears through sheer attrition. But now it was too late. The horrifying spear pierced through Huang Qi's dragon-scale armor and embedded itself within his body. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, akin to an electric shock. Chapter 1184. The Fire Spirit Body. Master Lu's expression darkened considerably. Just moments ago, his beloved disciple was present. How could he have vanished so suddenly? The disappearance of a living person was inconceivable. Many present were yuaning cultivators, and outside, disciples crowded the entrance. How could his cherished disciple simply cease to exist? Suddenly, Master Lu recalled the events that had transpired and felt a jolt of alarm. It could only be that venerable ancestor who had recently arrived. Recognizing his disciple's talents and seeking to claim him for themselves. Enraged, Master Lu's fury ignited, and he rose into the air, shouting, "Disperse! I must find my beloved disciple." As the figure flickered, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted forth. The disciples outside the living room felt their expressions shift dramatically, as an overwhelming force seemed to surge towards them. Caught off guard, they were sent flying one by one. Chapter 1185. The Three-Finger Peak. Rest assured, my dear disciple, what does it matter if they are prodigies? I have faith that with your talent in alchemy, your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of the so-called geniuses. Upon hearing these words, Huang Qi nodded excitedly, realizing that his master was merely reassuring him, though he was already aware of this. Nevertheless, noticing his master's indifference toward those prodigies, Huang Qi inquired with curiosity, "Master, how many prodigies like senior sister are there in the Taishan sect?" Hearing Huang Qi's question, Master Lu shot him an exasperated glare and replied, "Do you think prodigies are as common as cabbages? I have been in the Taishan sect for over 1,000 years and have only heard of your senior sister as a prodigy." Master Lu's words left Huang Qi momentarily stunned, casting a disbelieving glance at his master. How could that be possible? Since arriving in the spirit realm, he had already encountered two prodigies, one being Ping'er from Liwei Island and the other, his senior sister Mu Qingling. Chapter 1186. The New Cave Dwelling. Haha. Henceforth this shall be the dwelling place for the three of us. This is the three-finger peak, consisting of three major summits, the central peak, the left peak, and the right peak. You may choose any peak you desire to establish your cave dwelling. Take your time to select a place you fancy. I too shall seek a suitable location for my cave dwelling, he declared, excusing himself from the siblings. Do not rush. If it doesn't happen in one day, it may take 2, and if not 2, then 3 days. In the future, no one shall enter the three-finger peak without my consent. The siblings nodded appreciatively. Huang Qi smiled faintly and took to the skies on his maple leaf boat, soaring towards the central peak, where the spiritual energy was most abundant and the mountain stood the tallest. He was determined to establish his dwelling there. If the siblings had preferences elsewhere, it would not be an issue. The mountain was vast, and establishing several cave dwellings was certainly feasible. Indeed, hundreds of them could be carved out on the central peak alone. Chapter 1187. The earth core fire vein. Huang Qi smiled faintly, contemplating whether he should assist the siblings. However, he quickly shook his head. It was prudent to retain some unknown methods for himself. Revealing all his cards would not bode well for him. With a slight smile, he observed the cave filled with iron fire ants, and a dilemma arose within him. He realized he would likely remain in the Taishan sect for an extended period. He couldn't allow these ants to go without sustenance. In the short term, it posed no problem, but after a few years, they would surely become nothing but skin and bones. While he possessed a considerable number of sea demon bones, he couldn't feed them to the ants, as those bones were meant to be exchanged for spirit stones. It seemed he had a necessity to return to Taishan City to sell some sea demon bones and procure a substantial amount of various low-tier materials. Having ascended to the rank of a third-rank alchemist and possessing the esteemed status of an inner disciple of the Taishan sect, Huang Qi felt an unshakable confidence in his abilities. Chapter 188. Returned to Taishan City after several hours of diligent labor. Huang Qi finally completed the planting of all the herbs at his disposal. Gazing upon the sprawling expanse of his medicinal garden, a satisfied smile graced his lips. With a cave dwelling and a flourishing herbal garden, his endeavors were beginning to take shape. The fragrance of the exotic flowers and herbs enveloped him, refreshing his spirit. If he were to cultivate the surrounding hills with herbs, he would no longer have to worry about sourcing materials for alchemy in the future. With a subtle smile, Huang Qi dismissed further thoughts and took out a batch of materials, setting up a spirit congregating array around the small hill. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually converged, nurturing the rare flora. Nodding in satisfaction, Huang Qi determined it was time to head to Taishan City. He cast a glance at the busy siblings on the left peak, smiled gently, and swiftly commandeered his maple leaf vessel to depart. He chose not to inform the siblings, confident that they would be safe in his cave. Chapter 189. Taishan Trading Company. The Taishan Trading Company stood as the largest commercial establishment in Taishan City, directly affiliated with the Taishan sect. It was renowned not only within the city, but throughout the entire Taishan region. This exemplified the formidable influence of the Taishan sect. As long as one remained within the region, the Taishan Trading Company would reign supreme in the commercial sphere. Huang Qi intended to sell a substantial number of sea demon bones. While other trading companies might be able to absorb such a quantity, he was determined to benefit the Taishan sect. Although he sought to engage with Taishan City, he would not exchange contributions at the Taishan sect's contribution hall, as that would be imprudent. Gently fanning himself, Huang Qi sauntered toward the Taishan Trading Company, whose vastness dwarfed other businesses. It occupied nearly half a street. Observing the scale of the establishment, Huang Qi marveled at the might of a major sect. The wealth contained within this trading company could likely purchase an entire street in Taishan City. Chapter 190. Returned to the Gue Xian Trading Company. The elder shook his head in exasperation, then turned his gaze toward the numerous storage bags. Feeling a sense of trepidation at the peculiarity of the situation, he resolved to report this matter to the Taishan sect for further investigation into the identity of this individual and the origin of such an abundance of sea demon bones. 2,000 storage bags. An inconceivable amount. Staring at the scattered bags, the elder sighed, then activated a spatial belt to begin collecting them. Yet, his face blossomed with delight. The sea demon bones alone would sustain the Taishan Trading Company's supply of refining materials for an extended period. After leaving the Taishan Trading Company, Huang Qi made his way to an inn, where he paid with a spirit stone and entered a room. Once inside, he transformed, donning the attire of a disciple from Jinding Peak, complete with the badge of a third-rank alchemist hanging at his waist. Chapter 1, 191. Securing a Windfall 3. 3 ranks. Third-rank alchemist? Huang Qi observed the elderly man entering and, with an unhurried demeanor, set down his fragrant tea, smiling as he spoke. Have I had the honor of meeting you, esteemed senior? Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, the old man's expression turned sour. A disciple of the Taishan sect, and a third-tier alchemist at that, it was evident he belonged to the inner circle, possibly even a protege of a revered master. To be addressed as senior by such an individual was a blow to his pride. Within the hierarchy of other sects and families, inner disciples of the Taishan sect held a status equal to that of elders from those establishments. His heart sank as he recalled having heard the young man's intentions. It was highly likely he had come to trouble him. The thought that he had offended this rising star over a mere pill made the elder's countenance twitch in distress. He hurriedly bowed to Huang Qi, saying, "Young man, please reconsider. You are from the Taishan sect." Chapter 1192. Without mercy, the young man exuded a presence that far surpassed that of Dong Xian, his aura formidable, a nascent soul cultivator. Huang Qi pondered for a moment. This youth must be Dong Lin, Dong Xian's elder brother. Huang Qi nodded slightly, finding Dong Lin's demeanor far more agreeable than that of his unpleasant younger sibling. Upon hearing his brother's words, Dong Lin merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying little else as he paid 20 spirit stones, awaiting his turn to use the teleportation array. Suddenly, Dong Xian spotted Huang Qi standing nearby, his expression shifting slightly before a look of malice crossed his face. Sensing his brother's discontent, Dong Lin furrowed his brow. Before he could inquire, Dong Xian exclaimed, "Brother, it's him. The other day, I had my eye on a female disciple, and this brat intervened and insulted me. Not only did he insult me, but he also dared to insult you. I intended to teach him a lesson, but Zhao Huairong's sudden appearance made me look foolish." Chapter 1193. Confrontation with Dong Lin. They had already pledged their allegiance to stand with Dong Lin, and with so many of them gathered, how dare this youth take action? It was a blatant disregard for Dong Lin and his companions. Audacious fool, seeking death. Various enraged voices rang out. Bystanders, drawn by the commotion, were astonished. Why were the disciples of the Taishan sect engaging in conflict here? It appeared a confrontation was imminent, and many looked on with eager anticipation. Dong Lin was furious, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, his expression dark and foreboding, as he prepared to strike at Huang Qi. "Are you courting death?" Huang Qi retorted with a cold laugh. "Your younger brother has been bullying and oppressing others at the Taishan sect without remorse. As the elder brother, not only have you failed to discipline him, but you have also indulged his behavior. You cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. Today, I, Huang Qi, am merely administering a lesson. Should he dare to act recklessly in the future, and I become aware of it, the consequences will be dire." Chapter 1194. Unbearable to withstand, Huang Qi snorted disdainfully as Luo Yin executed her agile steps, her form flickering unpredictably, narrowly evading a fearsome sword strike. Rather than retreating, Huang Qi pressed forward, launching a punch towards Dong Lin. Upon witnessing Huang Qi evade the deadly strike and advance rather than retreat, Dong Lin's fury ignited. However, he could not deny that this young man possessed some skill. His footwork was deft, but what did that matter? To dare close the distance was nothing short of inviting death. Dong Lin let out a cold snort and threw a punch, directly clashing with the incoming fist of Huang Qi. However, when their fists met, Dong Lin's expression changed dramatically. With a dull thud, he felt as if his punch had struck a solid wall of bronze and iron. A horrifying force surged through his arm, causing his tiger's mouth to burst, blood gushing forth. How could this be possible? How could this young man possess such terrifying strength? Could he be a body-refining cultivator, playing the part of a fool to deceive the wise? At that moment, Dong Lin's heart raced. Chapter 1195. Seizing the opportunity. "Well, you certainly are ruthless, Huang Qi. We will remember you. You have severely injured brother Dong Lin, and Elder Zhang, his master, will not let you off easily. Just wait." Two disciples in the later stages of Foundation establishment, wary of Huang Qi, slowly approached Dong Lin, attempting to help him up and leave the scene. Huang Qi sneered, "Leave? It's not so simple. Since you've chosen to stand with these brothers, you shall not depart easily. What do you intend to do? Do not push your luck. Yes, we acknowledge your strength, but do not forget that we are not alone. If we strike together, do you truly believe you can withstand our numbers? One disciple boldly exclaimed, and the others quickly gathered around him, casting vigilant glances at Huang Qi. It was evident that if Huang Qi dared to act against them. Chapter 1196. The Nine-Patterned Mysterious Pill. Indeed, the wealth of cultivators from the spirit realm is quite substantial. Today, after selling so many sea monster bones, I have only earned several million. Together, they have nearly amassed 10 million, which is quite an impressive fortune. Huang Qi felt no guilt in robbing these individuals. At worst, they might complain to their master or seek out a few senior brothers to deal with him. He was unafraid of their complaints, though it might be troublesome. He too had a master. Besides, they had provoked him first. He was merely teaching them a lesson. What could these old fellows do to him? And what if they sought out senior brothers? Knowing he had over 10,000 fire ants, he doubted any of their golden core senior brothers would dare to confront him, unless they had a nascent soul brother. However, Huang Qi shook his head. A nascent soul expert would be an elder of a mountain peak. How could? Chapter 1197. Seeking Justice. In the time that remained, the siblings wasted no time. They made it a point to walk through the medicinal garden daily, checking on the progress of the herbs. After 3 months, the once small garden had gradually expanded, bringing great joy to the siblings. After all, this was the only task Huang Qi had entrusted them with, and they were naturally diligent. Yet, for Dong Lin and the others, the 3 months were agonizing. They had lost all their treasures and spirit stones. Originally, they planned to use the teleportation array to return to Wuyi Peak, but lacking spirit stones, they could not utilize the array and had no choice but to endure the journey back, flying slowly. They realized just how vast the Taishan sect was, as it took them a full 3 months to travel from the outer gate to the inner gate. The 3 individuals finally arrived at Wuyi Peak. Dong Lin, severely injured, naturally attracted the attention of several disciples from Wuyi Peak. His status within the Taishan sect was not insignificant. Thus, the matter escalated. Nonsense. Not only can you not harm my disciple, but no one else shall dare to as well. I fear not even the law enforcement hall. If you have the audacity, let them come. I shall not surrender anyone. What can you do to me? At that moment, Zhang Qianshan had just stepped out of the hall when he stumbled slightly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He let out a cold snort, uttered no further words, and turned to leave. Master Lu, observing Zhang Qianshan's departure, furrowed his brow slightly. What on earth is this boy doing? Why did he pick a fight for no reason and steal someone else's belongings? This won't do. I must check on my disciple. Has he been injured? Why hasn't he reported to me? Is he afraid of my reprimand? A mere outer disciple, what could possibly happen? But I am a reasonable person. After all, as long as you are in the right, even if it reaches the sect master, with me around, you shall remain unscathed. With that, Master Lu soared into the air, directing himself towards the direction of Sanji Peak. Meanwhile, Huang Qi was feeling a wave of frustration. His consciousness maneuvered 10 elixirs to the side. I cannot always rely on the fire, can I? If they burn, I shall surely weep. Huang Qi felt a restless itch within him. The elixirs were tantalizingly close, yet utterly unattainable, a sensation hardly better than death itself. With no other option, he sat cross-legged, quietly awaiting the restoration of his spiritual energy. However, the exquisite fragrance of the elixirs wafted outward, penetrating the barriers of Huang Qi's formation and drifting into the distance. At that moment, a disciple piloting a wind boat happened to pass by Sanji Peak. Upon catching a whiff of the rich aroma, he was instantly elated yet perplexed. There were never any individuals at Sanji Peak before. Could it be that someone has taken residence here? Surely. Only a nascent soul expert could occupy such a vast mountainous region. The disciple dared not approach too closely, yet the captivating scent stirred his curiosity, compelling him to inch forward. The chilling cries soon alerted Wei Zifan and his sister Wei Xiang, who hurried over. Upon discovering a Wuyi Peak disciple lying dead, their expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on their faces. How could a Wuyi Peak disciple end up here? We are both disciples of Wuyi Peak ourselves. Could it be that he has come to capture us? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wei Zifan swiftly grabbed his sister and made their way back to their cave residence. Huang Qi nodded slightly, acknowledging the caution of the siblings. They understood the necessity of not being disturbed during his seclusion. Sensing that something was amiss, they decided it prudent to return to their dwelling. Indeed, for several consecutive days. No disciples from Wu Peak appeared, and Huang Qi consumed the last of the 9-patterned mysterious elixirs. As his dantian was on the verge of complete restoration, Huang Qi felt an extraordinary excitement swell within him. At last, he was about to regain his spiritual power. The moment he had long anticipated was finally approaching. 2 hours later, Huang Qi felt a surge of determination. Chapter 12:01. Authentic and unyielding. Indeed, I, Huang Qi, am not a puppet of fate. Since even the heavens obstruct my path, I shall defy the heavens. If necessary, I will pierce through the celestial veil. I must become powerful. Only through true strength can I hope to return to the mortal realm. In an instant, Huang Qi's spirit was invigorated, and his eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance. Having already experienced cultivation, he believed that even with his vast dantian, as long as he exerted effort, there remains a possibility of reconstituting his primordial infant. The resources for cultivation in the spirit realm are abundant. No matter the means, he must regain his magical powers and become an absolute powerhouse. Otherwise, he would be subjected to the same bullying as that brother and sister pair. Huang Qi snorted coldly, summoned the maple leaf boat, and soared into the air. Soon arriving at the entrance of the Three-Finger Peak, he beheld a fair-skinned, elegant youth at the forefront, standing there as if surrounded by stars, instilling a sense of awe in those around him. Chapter 12:02. Su Yuming. Upon hearing these words, the siblings' expressions paled slightly. The prowess of this individual was overwhelmingly formidable, leaving them no room for resistance. However, with Huang Qi present, although they were concerned, they understood that they absolutely could not follow him. Otherwise, the trio would surely be in peril. "Brother, we cannot go," the sister urged. Huang Qi nodded slightly, silencing Wei Zifan, and then coldly remarked, "You lack the qualification to speak to me. Send your leader over." The disciple, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. As a dignified core formation expert, he was openly disrespected by this youth, a blatant affront. Su Yuming and others noticed this exchange, feeling the embarrassment of not reprimanding the insolent boy, who seemed oblivious to the consequences of his actions. With a cold snort, he declared, "Such arrogance from a mere boy. I, Zhao Heron, have been with the Taishan sect for over a decade." Chapter 12:03. The Arrogance of Qualifications. Although they had never witnessed Huang Qi's prowess firsthand, they could hardly fathom the extent of his terrifying strength. In just 2 moves, a mid-core formation expert had been knocked unconscious, and a late-core formation expert had sustained injuries. This was beyond their wildest imagination. The siblings stood there dumbfounded, bewildered as to how Huang Qi could be so powerful. Huang Qi himself was slightly surprised. This individual was no weakling. The force he had unleashed would have rendered an ordinary core formation expert bloodied on the ground. Yet this fellow had only suffered minor injuries. This was not far from his previous self and truly astonished him. Observing the crowd surrounding Su Yuming, it was clear that this individual's talent and strength far surpassed that of these disciples. A chilling glint flashed in Su Yuming's eyes as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then smiled faintly at Huang Qi, saying, "Very well." Chapter 12:04. Retreat in disarray. Su Yuming stumbled, nearly being pulled in by Huang Qi. To his disbelief, Huang Qi had directly seized his treasured possession. This was a gift from his master. "The power is remarkable, and I have yet to utilize it. I cannot simply allow it to slip away, can I?" It is only now that Su Yuming realizes this young man's intention is to seize his treasure. How infuriating. "Are you courting death?" Su Yuming bellowed, pointing decisively at the flag that was about to be relinquished. Instantly, the flag began to spin, attempting to envelop Huang Qi within its grasp. With a cold smirk, Huang Qi unleashed a powerful punch. The impact reverberated with a muffled thud, causing the flag to veer off course. Simultaneously, Huang Qi, seizing the other end of the flag, exerted tremendous force, wrenching it from Su Yuming's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he stowed it away in his spatial belt. Witnessing his treasure so effortlessly snatched away, Su Yuming was left in shock. Chapter 12:05. With a strong backing, Huang Qi smiled faintly, then summoned thousands of iron fire ants into his spirit beast bracelet. Turning to face the bewildered siblings, with a slight smile, he inquired, "What is the matter? Everyone has departed, yet you remain in a daze?" Upon hearing this, Wei Zifan snapped back to reality, gazing at Huang Qi with disbelief. "Senior brother, how can you be so formidable?" Wei Xiang also nodded earnestly, fully agreeing with her elder brother's assessment. Huang Qi merely shook his head, replying, "For them, these iron fire ants are more than sufficient. What is there to fear?" Suddenly, Wei Zifan seemed to recall something, speaking cautiously. "Senior brother, did you truly defeat the disciples of Wuyi Peak and plunder them?" Huang Qi nodded gently, then gestured towards the rings and spatial belts worn by the siblings, saying, "What you have on you is." Chapter 1206. Ding Mian and Yun Kai and I. The following day, Huang Qi concocted several essence cultivation pills and personally delivered them to Wei Zifan. The siblings were elated, but Huang Qi swiftly halted their impending actions. He instructed them to enter seclusion within the cave, forbidding them from leaving regardless of what transpired outside. The siblings understood that turbulent times were ahead for Sanji Peak, yet their abilities were insufficient to assist, and they feared becoming a liability for Huang Qi. Reluctantly, they acquiesced to his request, providing him with a sense of relief. Huang Qi anticipated that Su Yuming would undoubtedly return, likely accompanied by several experts adept at countering his skills. While Huang Qi held little regard for them, he acknowledged that he could not dismiss them outright. At most, he would administer a thorough reprimand. Huang Qi felt quite helpless. He had initially desired a tranquil period of cultivation, yet they. Chapter 1207. Disciples of the main peak. Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, Ding Mian and Yun Kai and I were momentarily taken aback, soon finding themselves in a quandary. They had never expected that Huang Qi intended to separate them from Su Yuming, clearly wishing to prevent their involvement. However, having received benefits from him, it seemed unjust to accept without reciprocating. Su Yuming's expression darkened. Huang Qi was indeed shrewd, displaying cunning that rivaled his own. The assistant summoned by oneself was swiftly swayed into his camp by just a few words. This was indeed a precarious situation. It seemed that one had no choice but to compel them into action. Su Yuming let out a cold laugh, saying, "Huang Qi, enough of your schemes. I shall ask you once more, will you accompany me or not?" Huang Qi paid no heed to Su Yuming, smiling as he spoke, "Brother Ding Mian, Sister Yun Kai and I." Upon hearing the disciples' words, the expressions of everyone present subtly shifted. Were these three individuals disciples of the main peak of the 10,000 Sword Peak? The others present were merely disciples of the branch peak, their status vastly inferior to that of the main peak disciples, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Such is the custom of the Taishan sect, where outer disciples cannot be compared to inner disciples, and disciples of the branch peak are even more insignificant compared to those of the main peak. Regardless of the cultivation level of the main peak disciples, they must be addressed as senior brother due to their noble status. Offending them was certainly not something the branch peak disciples could afford. What business did the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Peak have here? The disciple's face paled upon hearing this, and he quickly lowered his head in respect. Su Yuming, Ding Mian, and Yun Kai and I also promptly bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to the three senior brothers. Huang Qi was slightly taken aback, realizing that his fourth brother had indeed gone to the main peak of the 10,000 Sword Peak and become a disciple there, enjoying such esteemed treatment. "Fourth brother, I find myself rather ordinary. How is it that you have become a disciple of the main peak? What of our other 5 siblings? Do you have any news of them?" Upon hearing Huang Qi's inquiry, Wu Changfei's expression became somewhat awkward as he forced a smile, saying, "Third brother, do not be angry. After you left that day, I was the first to be taken away by an elder of the 10,000 Sword Peak and became that elder's closed-door disciple. When I departed, elder brother and the others had not yet left. However, I informed them to seek me out at the 10,000 Sword Peak in the future. Yet, nearly 4 months have passed, and not a single one of them has come. I am also unaware of their whereabouts. For the past few days, I have been asking the 2 senior brothers for assistance in searching, but there has been no trace." Huang Qi nodded in understanding and then turned his gaze toward the 2 disciples nearby, courteously clasping his hands in greeting. They were indeed the elder brothers of his fourth brother, and it was only natural that Huang Qi would not be careless. Wu Changfei noted Huang Qi's respectful gesture with appreciation. Upon hearing Sheng Wanfei's words, Zhang Qianshan's expression also shifted slightly. He recognized Elder Nangong, one of the 10 elders of the 10,000 Sword Peak. All 10 elders were supporters of the Peak Master, each possessing strength at the peak of the Nascent Soul realm. Particularly, Elder Nangong held the highest position among the 10, wielding the greatest influence and power within the 10,000 Sword Peak, second only to the Peak Master himself. The fact that they were disciples of Elder Nangong posed a significant dilemma. Zhang Qianshan had not anticipated that these three disciples would be affiliated with Elder Nangong. If they were merely disciples of an ordinary elder from the 10,000 Sword Peak, reprimanding them would not have been a major issue. However, being disciples of Elder Nangong necessitated a more cautious approach. Huang Qi, upon hearing this, expressed his surprise. Was Elder Nangong truly that formidable? Huang Qi was not well acquainted with many individuals. However, observing Zhang Qianshan's ever-changing expression, Huang Qi surmised that his fourth brother might be in quite a predicament. Chapter 12:11. The Great Formation traps the enemy. A myriad of sword rain transformed into a luminous curtain, descending upon Zhang Qianshan with formidable might, obscuring the very sky. The sheer terror of it was palpable. Upon witnessing the swordplay of the two, Zhang Qianshan's countenance grew somber. This was the most powerful technique of Wanjian Peak, the Wanjian Ju. It appeared that these young men were indeed esteemed disciples of Elder Nangong. Otherwise, the disciples of the other elders would lack the qualification to practice the pinnacle techniques of Wanjian Peak. Although it was executed by two Foundation Establishment disciples, its power was not to be underestimated. Each principal peak possessed its own specialized techniques, each wielding unparalleled might. Fortunately, Zhang Qianshan was a nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, the terrifying deluge of swords would be insurmountable for any disciple below the nascent soul realm. Even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, if careless, could not escape unscathed from such an onslaught. As the overwhelming sword radiance pierced towards him, Zhang Qianshan dared not underestimate it. He swiftly altered his hand seals, conjuring an ancient barrier. Chapter 12:12. Shadows of arrival. Someone is approaching. Who are they? Wu Changfei paused momentarily, realizing that the commotion had indeed attracted the attention of other disciples from the Taishan sect. There were quite a few, at least over 10, but he was uncertain which peak they hailed from. Huang Qi gently shook his head, admitting his unfamiliarity with them. However, it was evident that none were of the nascent soul caliber. Their auras were likely all at the Foundation Establishment level. Shangguan Fei and Tong Baihe exchanged glances, mildly astonished, before coolly stating, "They are Enforcer disciples. Clearly, our ruckus has drawn the attention of the Enforcer Elder, who sent them to assess the situation." Wu Changfei's brows furrowed slightly at this revelation. He hadn't anticipated the arrival of the Enforcer disciples. Why had they not appeared sooner? Just as they had managed to trap this old fool, they came to clean up the aftermath. Wu Changfei harbored doubts regarding the allegiance of these Enforcer disciples to Zhang Qianshan. Chapter 12:13. Disciples of the Pill King Huang Qi and the others observed as the Enforcer disciples indeed arrived and thwarted Zhang Qianshan. Yet, to Huang Qi's astonishment, he had underestimated these Enforcer disciples. They possessed the binding immortal chains, an artifact of extraordinary caliber. He was aware of its existence, as even nascent soul cultivators dared not confront it directly. The binding immortal chains were imbued with the consciousness of the ancient ancestor Dongxian, a force not to be trifled with by any nascent soul cultivator. This revelation left Huang Qi quite surprised. As Zhang Qianshan found himself ensnared and dared not make a move, Huang Qi and his companions felt a surge of relief, struggling to rise to their feet and offering slight bows to the Enforcer disciples. However, their gazes towards Zhang Qianshan were laced with mockery. Seeing the derisive looks from Huang Qi and the others, Zhang Qianshan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Were they deliberately scheming against him? Had he fallen victim to their treachery? They were fully aware that the law enforcement disciples were approaching and intentionally provoked themselves to act in front of them. In Chapter 12:14, the Alchemy Conference, Huang Qi and Wu Changfei, the two brothers, naturally did not cease their search, but instead deliberated on how to locate the other 5 siblings. They reasoned that it would be more effective for the other 5 siblings to seek them out. Therefore, their first task was to establish their reputation. Once they gained notoriety, it was likely that others would come to find them, which certainly would be more advantageous than them searching for several obscure disciples. As Wu Changfei trained under his master's supervision at Wanjian Peak, he was unable to venture out freely, fearing he might miss even the most mundane activities of the Taishan sect. Thus, he turned his attention to Huang Qi, who, unlike him, faced no restrictions and possessed alchemical knowledge. If Huang Qi were to refine pills specifically for the other disciples, it would be a relatively simple endeavor. In Chapter 12:15, alchemist Huang Qi, sensing a newfound vitality in his body, felt no obstruction and found his spiritual energy flowing effortlessly. Aside from a slight depletion of magical power, he was quite content. With a gentle smile, he took out several great recovery pills and swallowed them. The pills transformed into a surge of magical energy that coursed through his meridians, their potent effects invigorating his being. However, despite the remarkable potency of the pills, they had no discernible impact on Huang Qi's well-developed meridians or formidable physique. Instead, he felt quite comfortable. Huang Qi formed a series of hand seals to direct the medicinal energy into his dantian, gradually refining it into pure spiritual power. Yet, as time passed and he fully absorbed the effects of the great recovery pills, he was astonished to find his dantian still empty. It was not that the energy had vanished, but rather that in chapter 1216, during the Taishan auction, Huang Qi donned the identity token of Wei Xiang, adopting the demeanor of a scholarly disciple while wearing the attire of a foundation-building disciple. With a satisfied smile, he prepared himself. His true self could roam freely outside as long as he did not provoke any high-ranking cultivators, ensuring his safety. His avatar within the Taishan sect would remain discreet and cautious, thereby avoiding any complications. Not long after, Huang Qi appeared in the outer sect's transmission pavilion. Although he was not clad in the Taishan sect's attire, the identity token at his waist confirmed his status as a disciple, allowing him to board the teleportation array to Taishan City without hindrance. He tucked away the identity token and replaced it with the jade token of the Taishan sect, contemplating his next course of action while ensuring he left no trace. In chapter 1217, he addressed the esteemed elders and fellow practitioners. Esteemed seniors and friends, the item to be auctioned next is a top-tier magical treasure, the Fantian seal. Without waiting for Huang Qi to think, he soon heard a delicate voice, which inevitably stirred the springtime feelings within his heart. Huang Qi felt a slight divergence in his emotions and turned to look, only to behold a graceful figure standing at the central platform of the grand hall. This enchanting woman, with beauty that could topple kingdoms, captivated all with her every smile and frown. Huang Qi was equally mesmerized by her beauty, which was undeniably comparable to that of his senior sister. In fact, compared to his sister Mu Qingling, this woman exuded a more mature allure that was hard to resist. He noticed that many cultivators in attendance were equally entranced by her, their gazes fixated on her beauty rather than the treasures on display. Huang Qi found himself utterly speechless. It seemed that contemporary auctions were increasingly inclined to feature beautiful hosts, as if the event could not be deemed complete without one. He had already been astonished to acquire the Xianyu Butian crystal, and if he could also uncover clues regarding the senior Mulan, it would truly be a stroke of fortune. Elated, Huang Qi could hardly contain his excitement. Today was indeed fortuitous. Regardless of which of the two treasures he might secure, it would render this journey worthwhile. Although he had spent a considerable amount of spirit stones, which pained him, he could not dwell on that now. Spirit stones could be earned again, but losing out on these treasures would surely bring him to tears. Esteemed friends and venerable seniors, the next item we shall auction is a remarkable treasure, the enchanting woman announced, her voice harmonious. With a flick of her wrist, a terrifyingly potent magic spear materialized before the crowd, emanating an aura of dread that sent shivers down the spines of many disciples. Huang Qi's pupils constricted slightly upon witnessing the spear. It was, in fact, a spiritual weapon. As for the reason behind the ominous reputation of the Huang Qi abyss, it was said to be perilous beyond measure, a place where survival was a mere whisper of hope, reserved only for the exceptionally gifted or those defying the heavens. Although disciples were forbidden from recklessly entering the abyss, some who fancied themselves prodigies ventured forth regardless, yet few emerged unscathed. Over time, the Huang Qi abyss became widely recognized as a site of great calamity. Suspended in midair, Huang Qi pondered quietly. The Huang Qi abyss was his intended destination. If he sought to restore his cultivation, return home, and become a formidable force, he must exert every effort. In the past, he would have shunned such a perilous place. But now, with his parents and family in mind, he felt a compelling urgency. How long would he have to wait to cultivate to the peak of the Nascent Soul stage, or even beyond? Huang Qi could not afford to make any guarantees. As expected, he soon discerned shadowy figures clawing and reaching out, directly pursuing the Nascent Soul experts. These indistinct shapes were clearly vengeful spirits, entities Huang Qi was all too familiar with, having encountered them on numerous occasions. However, Huang Qi was taken aback by the sheer multitude of these vengeful spirits, numbering in the thousands, each possessing formidable strength. The most powerful among them had even reached the level of a nascent soul cultivator, while the weakest were comparable to foundation establishment practitioners. No wonder these nascent soul experts were fleeing. Even those at the integration stage would be compelled to retreat in the face of such overwhelming numbers of vengeful spirits. Yet, witnessing the lower-tier human cultivators succumb to confusion and despair incited great fury among the nascent soul experts, who roared in indignation. What audacity! You foolish creatures! Rushing to your demise? Is this place a playground for you ants? In the midst of this chaos, Huang Qi gleaned a shocking secret from their conversation. This high-level soul spirit was intent on breaking the laws of this space to escape. In preparation to confront various sects and families, it had gathered an astonishing number of souls. This high-level spirit was indeed deluded. Did it not realize the advantages of remaining here, where human cultivators would not intrude, allowing it to live in peace? If it ventured outside, it would undoubtedly be pursued by those ancient ancestors, even facing the risk of being refined into a treasure spirit. How utterly presumptuous! Was the foundation of humanity something that a mere soul could tread upon? The atmosphere among the assembly of over 100 nascent soul experts from various sects was thick with gravity. The prowess of this high-level soul spirit was simply overwhelming. If they could not escape today, they would perish in this place. Even if they surrendered, they would become akin to the souls themselves, forever barred from reincarnation. How could they accept such a fate? If they fought with all their might, perhaps they could alter their destinies. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated through the air. Huang Qi felt a ripple emanate throughout the entire pool. He then observed a cultivator absorbing the spirit liquid at an astonishing rate, more than double that of before. Huang Qi was left in awe, realizing that someone had already achieved a breakthrough. Moments later, a series of explosive sounds echoed as more cultivators experienced their own breakthroughs. Huang Qi understood that after a month of relentless training, it was only natural for many to advance. It was akin to soaking in the spirit ice spring. After such an interval, even a pig would achieve some level of progress. As he witnessed these cultivators ascend in rank one after another, Huang Qi felt a twinge of envy. With his own pace, achieving a breakthrough was no simple task. Although he absorbed energy rapidly, attaining a swift advancement required consuming those precious celestial resources. However, the formation Huang Qi had established was not something they could easily dismantle. Their frantic roars and curses fell on deaf ears as Huang Qi continued to gather the countless treasures around him. The souls finally recognized the peril they were in. One soul spirit shouted, "Quick, inform our master. We must have him personally eliminate this human cultivator." One soul spirit, untrapped by the formation, wasted no time and ascended into the air upon hearing this command. Huang Qi's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation. He needed to act swiftly. For if the high-level soul spirit arrived, his situation would become dire. Huang Qi unleashed his divine consciousness, and in an instant, a multitude of storage bags, spatial belts, and storage rings flew forth, fervently absorbing the treasures within the cave. The souls present, sensing the terrifying fluctuations of Huang Qishan's divine consciousness, were struck with profound astonishment, gazing at him in disbelief. At this moment, they found themselves in Chapter 1224, Heavenly Treasure and Jade. Huang Qishan observed that the souls of the cave, now subdued by his power, brought him a sigh of relief. This being was indeed formidable, and he could not afford to be complacent. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally secured a sense of safety, at least for the time being. The utmost priority now was to swiftly depart this boundless void and return to the Taishan sect for seclusion. Once he had regained his cultivation, he would devise a strategy to deal with this powerful soul. After all, he could not carry it indefinitely. However, for the present, it was undeniably advantageous, as it meant he now had a powerful ally at his side. In times of peril, he could summon this being to assist him in battle, which was quite remarkable. With a chuckle, Huang Qishan retracted his divine consciousness and found himself still amidst the endless void. His Tianfeng feathered wings had also returned to his body due to the lack of magical energy. In Chapter 1225, counting the gains, he began to assess his spoils, deciding what to keep and what to relinquish. He considered the city of Hitian to be the wealthiest he had encountered among all the cities he had visited. It was ideal to part with a plethora of treasures he no longer needed. The thought that his severely depleted spirit stones would soon be replenished, and by an unknown multiple at that, filled him with excitement. Yet, reflecting on his recent ordeal instilled a sense of trepidation. He had narrowly escaped death in the abyss of 10,000 skulls, and now he harbored an unstable time bomb within his consciousness, a situation far from perfect. Fortunately, his extraordinary abilities had saved him. Otherwise, he might have truly perished. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Huang Qi resolved to return to Hetian City after some time. Before his departure, he intended to procure a substantial quantity of Hetian jade for the crafting of exquisite magical artifacts, or to sell in Taishan City, where he anticipated the prices would surely double. In Chapter 1226, The Puppet's Exposure, he realized that there was no room left for the myriad items within his storage bags, spatial belts, and rings. The treasures contained within the pagoda were countless, and although Huang Qi yearned to meticulously inventory each item, the confines of the cave were simply too small to accommodate any further belongings. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to tidy up and enter seclusion. Upon emerging, he would sell a portion of his acquisitions. He carefully placed various jars, jade slips, precious materials, and artifacts of varying ranks into his storage bags, ultimately consolidating everything into his spatial belt. Admiring his now bulging belt, he couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Once everything was in order, Huang Qi finally turned his gaze to the vast pool beneath him. Huang Qi offered a faint smile before sending out storage bags filled with the sinister spirit liquid, casting them into the vast pool. In an instant, pure essence emerged. Chapter 1227, The Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. A puppet? How could this be? This is Huang Qi. How could he be a puppet? Master Lu wore a face of disbelief as he approached Huang Qi, grasping his hand to probe his body. Moments later, he found himself at a loss for words, utterly incredulous. His disciple, Huang Qi, was undoubtedly a genuine person, a truth he knew all too well. How had he transformed into a puppet in the blink of an eye? He had even participated in the alchemy competition and, most alarmingly, secured the championship. Wu Changfei and the others stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend how Huang Qi could possibly be a puppet. They had spent considerable time with him, every gathering filled with joy and laughter. How had everything changed so drastically? Especially for Wu Changfei, witnessing his third brother become a puppet was almost unbearable, leaving him in a daze. Some individuals suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation, their gazes toward Huang Qi turning increasingly complex. Chapter 1228, Mining the Hetian Jade. The lost magical power had finally returned today, and Huang Qi was overwhelmed with excitement. Should he encounter danger again in the future, he could rely solely on the Tianfeng feather wings to escape. The reservoir of magical power within his dantian was now ample, sufficient for indulgence. Huang Qi erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth reverberating throughout the entire cave dwelling. Taking a deep breath, he contemplated whether to seize the moment and elevate his cultivation to the golden core stage. Should his magical power remain this abundant upon reaching the golden core, his command over it would far surpass his current abilities. After much deliberation, Huang Qi deemed it essential to break through to the golden core stage at once. As for concerns regarding the rapidity of his advancement, he felt no apprehension. He was originally a formidable being at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage. His state of mind was sufficient, and he was confident that it would not falter, ensuring his magical power remained stable. At the very least, he would not face instability before achieving the peak of the Nascent Soul stage. Chapter 1229, The Heavenly Golden Pill. Huang Qi was filled with excitement as he sat cross-legged on the ground, sifting through various materials required for crafting puppets. Once he gathered all the necessary components, he commenced the creation of the puppets. The puppets Huang Qi intended to forge did not need to be overly sophisticated. There was no necessity for them to mirror his puppet avatar. They merely needed to move their limbs and carry storage bags filled with Hetian jade. Within 2 days, Huang Qi successfully crafted over a dozen low-tier puppets, each adorned with a Yushur belt, which contained countless storage bags. Huang Qi's consciousness guided these low-tier puppets, instructing them to commence their tasks. He observed as vast blocks of Hetian jade were excavated by numerous iron fire ants. The low-tier puppets then approached to collect the jade into their storage bags. Once a bag was filled, they would release it from the Yushur belt and retrieve another to continue their work. Moments later, Huang Qi was unable to articulate the exhilaration bubbling within him. Chapter 1230, The Catastrophic Calamity of the Ninth Layer of Destruction. The essence of the golden core cascaded like a waterfall, with droplets of pure spiritual energy swiftly descending into the vast ocean of Huang Qi's expanded dantian. However, despite this terrifying velocity, Huang Qi felt it was still somewhat sluggish. Where was this place? The Tian mountain range, teeming with countless demon beasts, including formidable creatures like the azure fire spirit toad. A careless misstep could lead to significant troubles. Yet, enveloped by the essence of heaven and earth, Huang Qi remained undeterred. Even if demon beasts approached, they would not dare to draw near. Indeed, many demon beasts sensed the unusual occurrence and hastily flocked to the scene. Human cultivators also noticed the anomaly, rising into the air towards the source of the disturbance. Huang Qi felt exasperated. The phenomenon accompanying his breakthrough was overwhelmingly grand, rivaling even the transitions of the harmony stage. He was utterly at a loss. Chapter 1231. The Catastrophic Calamity of the Ninth Layer of Destruction, Part 2. Huang Qi stood his ground, showing no inclination to resist. Although he sensed the terrifying aura of the tribulation, the descending lightning was not as fearsome as he had envisioned. The last time he faced such a dreadful punishment, his body and Dantian were ruthlessly struck by the lightning, yet this ordeal had granted him a measure of resistance to electric forces. He effortlessly navigated the first bolt of lightning, leaving the observing human cultivators in disbelief. This young man had not put up any defense, enduring it with sheer physicality. How was that possible? Had he grown accustomed to being struck by lightning? Did he truly regard this first tribulation as inconsequential? This was a terrifying lightning calamity infused with celestial might. If this cultivator was not a paragon of heaven, he was undoubtedly a monstrous anomaly. Many conversed in hushed tones about Huang Qi, who remained oblivious. The first strike of the ninth layer of destruction was merely an appetizer. Chapter 1232. Unleashing all means suddenly. Huang Qi's figure leaped into the air, suspended in the void. The cultivators who had retreated could no longer perceive his presence. Yet, they gazed at the terrifying four-colored sea of flames and the brewing calamity clouds, utterly dumbfounded. Could an ancestor be within? Otherwise, how could one withstand such a terrifying tribulation? However, upon contemplating Huang Qi's breakthrough, it was evident that the aura did not belong to an ancestor, even if someone within had achieved the harmony stage. The recently descended eighth tribulation would be insurmountable. Now, as the calamity clouds continued to gather, the ninth bolt promised to be exponentially more catastrophic. Could that young man endure it? Huang Qi remained unaware of their thoughts, suspended in the air, feeling the overwhelming pressure of celestial might descending upon him, as if it sought to obliterate him. Chapter 1233. Huang Qi's resolve. The multitude of cultivators and various ranks of demon beasts surrounding the area could not sense Huang Qi's existence. Due to the chaotic state of the space where Huang Qi resided, the divine consciousness could not converge. Only those with strength surpassing the Dongxian realm could discern the situation within. The onlookers could only hear the thunderous roars echoing through the air. Utterly oblivious to whether Huang Qi could withstand the heavenly tribulation. Nonetheless, they were profoundly shaken, gazing in disbelief at the distorted expanse in the distance, unable to suppress their swallowing of saliva. The space occupied by Huang Qi had descended into utter turmoil, with the fractured dimensions continuously expanding outward. The void was voraciously consuming the essence of heaven and earth in a desperate attempt to mend the shattered realm. Enormous black holes, resembling the gaping maws of ferocious beasts, relentlessly devoured the vital energies of the world. The once magnificent mountains had vanished without a trace, and below, the scene unfolded. Chapter 1234. A grand gesture. Huang Qi couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, realizing that the Hetian Jade underground far surpassed that of the surrounding areas, which was splendid news. If this basin continued to expand over time, it would undoubtedly reveal more treasures. Should it be discovered by the powerful among the human race, it would surely be seized. However, if he could excavate it first, there would be no cause for concern. A smile crept across Huang Qi's lips, as he surmised that this Hetian Jade mine was substantial. If he could exploit it, its worth would likely exceed that of an entire spiritual vein. How many rare treasures could be exchanged for such a fortune? In the next moment, Huang Qi noticed dozens of belts of storage near the cave entrance. A wave of excitement washed over his face as he hurriedly approached to examine one of the belts. To his astonishment, each storage bag contained at least tens of thousands of items, all filled to the brim with Hetian Jade. Huang Qi could hardly contain his exhilaration. This was indeed a true windfall. Chapter 1235. Stirring up the storm. The elder was well aware that Huang Qi possessed a considerable quantity of spirit stones. He could simply present various rare treasures for this young man to choose from. ideally leaving behind the 14 billion spirit stones. Huang Qi appeared to harbor no suspicion towards the elder, nor did he feel the need for caution. The elder was not foolish. He would not create trouble for Huang Qi within Hetian City. However, once Huang Qi departed, that could change. Huang Qi detected a peculiar tracking signal emanating from the belt given to him by the elder. If he were an ordinary cultivator, he might have overlooked it. But now that he had become aware, he would exercise due caution. After more than an hour, the elder returned with another storage belt in hand. Smiling as he addressed Huang Qi, "Friend, please take a look. There are numerous rare treasures inside. Feel free to take whatever you desire." Huang Qi accepted the storage belt and focused his divine consciousness on it. Chapter 1236. The Azure Fire Spirit Toad Within Less Than a Day. Many cultivators searching for Hetian jade on the outskirts of the Hetian Mountains discovered the treasure map of the Ghost Shadow Gate that Huang Qi had intentionally left behind. Initially, those who obtained the treasure map were overjoyed, realizing that fortune could indeed fall from the heavens. Each was filled with excitement, carefully stowing away the map. Recently, they heard that a disciple of the Yin Yu sect had acquired a treasure map, which was presented to the sect, yielding immense benefits. They speculated that if they too offered a treasure map to their own sects or families, they would undoubtedly reap significant rewards as well. It was as if fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon them, igniting their excitement. Regardless of the veracity of this matter, it was imperative that their sects and families ascertain the truth. They were particularly cautious in gathering intelligence about the Yin Yu sect. Many cultivators hastily departed from the Hetian mountain range, returning to their respective sects and families. In this context, Huang Qi harbored another ambition. With the assistance of the Azure Fire Spirit Toad as his ally, the Hetian mountain range would become akin to his own private garden, allowing him to freely extract Hetian jade. This would yield a continuous and substantial fortune. The mere thought of endless wealth flowing into his coffers filled Huang Qi with exhilaration. However, the Azure Fire Spirit Toad seemed to sense Huang Qi's intentions and darkened its expression, warning him, "You must remember, young one, that while I do not harbor ill intentions towards you, you must not covet mine. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to show my displeasure." Huang Qi chuckled awkwardly, replying, "I would not dare, esteemed elder. Your presence is akin to that of a sovereign. How could I possibly dare to covet your attention?" The Azure Fire Spirit Toad regarded him with skepticism, pondering how many among the human race were truly unambitious. It soon regretted its earlier concession. As Huang Qi traversed the city, he took the opportunity to procure a selection of rare treasures before continuing his journey to the Inhun mountain range via the teleportation array. Within the array, he diligently refined those rare treasures, while simultaneously allocating a portion of his cultivated mana to his life lotus seal. Given the vastness of Huang Qi's dantian, his mana reserves rivaled those of a formidable cultivator in the Liha stage. However, he was prudent, not recklessly pouring all his mana into the life lotus seal, for it was, after all, merely a means of self-preservation. Only by strengthening his own capabilities could he truly attain supremacy. As his own strength burgeoned, the necessity of the life lotus seal would diminish. Nevertheless, as Huang Qi consumed more rare treasures, the mana within his dantian continued to swell. Yet, despite absorbing a considerable amount of mana, the life lotus seal showed no signs of expansion. Rather, it grew increasingly luminous. Huang Qi sensed the resonance of the seal. The speed of the abyssal demon porpoise was astonishing, particularly in the forbidden skies of the floating corpse sea, surpassing even the flight speed of cultivators. Huang Qi initially sought to glean more information about this mysterious realm from the creature, but it claimed that its movements were confined to the floating corpse sea. However, it recounted that a millennium ago, many talented disciples had ventured into this area, and numerous strong members of the Ghost Shadow sect had also traversed it, typically navigating through the floating corpse sea. Those disciples who had battled him fiercely were ultimately consumed by him, while those who triumphed were guided by him across the floating corpse sea to the soul-severing bridge. That was the soul passage from the sea of floating corpses. Traversing the soul-severing bridge led to the halls of the Ghost Kings. Within this realm, the Hall of the Ghost Kings was the most abundant in treasures, and the ultimate destination for all talented disciples was to reach the Hall of the Ghost Kings to receive treasures or inheritances. In a mere moment, the spirit of the bridge regained its clarity and its demeanor transformed to one of respect. It bowed to Huang Qi and addressed him as young master. A smile finally graced Huang Qi's face, It had indeed been a challenging endeavor. He had employed various methods to control the soul-severing bridge, and had the spirit of the bridge escaped, the loss would have been substantial. Huang Qi, satisfied, nodded with a smile and declared from now on, "You shall be known as Little Bridge. Remain by my side, and I shall not treat you poorly." Upon hearing this, the soul-severing bridge showed no signs of displeasure and promptly agreed. Huang Qi smiled gently and said, "Now, take me to your inner space." Upon this command, Little Bridge executed a spell, and in an instant, a mysterious rune appeared beneath their feet, followed by a dazzling array of colors. Huang Qi felt a blur before his eyes, and soon he found himself in a new location. He shook his head upon realizing that those talented disciples were well guarded. For them, these trials posed little challenge. They might have already reached the Palace of Impermanence, while he, on the other hand, had to take matters into his own hands. With a sigh, he ceased contemplating and made his way towards the Shura field. Arriving at the Shura field, Huang Qi was struck by the countless bones strewn across the ground. He marveled at the number of disciples who must have perished here. Indeed, it was a true Shura field. As he released his consciousness, it enveloped the entire area, and he soon noticed a black dot rapidly expanding before him. Without warning, a steel fork lunged towards his chest with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. With a cold grunt, Huang Qi pointed his finger, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that collided violently with the steel fork. A thunderous sound erupted as the fork was sent flying, and then a figure appeared. With a resounding crash, blood erupted as the Shura Yaksha, transformed from the 9 great Yakshas, had its head crushed underfoot. The Yaksha then dissipated into swirling black mist. Huang Qi immediately sensed the intricate changes within him fading away, regaining control over his own body. He nodded slightly, pondering when he might possess such formidable magical power and mastery over the laws of magic. Envy welled within him. "Huang Qi, remember this. Do not disturb my cultivation unless necessary," came a voice. Huang Qi smiled lightly, unconcerned, and nodded gently as the ethereal presence continued to conceal itself within his consciousness. With a chuckle, Huang Qi thought it foolish to engage recklessly with those formidable beings. Why not make use of free assistance? With a grin, he unfurled his purple wings and swiftly soared towards the end of the Shura field. The corners of Huang Qi's mouth curved upwards. It was time to depart from this place. Huang Qijing was about to employ his means to depart from the location when his expression subtly shifted. He had spotted an elder from the Dongxian lineage accompanied by a young boy entering the premises. Recognizing the elder, Huang concluded that they must belong to the Yinhua sect, as he had previously encountered them before the Ghost King's hall. Huang silently muttered a word of misfortune. Disregarding all else, he leaped into the air, his Tianfeng feather wings unfurling once more, tearing through space as he made his escape. The two newcomers, witnessing that someone had arrived before them and had taken everything, wore expressions of sheer menace. The Dongxian elder let out a cold snort. "Young man, you think you can escape after taking what belongs here?" Yet, upon noticing the Tianfeng feather wings behind Huang, the elder's countenance slightly altered. However, he could not afford to ponder the identity of Huang or how he had managed to refine the wings. Many formidable beings had already entered. Chapter 1244. The souls emerge. Upon hearing the elder's words, Huang promptly halted, realizing that he could not afford to be careless in this peculiar space. The small bridge, which guarded this enigmatic realm, was undoubtedly more aware of its intricacies than anyone else. Since the bridge had spoken, there must have been sound reasoning behind it. He decided to remain observant and assess the situation before taking action. Before Huang could make a move, numerous disciples, their eyes gleaming with fervor, began to approach what appeared to be the safest large chest, eager to discover its contents. The other disciples made no attempt to intervene, as they assumed it contained only spirit stones or materials, items that paled in comparison to these ancient treasures. Just as one disciple touched a large chest, his entire body trembled violently, and a terrifying aura emanated from the chest. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and the arriving dozens of Dongxian experts sensed the disturbance, all turning their gazes towards that disciple, who was now visibly shaken. Chapter 1245. The Master's Mark. Meanwhile, Huang Qijing was transported away alongside a soul entity. In the boundless void, they engaged in a fierce battle, yet ultimately, the soul managed to infiltrate Huang's sea of consciousness. Huang's body felt increasingly uncontrollable, as if he were being rapidly transmitted through the infinite expanse. The The spectral visage of his soul bore an expression of utmost seriousness, casting wary glances at the astonished figure within his consciousness. "Ah, I did not expect that you, a mere core formation disciple, would possess such a formidable body and sea of consciousness. No wonder you were able to repel that old ghost, the Ghost King. It seems you are not merely an ordinary disciple after all." Huang's expression grew grave as he realized the peril he was in, despite his utmost caution. This terrifying entity had breached his sea of consciousness. If it were to wholeheartedly seek to seize his body, he would indeed find himself in monumental trouble. This ancient being had transcended the Dongxian level, though sealed for over 10,000 years. Chapter 1246. Lin Feng's Arrangements Master. Your disciple has also arrived in the spirit realm. The spirit realm is so vast that I have no idea where to find you. I thought I was about to perish. I believed I would never have the chance to see you again. How could you possibly be here? Master, I miss you dearly. Listening to Huang Qi's series of inquiries, the immortal Lord Bai Yi felt deeply moved and sighed helplessly, saying, "Qi, you have indeed lived up to your master's dedication. Ascending to the spirit realm, your master is greatly comforted." Huang Qi nodded earnestly. At this moment, he displayed a childlike demeanor only in the presence of his master. For the position of this mentor in his heart was irreplaceable. "Master, how did you know that your disciple was in danger and promptly came to rescue me?" Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, the immortal Lord Bai Yi shook his head helplessly and replied, Chapter 1247. Dealing with Troubles. "Master, rest assured, your disciple will not bring shame upon you. I will certainly bring my wife and children to pay my respects to you." Huang Qi then withdrew his spiritual consciousness, and his figure materialized in a spacious cave. He quickly released his spiritual sense, sensing that outside lay a desolate mountain, with few traces of humanity around, which brought him some relief. Upon seeing the teleportation array beneath his feet, Huang Qi gritted his teeth and pointed, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the array shattered. With a faint smile, he stepped out of the cave, summoned his wind boat, and shot forth in a determined direction, within an unknown space. Rich in spiritual energy and adorned with exotic flowers and plants, there were no signs of human activity. The entire small space housed only a magnificent building. A young man, handsome and radiant, emanated a terrifying wave of energy. Chapter 1248. A Brief Retreat. Haha, naturally. I am aware that Huang Qi is currently in closed-door cultivation in the Tian mountain range, and I believe it will not be long before he returns to the Taishan sect. It seems the fairy is quite concerned about your junior brother, Mu Qingling remarked, her wariness fading somewhat. This little junior brother of mine is indeed quite mysterious. Although I am Huang Qi's senior sister, I do not know much about him. Since you have saved me, I shall certainly repay you in the future. I hope you will let me go, considering my junior brother's reputation, she expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Huang Qi smiled and responded, Haha, I will indeed allow Fairy Mu to leave. However, before you depart, might you return something to me? Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, Mu Qingling immediately understood his meaning, but hesitated. After a moment, she produced a jade slip and said, This is for you. Chapter 1249. The Mysterious Middle-Aged Man. Huang Qi smiled faintly. There was no rush, as he could cultivate slowly while on his journey. After all, returning to the Taishan sect in a short time was impossible. He then stood up and, accompanied by Qiao, walked toward a towering statue not far away. This statue exuded an extraordinary aura, far surpassing that of He Wuchang. Approaching the grand statue, Huang Qi unleashed his formidable spiritual consciousness, instantly enveloping the immense figure. In the next moment, Huang Qi felt an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from within the statue. He was instantly filled with excitement. The energy surpassed that within the statue of the Black Wuchang by several magnitudes. If he were to absorb this vast energy, Huang Qi was confident he could effortlessly break through to the Yuaning realm. However, he would never dare to achieve such a breakthrough. At most, he would reach the pinnacle of the Jedon stage. As he pondered this monumental energy, he recalled that he had been teleported from the Ghost King Palace. To his astonishment, he realized that this Ghost King Palace was indeed a treasure of a terrifying existence. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the Ghost King Palace shattered the Great Formation. Over a dozen formidable beings were sent reeling, each spitting blood, their faces drained of color. Huang Qi stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sheer terror of the Ghost King Palace. But wait, his previous encounters with the palace had not been so appalling. He had faced the spirit of the Ghost King Palace and driven it back with the four-colored flames, leading him to believe the palace was merely on par with a spirit separation-level ancestor. Why, then, did it unleash such horror in the hands of this middle-aged man? Huang Qi was engulfed in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. He beheld the middle-aged man, proudly supporting the towering palace, standing amidst the chaotic void with an air of superiority, surveying the world with disdain. What a fearsome being he was. As Huang Qi continued to read, he discovered the Earth's sovereign lineage's declaration. All heirs of the Earth's sovereign must vow to vanquish the Yin Emperor lineage. To accept the Earth's sovereign's inheritance, one must swear an oath against their own inner demons, promising to return and reclaim the lineage from the Yin Emperor's domain and re-establish dominance over the Yin realm. Otherwise, the inheritance would remain unattainable. Huang Qi marveled quietly at this revelation. Although he had never visited the Yin realm, the Compendium of Arts contains some rudimentary descriptions of it. The Yin realm is home to the three ancient lineages, said to be the supreme secret arts passed down by the Tao Lord Luya. He imparted these three arcane techniques to his three disciples, who later became known as the three emperors of Yin: the heavenly emperor Lu Li, the earth emperor Song Mang, and the human emperor Duan Fei. These three emperors, upon attaining enlightenment, ascended to realms beyond, leaving behind the mortal plane. Yet, their teachings circulated widely throughout the Yin realm. Huang Qi proceeded further and was astonished to find methods for evading the thunder tribulations, such as the Xian Yin Thunder Transformation Technique, Xian Yin Thunder Refinement Skill, and Xian Yin Heavenly Punishment Art. These three techniques left him utterly speechless. What a defiance of fate these practices represented. They had the capacity to summon, transform, and refine thunder tribulations. For other cultivators, thunder tribulations were akin to a death sentence, something to be avoided at all costs, to escape if possible, and to resist if necessary. Yet, within the Xian Yin Ghost Emperor scripture lay the secrets to refining heavenly punishments. How could this be? Huang Qi found it hard to fathom. But then a thought struck him. If these techniques were indeed authentic, then he would truly be defying the heavens. Why should he fear the lethal thunder punishment any longer? His heart raced with a fervent anticipation. Due to the repercussions of the thunder punishment, I found myself in a state of considerable discontent. However, should I cultivate the profound Yin Ghost Emperor scripture, I would have nothing to fear. I could wholeheartedly focus on gathering talents and diligently honing my skills. In the 1253rd chapter, titled Soul Cutting Sword, Huang Qi, with a chuckle, shook his head and said, "Young master, are you all right? You seem rather agitated." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao's face lit up with joy as he hastily congratulated Huang Qi. "Congratulations, young master. You have finally acquired the legacy of our Ghost Shadow sect. In the future, I shall surely assist you diligently, hoping that you may achieve great mastery and restore the Ghost Shadow sect." Huang Qi was slightly surprised, not expecting Xiao Qiao to hold such deep affection for the Ghost Shadow sect. He nodded slightly and replied, "Haha. Young master promises you that once I have attained my potential and settled down, I shall indeed rebuild the Ghost Shadow sect. How would you like to become its leader?" Xiao Qiao quickly shook his head, asserting, "You are the true leader of the Ghost Shadow sect, young master. I shall remain by your side, lending you my support." In the 1254th chapter, Heavenly Ghost Treasure Vault, I could easily subdue those disciples of lesser strength with a mere thought. However, against formidable practitioners like the Soul Spirit, Miao Yushi, my mental power proved inadequate. Fortunately, with the acquisition of the soul-cutting sword, my mental prowess transformed into a terrifying and effective means. Even now, with the soul-cutting sword amplifying my formidable mental power, Miao Yushi would undoubtedly harbor trepidation. Typically, a practitioner's mental power is rather fragile. Those of lesser cultivation would be rendered incapacitated by a single strike, while even the more powerful ones could suffer significant setbacks if caught off guard. In the fierce realm of combat, every second counts, and a moment's negligence could spell disaster. This sword is indeed a valuable asset, particularly effective against ghostly entities. Alas, it remains a pity that it has not attained the status of a spiritual treasure. Had it done so, in the 1255th chapter, Completion of the Golden Core, I feared that I was no longer a match for that young man. Miao Yushi was filled with regret. Yet there was little she could do but hope that Huang Qi would honor his promise and not seek her out. However, living in such a state of anxiety tormented her greatly. Meanwhile, Huang Qi was completely oblivious to Miao Yushi's internal turmoil, as he focused intently on refining the immense power of the soul. As for dealing with Miao Yushi, Huang Qi had no intention of doing so. His master, Lin Feng, had already employed measures against her, ensuring that she would not dare to act recklessly again. Moreover, having refined this spiritual energy, my mental power would be firmly above Miao Yushi's, which she could not possibly counter. If she harbored any ulterior motives, Huang Qi would not hesitate to obliterate her entirely. As time progressed, Huang Qi distinctly felt his spiritual consciousness growing increasingly formidable, even surpassing that of ordinary Dongxuan-level experts. Upon reaching the Taishan city, he promptly contacted Xiao Qiao, inquiring about their arrival. To his delight, he learned that their next destination was indeed Taishan city, aligning closely with his estimations. However, in the next moment, Xiao Qiao urgently transmitted a message to Huang Qi. Master, trouble. The Lord of the Ghost King Hall has caught up. What? Huang Qi's expression shifted slightly. He had previously encountered this formidable entity from the Ghost King Hall, whose strength was beyond his capacity to withstand. Had it not been for his deployment of the four-color flame, he would never have forced it out from Ouyang Zhi's statue. The realization that such a terrifying being was in pursuit sent shivers down his spine. Huang Qi estimated that the power of the Ghost King Hall was at least more fearsome than that of an ordinary divine separation ancestor. This was indeed a predicament. While he was confident in his ability to withstand a Dongxian ancestor, he had no assurance against a being of ancestral caliber. He must hastily return to the Taishan gate. With his heart sinking to the depths, Huang Qi recognized the astonishing speed of this adversary. Escape seemed utterly impossible. Yet, he understood the necessity of fleeing. Otherwise, he would truly be in peril. The Ghost King Hall made another attempt to seize him. With a fierce shout, Huang Qi suddenly turned, summoning the four-color flame, which transformed into a flaming lotus, exuding a terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens. It surged towards the Ghost King Hall. Upon witnessing Huang Qi's invocation of the four-color flame once more, the Ghost King Hall was visibly astonished. During their previous encounter on the Instilled mountain, it had barely escaped the wrath of this four-color lotus. It was unimaginable that Huang Qi could unleash such a fearsome flame again. What astonished the Ghost King Hall even more than Huang Qi's heavenly phoenix feather wings was the four-color lotus itself, capable of devastating destruction. Even a Dongxian cultivator would be gravely injured if not killed by it. The Ghost King Hall itself was reluctant to be struck by such a force. Huang Qi was utterly horrified. The might of this domain truly had the potential to alter the very fabric of reality. How could this be possible? He wished to counter this terrifying domain. Yet what means did he possess to confront such overwhelming power? Huang Qi suddenly felt as though he were at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. However, passivity was not in his nature. He bellowed, and the Tai sword materialized in his hand, surrounded by a surge of magical energy coalescing into a blinding beam within the Tai sword. A terrifying sword light pierced through the heavens, seemingly capable of cleaving the world in two. As he unleashed his strike, a dreadful rift manifested in the void. But in the next instant, Huang Qi's expression changed dramatically, for the terrifying rift instantly sealed itself, as if the sword light had merely grazed the air before vanishing completely. How could this be possible? Huang Qi wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Typically, he could effortlessly strike with his sword, yet now, facing the rift in space, he found himself in the midst of chaos. The surroundings returned to their original state in the blink of an eye, the horrifying sea of blood having vanished without a trace. The wreckage strewn about bore witness to a cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. As he steadied himself, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion as pale as death, his heart still racing with trepidation. He failed to notice an elderly man standing beside him. My goodness, I was almost lost within, Huang Qi exclaimed, turning to find a venerable figure with a youthful visage and white hair, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. The old man stood resolute, seemingly as enduring as a 1,000-year-old pine, commanding a sense of reverence. Huang Qi noted the old man's slight frown as he regarded him, as if deep in contemplation. To Huang Qi's delight, the elder was clad in a blue robe, emblazoned with the characters Tai Xian across his chest, which brought him a sigh of relief. The elder's aura was subtle yet powerful, having saved him from the clutches of the Ghost King. Ancestor, this spiritual treasure has already recognized me as its master. If it belongs to me, how could a disciple of my humble cultivation seize it? I implore you to see the truth, Huang Qi pleaded. At that moment, the Ghost King Palace could no longer contain its fury, roaring as it lunged forward to annihilate Huang Qi. Yet, Miao Yi's countenance grew cold. He slowly extended a palm, exerting pressure throughout the space towards the Ghost King Palace. The latter's expression shifted slightly, compelling it to halt, and it retaliated with a palm strike. The two forces collided, creating an overwhelming destructive force that caused the very fabric of space between them to shatter. Both combatants took a step back. Huang Qi watched in awe, recognizing the immense strength of his ancestor. Had the Ghost King initially employed such a power against him, he would have likely perished before his ancestor could intervene. He retrieved a handful of healing elixirs, not discerning their specific types, and swallowed them whole. Settling into a meditative posture, he sought to stabilize his injuries. His wounds were indeed grave, yet fortunately, they were not life-threatening. With a few days of recuperation, he would surely recover. This resilience was a testament to Huang Qi's extraordinary physical prowess, which even the Dongxian ancestor would struggle to withstand under the pressure of the Blood Sea. Quickly succumbing to its depths, Huang Qi understood that he was now under the scrutiny of the two esteemed elders of Taishan, and trouble could be looming ahead. Moreover, he feared that the matter of his clone would not remain concealed from the elders. He hoped they would not make things difficult for him. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to part ways with Taishan. After a brief interval, the space rippled, and two figures emerged slowly. Huang Qi promptly rose, his expression one of utmost respect. Upon seeing Huang Qi, the two elders recognized the gravity of the situation. As Huang Qi heard their words, he hesitated, realizing he had indeed aroused suspicion. Miao Yi's earlier refusal to let him depart indicated that he had sensed something amiss. Confronting the terrifying existence of the Ghost King Palace with one's own mastery of the great perfection of alchemy is bound to raise suspicion. Even if one possesses a spirit treasure, it would be futile to contend against a postnatal spiritual artifact. Yet, I have managed to endure for such a lengthy period. Delaying until the arrival of Miao Yi, it is only natural for him to harbor doubts. Even the ordinary ancestors of the cave, profound, might not exhibit my peculiarities. My identity is, to outsiders, a closely guarded secret. Huang Qi is indeed reluctant to divulge the matter, but with the capabilities of these two elders, who can perceive the cosmos, how could I possibly conceal the truth? It seems that unless I fully disclose my background today, these two venerable ancestors will not acquiesce to my requests. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Huang Qi deemed it inconsequential. What harm could it do for them to know that I am an ascended cultivator? In the first chapter of Trouble Knocking at the Door, Huang Qi, you must contemplate carefully. Should you become my disciple, your future shall be boundless. No one within the entire Taishan sect will dare to trouble you thereafter. With our abilities, we will provide you with every possible assistance in your cultivation. How many disciples yearn to seek us as mentors, yet cannot? Would you truly wish to forfeit such a rare opportunity? The two elders spoke in unison, their disappointment at Huang Qi's reluctance to accept them as teachers palpable. As they laid out the pros and cons in detail, Huang Qi respectfully bowed to the two elders and, with a solemn expression, replied, I sincerely thank the two venerable seniors for your kindness. Master Lu only has me as his disciple. If I were to depart, it would surely cause him great sorrow. I cannot bear such a thought. Rest assured, as a member of the Taishan sect, I shall never bring shame upon it. The two elders, seeing Huang Qi's earnest demeanor, could only shake their heads in resignation. In the subsequent chapter, Huang Qi confronted the law enforcement team, who were infuriated by his provocation of their captain, which was tantamount to challenging them all. Each member's eyes widened with rage as they glared at Huang Qi. One law enforcement disciple scoffed, addressing the squad leader, how outrageous. We have always been the ones causing trouble for others, yet today, we have someone so foolish as to act recklessly before our enforcement team. Captain, this brat is oblivious to his own folly. Allow me to teach him a lesson and relieve the frustration of my fellow brothers. The squad leader cast a cold glance at Huang Qi, then smirked and nodded. Be careful not to go too far, understood? Upon hearing this, the disciple let out a sinister chuckle and slowly approached Huang Qi. The others, witnessing their comrade gearing up for action, grew intrigued, cheering and urging him on, their expressions filled with disdain. In the next chapter, Huang Qi observed the approaching bundle of celestial locks, which shimmered with an extraordinary glow. Unperturbed, he pointed a finger, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that shot forth like a chain, colliding violently with the bundle of celestial locks. With a resounding thud, the locks were sent flying backward, their brilliance subsequently dimming. The law enforcement disciple was taken aback by the scene before him, hastily casting a spell to summon back the binding immortal lock. However, to his astonishment, the lock had been weakened in its spiritual essence. This spectacle left the disciple in a state of shock. Although Huang Qi had effortlessly dealt with over a dozen enforcement disciples, it did not instill fear in the captain of the enforcement team. Yet, the binding immortal lock was an extraordinary treasure, crafted specifically by the revered ancestor of the sect, imbued with the ancestor's divine will, possessing unparalleled might. Even a formidable practitioner at the harmonization stage would find it a daunting task to confront the binding immortal lock. Chapter 1266. Troubles Arise, Brother. With your avatar present here, and over 20,000 iron fire ants guarding, who would dare to intrude? In the past, a few reckless individuals had ventured in, only to be frightened away by the iron fire ants. With enforcement disciples stationed outside, no one would dare to enter lightly. Huang Qi nodded slightly, realizing that the measures he had left behind were indeed effective. Otherwise, the brother and sister duo would likely have encountered considerable trouble. He glanced at their cultivation levels with satisfaction and remarked, "Well done, you have not neglected your training over the years, and I am pleased." Wei Zifen was composed, but the girl chuckled heartily, entirely at ease, and spoke, "Of course, brother. You have left them so many spirit stones and elixirs. It would be strange if our cultivation did not progress rapidly. Look, I have already formed my golden core. Isn't that impressive?" Wei Zifen smiled wryly and shook his head. Chapter 1267. Huang Qi's might. Just as Huang Qi had not yet departed, an elder from the enforcement hall had already brought people to corner him at Three-Finger Peak. Huang Qi soared through the air and gently landed outside the entrance of Three-Finger Peak, only to see around 16 or 17 individuals approaching with imposing demeanor. The leader, a man of medium build and middle age, exuded an air of superiority, though his expression was notably grim. Before they could approach, Huang Qi was already waiting outside. The intimidated leader of the enforcement team, sensing fear at the sight of Huang Qi, steadied himself with the presence of his master nearby and angrily declared, "Master, it is him. He is Huang Qi, the one who injured our enforcement disciples." Upon recognizing Huang Qi, the elder's complexion darkened further, and he stepped forward with a cold snort, saying, "Huang Qi, you are exceedingly bold to commit violence within the Taishan sect, seriously injuring my enforcement disciples. The crime is unforgivable." Chapter 1268. The situation escalates. How is this possible? The elderly was staggered by the sheer ferocity of this young man's strength. He was sent flying by a single punch from Huang Qi, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face etched with disbelief and horror. He had sensed Huang Qi's power, which was merely at the peak of golden core formation. Yet, how was it that when he struck, his combat prowess was so terrifying? As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, how could he be unable to withstand a single blow from his opponent? How could this be? Elderly was thoroughly subdued by Huang Qi's single punch, leaving the dozen or so disciples who had been severely injured by Huang Qi in a state of utter shock. Their faces reflected sheer astonishment as they grappled with the realization that their master, a formidable practitioner in the mid-Yuaning stage, could not withstand even a single blow from this young man. How could such a thing be possible? The battle here could not escape the notice of nearby disciples, and some elders, sensing the fluctuations of energy, hastened to the scene. Chapter 1269. A meeting with Elder He Stop. A powerful shout echoed from a distance. Yet it was evident that the warning came too late. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous shockwave erupted, creating a black hole in the void. Many nearby disciples were caught off guard and were sent flying, spitting blood and paling to an extreme, their pupils dilated in terror. Most of these disciples had likely never experienced such a terrifying battle and were swept up in its wake. The expressions of several Yuan-ing elders changed dramatically as they quickly cast their spells, enveloping themselves and many of their disciples in a protective glow. However, the situation was dire. They were still forced back, some even coughing up blood. A figure moved with remarkable speed, suddenly plunging into the heart of the terrifying energy wave. Huang Qi clearly observed an elder hastily casting a spell. Chapter 1270. Clarifying the facts regardless of whether they were formidable practitioners above the Yuan-ing stage or ordinary disciples. The talented scions gathered from various great sects were all taken aback by Elder He's actions. They understood that he was attempting to probe the soul, It was apparent that Elder He was being cautious. The onlookers felt sympathy for the young captain, but harbored little concern. What was Elder He's status? He was an existence akin to the ancestral being of Dongxian, wielding transcendent powers. It was unlikely that he would encounter any significant issues while probing a mere young disciple's soul. After a considerable time, Elder He finally grasped the essence of the matter. His expression noticeably grim. He then let out a cold snort and declared, "Well, I have ascertained the facts. We shall cease this matter here, and no one is to bring it up again in the future. Elderly, as a respected elder of the Taishan sect, you ought to impart wisdom to your disciples. However, your temperament is too volatile, and you have resorted to murderous intent. I hereby sentence you to a year of solitary reflection." Chapter 1271. Elder Huang. Upon hearing this, Yi Danwang could not afford to be careless. He felt a surge of joy within, realizing that their Golden Cauldron Peak now had an ascended practitioner, a fact that would undoubtedly ignite envy among many peak masters. Elder He chose not to elaborate further, shaking his head before vanishing from sight. Seeing that Elder He had departed, Mei Qing pondered his own position. With Huang Qi being an ascended practitioner of formidable strength, likely beyond that of an ordinary harmonization stage practitioner, he felt a deep sense of helplessness despite his reluctance. With a cold snort, he took Elder Li and over 10 enforcement disciples and swiftly disappeared. Yi Shuangying and the others hurried over, their gazes toward Huang Qi laden with curiosity. Yi Shuangying chuckled and then remarked, "Ah, Huang Dao friend, I was unaware of your esteemed identity before, and I may have caused some offense. I hope you can forgive me." Huang Qi, upon hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile as he hastily clasped his hands in respect. "Master Yi, I implore you, do not speak so. I, Huang Qi, have been a member of the Taishan sect for over 3 years now. At that time, I joined alongside my elder brother Lu Wangquan, second brother Luo Yishan, fourth brother Wu Changfei, fifth brother Fan Lianming, sixth brother Li Da, and seventh sister Li Wan. Now, aside from fourth brother Wu Changfei, I am at a loss regarding the whereabouts of the others. I do not doubt their loyalty, as we have shared bonds of brotherhood. While I and fourth brother are currently thriving, I remain deeply concerned for the others, as I have not heard from them in 3 years. I wonder if Wu Changfei has managed to find our elder brother. Yet, I cannot help but ponder why, despite my growing reputation, my elder brother and the others have not sought me out. Could it be that, apart from myself and Wu Changfei, the other 5 siblings have ventured into the outer sect? If that is the case, it would indeed pose a significant problem, as the outer sect is far more populous than the inner sect. As for the ascended cultivators, what do they represent? It is common knowledge. Many disciples flocked to the base of Sanji Peak, eager to befriend Huang Qi, while others sought him out for alchemical endeavors in hopes of forming a connection. Notably, those once dismissive geniuses began to take an interest in Huang Qi, believing their own prowess sufficient to engage him in sparring. However, as Huang Qi found himself under house arrest, they could only suppress their eagerness. Despite their talents, the elite still regarded Huang Qi with disdain. Ascended cultivators, while rare and possessing outstanding cultivation potential and strength, were seen as favored by the heavens. Could those so-called geniuses truly compare? Even an ascended cultivator might not match their prowess. Wu Changfei soon received news and arrived with his senior brothers Shang Wanfei and Tongbo. Upon hearing the news, Huang Qi was filled with joy and promptly rose to his feet. This was splendid news. He had finally located the Li siblings, who were in the outer sect and might possess information about the elder and second brothers. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Huang Qi's heart brimmed with happiness, for finding his siblings would grant him peace of mind. After all, how could he leave this place without ensuring a favorable cultivation environment for them? Wu Changfei, in his excitement, leaped up, his face alight with surprise, and without further ado, pulled Huang Qi towards the exit. However, Shang Wanfei swiftly blocked Wu Changfei's path. Junior apprentice, Huang Qi is currently under house arrest and cannot leave freely. We cannot afford to give the law enforcement hall any reason to trouble your third brother again, Shang Wanfei cautioned. Wu Changfei smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling the gravity of the situation. Look at me. I was so overwhelmed with joy that I completely overlooked this matter. Who are you? A voice interjected. Today is the day my master Huang Qi holds a grand ceremony for taking concubines. All who have come here are guests of my master. Pray tell, who might you be? Without uttering a word, Wu Changfei resolutely kicked the disciple away and coldly snorted. You want Huang Qi to come see me? This is nothing but provocation. Do these disciples not know what has transpired? Who exactly is this person who dares to cause trouble here? It is truly beyond the expectations of these disciples. Huang Qi is no ordinary individual. He is the eldest disciple of the Lord of the Red Lotus Peak, a figure of great renown in the outer sect. He is even expected to succeed as the next leader of the Red Lotus Peak, with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary Yuanying elder. What audacity does this person possess to come here and disrupt the peace? Has he grown weary of life? The cultivation levels of these disciples are quite low, mostly at the foundation establishment stage, with only a few exceptions. As the crowd gathered, their expressions grew peculiar, equally puzzled by the situation. The Taishan sect is divided into inner and outer sects, and typically, outer disciples do not have much interaction with inner disciples. Ordinary outer disciples would be eager to curry favor with inner disciples, so it is perplexing that they would provoke them without cause. It is unclear what has transpired with Huang Qi, but it is indeed ominous that an inner disciple has sought him out on the day of his wedding. Before long, a streak of light shot forth from the distance, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, looking quite distinguished. As he approached, many in attendance recognized him and began to murmur amongst themselves. Huang Qi's junior brother, Wang Jian, has arrived. His cultivation is only second to Huang Qi, a formidable Yuanying late-stage practitioner. This should prove entertaining. How blind must one be to dare attend Huang Qi's wedding? Someone, wreak havoc upon this plaza. Wu Changfei sneered, addressing the disciples behind him. Wang Gang and others had just witnessed Wu Changfei's prowess and were left astonished. His stature in their minds soared to unprecedented heights. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed into the plaza and began to smash everything in sight. In mere moments, the expansive area lay in ruins, with chairs and tables shattered. Wang Jian attempted to intervene, but having recently faced defeat, he was no match for Wu Changfei. His own disciples were too intimidated to speak out. Although they felt furious at the destruction, they dared not intervene. There was little hope to rely on their so-called friends in this critical moment, as none proved trustworthy. Wang Jian's heart seethed with rage, his face flushed with indignation as he glared at Wu Changfei, then coldly replied, "Very well, very well. Dealing with these few should pose no trouble. My presence here ensures that no significant issues arise. Moreover, this is their territory, with numerous Yuanying powerhouses present. I must remain vigilant and ensure that none of the three are ambushed by others." Huang Qi stood quietly, observing the unfolding conflict. While Wang Gang and the others remained behind him, their expressions filled with wariness. Huang Qi noted that the strength of Wu Changfei and his companions was indeed extraordinary, as they all practiced the same technique, the 10,000 sword art. The trio coordinated seamlessly, embodying the formidable might of a sword formation. Countless sword shadows flickered unpredictably, obscuring a section of the sky. The sound of dull thuds echoed relentlessly, leaving Huang Qi and his companions with no option but to defend themselves. Huang Qi nodded discreetly, recognizing that the 10,000 swords technique was indeed a supreme martial art, wielding such terrifying power. Observing Wu Changfei and his companions showcasing their prowess, forcing Huang Qi and his allies to retreat in disarray, Wang Gang and the others felt the weight of the moment. "Brother, are you still silent? I advise you to speak up, or else I might have to kick you again," Wu Changfei declared, delivering another swift kick. The cries of anguish resounded, yet he afforded Huang Qi no opportunity to respond. This fellow truly deserved punishment for harboring ill intentions toward his seventh sister and imprisoning his sixth brother. How could he not make this scoundrel pay, considering the grievances endured by his siblings? The onlookers, including Wang Jian and over a dozen Yuanying cultivators, watched in horror as their senior brother was trampled under Wu Changfei's relentless assault. Their expressions twitched with indignation. Each of them bore significant injuries. And witnessing their master suffer such humiliation filled them with a profound sense of shame, yet none dared intervene. They had witnessed Huang Qi's earlier display of power, and they knew their master was incapable of withstanding a single attack. Upon witnessing Huang Qi slay Huang Qi, the faces of Wang Jian and the others turned pale with disbelief, casting incredulous glances at Huang Qi. Having already been injured by Huang Qi and his companions, they had violated the sect's rules, yet they dared to commit murder in front of so many witnesses, claiming the life of a fully realized Yuanying master. Had he lost his mind? Did he not fear the repercussions from the sect? Even if Huang Qi was at fault, his transgressions hardly warranted death. To not only grievously injure their master, but also to kill him in plain view was an act of audacity beyond measure. The expressions of the other spectators shifted dramatically. Trouble was brewing. How could someone dare to kill within the confines of the Taishan sect? Even elders of the inner sect would not act so recklessly. While covertly committing murder might be overlooked, doing so openly invited catastrophic consequences, especially when the victim was a Yuaning master. It was certain that the leader of the Red Lotus Peak would not let this transgressor escape unscathed. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, as a terrifying wave of energy swept across the land. Surrounding peaks crumbled violently, and the ground beneath them fractured into chaos. The alarming fluctuations of vital energy rapidly spread outward. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, those present were struck with dread, hastily retreating in panic. Many disciples, unable to escape in time, were violently thrown back, spewing blood, their fates uncertain. Wu Changfei, Sheng Wanfei, and Tong Baihe exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in disbelief as they swiftly retreated alongside Li Wan and several disciples. Their gazes turned skyward, where Huang Qi hovered motionless, emanating an aura so powerful it instilled terror. A dreadful spatial storm surged forth, leaving all in attendance in sheer horror. With a soft snort, the formidable cultivator of the harmonization period spat a mouthful of blood, gazing at Huang Qi with a face full of horror. Chapter 1282. Huang Qi faces punishment before taking action. Huang Qi had anticipated some consequences. These two truly deserved their fate. However, armed with a sense of justice, he felt no fear. If the roles were reversed, others would likely support his approach. After all, he had vanquished the two, as long as he did not provoke him. Even if Elder he had some rapport with him, forgiveness would not come easily. Huang Qi was well aware of this. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. As long as he could save his brothers, he would accept the repercussions. Seeing that Huang Qi had no objections, Elder he nodded and addressed those present. Huang Qi has violated sect rules by slaughtering fellow disciples. While there were reasons behind his actions, his methods were excessively severe. I, the Elder, hereby sentence you to a year in the Law Enforcement Hall's binding cell, subjected to the purging flames of the earth. Do you have any objections? Huang Qi. Elder he was at a loss. This young man had a penchant for trouble. Now, having stirred such a significant incident, he feared that a lenient punishment might breed discontent among the other disciples. Nevertheless, Elder he understood the sentiments of the other disciples. Chapter 1283. Retreat in the binding cell. 2 hours later, Huang Qi finally withdrew his hand from Li Da's back. Observing that Li Da's breath had stabilized, Huang Qi exhaled in relief. Li Wan, witnessing Huang Qi's cessation of healing, anxiously inquired, "How is my elder brother?" Huang Qi glanced at the young girl, warmth flooding his heart, and with a gentle smile replied, "Seventh sister, do not worry. Sixth brother is fine. He has merely been sleeping soundly. A period of rest will suffice for his full recovery." Li Wan, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, tears of happiness streaming down her face. Huang Qi offered her a reassuring nod and comforted the young girl before exiting the bedroom. Upon entering the hall, he saw Wu Changfei, Sheng Wanfei, and Tong Baihe still present, and he smiled, saying, "Haha, Brother Shengwan, I thank you for your support." The three, delighted at Huang Qi's appearance, returned his smile, with Sheng Wanfei saying, "No need for such formality." Chapter 1284. A year of seclusion. The tale of Huang Qi soon circulated throughout both the inner and outer sects of the Taishan Gate, leaving many disciples in awe, particularly at the account of his battle against a harmonization period expert, where he had defeated the master of the Crimson Lotus Peak. The revelation that Huang Qi, merely at the core formation level, could best a harmonization period cultivator astonished all. Many marveled at Huang Qi's extraordinary talent, while others speculated whether he was indeed a prodigy of heaven. However, it wasn't long before the news of Huang Qi's ascension to the ranks of cultivators spread like wildfire, causing quite a stir. Numerous disciples, both outer and inner sect members, flocked to the Three-Finger Peak, some seeking to learn alchemy from Huang Qi, others wishing to spar with him, and many hoping to become his disciples. Alas, they all returned disappointed, as Wu Changfei had driven away all visitors, leaving many disciples frustrated. Meanwhile, Huang Qi remained in the binding cell. Chapter 1285. The three avoidance techniques. At this moment, the Three-Finger Peak had undergone a magnificent transformation. Adorned with ethereal towers and jade palaces, numerous grand halls standing in abundance. The air was rich with spiritual energy and fragrant with medicinal aromas, resembling a celestial paradise. Today marks the day when Huang Qi concludes his punishment in the binding celestial prison. Wu Changfei, Sheng Wanfei, Tong Bo, Wei Zifan, Wei Ziang, along with a dozen distinguished female disciples, stand respectfully behind the gathered crowd. Naturally, there are also Lu Wangquan, Luo Yishan, Fan Lianming, and the Li siblings, who have long since regained their powers. A total of 23 individuals await outside the three-finger peak. Observing their expressions, one can discern a mix of excitement and apprehension. Particularly for Lu Wangquan and the others, upon awakening, they learned of Huang Qi's rescue and felt an overwhelming gratitude, though they regretted not having the opportunity to meet him before being imprisoned in the binding celestial prison. Over the past year, the six brothers have diligently cultivated their skills, greatly enhancing their abilities. Now that Huang Qi is finally arriving, they are filled with anticipation. Chapter 1286. Brothers reunited without hesitation. Huang Qi begins to weave intricate hand seals and chants incantations, slowly embarking on the cultivation of the three great thunder-evading techniques. The cultivation of these techniques is not overly daunting. The crux lies in the adept manipulation of the profound yin energy within oneself, in conjunction with the miraculous counter-creation incantations to summon, refine, and transform thunder. 3 months later, as Huang Qi casts a spell, the entire underground realm stirs with tumultuous winds, accompanied by the resounding echoes of distant thunder. He swiftly halts his movements, yet a playful smile graces his lips. Regrettably, being deep underground prevents him from summoning bolts of celestial lightning to test their might. The three great thunder-evading techniques have finally reached a preliminary achievement, with gradual comprehension. He believes he will soon master these techniques. Huang Qi rises slowly, his face alight with joy. It's time to depart from this place. As for forging magical artifacts, that can wait until Chapter 1287. Developing power Wei Zifan. In the future, you shall assume the role of the Grand Elder of the Contribution Hall. Everyone present, regardless of who they are, may seek your assistance as needed in their cultivation endeavors. Once new disciples are recruited, a system of rewards and penalties will be established, allowing individuals to exchange their efforts for what they require. Upon hearing this, Wei Zifan's expression shifts slightly. Huang Qi's trust in him is akin to granting him control over the financial affairs of the three-finger peak, a role of immense significance. Wei Zifan hastily interjects. Senior brother, this is not appropriate. The position of Grand Elder should be given to junior brother Lu Wangquan. Huang Qi promptly waves his hand, insisting, Zifan, there is no need for such modesty. I have faith in you, and besides, amongst those present, you are undoubtedly the strongest aside from myself. I am completely at ease with you taking on the mantle of Grand Elder of the Contribution Hall. Huang Qi does not afford Wei Zifan any opportunity to decline, fully cognizant that in terms of closeness, he cannot compare to Lu Wangquan Chapter 1288, ritualizing the soul lock having arranged everything. Huang Qi announces his intention to enter seclusion once more, allowing them to focus on their respective tasks. With Huang Qi anchoring Three-Finger Peak, the atmosphere is filled with purpose as everyone diligently practices. Some enhance their strength and improve their cultivation, while others delve into the jade slips provided by Huang Qi. The entire Three-Finger Peak operates in accordance with Huang Qi's expectations. Meanwhile, Huang Qi retreats to the alchemy chamber, retrieving a storage bag filled with countless rare materials. These materials are exceptionally rare, each possessing immense value. It took considerable time to meticulously gather all the various components necessary for the crafting of the soul-binding lock, a treasured artifact chronicled within the scriptures of the Impermanence Sutra, feared even more than the Morning Staff. The latter, due to its aesthetic detriment, was promptly abandoned by Huang Qi. The soul-binding lock is not inherently sentient. Rather, it bears the imprint of Huang Qi's divine will, instilling within it an insatiable desire to ensnare souls. According to the records within the realm of impermanence, should the soul-binding lock consume a sufficient number of souls, it may easily awaken into a sentient treasure. With enough fortuitous circumstances and a substantial consumption of souls, the opportunity to attain the status of a postnatal spiritual treasure would be remarkably high. Huang Qi, filled with astonishment, contemplated the prospects of wielding such power in the future, envisioning a life of ease, provided he refrains from provoking formidable beings. However, Huang Qi was acutely aware that the soul-binding lock once refined, would emanate a sinister aura, necessitating caution in its use. He must avoid employing it in public, lest others perceive him as a malevolent or ghostly practitioner. The spirit realm's delineation between good and evil is far more pronounced than that of the mortal realm. Huang Qi recognized the perpetual enmity between himself and the demon clan. Even if they did not seek him out, he would inevitably pursue them into the demon realm. After countless years, he would amass an overwhelming quantity of golden thunder bamboo, reveling in the prospect of wreaking havoc upon his foes. Preparation has always been Huang Qi's commendable trait. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. He unleashed his formidable divine consciousness, thoroughly merging all the iron essence before it could solidify, and extracted slender sword sheaths, each approximately 1 meter in length. The total number of these sheaths amounted to 108, an auspicious quantity. As a master of formations, he contemplated the possibility of enhancing the lotus sword formation into a 108 sword array, confident that such an improvement would yield even greater power. Not overly concerned with the abundance of materials, Huang Qi proceeded with his work. The collective levels he had achieved coalesced into 12 distinct tiers, a number imbued with extraordinary significance. Having fortuitously crafted 12 lotus sword formations, he sensed their potential utility, though the deeper meaning eluded him for now. Perhaps, when he reached a certain level of understanding in the future, the significance would become clear. For the time being, he decided to nurture the 12 lotus sword formations within his dantian, awaiting the moment when he could merge the 3 with the 9, once he attains the requisite insight. Huang Qi gazed at the still awe-inspiring bridge, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. He reappeared within the alchemical chamber, having entered a secluded state once more. This time, however, the duration of his retreat was not trivial. Huang Qi was no stranger to such a realm of energy. It was not his first encounter with this world. Yet, he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of destructive energy that permeated this golden core realm. Despite the protective aura of the Zilong Dan enveloping his consciousness, a moment of carelessness could lead to his utter obliteration. His entire being trembled involuntarily, his complexion paling gradually. Astonishment coursed through Huang Qi's mind. Although he was aware of the formidable nature of his golden core, the level of terror exceeded his expectations. The chaotic energy was rampant and exceedingly ferocious, leaving no semblance of intact space, only a maelstrom of chaos. He pondered the immense toll it would take on his consciousness to traverse this tumultuous landscape. Enduring the agony of his consciousness being extinguished, Huang Qi cautiously advanced toward the heart of the golden core. The once terrifying strength of his consciousness was rapidly depleting. When it finally coalesced at the core's center, the situation escalated. Upon hearing Wu Changfei's words, the crowd finally reacted, swiftly soaring into the air to form a colossal protective shield that enveloped the entirety of Three Finger Peak. Their expressions turned gravely serious, bracing themselves for what lay ahead. Outside the peak, countless disciples and elders were drawn to the ominous aura, their numbers daunting. Each individual felt the terrible energy and was momentarily taken aback, staring in awe at the astonishing phenomena unfolding in the sky. The commotion caused by Huang Qi was nothing short of monumental, stirring the entire Taishan sect into action. Numerous powerful figures ascended to witness the spectacle, including Master Lu, Peak Master Yishuangying, and several other leaders, all wearing expressions of shock as they beheld the events transpiring at Three Finger Peak. At this moment, Huang Qi was enduring excruciating pain, his body convulsed, beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously soaking through his garments, and blood trickled from his mouth. The toll on his consciousness was severe. How could he possibly absorb such an immense energy? Observing his nascent soul, it was notably larger than that of an ordinary cultivator, plump and robust, resembling an oversized version of a nascent soul. This indicated the vast amount of energy it had absorbed, likely surpassing what 2 ordinary nascent souls could manage. Yet, he could not afford to pause. He was acutely aware that if he did not absorb this energy, his nascent soul would struggle to survive amidst the rampant forces. What could he do? The energy within the golden core could not be separated, and if it were possible, Huang Qi would willingly allow all of it to return to his dantian. However, it is currently unattainable. Huang Qi contemplated whether he should condense another life lotus seal to assist himself in absorbing the energy present here. Yet, in the next moment, a bitter expression clouded his face. In chapter 1295, Against the Heavens, The Nascent Soul v. This situation was initially inconsequential. But Huang Qi's true form was utterly dumbfounded by the sight before him, left speechless. His nascent soul was astonishingly of the same size and visage as his physical body, appearing as if it were an exact replica of himself. It seemed that Huang Qi was non-existent, and that the nascent soul was his true form. Upon closer inspection, within the nascent soul, there was an infant seated in meditation, which seemed to represent the genuine nascent soul. How could this be possible? Huang Qi gazed in astonishment at the other version of himself within his golden core, unable to articulate his thoughts for quite some time. If someone were to witness his nascent soul, would it not cause an uproar? Was this truly a nascent soul? It resembled a divine infant instead, a grander version of a nascent soul, or rather, an adult-sized nascent soul. Huang Qi could not fathom why his nascent soul had undergone such an extraordinary transformation, as even the Manual of Arts did not document such an occurrence. In Chapter 1296, the Ghost King strikes. The two nascent souls, one large and one small, hovered in the air for over an hour, absorbing an immense quantity of heavenly and earthly essence, thoroughly refining both nascent souls. In the next moment, a beam of white light swiftly entered the larger nascent soul, which then vanished, piercing through the void and entering Huang Qi's body, buried beneath the rubble. Yet, this was not the end. A terrifying wave of heavenly and earthly essence continued to surge, transforming into a colossal funnel that poured down upon the pile of stones at the three-finger peak. The number of powerful figures and disciples present from the Taishan sect exceeded 100,000. For over 2 months, no one had departed. Instead, more disciples and elders flocked to the three-finger peak, with their numbers still on the rise. Regardless of their cultivation levels, everyone present was left speechless by the two nascent souls of Huang Qi, utterly astonished by the terrifying aura he exuded. Huang Qi had only just broken through to the nascent soul stage. In Chapter 1297, the might of the divine whip. Ah, the divine whip? You possess such a treasured artifact? The Ghost King Palace trembled violently for a moment before the grand hall vanished, revealing a figure clad in black, whose aura appeared somewhat diminished as he gazed in horror at the steel whip in Jean Danye's hand. The reputation of the divine whip was evidently formidable. This acquired treasure could disperse domains with a single strike, showcasing its terrifying power. The Ghost King's expression was one of utter shock, as he pondered how the Taishan sect had come to possess this divine whip. It seemed increasingly improbable that he could take Huang Qi today. Merely managing to retreat unscathed would be a significant achievement. You do possess some discernment, recognizing even the divine whip. I see you are a postnatal treasure, and such accomplishments in technique are rare. Surrender to the Taishan sect at once, and I, the sect master, may yet grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, I shall ensure you are reduced to naught but a commoner. Chapter 1298. The initial stage of the nascent soul in the midst of the tumultuous winds that ravaged the air above the three-finger peak. Huang Qi remained undeterred in his absorption of the world's vital energies. The boundless void pulsated with terrifying energy fluctuations, accompanied by intermittent thunderous roars. Yet, for Huang Qi, these disturbances had little effect. Many gazed toward the direction of the three-finger peak. Seated amidst the scattered stones, Huang Qi was drenched in the chaotic energies of the universe, as his nascent soul floated within his dantian, welcoming the fierce influx of energy. He swiftly executed a series of incantations to refine the overwhelming vital energies. Drops of spiritual power began to overflow from his nascent soul, cascading into his dantian without warning. In the next moment, a wave of terrifying energy surged from within the three-finger peak, punctuated by continuous booming sounds. As the rumbling echoed, a look of pain crossed Huang Qi's face. Each drop of spiritual power that fell from his nascent soul brought with it a surge of intensity. Chapter 1299. The Rolling Calamity, Clouds Little 3. Can I finally release you from the five-dragon seal? Huang Qi exclaimed. Shaoqing, old Zhou, I have completely restored my cultivation. I trust that you will soon regain yours as well. Rest assured, as long as I, Huang Qi, draw breath, I shall fight with all my might to see you restored to your peak. Though Huang Qi felt little discomfort from the boulders pinning him down, he still wished to free himself. With a gentle push of his palm, the stones shifted aside, revealing his figure hovering in midair. The sight of the ravaged three-finger peak pained his heart. Numerous pavilions and peaks had collapsed in disarray. This calamity was the doing of that accursed Ghost King Palace, and he would surely seek retribution. However, Upon spotting Wu Changfei and others, a serene smile graced Huang Qi's lips. Wu Changfei, Lu Wangquan, Luo Yishan, Fan Lianming, the Li siblings, and Wei Zifan and Wei Xiang were all present, as well as Mu Qingling and a host of other handsome men and beautiful women who soared into the sky, pursuing the unfolding events. All elders of considerable strength and cultivators above the Nascent Soul level followed suit. Master Lu naturally trailed behind Yi Shuangying and others, shooting toward Huang Qi. Wu Changfei, Sheng Wanfei, and Tong Baihe remained close behind. Wei Zifan and Wei Xiang wished to follow and observe the situation, but were halted by Xiao Qiao. The young master has instructed that you should wait to restore the three-finger peak until his return, Xiao Qiao stated. Wei Zifan and Wei Xiang, having already noticed the powerful presence beside Huang Qi, did not dare to disobey, though they felt a lingering itch of curiosity to see the unfolding events. They quickly joined Lu Wangquan and others, rallying over 100 disciples to begin tidying the disarray of the three-finger peak. Xiao Qiao did not depart. Chapter 1301. The Unmatched Dharma Body. The assemblage of treasures summoned by Huang Qi, including the Stupa Tower, the Soul Lock, the 9 Lotus Sword Array, and even the 5 Dragon Seal, gathered to partake in the spectacle. However, to the dismay of these treasures, the bolt of lightning entered Huang Qi's primordial spirit without any trace of overflow, as if it were absorbed entirely by him. A look of satisfaction appeared on Huang Qi's face as he cast a spell, causing strands of electric light to swirl around him. Was the power insufficient? Huang Qi's lips faintly uttered those 4 words, as if the heavens had misjudged his strength. This heavenly thunder, aside from destroying his set of magical robes, had not inflicted any harm upon him. Even Huang Qi's desire to refine his body did not unfold as anticipated, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied with this first bolt of heavenly lightning. Those present, witnessing Huang Qi's unflinching acceptance of such terrifying thunder, gasped in astonishment. Despite the distance from Huang Qi, they felt the weight of his defiance. In the next moment, the ominous dark clouds roared ominously, and terrifying bolts of lightning flickered within, illuminating the entire expanse of the calamity clouds. Huang Qi observed as the bolts of lightning rapidly converged, forming a bolt of lightning that was twice as thick as the previous one, appearing as substantial as a barrel, as it connected heaven and earth. The moment this formidable lightning took shape, its terrifying brilliance extinguished the surrounding space, causing the very heavens and earth to change color in utter dread. Only then did a grave expression settle upon Huang Qi's brow. It seemed that this calamity cloud was indeed serious. This third bolt of heavenly thunder was not merely twice as terrifying as the last, but even more so. Should this strike descend without any defensive measures, he feared he might truly sustain injury. Yet, Huang Qi remained unperturbed, for he had yet to employ his full capabilities. Even without resorting to the 3 great lightning avoidance techniques, he could withstand it solely with the Azure Dragon technique. Before the spectators could ponder further, a fearsome wave of heavenly might descended once more terrifying than before, as the calamity clouds whirled chaotically. Huang Qi was astonished to witness that the manifestation of a human face seemed to have vanished, replaced by an unsettling sensation that gripped their hearts. The true deadly move was about to be unleashed. Huang Qi sensed a presence akin to that of a deity locking onto him. Only then did his expression turn grave. This was merely the 4th bolt of heavenly thunder, yet it bore an aura approaching that of a deity. It was comparable to the 8th bolt of thunder he had faced during his foundation establishment. Huang Qi's countenance grew increasingly serious, for his concern lay not with this 4th bolt, but with the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and most fearsome of all, the 9th. The aura of the 4th bolt was already nearing that of a divine ancestor, and he dreaded what the subsequent bolts might bring. Mu Qingling and a dozen handsome men and beautiful women beside her watched in awe as Huang Qi confronted the divine retribution, as though he were vying against the heavens themselves. His spirit, strength, and audacity stirred deep emotions within them, especially as Huang Qi faced such terrifying divine punishment. Despite the gravity of the situation, his momentum soared ever higher, aiming to measure himself against the celestial palace. This spectacle left Mu Qingling and the others profoundly shaken. The terrifying divine retribution, if directed at them, would likely leave them flustered and potentially in peril. Yet, Huang Qi, with a single punch, could cause mountains to crumble and earth to quake. With a mere step, he could set the cosmos in turmoil. They recognized that they lacked the capacity to contend with such power, and even if they did, it would only be after achieving a higher level of strength. Truly, being on the same tier as Huang Qi, they were not his match, instilling within them a profound sense of defeat, as if their spirits had been crushed. However, the favored of heaven, after all, Chapter 1305, Zheng Bao resolves the crisis. Waves of destructive energy surged forth, rapidly spreading, even reaching other main peaks. The protective barriers conjured by Zhang Dan Yi and others shattered instantly under the overwhelming force, causing many disciples to cough up blood and be sent flying. Zhang Dan Yi and the others were horrified and were about to deploy their own techniques when, at that moment, a figure appeared above them, pointing a finger that seemed to halt the terrifying energy's advance, rendering it powerless. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhang Dan Yi's face lit up with joy. It was Elder Sikong, one of the 9 esteemed elders of the Supreme Palace. 3 elders had already pursued the Ghost King Hall and had yet to return. And now it was Elder Sikong who intervened. Zhang Dan Yi hurried over, bowing respectfully, and said, "Disciple pays respects to Elder Sikong." Elder Sikong merely nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 1306, The Fury of the Thunder God Revisited. In this moment of crisis, Huang Qi could only temporarily remember Zheng Bao's kindness, intending to repay this sister after overcoming his current tribulation. Without further ado, he opened his mouth and consumed an entire vial of millennia-old stalactite. Mu Qingling's actions did not escape the notice of those present. Upon witnessing this scene, they were collectively astonished, gazing at her in disbelief. It was evident that they were perplexed. Millennia-old stalactites are treasures of immense value, and even the most exceptional among them would not possess more than 2 vials. Yet, Mu Qingling nonchalantly offered one away to someone who might not survive this heavenly calamity. However, she paid no heed to the gazes of others, maintaining her focus on Huang Qi. His tribulation had imparted profound lessons to her, proving immensely beneficial. Although the millennia-old stalactite was extraordinarily precious, it paled in comparison to the knowledge she gained. Chapter 1307, Heaven Will Show Mercy. The lightning spear traversed the heavens, arriving in an instant with such swiftness that Huang Qi had no time to react. Nevertheless, he was mentally prepared. As the lightning spear coalesced, Huang Qi unleashed his technique. The mysterious yin energy from his dantian surged forth, coursing through his meridians, and he immediately cast a spell. A chilling aura emanated from his body. An uncanny scene unfolded as Huang Qi pointed at the lightning spear, which was drawing perilously close to his head. Astonishingly, the spear veered slightly off course. Though it narrowly grazed his shoulder, it passed perilously close. Huang Qi felt a sudden heaviness on his shoulder, followed by a burst of blood as a gash appeared in his dragon scale armor. Blood gushed forth from the wound. A wave of horror washed over him. His armor had nearly been breached. Had it not been for the lightning refinement technique, he might have perished under the overwhelming force of the lightning. As for the lightning transformation technique, Huang Qi wished to invoke it, but the terrifying storm clouds above required time to grant him that opportunity. The external lightning summoning technique focused on drawing lightning from outside, while the internal lightning refinement technique was perilously close to being executed. There simply wasn't enough time to perform the lightning transformation technique. As he glanced around, the vast expanse had transformed, now dotted with several bottomless abysses. Huang Qi felt a pang of regret. Why was the 6th heavenly tribulation still relentless? He could not continue to be pursued and bombarded in this manner. Desperately fleeing, he noticed that the shadow above the storm cloud seemed intent on his destruction, relentlessly casting bolts of lightning towards him. Each strike created a gaping chasm in the earth, leaving onlookers dumbfounded, their minds racing to comprehend how Huang Qi managed to evade such a terrifying punishment. A cataclysmic aura surged forth, propelled by Huang Qi as it clashed with the descending foot of the foe. In an instant, a blinding white light illuminated the entire world, rendering even the sun's radiance pale in comparison. An invisible ripple spread outward, momentarily freezing time itself, yet the wave continued to propagate with terrifying speed. "Quick! Activate the protective array!" Si Kongliang exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing this scene. He swiftly executed a spell, causing the protective array of the mountain to surge into action. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 figures materialized beside him, their expressions grave, each casting a spell in unison. In an instant, a colossal defensive barrier enveloped the inner sanctum of the Taishan sect. Having completed this, Si Kongliang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Mu Qingling stood in place, unable to regain her composure. She yearned for Huang Qi's return, yet as time passed, his figure remained absent. The terrifying sea of flames continued to blaze overhead, while the violent forces of lightning perpetually extinguished within the inferno. If not addressed by a formidable presence, it could take countless years to dissipate into the void. After several hours elapsed without any sign of Huang Qi emerging from the flames, a sense of foreboding settled over the crowd. It seemed that Huang Qi's fate was dire. Si Kongliang sighed helplessly and turned to the elders beside him, offering a wry smile. Old friends, it has been many years since Taishian's sect witnessed such chaos. It appears that this is where it concludes. The elders nodded in resignation, sharing his grim outlook on Huang Qi's survival. With one last glance towards the inferno, they distorted and vanished from sight. Chapter 1311. Absorbing the power of thunder and lightning, Huang Qi sat cross-legged deep underground, enveloped by a terrifying realm of raging flames and dense thunder. The atmosphere was exceedingly ominous. However, above his head floated the 5-dragon jade seal, emanating a resplendent 9-colored radiance that shielded him from any harm. At this moment, Huang Qi was retrieving a multitude of rare treasures from his storage bag, seemingly oblivious to the need for refinement, as he voraciously consumed them. Observers would undoubtedly be astonished to witness his unconventional method. While others meticulously refined these treasures into various elixirs, he chose to gnaw at them directly. Huang Qi was somewhat helpless, as his dantian had reached an abysmal state. Indeed, swallowing a treasure of heaven and earth yielded negligible effects. Consequently, he resorted to devouring them in large bites, yet the results remained minimal. Nevertheless, he cared little, for even a mere 10% restoration of his spiritual power would suffice. Chapter 1312. Ritual refinement of the turning heaven seal. Huang Qi shook his head, dismissing unrealistic thoughts as futile. He no longer feared the ordinary Taoist ancestors, and he might even have the potential to severely injure them. Annihilating them, however, was beyond his imagination. Although his strength was undeniably formidable, eradicating the Taoist ancestors was no simple feat. As for those who truly wielded the laws, he felt no trepidation, having acquired the prowess to contend with them. Regarding terrifying entities like the Ghost King Hall, he was no longer as vulnerable as he had been 2 years prior, when capture had been effortless. It would not be so easy to ensnare him again. With a slight smile and a moment of contemplation, he nodded. It was time to ritualistically refine the turning heaven seal. With this seal, he would possess an awe-inspiring means of offense, at the very least. Its power rivaled that of the Tai's sword. The turning heaven seal was exceedingly domineering, akin to the Tai's sword, both belonging to the category of aggressive magical artifacts. Chapter 1313. Renowned in the Taishian sect as for whether the pagoda of Buddha could withstand this heavenly tribulation, Huang Qi felt no excessive concern. He was confident and unafraid. His sole apprehension lay in the potential exposure of the pagoda, a significant treasure of the Buddhist sect, which could attract calamity, a scenario he wished to avoid. The time was not yet ripe. The pagoda had rarely been revealed to outsiders. Huang Qi understood the implications of the pagoda for the Buddhist sect. Until he possessed sufficient strength, he would not present the pagoda before others. The same applied to the 5-dragon jade seal. The Dragon Emperor had warned him not to unleash it until faced with a life-or-death crisis, or it would surely invite disaster. Huang Qi had always remembered this caution. Were it not for the infinite sea of flames, he would not dare to reveal it. Now, having soared to new heights and become a formidable force, it was time for him to depart. Chapter 1314. The rapid development of the treasure pavilion. Huang Qi did not seek out Mu Qingling. Instead, he left a jade slip for the palm master of Zhandan to deliver to her, containing the cultivation secrets of pure yang fire. Mu Qingling, possessing the body of fire spirit, enjoys unparalleled advantages concerning fire attribute secret techniques and various heavenly spirit fires. It is believed that in the near future, she will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the most formidable beings. With the formidable backing of the Taishian sect, her growth is destined to be extraordinary. Huang Qi returned to his cave abode, where he left behind 100,000 iron fire ants and a substantial amount of low-tier materials within his spirit insect chamber. The 3-finger peak, under the vigilant care of Master Lu, is unlikely to face any trouble from ordinary folk. With the presence of these 100,000 iron fire ants, their population is expected to swell dramatically in a few years, ensuring formidable protection over the 3-finger peak. thus deterring any would-be intruders. Moreover, following the successful establishment of the Baibao Pavilion as a trading entity, it gradually began to expand towards Hetian City. Linked with the Baibao Pavilion in Hetian City and bolstered by the boundless and precious Hetian Jade, the Baibao Pavilion is poised to become a premier super trading house in the Taishan region. Huang Qi eagerly anticipates this day. However, he acknowledges that such a transformation is not imminent. Once he possesses this significant influence, it should suffice to provide the resources necessary for his cultivation. Yet, Huang Qi is troubled by the thought of departing from the Taishan region and even leaving the Moonlight Province, for despite an abundance of wealth, he cannot take it with him. This predicament leaves him in a state of deep contemplation. However, once he resolves his current affairs, he might consider returning to assume the role of the pavilion master of Baibao Pavilion. Shaking his head, Huang Qi followed his puppet clone into a pavilion in the backyard. A serene environment indeed, where his puppets resided. Observing Xiao San's reaction, Huang Qi felt a twinge of melancholy. Xiao San yearned to return, and Huang Qi himself harbored the same desire. While Xiao San missed Xiao Bai and the others, Huang Qi lamented the absence of his parents and family. However, the current circumstances left them with little choice. With his existing strength, returning was impossible. The only viable course of action was to diligently enhance his cultivation, striving to elevate his power to a level capable of transcending the laws of the universe, enabling him to traverse freely. Gently patting Xiao San's shoulder, Huang Qi reassured him. "Rest assured, my dear Xiao San, I firmly believe that in the not-so-distant future, I shall bring you back. Our immediate focus should be on elevating our cultivation. Only by becoming true powerhouses and breaking the laws of heaven and earth can we return. When the time comes, I will certainly bring Xiao Bai and the others to the spirit realm, and we shall live together once more." Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, Xiao San nodded vigorously in agreement. It was time to depart from Taishan City. Although his puppet clone had not provided any useful information, Huang Qi had indeed stumbled upon something intriguing within the ancient texts. With a sly grin, he chose not to elaborate further. Noticing Xiao San still engrossed in the ancient volumes, he smiled gently and promptly tucked Xiao San into the soul-severing bridge. Now that he was ready to set forth, allowing Xiao San to indulge in his literary pursuits not only pleased the boy, but also spared Huang Qi the expenditure of spirit stones for the teleportation array, which he welcomed wholeheartedly. Huang Qi strode directly into the transmission pavilion, selected a city, and paid a sum of spirit stones, after which, with a resounding roar, his figure vanished into thin air. Before departing from the Taishan region, it was imperative for him to visit Hetian City. As he was about to leave the Taishan area, the cost of traveling via the teleportation array alone could deplete his current resources. He intended to seek out by Huoling Chan, an old acquaintance, to request a portion of the Hetian Jade. In the 13th chapter titled Subduing the Fifth Elder. Without waiting for the old man to speak, vibrant multicolored radiance shimmered, and both Huang Qi and the Elder's figures disappeared. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves within the internal expanse of the soul-severing bridge. The sudden turn of events left the elder momentarily stunned. However, upon observing his surroundings, he quickly grasped the situation, his expression darkening as he ominously remarked, "What is the meaning of this, friend? You possess quite the audacity to act against me within the confines of the Leaf Family Trading Company." Huang Qi paid no heed to his words. As the small bridge emerged, a terrifying aura instantaneously enveloped the elder, rendering him immobile as if he were frozen in place. The elder was struck with horror. The legendary spirit treasure was unmistakable to him. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare to make a move within the Leaf Family Trading Company. The elder of the Leaf family, now somewhat flustered, was well aware that a spirit treasure could spell his doom. In the 19th chapter titled Continuous Crimes, Huang Qi's ambition was indeed considerable, believing he could take everything from this place, leaving no disciples unscathed. This instinctively unsettled Li Yishan. Yet he could not oppose Huang Qi's intentions and reluctantly shook his head, setting off to carry out his orders. Huang Qi had already communicated with Xiao San and Xiao Qiao, instructing them to place restrictions on the four elders inside, neutralizing them effectively. If they refused to comply, he was prepared to inflict sufficient harm without causing death, for he could not afford to have anyone perish. Otherwise, the incident would trigger immediate detection, leaving him no time to plunder before fleeing. Before long, within the span of half an hour, over 100 disciples from the Leaf family gathered in the hall. Both male and female, Their cultivation levels were commendable, with the weakest being at the foundation establishment stage. Upon seeing the Grand Elder seated with a serious demeanor, these disciples felt a sense of unease, aware of the gravity of the situation. In the 20th chapter titled Abundant Harvest, the 5 major sects and families could hardly bear such significant losses. Though the outer disciples and elders numbered nearly 10,000, the financial losses represented a staggering sum. While this might be a mere trifle for the 5 great families, the implications of such news spreading would tarnish their reputations. Consequently, the 5 major sects and families issued pursuit orders, uniting to form an exceptionally formidable hunting party consisting of 5 members from the Dongxian clan, each subordinate possessing considerable strength, with the weakest being a nascent soul expert. Accompanying the pursuit order was a bounty notice, promising 100 million spirit stones as a reward for anyone who provided clues or information to the 5 major sects and families. If someone could slay the murderer and possess irrefutable evidence proving their guilt, they would be rewarded with a staggering sum of 1 billion spirit stones from the 5 great sections. This news instantly sent ripples throughout the entire realm. In Chapter 1321, Exposed Movements, a mere disciple, lacking the capacity for such a task, felt a sense of trepidation. The young woman, not daring to be negligent, promptly escorted Huang Qi to a chamber in the rear courtyard. A maidservant brought fragrant tea before retreating. Once alone, Huang Qi executed a magical incantation, causing a talisman to vanish into the ceiling. He then took a moment to savor the tea. Shortly after, a graceful woman entered, her demeanor warm and welcoming. Upon noticing Huang Qi's youth, she was momentarily taken aback. However, sensing his nascent soul cultivation, she was struck with astonishment and promptly bowed, saying, "I honor your presence. Esteemed friend, may I inquire what transaction you wish to propose? I assure you, I shall meet your expectations." Huang Qi nodded slightly, remaining seated, and with a smile. He replied, "No need to rush, fair maiden. Please, take a seat." He gestured for her to sit, setting his cup of tea aside. In Chapter 1322, Surrounded by Peril, a middle-aged man barely had time to emit a cry of despair before he was sent hurtling backward, meeting his demise on the spot. Simultaneously, a thunderous voice echoed, "Impudent wretch, who dares to act against my Qingyuan sect and slay one of our elders?" In an instant, Huang Qi felt a formidable presence locking onto him. An expert of the harmonization stage was upon him, but Huang Qi could not afford to be distracted. He unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the ceiling above. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself suspended in midair. Following closely was a figure, eyes glinting with cold light, launching a punch toward Huang Qi. Unperturbed by the harmonization realm adversary, Huang Qi's concern lay in the fact that powerful presences were rapidly converging from all 4 directions, each a formidable ancestor of the cave profound level. It seemed he had indeed stumbled into a significant predicament. Huang Qi retaliated with a punch, conjuring a massive fist-shaped phantom that trembled through the void, striking out toward his opponent. In Chapter 1323, Law-Wielding Experts, Huang Qi's eyes sparkled with determination as he formulated a plan. He was eager to ascertain whether these cave profound experts would dare to engage him in a confrontation within Tianma City. He knew he could not allow himself to be ensnared by them. Escape was paramount. The longer he lingered, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. With a cold snort, his aura surged rapidly, and an overwhelming pressure radiated outward, causing the surrounding space to warp and fade, a truly terrifying spectacle. The 5 cave profound ancestors recognized that the youth before them was not to be trifled with. His strength appeared to rival their own. However, as Huang Qi unleashed his terrifying aura, everyone present was left in a state of profound shock. The surrounding cultivators, their faces pale with fear, hastily fled, seeking to distance themselves from his overwhelming might. As the 5 esteemed ancestors of Dongxian observed Huang Qi's intent to strike, their expressions turned grave. In Chapter 1324, The Battle in the Void, Huang Qi noted that, aside from the elder, the remaining 4, though formidable, had not comprehended the loss. This revelation brought him a modicum of relief. Otherwise, contending with them like the elder would have posed an insurmountable challenge. Nonetheless, despite the presence of only one law-comprehending powerhouse, Huang Qi remained vigilant. Each of the 5 wielded spiritual treasures, their combat prowess undeniably formidable. With a flourish, Huang Qi summoned the Tea's sword, which materialized in his grasp, targeting one individual. With a single, fearsome swing, he cleaved through the void, aiming a deadly strike at an ancestor of Dongxian. The ancestor, witnessing the terrifying sword strike, paled slightly, hesitant to approach. He hastily brandished his treasure, which unleashed a dazzling five-colored radiance enveloping the surroundings. The fearsome sword light collided with the vibrant brilliance, shattering the latter and continuing its relentless trajectory, ultimately striking the treasure with devastating force. In Chapter 1325, the Supreme Elder of Qingyuan Gate, the infant soul felt an icy chill that ensnared him as a chain silently bound him. Attempting to teleport away was futile, as he seemed trapped, his expression one of sheer horror. Huang Qi unleashed a spell, ensnaring him like a dumpling in a soul-binding chain. Meanwhile, the four terrifying attacks approached swiftly. With no means to evade or retaliate effectively, Huang Qi enveloped himself in the wings of the phoenix, bracing for the impending energy waves that struck against his shield. The ground trembled as the cataclysmic energy waves obliterated the surrounding void, propelling Huang Qi skyward, causing him to spit blood. Yet, under his control, he directed his trajectory toward the imprisoned infant soul. In Chapter 1326, the might of soul cutting, as the ancestral figure advanced, Huang Qi realized he could not linger in the boundless void, for escape would become increasingly improbable. With a powerful punch, he shattered the endless void, creating a terrifying rift. Without hesitation, he slipped through to a vast grassland, where his awareness detected numerous herders tending to their flocks. Here, the presence of cultivators was scarce. The majority were mere mortals. Even among the few cultivators, most were of poor aptitude and low cultivation. A spark of inspiration struck Huang Qi, prompting him to summon Xiao Qiao from the Bridge of Souls to send a low-tier disciple surprise his way. He promptly consumed it, his visage contorting and transforming, altering both his aura and appearance. In a flash, he slipped into a tent and emerged moments later, now clad in a sheepskin coat. In Chapter 1327, a fight to the death, disbelief coursed through the minds of the onlookers as they exclaimed, "How is this possible? This boy has breached his domain. How can this be? Though his strength rivaled that of the venerable Dongxian, how could this lad, merely at the nascent soul stage, manage to breach his own domain?" It seemed utterly implausible. Yet, astonishingly, he accomplished this feat. It was that remarkable sword. What manner of blade could summon such immense spiritual power? With a single strike, it rent a fissure in his domain, allowing him to escape. That sword could not possibly be an ordinary artifact. The elder was left in a state of shock, incredulous that such an extraordinary sword existed in the world, momentarily rendered speechless by the revelation. As Huang Qi broke through the elder's domain, he transformed into a radiant arc, shooting away. Huang Qi's complexion had also paled. He had just executed the soul-slaying sword technique, pushing himself to the very brink of his limits. In an instant, the two forces collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the four-colored fire lotus erupted, transforming into a terrifying sea of flames that consumed the heavens and earth. This unleashed domain morphed into a horrifying inferno, rapidly disintegrating. Witnessing this, the elder's pupils constricted slightly. The terrifying sea of fire enveloped the surroundings, isolating him from the lad. The monstrous waves of flames surged toward him, seemingly intent on engulfing him. The intensity of the fire made the elder uneasy, reluctant to be ensnared by it. He soared into the air, seeking to distance himself from the conflagration. However, at that moment, Huang Qi did not retreat, but surged forward, piercing through the sea of fire in pursuit of the elder. Simultaneously, with a sweep of his hand, 9 chains transformed into serpentine forms, each 100 meters long, interlinking to create a formidable structure. Seeing Huang Qi in such a precarious state, the enigmatic chains vanished from sight, allowing the elder of Qingyuan's sect to breathe a sigh of relief. This lad was far too extraordinary. A nascent soul-level practitioner managing to withstand him for such an extended duration, nearly forcing him to exhaust half of his spiritual power, was unprecedented. This boy must be eliminated. No matter the cost, he could not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, not only would he face trouble, but the entire Qingyuan sect would likely suffer significant consequences as well. Boy, have you been arrogant enough? Now, prepare to meet your demise. The elder, now harboring a measure of trepidation toward Huang Qi, dared not permit him to unleash further astonishing techniques, each of which had caught him off guard. If he allowed this to continue, he could only imagine the magnitude of trouble it would bring upon him. With a thunderous shout, the elder unleashed his sword, piercing through the void. Huang Qi was struck down to the ground, his magical power and spiritual consciousness nearly expended, leaving him incapable of dispersing the impending calamity. Thunder rumbled ominously as terrifying bolts of lightning descended mercilessly upon him. Huang Qi's complexion turned ashen, his body charred. He sustained grievous injuries within. Huang Qi felt a bitter pang in his heart, yet it was fortunate that only a fraction of the calamity was summoned by his own actions. Otherwise, had the terrifying heavenly tribulation truly descended, he might have met his end today. Resigned, Huang Qi chose not to resist. Although the force was considerable, it paled in comparison to the tribulations he had faced in the past, and it posed no real threat to his life. He decided to endure it. With a resounding roar, an unrelenting barrage of lightning descended, and the ominous clouds of tribulation in the sky gradually began to dissipate. Huang Qi nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the relentless strikes, his breath weak, reduced to a mere charred remnant of himself. He struggled against the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Chapter 1331. A diminished chance. Huang Qi remained indifferent. Even if he were to divulge the secrets of the thunder summoning technique to others, they would be unable to master it, for they lacked the profound Yin Emperor scripture and did not comprehend how to absorb the celestial Yin energy. Thus, they could not cultivate it. While secret techniques could be shared, the profound Yin Emperor scripture was something he would never carelessly disclose. Even if he were to impart it to the Bai Horling Chan, being a beast, it would be of no use to him. Huang Qi nodded slightly and said, "Brother Bai, I wish to leave the spirit realm. Is there any means by which you could assist me?" Huang Qi yearned to return home, to reunite with his parents and family. He felt a profound sense of solitude as he wandered alone, deeply missing his loved ones, especially his 12-year-old daughter. Huang Qi knew he was not a good father. He had held wrong her so few times while she was still so young. He was not a good husband either, as his daily training left him little time to spend with his wife. Additionally, he was not a good son, unable to serve his parents as he ought. Chapter 1332. The essence of white paste. Huang Qi was led by the Bai Horling Chan to the deepest recesses of the He Tian mountain range, an area characterized by an extremely harsh swamp forest, filled with withered branches and decaying leaves, a stench of rot permeating the air, extending for countless miles. Toxic creatures thrived within the swamp, each possessing formidable auras, including several powerful exotic beasts. Huang Qi silently pondered the purpose of his companion bringing him here. The Bai Horling Chan merely smiled, offering no explanations, and continued to soar forward. After traversing what felt like millions of miles, they still had not exited the swamp. At that moment, the Bai Horling Chan came to a halt and cast a spell, causing a portal to materialize as if conjured from thin air, emanating a palpable spatial fluctuation. With a gentle smile, the Bai Horling Chan said, "Little brother, let us enter and explore my humble abode. There are many treasures within." Chapter 1333. Incomparable. It appeared that refusing was not an option. 2 cups of wine would hardly suffice, and should he consume the entire jug, his magical power might be nearly restored. Such exquisite wine was something Huang Qi would never willingly part with, even knowing that his elder brother was leading him into a trap. Yet, he felt compelled to leap into it, for his desire to enhance his strength was insatiable. Especially now, following his recent battle with the supreme elder of the Qin Yuan sect, where he had expended all his magic and suffered significant injuries. He required rare treasures to heal and recover. The Bai Horling Chan had now produced exquisite wine that surpassed even the most extraordinary treasures. How could Huang Qi possibly resist? Fortunately, this gentleman harbors no ill intentions. Otherwise, he would never bestow his secret techniques upon me. Nevertheless, since he has extended an olive branch, I must not appear unappreciative. It seems this individual possesses a wealth of treasures, which I could potentially exchange for my own. In the grand hall, Huang Qi gazed at the plethora of treasures, momentarily at a loss for what to admire. Everything here was exquisite, yet he found himself lacking in need. Ideally, he sought to discover rare items akin to the ancient stalactites, as these would expedite his cultivation. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no such wonders. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon several large chests piled in a corner, and he approached them slowly. The Bai Horling Chan smiled slightly and remarked, "Your discerning eye is commendable. Amidst such a wealth of treasures, you find none appealing?" Those chests merely contained some rare materials and a few Hitian soul jades. Upon hearing this, Huang Qi was momentarily taken aback. his face lighting up with delight. He hastily opened one of the chests and was greeted by a massive slab of Hitian jade, its hue and brilliance unparalleled. As Huang Qi extended a hand, pure yang fire erupted forth, enveloping the 004Cultivation. In mere moments, the text began to glow a deep crimson. Satisfied, Huang Qi placed the entire 004Cultivation into the golden fluid. Instantly, the liquid was absorbed into the text. He swiftly unleashed a series of intricate incantations, channeling an unfathomable surge of power into the 004Cultivation. The once crimson text now shimmered with golden light, emanating waves of energy that Huang Qi recognized all too well. It was unmistakably Zhou Lao's essence. Overjoyed, Huang Qi endeavored to assist Zhou Lao in fully integrating with the refined crystals. To further enhance Zhou Lao's potential, he invoked the ritual from the 100 Treasures refinement technique. "Young master, I finally see you," Xiao Qing exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as she beheld her primordial spirit. Huang Qi smiled warmly, nodding gently at Xiao Bai before turning to Zhou Lao, a smile gracing his lips. "Zhou Lao, have you endured much suffering during this long separation? After all these years, you have only just begun to recover." Zhou Lao stared at Huang Qi's primordial spirit, momentarily rendered speechless. Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, he swallowed hard and queried, "Sure, is this your primordial spirit or your true self? I can scarcely tell the difference." With a playful smile, Huang Qi responded, "Zhou Lao, what do you believe stands before you, my true self or my primordial spirit?" Zhou Lao then peered into Huang Qi's dantian, only to be met with astonishment. His expression one of utter disbelief. "Goodness, Qi'er, you have truly achieved something remarkable." However, at that moment, a deep rumble of thunder shattered the distant sky, resonating throughout the entire space. Huang Qi's expression shifted slightly as he gazed into the horizon, where ominous dark clouds began to roll in from all directions, accompanied by the foreboding sounds of thunder and lightning. Instantly, a formidable celestial force descended, overwhelming the area and zeroing in on Xiao Bao's essence. Was this the impending tribulation? The 9 purple annihilation tribulation, which every spirit treasure that achieves sentience must endure. Huang Qi was no stranger to this. Xiao Qing had nearly been reduced to a mere mortal during her own tribulation. The sheer power was astonishing. Surrounding them were numerous spirit treasures, all of which sensed the terrifying tribulation clouds approaching. Their expressions changed in unison, and they hastily retreated. None were eager to face the 9 purple annihilation tribulation again. The Baihor Lingchan smiled faintly, seemingly intrigued. This scene was truly unacceptable for those spirit treasures. While others faced tribulations fraught with peril, the floating pagoda appeared to transcend such trials with an unprecedented approach. Even the will of heaven and earth could not obliterate it, suggesting that few would ever be able to extinguish the floating pagoda in the future. Unless, of course, it was a powerful being capable of controlling a domain, where even consciousness could not escape its grasp. Jealous glances were cast toward the floating pagoda, as they recognized that the majority of spirit treasures had been overshadowed by it. Xiao Bao's complexion was somewhat pale. After all, self-detonating his essence, and then reconstituting it was a tremendous drain on his vitality. Having successfully navigated through the 9 purple annihilation tribulation, it was now time for Xiao Bao to reap the rewards. He sat cross-legged amidst the violet lightning and thunder, continuously casting profound spells to absorb the purple lightning and refine his essence and consciousness. Huang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of despair, if given the choice. He would have preferred to remain in the Taishan region to cultivate in peace. However, he could not afford to stay idle, as Xiaolong's condition was dire, and he was utterly unable to provide the necessary healing. It had already been a decade, and it seemed that if he delayed another 10 years, he might never locate the Qinglong clan. Yet, he had made a promise to the esteemed Ao Huang, and he was bound to deliver Xiaolong to the Qinglong clan. It appeared he must be more cautious in the future regarding the promises he made. How much time would he waste for the sake of his commitments? No matter how distant the journey, Huang Qi felt compelled to proceed, not for any other reason but to honor his vow. He hoped to reach the true Spirit Immortal Palace soon and locate the Qinglong clan, so he could finally focus on his own cultivation. With a resigned shake of his head, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. In the spirit realm, where sects and clans flourished amidst desolate mountains and treacherous terrains, Huang Qi was overjoyed. Initially, he had contemplated planting the Hitian Soul Jade he obtained from the Baihor Lingchan within the floating pagoda. To his astonishment, Xiao Bao had discovered a piece even larger than his own. This was an unexpected boon. Perfectly, he decided to gift the He-Tian Soul Jade he acquired to Elder Zhou. Huang Qi was thoroughly pleased with his recent expedition to the cave, as he now possessed an abundance of He-Tian Jade, alleviating any concerns he had regarding spirit stones. With a subtle smile, he dispatched his wind warship, which transformed into a brilliant arc, hurtling towards He-Tian City. Before departing, Huang Qi deemed it necessary to visit the treasure pavilion in He-Tian City, especially since the treasure pavilion in Taishan City had only recently formalized its operations. However, it was undoubtedly progressing at a much slower pace compared to that of He-Tian City. Nestled against the He-Tian mountain range and benefiting from the countless He-Tian jades provided by the Bai Hua Ling Chan, along with the imposing presence of the Bai Hua Ling Chan, the city's development was soaring at an astonishing rate. As time passed, Huang Qi closed his eyes, entering a meditative state while awaiting his arrival at Yunyao City. Hours slipped by, and suddenly, he felt a vigorous tremor throughout his body before he found himself within a teleportation hall. Nodding gently, he acknowledged his arrival. Accompanying Huang Qi were numerous others, totaling over 100. A law enforcement team soon approached the teleportation array, guiding everyone outside one by one. Lacking an identity token for Yunyao City, Huang Qi needed to procure one. Following the direction of an enforcer, he purchased a token, signing the name Zhou Gongjin, and then confidently exited the teleportation hall. Yunyao City was indeed bustling with vibrancy, with a constant influx of cultivators and uniquely designed architecture that exuded an extraordinary grandeur. Huang Qi nodded slightly, recognizing that the level of prosperity here far surpassed that of any ordinary first-tier city. As time continued to flow, the number of attendees in the Grand Hall increased, although gradually, fewer individuals were arriving. At this moment, an elderly man ascended the podium, his demeanor benevolent and composed, emanating an air of authority. Huang Qi raised an eyebrow upon observing this elder, a Taoist ancestor of the Dongxian level. Wasn't this merely an auction? The presence of such a revered figure hinted that the auction would not be simple. Huang Qi felt a mix of surprise and excitement, eagerly anticipating the event. This was Elder Chun, a venerable figure from the 36 pavilions of Yunhai Pavilion. Why had Elder Chun personally come? Was he to preside over the auction himself? Typically, it was known that such events were moderated by Nascent Soul cultivators, with few from the fusion stage taking the helm. In the meantime, a maid swiftly scanned her surroundings with her spiritual awareness. After a considerable time, she nodded politely to Huang Qi before retreating. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A nascent soul cultivator carrying such an immense quantity of spirit stones? Did he possess a vein of spirit stones within him? Remarkably, he had produced 20 billion spirit stones without a hint of hesitation. Just how many spirit stones did this young man possess? Observing Huang Qi's unwavering demeanor despite acquiring treasures, several attendees began to entertain ulterior motives. If this young man possesses any sense, he should depart immediately, utilizing the teleportation array to escape, for there may still be a chance of evasion. Should he choose to linger, it would soon become exceedingly difficult to leave. This individual clearly does not belong to any nearby sect or family, and the Cloud Sea 100 pomegranate is a treasure of immense value, coveted by numerous sects and families who often find themselves bereft of opportunities to obtain it. Chapter 1345. An interruption at the auction. Esteemed friends, I have conveyed all that needed to be said. I trust you are all aware of the significance of the Qiangyao holy water. I shall refrain from further elaboration. The Yaoqi holy water is priced at 30 billion spiritual stones for the low tier. Each bidding increment must not be less than 50 million. Upon hearing this figure, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed among the attendees. 30 billion spiritual stones. This is merely the base price. Even those of the Dongxian realm may find it challenging to procure such an amount. Unless, of course, those representing the sects and families are the venerable ancestors of the Dongxian realm, who have the backing of their respective sects, in which case the situation differs. Even the esteemed ancestors of the Dongxian realm furrowed their brows. 30 billion spiritual stones are not an insurmountable sum for first-rate sects and families. However, should one obtain a vial of this Qiangyao holy water, it could potentially grant their sect a new spirit separation ancestor or an additional Dongxian ancestor, which would undoubtedly be worth the investment. Yet, this was merely hearsay. Chapter 1346. Divine Artifacts for Body Refinement. The auction has thus concluded. Esteemed guests, you may take your leave. The celestial maiden uttered no further words, gracefully ascending into the air. Many present were formidable cultivators at the Yuan Ying or Lihe stages, and they were undeniably intrigued by the benefits the maiden had just promised. If they could lend a hand, they would surely receive their share of the rewards. Consequently, several Lihe and Yuan Ying cultivators soared into the sky, pursuing her. Huang Qi hesitated, contemplating whether to join them, given his strength. Slaying the individual in question might prove challenging, yet entangling him would be effortless. However, with so many cultivators in pursuit, especially the numerous Dongxian ancestors, he feared that by the time he made his move, the target would already be subdued. Would it be in vain to rush there only to find himself returning empty-handed? Huang Qi was indeed reluctant to leave Cloud Yao City without securing more of the Cloud C100 pomegranate. He was even more unwilling to forego the Qiangyao holy water. Chapter 1347. Lu Wensheng. After 7 days, Huang Qi gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath. He felt as if his body had returned to its pinnacle form. Clenching his fists, he felt a satisfying crackle as the space around him began to dissolve. With each movement, he exuded an air of grace and composure, reminiscent of an ethereal being detached from the mortal realm, shrouded in mystery. A surge of ecstatic joy welled up within him, as he realized he had undergone a profound transformation. The previous version of himself felt akin to iron, while now he embodied refined steel, a sensation that was exquisitely clear. Although his cultivation level had not increased, and his magical power remained unchanged, Huang Qi was certain that his combat prowess had ascended to a new echelon. Even more unexpectedly, his soul-cleaving sword, soul-entangling lock, and lotus sword array had advanced remarkably, their potency seemingly enhanced by an entire tier post-refinement. If my estimation holds true, these 3 treasures might be pivotal. In Chapter 1, 348 of the Cloud Sea Conference, I glanced at the transportation array here, noting that not many disciples were entering or exiting. However, upon seeing Huang Qi, the disciples revealed expressions of reverence, hastily bowing and greeting him. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. You have returned." Huang Qi nodded gently, observing that these disciples appeared somewhat fearful of him. It became evident to him that Lu Wensheng was not a benign figure within the Tsulong Pavilion. Ignoring them, Huang Qi exited the transmission hall and swiftly made his way to Lu Wensheng's cave dwelling. After a brief moment, Huang Qi arrived at Lu Wensheng's abode, where several disciples greeted him with obsequious smiles. "Master, you have returned." Huang Qi nodded slightly, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the disciples before inquiring, "During my absence, has anything transpired at the Tsulong Pavilion?" One disciple promptly replied, "Master, the granduncle." In Chapter 1, 349, Creating Opportunities, there were indeed numerous disciples from other sects and families, with nearly 50 from each, while our disciples numbered 36. The remaining participants included an elder from the Dongxian realm and a dozen formidable Lihe period cultivators. Huang Qi observed that at least 40 to 50 sects and families had gathered, totaling nearly 3,000 guests for the Cloud Sea Conference. As everyone took their seats, polite exchanges were made, followed by engaging discussions. Unsurprisingly, after a few rounds of wine, a pavilion master initiated a ranking battle among the disciples. A total of 53 major sects and families had gathered at Wanghai Cliff, plus a 36-member team from the Cloud Sea Pavilion, bringing the total to 54 sects represented. Each sect dispatched 36 disciples, amounting to nearly 2,000 participants, who were then arranged in pairs based on their sequence numbers for the matches. In Chapter 1, 350, Fishing in Troubled Waters, the pavilion master's expression darkened as he gestured with his hand. To Mou's horror, he found his body moving uncontrollably towards the pavilion master. In a state of despair, Mou begged for mercy. Just then, an elder appeared, blocking the pavilion master's advance with a displeased expression, stating, "Old Wang, this cannot be. Mou is my disciple, having followed me since childhood. How could he dare commit such a vile act? Furthermore, he possesses no spirit treasure. So how could he amass so many disciples for his own gain? Look at the disciples who have vanished. They are all from other sects and families. While our Cloud Sea Pavilion has retained all its own, it is evident that someone is deliberately sowing discord among our sects, disrupting the Cloud Sea Conference for an ulterior motive." The elder Wang's expression soured at these words, but soon the Dongxian powerhouses from other sects, such as the Falling Blossom sect, also stepped forward. In Chapter 1, 351, Cloud Sea Treasure Theft, regardless of the circumstances, one must see for oneself. Observing the escalating tension, it became clear that if a compromise was not reached soon, the Cloud Sea Pavilion risked offending numerous influential families, placing it in a precarious position. Allow them to enter, was suggested. The old man vowed once more to protect, instilling confidence in those present. His voice, though aged, resonated like an echo from the farthest reaches of the universe. The crowd was taken aback, and the leaders of Yunhai Pavilion instantly adopted a posture of reverence, bowing deeply towards the distant figure. Master Wang remarked, "Since our esteemed ancestor has granted permission, it would not be unreasonable to allow your entry. However, please be advised that the inner sanctum of Yunhai Pavilion is a place of secrecy. The treasures within must not be disturbed. Even if you glimpse something, I urge you to refrain from sharing it outside. You may gather what you seek, but if you find nothing, I implore you to withdraw promptly. Will you all consent?" Chapter 1352. The five dragons repel the enemy. Huang Qi felt the terrifying presence behind him accelerate yet again, leaving him astounded. The ancestral figure of the spirit division was indeed formidable. Despite his own impressive speed, he found himself increasingly drawn closer to this fearsome entity. It seemed evident that his own strength was insufficient. Otherwise, how could he be so easily pursued? Just then, Huang Qi sensed an even greater shock, as three more terrifying auras materialized behind the old man. While they did not match the elder's power, they were not inferior to the ancient figure from the Qingyuan sect. It was clear that the trouble he had stirred today was significant, as Yunhai Pavilion had dispatched 4 spirit division ancestors to confront him. He could not afford to be caught, otherwise, he would be in grave danger. Huang Qi expelled a mouthful of vital blood, his complexion paling slightly. Nevertheless, he pressed on, casting several spells as his blood intertwined with his incantations. Chapter 1353. The billion reward. The spirit division ancestor was actually repelled by the 5-dragon seal. Moreover, it was 4 of them. This was utterly astonishing. In the future, should he encounter an unbeatable foe, he could simply wield the 5-dragon seal. Who would he have to fear, aside from the most powerful beings? Huang Qi's heart surged with exhilaration. However, the next moment, he felt his body sway precariously. His expression changed, and he attempted to harness his magical energy to stabilize himself, only to be shocked to discover that his reserves were nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of flight. Alarmed, he summoned his wind chariot, managing to steady himself upon it. Huang Qi furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could this be? His vast magical energy had been almost entirely absorbed by the 5-dragon seal. No wonder it exhibited such terrifying power. It was inseparable from the magnitude of his own energy. Had the others not retreated just moments ago, the situation would have been dire. Chapter 1354. Huang Qi's sense of crisis having stirred up trouble in Yunhai Pavilion, he could only wonder how chaotic the outside world had become. It was imperative that he utilize the teleportation array to exit the Falling Blossom region. He sensed that Xiao San and the others were still in seclusion, which indicated that the Qiong Yao primordial liquid had an extraordinary effect on them. Their prolonged retreat suggested that the elixir's benefits far exceeded his expectations. He sincerely hoped that upon completing their meditation, they would each attain the status of postnatal spiritual treasures. That would indeed be delightful. Huang Qi smiled faintly, shaking his head. The attainment of postnatal spiritual treasures was simply unattainable. Despite the presence of the exquisite Qiong Yao Tai Chu liquid, it seems to be of little use. As the situation unfolds, Huang Qi communicated with the Yuaning powerhouse who was en route, finding him still within the boundless void. This discovery brought a sense of relief to Huang Qi. In the next moment, his figure twisted and vanished, only to reappear beside the Yuaning expert, gently addressing him. Chapter 1355. The Celestial Mansion of Destiny. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Huang Qi resolutely chose to enter seclusion. It must be said that his decisive actions allowed him to evade numerous crises. The entire Falling Petal region had mobilized, as a bounty of 1 million was not something that everyone could withstand. The fervor of the paparazzi revealed Huang Qi's identity and background, with many cultivators from the Lingwei Island also becoming involved, demonstrating the extent of their madness. However, Huang Qi had long since departed from the Falling Petal region, spending a full year within the internal space of Xiaobao, at last feeling a semblance of safety. During this year, Huang Qi devoted himself primarily to studying the various ancient texts he had purchased. Through these texts, he gained an entirely new understanding of the spirit realm, which, as known by humanity, consists of 108 states, 36 great seas, and 72 primeval lands, with many areas yet to be explored by humankind. Chapter 1356. News from the Li family. An hour later, Huang Qi emerged from the HSBC trading house with a look of resignation. The celestial mansion of destiny was indeed not inexpensive, significantly pricier than what was available within the sects and families. Fortunately, the variety here was abundant, allowing for ample selection. Huang Qi spent tens of millions of spirit stones to acquire 60 to 70 diverse celestial mansions. With these acquisitions, the internal space of Xiao Bao finally resembled something substantial. While traveling, he could arrange them properly, which would be quite pleasing. Huang Qi smiled faintly. For now, the celestial mansions were sufficient, but since he was here, he certainly could not leave without further exploration. Huang Qi had heard from a maid that the Celestial Pavilion refined a unique type of celestial mansion, known as the Celestial Mansion of Destiny, which was not available for public sale. This particular mansion was exceedingly remarkable, reputed to possess concealment capabilities far superior to those of other celestial mansions adorned with magical formations. Moreover, it could withstand attacks from spirit separation experts, even when evading. Chapter 1357. The annihilation of the Li family. If he could break through to the harmonious union stage, he would truly possess the strength for self-preservation. With his formidable power at that level, engaging in battle against the Cave Profound Patriarch would pose no issue. While he might not be able to defeat the Cave Profound Patriarch instantaneously, it was certain that ordinary Cave Profound Patriarchs would not stand a chance against him. Even those who commanded magical formations would find themselves bested. He pondered whether, upon breaking through to the harmonious union stage, he would have the means to protect himself from the spirit separation ancestors. Currently, he was still not a match for those formidable figures, but fortunately, it would not be an easy task for an ordinary spirit separation ancestor to eliminate him. Huang Qi understood that the disparity among spirit separation ancestors was considerable, and he would not be so arrogant as to dismiss them simply because he had advanced to the harmonious union stage. As the situation progressed, the enhancement of magical abilities became increasingly arduous. However, with each ascension in power, their strength would surely rise. Chapter 1358. The Eye of the Pishio. Would they simply walk into a trap, considering their status as beings of the Dongxian level? Without the aid of formations, I truly lacked confidence in capturing both of them. Huang Qi was seeking a place to conceal himself, yet a thunderous roar resonated from within the cavern, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. A cold smile crept across Huang Qi's lips, for it was evident that restrictions were in place inside. Nonetheless, would such restrictions suffice to eliminate two formidable Dongxian practitioners? Huang Qi glanced at a massive boulder ahead, and then maneuvered behind it, settling into a meditative position. However, Huang Qi's consciousness inadvertently swept across a distant location, and his eyes flashed with a cold light, though he remained entirely unperturbed. He sensed a hidden presence emanating the aura of a nascent soul. Here he was, the mantis stalking the cicada, while someone else awaited the opportunity to strike from behind, an act of sheer recklessness. A nascent soul. Chapter 1359. Taking action. Even beneath the protection of the nine-color radiance, Huang Qi was left dazed and disoriented, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could not allow this individual to escape. After all, they had nearly claimed his life and consumed his soul-cutting sword. He absolutely could not permit such a swift getaway. However, Huang Qi dared not stray beyond the protective barrier of the five-dragon imperial seal. With a mere thought, the nine-color radiance transformed into a constricting chain, enveloping the eye of the Pishio and drawing it into the internal space of the five-dragon imperial seal. The terrifying aura of slaughter dissipated instantly, and Huang Qi collapsed to the ground, pale and trembling, gasping for breath. It had been a close call. Had it not been for the five-dragon imperial seal, he would have been doomed. How could such a terrifying entity exist here? How had the Li family come into possession of it? Surely, the Li family lacked any formidable beings capable of obtaining the eye of the Pishio. Chapter 1360. Li Luoxue. Huang Qi understood that he could not allow them to entangle him, or he would be trapped. He summoned forth a four-colored flame in his palm, which transformed into a radiant four-colored fire lotus. A wave of catastrophic energy surged forth as Huang Qi, without a moment's hesitation, hurled it towards the two Dongxian ancestors. Upon seeing the four-colored flame approach, the ancestors' pupils constricted. This was a fearsome flame composed of three types of heavenly spirit fire. How could this be? How could anyone refine such an abundance of heavenly spirit fire? The overwhelming aura of destruction instilled an irresistible sense of danger within them. Retreat. One of the Dongxian ancestors began to speak, but before he could finish, Huang Qi's fire lotus erupted, instantly transforming the area around the transmission pavilion into a sea of terrifying flames. All those nearby, including the onlookers and the countless soldiers from the city, as well as the numerous formidable beings from the Tianji pavilion, were engulfed by the horrifying flames in an instant. Chapter 1361, Journey to Shaolin Temple. Thank you, esteemed elder. I am eternally grateful. Should I find Pinger, I will surely bring her to express our gratitude in person. Huang Qi smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, I share a bond with Pinger, but I currently have pressing matters to attend to and cannot leave. Otherwise, I would gladly accompany you in searching for her. Li Luoxue quickly shook her head and replied, I am deeply grateful for your kindness, esteemed senior. I would never dare to trouble you further. Huang Qi nodded and instructed someone to take Li Luoxue to rest. He shook his head in resignation. He had done what he could for Pinger and had alleviated a burden from his heart. As for whether he would have future interactions with her, that was left to fate. Truth be told, if circumstances allowed, Huang Qi would truly wish to seek out Pinger, but he was overwhelmed with responsibilities and had no means to pursue her. Huang Qi shook his head. Chapter 1362. The young master of Zhenyuan, the Shaolin region, is vast, rivaling even the Tianji region, and is even larger in some respects. Centered around the Shaoshi Mountain and the Shaolin Temple, there are nearly 1 million miles filled with Buddhist temples, totaling 720 across the entire Shaolin area. Surrounding these great temples are numerous cities, far exceeding the number of temples by more than tenfold. The Kaiguang city is a significant city belonging to the Kaiguang Temple, one of the larger cities among several nearby. Huang Qi blended into the bustle of Kaiguang City. As he walked through the broad streets of Kaiguang City, observing the vibrant city life and the throngs of cultivators, he was somewhat taken aback. Though he could spot monks among the crowd, their numbers paled in comparison to the ordinary cultivators. Huang Qi found this curious. Wasn't this a region dominated by the Buddhist sect? One would expect a greater presence of Buddhist disciples. Chapter 1363. Encountering the celestial phoenix, Huang Qi did not possess extensive knowledge of the Buddhist sect, despite the existence of the great Thunder Sound Temple in the human realm, with which he was familiar, and his interactions with figures like Fain. He was not well versed in the internal divisions of the sect. However, he was aware of the Luohan Hall, primarily a department for martial training among Buddhist disciples. To his surprise, the young monk Zhenyuan was a disciple of the Luohan Hall. Observing Zhenyuan's impressive cultivation, which was around the Nascent Soul stage, it was evident that he was a prodigy among the new generation of disciples. Huang Qi smiled slightly. It is an honor to meet you, Master Zhenyuan. Zhenyuan, noticing Huang Qi's extraordinary demeanor and aura, felt a quiet admiration and smiled in return, saying, This humble monk perceives that you possess an exceptional bearing, clearly hailing from a distinguished lineage. May I ask which sect or family you belong to? Chapter 1364. The Poison Fog Forest. Huang Qi realized that as he journeyed, he was accumulating more adversaries, and a single misstep could plunge him into grave peril. Ultimately, it stemmed from his relatively weak strength. Otherwise, he would not be forced to flee in such a manner. He quickly retrieved a map of the entire Yuehua prefecture, pinpointed his location, and began to assess which areas would be more conducive to enhancing his cultivation. In an instant, Huang Qi observed a perilous location within the Shaolin region, known as the Poison Fog Forest. This forest was exceedingly treacherous. The toxic mists within were formidable enough that even ordinary cultivators at the fusion stage found it challenging to navigate. Only those at the Dongxian level or above could venture in and out of the Poison Fog Forest, yet even Dongxian cultivators were not guaranteed safety. For the forest was home to many ancient poisonous beasts, the most powerful of which rivaled deities in strength. It was rare for cultivators to dare enter the Poison Fog Forest. As Huang Qi reached Chapter 1365, titled Illusory Tree Heart Python, he felt a shiver run down his spine as he caught sight of the illusory tree heart python not far away, its gaze fixed upon him. His heart raced with trepidation. He would rather encounter a deity-level elder than face such a terrifying creature on the verge of transformation into a dragon. Should it succeed in its metamorphosis, it would become an illusory dragon python, its might comparable to that of a human great ascension cultivator, potentially achieving greatness after merely thousands or millions of years of cultivation, even breaking through the void. Why was his luck so dreadful? Just upon entering the poison fog forest, he encountered such a fearsome entity. The terror of the poison fog forest was likely even greater than what was documented on maps. The illusory tree heart python, displeased that Huang Qi had evaded its lethal strike, hissed in frustration, unable to comprehend how a mere human could escape its attack. In Chapter 1366, titled A Body Full of Treasures, Huang Qi found himself nearly surrounded by the relentless illusory tree heart python, making escape nearly impossible. In a flash, the python lunged at him from behind, attempting to bite down. Without a moment to spare, Huang Qi summoned a four-colored fire lotus, hurling it directly into the creature's maw. The python, initially confident in its ability to devour Huang Qi, was taken aback when the flames entered its throat, its pupils contracting in alarm as it attempted to expel the fire lotus. However, Huang Qi granted it no opportunity. With a thunderous explosion, the terrifying four-colored fire lotus detonated within the python's mouth, igniting ferociously. The enormous creature momentarily halted, then felt the searing flames consuming its insides, unleashing a series of anguished roars as its colossal body writhed in agony, transforming into a fiery serpent. In Chapter 1367, titled First to Arrive, Huang Qi deftly maneuvered the pagoda-like treasure underground, traveling thousands of miles before it finally came to a halt. He was now far from the battlefield, where no formidable beings roamed, ensuring he would not be discovered. Without further hesitation, Huang Qi focused on healing his injuries. Shortly after his departure, the space rippled, and a figure materialized at the site of the confrontation. Observing the scorched remnants and the disarray around him, the figure's brow furrowed slightly. A terrifying consciousness enveloped the surrounding area for miles, yet it found nothing amiss before tearing through the void and vanishing. Not long after this individual departed, two figures tore through the fabric of the void, one clad in the garb of a monk and the other in the attire of a Taoist priest, both appearing somewhat peculiar. Upon surveying the surrounding situation, the Taoist remarked, "Not far ahead." Chapter 1368. The ancient poison cultivators' cave. The confinement array ensnares the spiritual energy within this gorge, preventing any trace of it from escaping. Over countless years, such an abundance of spiritual energy has coalesced here, though one can only speculate how many years it would take to accumulate such richness. Huang Qi's consciousness enveloped the entire gorge, yet he sensed no presence of cultivators within. He merely heard distant rumblings from outside the gorge, although faint. They caused the barriers above to tremble slightly. Huang Qi smiled subtly. Since he had entered this gorge first, it momentarily belonged to him. He resolved to gather all treasures before allowing anyone else to enter. Without hesitation, Huang Qi summoned arrays of flags and discs, scattering them in various directions throughout the valley. Rather than dismantling the existing formation, he chose to augment the grand array that enveloped the gorge, even establishing a more potent activation. Chapter 1369. The toxic insect. This must be the poison cultivator. It seems they have perished here. Observing the broken bones on the back of the cultivator, Huang Qi surmised that they had sustained severe injuries, returning to their cave, yet ultimately succumbing to their wounds. The chamber was replete with numerous jars and bottles, as well as several jade slips and ancient texts. This poison cultivator appeared to be quite formidable. Huang Qi radiated a spectrum of 5 colors, causing everything in the room to vanish, leaving only a pair of desiccated bones behind. Casting a glance at the pile of bones, he sighed, "I shall take your possessions and grant you a peaceful rest." A flame flickered in his hand as he cast it upon the bones, reducing them to ash. With a flick of his wrist, the poison cultivator's storage ring, pouch, and belt fell into Huang Qi's grasp. Within the pouch lay a sum of spirit stones, various magical artifacts, and several vials. Chapter 1370. Subduing the 2 Umitba. Young benefactor, your words are presumptuous. The old monk observes that the barriers have recently been tampered with. You must have entered shortly before us. How can this cavern possibly belong to you? Huang Qi was somewhat taken aback, realizing the monk's profound mastery of formations. His alterations had been detected, making further deceit futile. The Taoist, upon hearing this, noted that Huang Qi had likely acquired numerous treasures upon his timely arrival, just as they had blocked his path, preventing any uncertain developments. Young one, this ancient cavern is not something a mere nascent soul cultivator can lay claim to. Surrender your storage ring and belt, and we shall allow you to depart. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to leave this place. Upon hearing these words, The old monk's countenance softened with a benevolent expression. Chapter 1371. The Fearsome Iron Fire Ant. The teachings of Buddhism emphasize the principle of following one's fate. As long as one approaches the Buddhist path with sincerity, the monastery will not turn away any seeker. Should the young master possess insight and uncover profound wisdom or techniques within the scriptures, the esteemed monks of Shaolin would not hinder his progress. Huang Qi nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that persuading him to pilfer texts from the sutra repository would indeed prove challenging. Otherwise, Hongda would not have made such a statement. Nevertheless, given the monastery's welcoming nature, it would be worthwhile for him to visit. At the very least, he would not have to worry about offending Shaolin. Huang Qi considered this. Having attained a breakthrough in his cultivation, it would be fitting to visit Shaolin as a friend of Hongda. He then summoned Hongda into the internal space of the pagoda, holding several Buddhist texts in his hands, feeling a sense of excitement. He believed that once he comprehended these scriptures, his proficiency in the pagoda's spiritual refining incantation would undoubtedly advance. Chapter 1372. The Diverted Calamity. An individual iron fire ant is hardly worthy of notice. However, a swarm of thousands poses a significant challenge even to high-level cultivators. While these ants are of relatively low rank, rarely exceeding the third tier, a mere glance from an advanced practitioner could easily obliterate them. Yet, with their numbers approaching 200,000, no amount of time spent in combat would suffice to eradicate them completely. Witnessing the substantial losses inflicted upon the beast army, the mountain-opening ape felt an overwhelming rage, its eyes nearly bloodshot with fury. With a thunderous roar, it ascended into the air and unleashed its domain, enveloping the surrounding space. Indeed, the entire canyon, as it commenced a brutal slaughter of the iron fire ants. These ants, however, did not remain clustered together. Even within the confines of the opponent's domain, they quickly dispersed, launching themselves towards the multitude of beasts below. Their diminutive size rendered them ineffective against the towering creatures. Even if they possessed strength, it would be of little use. Chapter 1373. The Might of Heavenly Thunder. Huang Qi's expression grew grave, and the distant onlookers who had managed to escape wore expressions of utmost seriousness. Who exactly was this Huang Qi? While it is not impossible for a cultivator to transcend the tribulation, the sheer ferocity of this one was unprecedented. Was it not wiser to seek solitude during such a perilous moment? Instead, he chose to confront the calamity amidst a throng of beasts. Was he courting death? Had he lost his sanity? As they gazed upon the terrifying pressure emanating from the tribulation clouds, even they felt a shiver run down their spines. The ominous clouds had locked onto him and the thousands of beasts, heralding an unprecedented storm of heavenly thunder. Puxian, Puji, Taoist Wuchong, and others exchanged glances, their astonishment reflecting the incredulity within their hearts. Others were even more effusive in their relief, grateful for their timely departure, as this young man had chosen not to pursue them. If that young man were to catch up with them during the tribulation, could they withstand the impending thunderstorm? After this wave of heavenly lightning passed, the expressions of those present grew grave, for they could no longer sense Huang Qi's aura. It was highly likely that the young man had been obliterated by the terrifying heavenly punishment. A sense of regret lingered in their hearts. Such a prodigious talent was tragically extinguished beneath the weight of divine retribution, as if the heavens were envious of such gifted individuals. If this genius were to mature, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. As for the earlier discussions about the prodigy stirring the world, the crowd dismissed those thoughts. With the death of the individual, what storms could possibly arise? However, moments later, disbelief began to creep into their hearts, for they observed that the ominous dark clouds showed no signs of dissipating. Even the silhouette formed from the tribulation clouds appeared astonished. The dense thunderclouds continued to churn, as if preparing for an even more fearsome deluge of lightning. How could this be? That terrifying the phoenix feather, how was it possible? How did this young man manage to refine the wings of the Phoenix clan? The elder seemed to deliberately voice this to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he declared, "I care not who you are. Anyone daring to refine the wings of my Phoenix clan deserves death." One among them, upon catching sight of the five-dragon imperial seal in Huang Qi's grasp, could not help but slightly narrow his eyes. A fleeting flash of ecstatic realization crossing his features. A venerable monk, with a dignified demeanor, observed the direction in which Huang Qi departed, a frown creasing his brow, as if sensing something amiss. Though the number of individuals present was scant, merely a few dozen, their presence would undoubtedly be extraordinary in any realm, for they represented the pinnacle of the Yuehua prefecture. While not on par with the great powers, their strength was indeed second only to them, ranking among the elite in the realm of spirit separation. However, to Huang Qi's astonishment, the white silks he had severed surged forth, entwining themselves around his Tai sword, rendering him incapable of wielding it once more. The mechanical entity seemed to revel in Huang Qi's shock, a glimmer of mockery appearing in its eyes as it flicked the silk, increasing its speed and advancing toward Huang Qi. Concern etched itself onto Huang Qi's face. What level of treasure was this silk, that it was so difficult to contend with? His Tai, a sword, was restricted. Could it be an innate spiritual treasure? Yet, Huang Qi shook his head. An innate spiritual treasure was nearly impossible. Despite the elder's formidable strength, the notion of crafting such a treasure was laughable. An innate spiritual treasure, aside from its first master, would rarely recognize another master, for their strength would not fall short of an ordinary spirit-separating ancestor, and they would hardly be willing to submit to witnessing this scene. The cultivators collectively gasped, for everyone present was acutely aware of their city lord's formidable prowess. However, the existence at the Dongxian level astonishingly could not withstand the force of this young man's single punch. What kind of terror must this strike possess? The numerous cultivators who initially intended to intercept Huang Qi hurriedly dodged, fearful of obstructing the young man's path, their eyes betraying a look of horror as they dared not pursue any further, left only to watch Huang Qi vanish at the end of the street. Huang Qi's mental perception indicated that he had only been momentarily hindered, yet that ominous presence was drawing ever closer. It seemed that within mere moments, it would catch up to him. He had to leave this place swiftly, for it would soon become impossible to escape. With the divine wings of the phoenix unfurling behind him, Huang Qi swiftly appeared outside the teleportation pavilion. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that once he entered the pavilion, that ominous entity would have to reconsider its approach. Chapter 1378. A sudden change. Huang Qi scoffed, his surrounding mana surging forth. And as he infused more power into the pagoda artifact, it stabilized immediately. However, his expression darkened as a surge of spiritual energy, which had just breached his 9-color defensive barrier, shot towards him once more. Huang Qi had no time to react. With a thunderous impact, it struck the teleportation array, causing his heart to plummet as the entire array trembled violently. Yet at that moment, a terrifying spatial fluctuation erupted, and with a flash of light, Huang Qi's figure vanished from sight. The expressions of those present grew increasingly grim. They could hardly believe that their combined efforts had failed to detain Huang Qi. If it had been anyone else, they would have shattered the teleportation array long ago. This young man's treasures were simply too extraordinary, even possessing artifacts of celestial origin, a reality that was difficult for them to accept. Chapter 1379. Refining the eye of the Pishio. Huang Qi suddenly felt an excruciating headache, as if a storm had risen within his sea of consciousness, vast and boundless like an ocean in turmoil. As the eye of the Pishio ravenously absorbed his spiritual awareness, it felt as though his consciousness sea was on the brink of being torn apart, causing him unbearable agony. Simultaneously, his dantian was rapidly activated, unleashing terrifying waves of power that surged towards the sea of consciousness, also drawn in by the eye of the Pishio. In an instant, Huang Qi's primordial spirit opened its eyes wide, displaying an unprecedented look of horror. It hastily cast various spells in an attempt to halt the draining of its mana. Yet no matter how hard Huang Qi's primordial spirit struggled, it yielded little effect. A flicker of light appeared, and the figure of Miao Yushi materialized near Huang Qi's primordial spirit, her complexion pale and revealing her own astonishment. Miao Yushi sensed something was amiss within Huang Qi's sea of consciousness. Chapter 1380. The first encounter with the disciples of the 5-dragon lineage. Little Bao was hurrying along at full speed when, without warning, a massive hand appeared in the sky above, obscuring a portion of the heavens as though it had descended directly from the firmament. Little Bao was taken aback, completely unaware of how it had manifested. His face changed dramatically as the colossal hand, blocking out the sun, bore down upon him with terrifying force. The speed was so astonishing that Xiao Bao scarcely had time to react. With a resounding thud, he was propelled backward, crashing into the desert and creating a vast crater. Instantly, his complexion turned pale, and his spirit appeared somewhat diminished, the radiance surrounding him fading. Ah, surprisingly, he did not shatter. A voice of astonishment echoed, belonging to a figure clad in a blue robe. His appearance was unremarkable, yet the aura he emanated was immensely powerful, undeniably that of a top-tier divine separation-level warrior. Seeing this scene, Huang Qi was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. This aura, this momentum, it was unmistakably the Azure Dragon technique. How could this individual also wield the Azure Dragon technique? Could it be that he too was a disciple of the Five Dragon lineage? Before Huang Qi could fully grasp his astonishment, two Azure Dragons suddenly intertwined, colliding with one another, producing a series of thunderous explosions in their wake. The terrifying energy waves tore through the void, causing the space to dissipate endlessly. Indeed, it was the Azure Dragon technique. Huang Qi was all too familiar with this energy, as it was the very essence of the Azure Dragon technique. Unable to contain himself, he retreated several hundred meters, his expression grave. The physical strength he prided himself on now seemed to offer no advantage. From the previous encounter, the man appeared to wield his powers as casually as one might wave their hand. Though his own magical energy was nearly depleted, a full-force punch would command the respect of even the divine separation ancestor. Yet this individual seemed entirely unconcerned, demonstrating his formidable prowess. Huang Qi decided to utilize the spirit eye spring from within the pagoda of the Buddha, placing it beneath himself to fully restore his magical energy. Disregarding Chang's son Hong entirely, observing Huang Qi's actions, even Chang's son Hong felt a twitch in his composure. While the spirit eye spring was indeed rare, someone of his standing naturally possessed it. However, to expend it in such a manner offered him little advantage. This young man had offended numerous individuals, and possessing the Buddha-esque treasure, the pagoda of the Buddha, would not spare him from the clutches of the Buddhist sect. He had also slain two experts of the cave profound level from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and the elder of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Pan Ji, was currently pursuing him. With Pan Ji's profound calculations, deducing Huang Qi's whereabouts would pose little difficulty, if it were not for the tracking mark he had placed on this young man. Along with his own intricate flying techniques, locating him before others would indeed have been quite challenging. The most concerning aspect was how this young man had not been consumed. Possessing such extraordinary means that even beings of their caliber would hesitate to provoke him further. Yet today, if they failed to capture him, apprehending Huang Qi in the future would surely be an even greater challenge. As Huang Qi closed his eyes, his aura appearing somewhat disordered, the three exchanged glances, each recognizing the resoluteness in one another's eyes. They simultaneously launched another assault on Huang Qi. Huang Qi channeled nearly all of his spiritual energy into the eye of the Pishio, forcibly suppressing it. Suddenly, he sensed the three opponents attacking him again, and a jolt of alarm surged through his heart. What was he doing? Was he not merely providing them an opportunity to besiege him? However, feeling the volatile and tumultuous energy within the Pishio, he dared not make any rash movements. With the three formidable ancestors closing in, he had no choice but to act decisively. He unfurled his celestial phoenix wings, transforming into a streak of light, and swiftly darting toward the battlefield. Chapter 1384. The mighty demon corpse. A plethora of prodigies emerged, wreaking havoc and earning their renown. Each unique prodigy, with their distinct physique, stirred the cultivation world of the Moonlight State into a frenzy. It had been many years since the region had witnessed such a gathering of exceptional talents, igniting a fervor that swept through the land. Among them were several particularly eye-catching figures, standing out even amongst their peers, eliciting envy and admiration. And legends began to unfurl around these luminaries. The terrifying entities from various sects and families brought these prodigies into the demon slaughter battlefield, eager for them to witness the chaos firsthand. With such formidable beings joining the fray, others grew emboldened, flocking into the battlefield. Soon, the arena was engulfed in a brutal melee, with cultivators clashing and vying for treasures. Chapter 1385. The seal is broken. Great-grandfather, is that a demon corpse? The enchanting young woman, whose beauty could bring nations to ruin, gazed at the headless demon corpse with a glimmer of excitement, chattering away freely unlike the others. The onlookers turned to the headless corpse, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, but soon a shadow of caution crossed their faces. The middle-aged man leading the group nodded thoughtfully, scanning the surroundings, his brow furrowed slightly, clearly noting the remnants of a terrifying energy fluctuation and traces of blood on the ground. Along with a newly formed pit nearby, it appeared someone had already arrived ahead of them. After a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged man stepped forward to investigate the headless demon corpse, but the expressions of those behind him changed drastically, prompting an elder to urgently caution him. Chapter 1386. Gathering at the demon slaughter battlefield, countless cultivators in the vicinity were caught in the tumult, and the air was filled with the sounds of devastation. Many cultivators were swiftly annihilated, unable to escape in time. Blood sprayed forth from those wounded, as they were hurled backward, the majority of space rifts posing little threat to them. Yet, caught in the chaotic spatial currents and grievously injured, their chances of extricating themselves in the short term appeared bleak. Those unfortunate cultivators, as they were flung away, triggered nearby remnants of prohibitions, instantly meeting with the terrifying attacks unleashed by those seals. Cries of agony rose in succession, with many cultivators meeting their demise on the spot. Witnessing the formidable demon corpse obliterate so many cultivators in a mere moment left the remaining spectators in a state of trepidation, their faces pale with fear. At this moment, the individuals finally realized the catastrophic consequences that their greed had wrought. Yet, who could have foreseen the sheer terror concealed beneath the seal? Chapter 1387. The treasures of the demon clan's great power, particularly, having obtained some blood from that formidable phoenix being. Extracting a few drops of essence should pose no challenge. If I could refine a drop into the Taia's sword, it would undoubtedly elevate my true spirit sword technique to unprecedented heights. It is imperative that I refine a drop for myself as well. With the current strength of my physical form, I am more than capable of employing the transmutation of the 100 changes technique. Transforming into the phoenix for battle should not be a problem. Though the phoenix clan's might may not rival that of the 4 divine beasts, they are nonetheless beings akin to true spirits. With the ability to morph into a phoenix, I would certainly possess an additional safeguard in this perilous battlefield of demon slaying. Since Huang Qi began practicing the transmutation of the 100 changes, he predominantly utilized his shape-shifting abilities, having never truly encountered exceptionally formidable beasts. Transforming through their essence would yield little benefit, not to mention the subsequent period of vulnerability after transformation, which Huang Qi was reluctant to endure. Chapter 1388. The ritual of refining phoenix blood. Huang Qi found himself nearly breathless. This momentary belt was more opulent than even a third-rate sect, surpassing even the wealth of many third-rate sect families. Swallowing hard, Huang Qi quickly planted a strand of his consciousness, ensuring that this belt would be his in the future. Upon inspecting his own belt, it appeared woefully inferior in comparison to the one before him. After calming his excited heart, he finally removed his belt and fastened the formidable demon clan's belt around his waist. Once he concluded his seclusion, he would attend to the treasures within this belt, especially the demonic veins, which must be properly organized, as they would be essential for his future cultivation of the 9 resolutions true demon technique. With a flick of his wrist, a short sword emerged in his hand, pulsating with demonic energy and intimidating power. As he held it, he could feel an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Chapter 1389. The vast spirit realm. Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, Elder Zhou was naturally moved. Gazing at Huang Qi with a sense of gratification, Elder Zhou understood that he was no match for Huang Qi at this moment. Huang Qi's respectful demeanor was undoubtedly influenced by their connection in the human realm and his bond with Linger. Given Huang Qi's assertion, Elder Zhou had every reason to believe him. Congratulations, young master, on the further advancement of your treasures. Xiao Bao, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Sen approached Huang Qi simultaneously to offer their congratulations. Huang Qi nodded slightly, glancing at Xiao San, who had refined a considerable amount of the phantom tree heartbeast's blood, rapidly enhancing his strength. Yet, it was evident that Xiao San still required an extended period of seclusion to fully capitalize on his potential. Huang Qi was confident that once Xiao San completely refined the blood of the phantom tree heartbeast, he would undoubtedly ascend another level, making a breakthrough into the cave profound realm possible. Huang Qi encouraged, indeed, Xiao San, diligently cultivate and strive to break through the cave profound realm. I shall seek even more formidable beasts for you when that time comes. Chapter 1390. The great powers of humanity. Indeed, the vastness of the spirit realm is beyond our comprehension. Those terrifying forces are not ones we can approach. Upon hearing these words, everyone nodded in agreement. Yuan Hai, with a respectful demeanor, inquired, Young master, do you have any connection to the 004 Immortal Palace? Otherwise, how could you have obtained this 004 Taichu liquid? Huang Qi chuckled wryly and replied, "Young master, my acquisition of this vial of Qiongyo Taichu liquid was merely a stroke of fortune. As for the Qiongyo Immortal Palace, I have only heard of it and have no actual ties." Hearing Huang Qi's response, Yuanhai let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the young master was not affiliated with the Qiongyo Immortal Palace. However, the origins of the Qiongyo Taichu liquid remained a mystery, and Yuanhai chose not to pry further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Reflecting on the moment he obtained the Qiongyo Taichu liquid, Huang Qi felt a tinge of confusion. This Qiongyo Taichu liquid appeared to be a pivotal element. Why? As a mere disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and at the merging stage of cultivation, had he ventured so deep into this realm? Was he not afraid of encountering the formidable magic spirits and headless demon corpses? Huang Qi silently exhaled, realizing that posing as a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon sect had indeed been a wise choice. His primary technique was the Qinglong decision, and the aura of the dragon clan enveloped him. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would suspect his true identity. Huang Qi promptly nodded and replied, "Esteemed elder, I heard from my sect that the battlefield of demon slaying has gathered countless human cultivators, so I hastened here. Upon learning that the ancestor of my Heavenly Dragon sect was present, I entered to seek any potential opportunities. Fortuitously, my journey has been relatively safe. Although I encountered several magic spirits, none were particularly powerful, allowing me to arrive at this place to witness your formidable abilities, which left me in awe and momentarily oblivious to the dangers." As Huang Qi praised the elder, a tremendous roar resounded, and the celestial phoenix's claws tore through the arm of a demon corpse. An enraged growl followed as the remaining hand of the demon transformed into a fist, striking the celestial phoenix's back. With a resounding crash, it created a gaping hole in the phoenix's ethereal form. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the illusion of the phoenix. Igniting its ferocity, the celestial phoenix's wings slashed down fiercely, inflicting two horrific gashes upon the demon corpse's abdomen, releasing an even greater wave of malevolent energy. Roaring in pain, the demon corpse sustained severe injuries and retaliated with its legs raised high, delivering a thunderous blow to the celestial phoenix's head and torso. A cataclysmic explosion ensued as the celestial phoenix's illusion exhausted its power, causing the powerful demon corpse to be grievously wounded. Witnessing this, Huang Qi felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He was elated that the full force of his sword strike had nearly matched the might of a formidable being, a truly fearsome testament to his capabilities. Moreover, due to the exceedingly rare materials required for forging the great teleportation talisman, which were almost exclusively infused with spatial laws, and the nearly lost techniques for crafting such a talisman, this great teleportation talisman was almost extinct even within the spirit realm. It was astonishing how this demon had come to possess it, carelessly discarded within the belt, without leveraging its power to escape. Unexpectedly, it had turned out to be a boon for him. Upon contemplating the prospect of utilizing the great teleportation array to escape this dreadful place, Huang Qi's heart raced with fervor, momentarily overshadowing his injuries. The desire to activate the teleportation array and flee this wretched locale overwhelmed him. Yet, before he could revel in his anticipation, a sudden change in expression revealed his alarm. He sensed that one of his iron fire ants had been exterminated. Setting down the belt of the moment, he gripped the teleportation array tightly. Hastily, he communicated with the souls of the other iron fire ants, and in an instant, the swarm responded, their collective injuries intensifying. However, at that moment, an unexpected shift occurred. The spatial power surrounding Huang Qi surged uncontrollably, as if he were on the verge of piercing the fabric of the void itself. Feng Xiao's expression shifted. He believed Huang Qi was preparing to unleash a formidable attack and dove toward him again. Meanwhile, a young girl in the distance also noticed a change in Huang Qi's demeanor. She sensed an anomaly in the spatial power enveloping him, which seemed to surpass the abilities granted by the Tianxin feather wings. Though Huang Qi was merely at the fusion stage, he possessed the strength to contend with the peak 7th-tier beast Feng Xiao, and with various tactics, he could even inflict severe damage upon such a powerful foe. Yet, the Tianxin feather wings he wielded could not possibly be so extraordinary, as the ensuing energy storm was formidable enough to leave even her, an 8th-tier demon cultivator, feeling somewhat inadequate. As the human cultivators continued to retreat under relentless pressure, they ultimately had no choice but to withdraw from the demon slaughter battlefield. The headless demon corpse led countless demon spirits, having spent over 2 months dismantling the array's defenses, and emerged first, sweeping aside the human forces gathered outside the battlefield. Countless demon spirits surged forth, engaging in fierce combat with the human cultivators. After 1,000,000 years of peace, warfare erupted in the Moonlight Province. The demonic force was overwhelming, and the demonic energy surged. The number of human cultivators in the Moonlight Province was limited, despite the presence of numerous human armies. Who could withstand the onslaught of the formidable demon corpses? With the attack of over 100 powerful demon corpses, the human forces suffered heavy casualties, and the signs of defeat became increasingly evident. Reluctantly, the human army fought while retreating as the battlefield expanded from the vicinity of the demon slaughter battlefield outward. In a moment of despair, Huang Qi was acutely aware that he needed to recover from his injuries swiftly. Without healing, his magical power would remain out of reach. Confused about his surroundings and wary of unknown dangers, he summoned the spirit beast bracelet on his wrist. Thousands of iron fire ants swarmed forth, centering around Huang Qi as they began to burrow into the earth. Over time, they excavated a pit several thousand meters deep, while Huang Qi left a few iron fire ants above ground as sentinels, vigilant against any potential threats that might arise. In the depths of the earth, Huang Qi finally felt a semblance of security. With a mere thought, a jade vial flew from his storage ring, prominently inscribed with the words Qiong Yao Tai Chu liquid. Huang Qi shook his head in resignation. No healing elixir could compare to this precious liquid. It had been approximately 15 or 16 years since his ascension to the spirit realm, and there remained numerous tasks ahead of him. Such a waste of time was not what he desired. Perhaps it would be wiser to forego cultivation altogether and instead seek out a city to spend considerable spirit stones on rare treasures for refinement and absorption. Huang Qi lamented. Heaven was fair in its distribution of power and abilities, yet the resources necessary for cultivation were far beyond the reach of most. Fortunately, he possessed a degree of self-protection. As long as he did not encounter a formidable divine separation expert, his safety was assured. His spiritual consciousness remained unscathed, which was indeed a stroke of luck. With his consciousness intact, his storage ring, waist belt, and spirit beast bracelet were all at his disposal, vastly superior to his initial arrival in the spirit realm. With a mere thought, tens of thousands of iron fire ants assembled around him, propelling his form towards the surface. Upon reaching the ground, the 4 observers beheld Huang Qi's excited demeanor, and a wave of dread washed over them. The terror emanating from Huang Qi instilled a sense of impending doom. A mere cold snort from him had stripped them of their will to fight, making it abundantly clear they were no match for him. This being, who might extinguish their lives with a mere glance, seemed to recognize the mixed-blood Mulan Chong, which suggested a previous acquaintance. Just moments ago, they had aimed to eliminate Mulan Chong, and the chilling realization hit them. If this senior chose to annihilate them, survival was not on the horizon. Fear and despair surged within the 4, their expressions a mixture of horror as they gazed at Huang Qi. They could hardly fathom that the insignificant mixed blood they had just disregarded was connected to such a formidable entity. Today, they understood their fate was sealed. Huang Qi, however, paid them no mind, his gaze fixed intently on Mulan Chong. Reflecting on this, Huang Qi felt a profound sense of irony. Indeed, there existed a karmic connection with the Mulan family. The fragment of Mulan He's soul had provided him with immense assistance, and now, by a twist of fate, he had saved one of his descendants. Perhaps this was the essence of karmic ties. Grateful to Mulan He, Huang Qi yearned for the opportunity to meet him, to settle a matter that weighed on his heart. At the very least, he had encountered a fellow cultivator who ascended from the same world. Mulan He, after thousands of years in the spirit realm, had managed to locate the Mulan family, which must have been a source of great joy for him. Huang Qi smiled faintly, pondering the Zhou and Huang families, both of which had their own ascended cultivators. He wondered if he would have the chance to meet them. His ancestors had instructed him that upon ascending to the spirit realm, if he encountered the first-generation patriarch or descendants of the Huang family, he was to present them with the 7-colored token. Huang Qi initially regarded the situation with indifference, but moments later, he and his companion emerged. Huang Qi, appearing as a refined youth, held a folding fan and donned a jade crown. While not resembling Pan, he possessed an elegance that was undeniable, especially with an extraordinary aura that left Mulan Chong somewhat overwhelmed. Prior to changing his attire, it was hard to discern Huang Qi's remarkable nature, but now, dressed differently. Mu Lanchong felt that despite his own handsome features, he paled in comparison to this esteemed senior. Mu Lanchong opened his mouth, intending to speak. Yet the term senior seemed to elude him, for the young man before him resembled a noble scion rather than the esteemed figure he had envisioned. Stirring a sense of trepidation within him, the streets were filled with hired carriages. Mulan City was vast, and due to restrictions on aerial travel, flying was not permissible. With the outer city being extensive, walking would take nearly 2 days to reach the inner city. The two of them waved down a carriage hastily. What could this young man possibly need with so many millennia-old stalactites? Was it for cultivation? Such extravagance seemed implausible. The millennia-old stalactites were of the highest quality for restoring magical energy, yet their efficacy in refining and cultivating was inferior compared to concocting pills with herbal combinations. It was truly baffling. The elder did not dwell on this further. As for whether Huang Qi would flee, the elder was unconcerned. Until the transaction was completed, it was impossible for Huang Qi to leave Mulan City easily. After exiting the Gu family trading company, Huang Qi strode purposefully toward the inn, a disdainful expression gracing his lips, seemingly indifferent to the circumstances behind him. Upon entering the inn, he did not glance back. However, shortly after his entrance, a figure materialized from the shadows, watching Huang Qi enter before vanishing back into the darkness. It was evident that the Gu family had sent someone to follow him. Perhaps out of fear of Huang Qi's escape, the elder's aura suddenly surged, releasing a terrifying presence characteristic of a Dongxian master, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Yet the nearby furniture remained unscathed. This demonstrated the elder's formidable strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary Dongxian master. Huang Qi's expression darkened. Showing no concern for the elder's imposing aura, he cast a glance at the Dongxian master, who was momentarily shaken by Huang Qi's gaze. As if confronting the eyes of a primordial beast, cold sweat trickling down his back, his pupils reflecting horror, causing the elder's aura to crumble. The elder was astounded. This youth was truly fearsome. A single glance had extinguished any will to resist within him. How could this be? He appeared to be no more than 20 years of age, yet possessed such terrifying power. Huang Qi had naturally employed his techniques, his gaze infused with a formidable spiritual intent and the energy associated with the Pishio's eye. Engaging in pleasant conversation with Mulan He, the sun began to set, prompting Mulan He to take his leave. After bidding farewell to Mulan He and his companions, Huang Qi settled down to meditate and recuperate. Upon encountering Mulan Crane from the Mulan family, Huang Qi felt a surge of joy within him. His objective had been achieved, and it was now time to depart from this place. Huang Qi did not disclose his destination to Mulan Crane, nor did he request anything from her. As darkness enveloped the surroundings and the hour of his rendezvous with the Gu family trading house approached, Huang Qi finally exited the room, making his way towards the Gu family establishment. The moment he stepped outside, he sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him from the shadows. And it was clear that this gaze had not wavered since his arrival. It seemed the Gu family had set their sights on him. Were they concerned he might flee unnoticed? Or perhaps that he would seek out other trading houses? With a disdainful glance towards the obscured corner, Huang Qi turned his attention back to the Gu family trading house. In the depths of the darkness, as Huang Qi contemplated his next move, a figure cloaked in black, emboldened by a sudden surge of resolve, conjured a short blade with a flick of his wrist. The chilling aura radiating from this weapon spread outwards, replacing the surrounding oppressive atmosphere with an unsettling cold. Huang Qi sensed the profound potency of the blade. It was not merely an artifact, but rather a formidable weapon of divine caliber. Before the cloaked figure could advance, 3 pairs of violet wings unfurled behind Huang Qi, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the black-clad assailant. Upon witnessing the violet wings, the expression of the figure shifted dramatically. This was a secret technique of the Mulan family. How could this youth wield such power? The thought of an ominous presence recently emerging from the Mulan family filled him with trepidation. As Huang Qi's figure blinked out of existence, the black-clad figure finally regained his composure, readying himself for action. In a swift motion, Huang Qi produced a jar filled with weak water, and with a sudden lightness in his hand, he shattered the vessel, allowing the liquid to return once more to the sea of death. Huang Qi was taken aback. An ordinary jar was insufficient to contain the mighty weak water. After some contemplation, he retrieved a larger jade box, crafted from precious jade, which would surely be more suitable than the wine jar. Just as he was about to collect some weak water in the jade box, a voice echoed from a distance. Heh, with 3,000 measures of weak water, a single ladle will not suffice. My friend, you might consider using a wooden ladle. It should allow you to gather some weak water. The voice grew nearer, eventually seeming to whisper in Huang Qi's ear. Fortunately, the tone bore no malice. Otherwise, Huang Qi would have instinctively reacted with hostility. Yet, upon hearing this voice, a jolt of surprise coursed through Huang Qi. He had just extended his consciousness over a vast expanse, yet he had not detected anyone nearby. This was indeed peculiar. If this individual was not a disciple of the 004 Immortal Palace, how could he have access to such exquisite wine? Oh, he had mentioned it was a gift from his master. It appeared that his sect had a significant relationship with the 004 Immortal Palace, likely being a formidable entity in its own right. Shaking his head, Huang Qi realized that both he and this individual were probing each other's identities, and it seemed that clarity would remain elusive. Fortunately, there was no ill intent from this stranger. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated into considerable trouble. Huang Qi shook his head, neither confirming nor denying, and swiftly shifted the topic with a smile, saying, Brother Yu, I wish to refine a portion of the weak water here. I wonder if you might be interested? Having greatly benefited from the exquisite elixir provided by the other, and recognizing no ill intent, he thought it prudent to engage amicably. Yu Shoujing, slightly taken aback by the remark, smiled and replied, It seems Brother Zhou desires to refine a ladle of weak water here? Very well. Chapter 1407. Venturing into the Dead Sea, the sound of crashing waves and the dazzling silver light emanating from the depths pierced the horizon. Huang Qi found himself enveloped by an endless torrent of weak water, forming an immense sphere that radiated terrifying waves, compelling even Yu Shoujing to retreat cautiously. Suddenly, Huang Qi let out a mighty roar. The previously absorbed weak water abruptly ceased its flow, and the surrounding torrent gradually dissipated. With a look of astonishment, Huang Qi realized he had refined 3,000 units of weak water. With further contemplation and imagination, he was certain that in the near future, he would achieve great transcendence. At that moment, 3,000 units of weak water would transform into a cataclysmic flood, shrouding the heavens and earth, its might undoubtedly awe-inspiring. Yu Shoujing stared at Huang Qi. Momentarily dazed, he struggled to comprehend how Huang Qi had managed to refine such an immense quantity of weak water. He wanted to inquire but found himself at a loss for words, his heart brimming with astonishment. Huang Qi glanced at Yu Shoujing, offering a wry smile. Thank you, Brother Yu. Chapter 1408. Each employing their own techniques. As Huang Qi observed Yu Shoujing's techniques, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Although they did not exhibit the same commanding presence as his own, the ingenuity of Yu Shoujing's methods was indeed beyond his reach. Huang Qi shook his head in resignation, while Yu Shoujing nodded with a smile. The two took a step forward, their speed resembling instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Delving deeper into the Dead Sea, they gazed upon the endless expanse of white bones beneath their feet, their expressions grave. They had never before heard of such a multitude of beastly corpses within the Dead Sea. Surely, there were secrets hidden within its depths. Just then, their expressions shifted simultaneously as the divine consciousness that had appeared moments before manifested once more, this time imbued with a palpable malice. A voice, seemingly that of a delicate maiden, echoed from all directions into their ears. The 3,000 weak waters have been fully granted to you both. The depths of the sea are not for you to enter. Withdraw at once, or else you shall remain forever within the Dead Sea, becoming one of the countless bones. Chapter 1409. The malevolent spirit of weak water. What troubled Huang Qi and Yu Shoujing was the overwhelming number of bones. They felt as though they were ensnared in a dire predicament. Even with the precious seal clearing their path, breaking free from the encirclement seemed an arduous task. Huang Qi observed Yu Shoujing closely as he continuously dispatched the precious seal in battle, remarkably maintaining his composure without a hint of fatigue. Huang Qi was astounded. Could Yu Shoujing's dantian be as vast as his own? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion. How could that be possible? He was a variable. How could Yu Shoujing be akin to him? Yet, if it were anyone else, continuously unleashing such formidable seals would likely lead to their pallor within a short time. Countless beastly skeletons fell to Yu Shoujing's onslaught. Yet even so, an unending tide of remains surged towards them. The expression on Yu Shoujing's face grew increasingly grave. Huang Qi quickly said, Brother Yu, why not take a moment to rest? Allow me to clear the path. In Chapter 1410, the 10,000 Weak Waters, Yu Shoujing's countenance became exceedingly solemn. With a cold snort, he produced an ancient shield, tossing it into the air. The shield emanated an immense power, transforming into a colossal barrier that obscured the sky above them. Thud, thud, thud. The countless weak waters cascaded down, striking the ancient shield, which trembled slightly. Yet, the shield was remarkably sturdy. Despite the relentless assault of the weak waters, it remained unscathed. Huang Qi was astonished to witness that Yu Shoujing seemed to summon a different treasure with every strike, realizing that the number of his artifacts was indeed staggering. Each treasure was of the highest caliber, their might rivaling that of postnatal spiritual treasures. This fellow was undeniably affluent. In the distance, the spirit of weak waters glimmered with a chilling light, snorting coldly as its form gradually became ethereal, vanishing from sight. However, in the next moment, the entire Dead Sea shook violently, and from the surrounding distance, towering walls of water surged upward. Each wall of water emanated a terrifying pressure that caused both Huang Qi and Yu Shoujing to bend under its weight, as if they were trudging beneath a collapsing sky. Their hearts raced in terror. The overwhelming pressure gave them the sensation of imminent obliteration. Huang Qi roared, his body resonating with a metallic clang, as his dragon-scale armor enveloped him instantaneously. His vast magical energies surged forth, striving to withstand the dreadful force pressing down upon them. Yu Shoujing was not faring much better. Witnessing Huang Qi seemingly transform as he donned the dragon-scale armor, Yu Shoujing gritted his teeth and without hesitation produced a talisman. He pressed it firmly against his chest, instantly enveloping himself in a vibrant 9-colored shield, alleviating the pressure he felt significantly. Huang Qi, prepared to assist Yu Shoujing, glanced over. But it soon became apparent that this young man needed no assistance. Let us move swiftly, Huang Qi urged. In Chapter 1411, the Azure Dragon subdues demons. He declared, "You, little demon, have caused mischief here for countless millennia. Today, Lord Dragon shall capture you." With a sweeping motion, the immense Azure Dragon conjured thunder and lightning across the heavens, unleashing bolts that pierced the world, aimed squarely at the spirit of weak waters. The spirit, seemingly apprehensive of the terrifying lightning, hastily employed its powers, summoning towering columns of water to clash against the bolts. Bang, bang, bang. As the water columns collided with the fearsome lightning, they scattered effortlessly, as if they were mere decayed wood, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Huang Qi knew well the prowess of those water columns. Yet he was astonished to witness their fragility before the true dragon. The expression on the spirit of weak waters shifted dramatically, displaying palpable fear. It darted about, desperately shifting positions, appearing quite flustered. However, every time a bolt of lightning struck the surface of the Dead Sea, the spirit's form quivered slightly, as if each strike were directly impacting it. In Chapter 1413, Parting Ways, Huang Qi regarded Yu Shoujing with sincerity. Throughout their perilous journey, although shrouded in mystery, he was undoubtedly a man of loyalty and emotion. Naturally, Huang Qi was willing to form a bond with such a person. Huang Qi smiled and nodded, saying, "Second brother, should you require assistance in the future, I shall naturally dedicate all my strength to aid you." The elder brother and the second brother erupted into hearty laughter. Evident in their eyes was the joy of having such a brother. Huang Qi lifted the wine jug and filled their cups to the brim. However, Yu Shoujing's face contorted slightly. He had already consumed 3 cups that day. Should he drink more, he feared it would be detrimental. Yet, seeing Huang Qi fill his cup as well, he could only grit his teeth and down the drink in one gulp. Yu Shoujing quickly channeled his internal energy to refine the exquisite liquor, lest it go to waste. Unfazed, Huang Qi reached for the jug again to refill. Yu Shoujing hurriedly withdrew his cup, exclaiming with exasperation, "Brother Zhou." In the 14th chapter, Refining the Demon Suppression Circle, Huang Qi tucked away the wine jug with a faint smile, storing it safely. He then turned his gaze towards the distant sky. With a flicker of his mind, he ceased speaking, and a radiant array of 5-colored light enveloped him, causing his form to vanish. The pagoda transformed into a speck of dust, plunging directly into the Dead Sea. He concealed his presence and sank to the seabed, becoming a mere grain of sand, nearly impossible to detect without careful scrutiny. The spirit of the weak water had been consumed by the Azure Dragon. It remained uncertain whether it had been refined or sealed away. Regrettably, when he battled the weak water spirit, he had not employed the correct method. Had he known that unleashing a tempest of thunder could annihilate it, he would not have expended so much effort. Without the weak water spirit, this expanse of the Dead Sea was akin to ordinary weak water, perilous for low-tier cultivators. However, for someone like him, who had refined 3,000 weak waters, it posed no threat. In the 15th chapter, emerging from the 10,000 seas, it was rumored that the ancient battle between gods and demons had ravaged much of the spirit realm, with places like the demon slaughter battlefield in the Moonlight State being numerous. Even sealed ancient demons were said to abound. This demon suppression circle must be meticulously refined, not merely for any other reason, but to seek vengeance on those fiends in the future. Now, Huang Qi's magical power was vast and enduring, far surpassing his former nascent soul stage. Employing the golden spiritual earth fire to refine a large quantity of materials, though it consumed considerable energy, was still within his capacity. The terrifying flames, akin to serpentine fire, consumed each material in turn. As time flowed steadily, refining this vast array of materials required an extensive period, and 3 months elapsed. The materials around him dwindled, yet before Huang Qi stood a magnificent mass of golden liquid. Days later, he finally finished refining all the materials, resulting in a substance larger than several Huang Qis combined. In the 16th chapter, Thunderous Body Quenching, Huang Qi was exceedingly pleased, for he now had a powerful ally at the late stage of spirit division. There was no longer a need for him to act with trepidation in his endeavors. Certain tasks that were inconvenient for him could now be managed by Yuan Hai without fear of envy. This alleviated much of his burden. Huang Qi pondered briefly and conjured 2 spiritual treasures into his hands. One was a defensive shield, impervious even to the mightiest of spirit division entities. The other was a dragon-headed staff, brimming with formidable power. Huang Qi produced a fleeting belt and a storage ring. The storage ring contained little of significance. However, the fleeting belt was filled with a staggering 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones and a multitude of rare materials. He handed them to Yuan Hai, saying, "You may take these for now. Should you desire anything further in the future, do not hesitate to voice your needs." Within this pagoda lie countless spirit stones, materials, and even spiritual veins. Take what you require. In chapter 1417, Sword Control City, the 3rd level of the pagoda had been ensnared within a demon-slaying circle by Huang Qi, its imposing aura surging towards Yuan Hai. In an instant, it loomed above Yuan Hai's head. He gazed at the pagoda in astonishment, and then turned to Huang Qi with gratitude. At that moment, a fresh wave of thunder and lightning descended with a deafening roar. The pagoda transformed into a towering edifice, enveloping Yuan Hai as it braced against the terrifying tempest. Most of the energy was absorbed by the pagoda, while a small fraction still struck Yuan Hai. However, it could no longer inflict harm upon him. The tumultuous clouds of calamity, witnessing a treasure shielding another from heavenly tribulation, erupted into a furious roar. The dark clouds churned ominously, casting an even more dreadful pressure over the expanse. Subsequently, a fearsome bolt of lightning pierced the void, crashing into the pagoda. With a resounding bang, the pagoda was shattered, and the residual lightning struck Yuan Hai once more. In chapter 1418, the value of low-grade spiritual veins, Yuan Hai inquired, "Master, should we rest for a day at the inn?" Huang Qi shook his head, replying, "There is no urgency for rest. Nearby lies a merchant branch of the Sword Control sect. Let us procure a complete map of the Azure province and some ancient texts. Should we manage to exchange for a millennium stalactite, it would be most fortuitous." Yuan Hai nodded, trailing closely behind Huang Qi, embodying the demeanor of a devoted servant. As they walked along the main road, the contrast of the elder and the youth drew the astonishment of passers-by, for it was rare to see a perfected nascent soul cultivator serving another. Huang Qi contemplated the benefits of having Yuan Hai accompany him in the future, for in critical moments, his aura could easily intimidate those with nefarious intentions. Soon, they arrived at the Sword Control Merchant Branch, which, although merely a sub-branch, was the most magnificent establishment in the vicinity. They approached the entrance, where a maid greeted them. In chapter 1419, intimidating the malicious, the woman pondered, "Who is this young man? To possess a low-grade spiritual vein is simply astonishing." Observing Huang Qi, she sensed he was not jesting, and her curiosity deepened. If he truly possessed a low-grade spiritual vein, she would be unable to negotiate on her own. Such a vein was exceedingly precious, and she could hardly muster a few vials of millennium stalactite for trade. If he insisted on exchanging a low-grade spiritual vein for millennium stalactite, she would be compelled to consult her sect. Yet, before doing so, she needed to ascertain whether he genuinely possessed such a vein. If not, it would lead to a significant faux pas, and the sword control sect would surely impose severe penalties upon her. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she turned to Huang Qi and inquired, "Do you truly possess a low-grade spiritual vein?" Huang Qi nodded gently in affirmation. The young woman observed Huang Qi's reaction, and it seemed highly likely that there was indeed something genuine about it. However, she dared not cast a glance at the mountain, remaining skeptical. In Chapter 1420, titled Frantic Cultivation, Yuanhai shook his head and retrieved an enormous map from his storage pouch. He began to scrutinize it meticulously. The vast map was densely populated with various black dots and intricate lines, which would surely dazzle any ordinary person. After searching for half a day, Yuanhai finally located the True Spirit Immortal Palace. However, upon seeing its immense expanse, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. The area occupied by the True Spirit Immortal Palace was several times larger than the Swordmaster region. There appeared to be no other sects on the entire map that claimed such a vast territory. The True Spirit Immortal Palace stood as a dominant entity in the Bilyobu state, leaving Yuanhai utterly astonished. Yet, glancing at his current position, he realized he was exceedingly far from the True Spirit Immortal Palace. Even with the aid of a teleportation array, it would take no less than 2 years to reach there. Yuanhai's expression turned bitter at the thought of meditating in the boundless void for 2 long years. In Chapter 1421, titled Yuhua City, time flew by like an arrow, and a year had swiftly passed. Huang Qi, seated in meditation, gradually opened his eyes. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward, causing the space around him to dissolve, while a palpable pressure spread forth, making the very air tremble. Xiaosan, who sat cross-legged outside the pagoda hall, was struck by this terrifying aura and stumbled to the ground, his eyes wide with horror, only to be followed by a look of elation. He was about to knock on the door to see Huang Qi, but hesitated, choosing instead to remain at the entrance, guarding Huang Qi in meditation. The first sight that met Huang Qi's eyes was nearly 500 jade tokens scattered on the ground, filling his heart with a sense of despair. He realized that he had severely underestimated the extent of his frenzied cultivation. His current cultivation had reached the very bottom of the peak harmonization stage, and after meticulously stabilizing his power for over 2 months, his strength was thoroughly solidified. He could, if he desired, achieve significant advancements. In Chapter 1422, titled The Emergence of Extraordinary Treasures, Yuanhai waved his hand, causing a spatial rift to materialize in midair. Without hesitation, the 3 of them leaped into the rift and vanished. Their actions stirred a commotion, but upon hearing of the emergence of extraordinary treasures, others paid little heed. The space rippled, and the 3 appeared 1,000 miles away. Yuanhai summoned the wind warship, which transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the southeast. "Young master, the location where the anomaly emerged is recorded on the map as a vast lake known as Yujing Lake. It is circular in shape, resembling a copper mirror from above. Due to its crystal-clear waters and the undulating hills surrounding it, which reflect upon the lake's surface like precious jade, it was aptly named Yujing Lake. Ancient texts also mention that this lake seems capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, frequently producing swirling vortices of energy in its vicinity. Many cultivators." In Chapter 1423, titled The Emperor's Pen, an elderly man with a dragon-headed cane smiled warmly at the formidable presence of the Yuhua Gate. Others quickly nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles. As if guided by an unseen force, the fleet of windborne vessels surged towards the direction of their ancestral forebears. Behind these over 20 formidable beings, a fierce battle ensued against a multitude of profound and divine powers. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Some individuals may never encounter a mighty entity in their entire lives, yet today they beheld more than 20, an utterly astonishing sight. Even with the prowess of the supreme brush, facing such a multitude of mighty beings would yield scant chances of victory. One of the formidable beings turned towards the supreme brush with a smile, remarking, "Indeed, you are extraordinary. Even if we were to confront you one by one, we would not stand a chance. However, having just emerged from seclusion, your strength must be less than 50%, would it not? As we practice, do you perceive an opportunity for triumph?" A middle-aged powerhouse spoke with a genial expression. Chapter 1424. The unprecedented battle, a thunderous roar resonated, shaking the heavens and earth, as the void shattered, giving rise to a chaotic dimension. Several mighty beings emitted muffled groans. Their forms sent reeling. Yet, this terrifying chaotic realm failed to inflict any tangible harm upon such powerful entities. Clearly, even in unison, they could not withstand the might of the Emperor Brush. Other mighty beings sprang into action, unleashing a plethora of postnatal spiritual treasures, each displaying formidable powers as they struck towards the Emperor Brush. Unfazed, the Emperor Brush continued to wield its power, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth as ink, and the boundless void as parchment, inscribing a colossal character of slay. Instantly, a dreadful celestial might descended like a torrential downpour, the character splitting into 9, morphing into 9 divine blades, seemingly imbued with the very laws of the universe, advancing towards the others. The remaining mighty beings, sensing the divine blades bearing celestial authority, changed countenance, collectively bombarding their respective treasures towards the 9 blades. Chapter 1425. The frenzied breakthrough. Upon witnessing this, Huang Qi inwardly lamented the dire situation. The formation wielded by the over 20 mighty beings was overwhelmingly powerful, and it seemed the Emperor Brush would struggle to withstand it. As the oppressive runes descended, the brilliance of the Emperor Brush dimmed with each instance, the confines of the chamber shrinking further. Roars of fury erupted from within the Emperor Brush. Yet regardless of the extraordinary means it employed, breaching the restrictive runes proved exceedingly arduous. The Emperor Brush bore the immense pressure, though it was evident that the formidable beings were not faring much better. Their vast magical energies continued to be expended, and their previously injured visages began to pale. Yet, they clearly maintained the upper hand. Huang Qi recognized that aside from himself, no one in this realm would dare to risk intervening on behalf of the Emperor Brush. Yet, how could he act? To engage directly would undoubtedly result in defeat. A mere slap from any one of those mighty beings could send him flying. Chapter 1426. The threat of mighty beings. Huang Qi felt a burgeoning confidence, as he now possessed the strength to contend with divine powers. He could even vanquish ordinary divine beings if necessary. Unless faced with seasoned divine entities, he might manage to handle them, but easily defeating them would not be so simple. Although he currently could not rival these mighty beings, they would find it no easy task to extinguish his life. Huang Qi slowly opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance piercing through the void. Every fragment of the space that was touched by the radiance of his gaze was annihilated. The faces of those surrounding him changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated. They wished not to be engulfed by the terrifying aura emanating from Huang Qi, which could obliterate the heavens and earth, plunging them into chaotic nothingness. On a battlefield over 2 million miles away, more than 20 formidable beings sensed Huang Qi's astonishing presence, their expressions shifting in alarm. What a powerful young man, having just entered the Dongxian realm. His imposing aura was enough to instill fear even in these mighty entities. Indeed, I have not faced a threat in countless eons, one of them mused. Yet, given your current display, you may indeed possess such qualifications. However, you must consider this carefully. Overcoming such a heavenly tribulation will be exceedingly arduous for you. Should the thunderous calamity involve us, even your prodigious talent may not suffice to ensure your survival. This colossal pen is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Even if we are compelled to act, it is not something you can covet. Depart swiftly, and we shall promise not to impede you. Otherwise, despite the vastness of the spirit realm, there will be no refuge for you. Huang Qi, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. Were they attempting to intimidate him? Did they not assess the situation? If he lacked confidence, would he venture forth to meet his demise? With the heavenly tribulation descending, he doubted they would dare to confront the Emperor's pen. One of the mighty beings snorted, Why waste words with him? Let us slay him before the tribulation strikes. The calamity will dissipate with his demise. We shall unleash our full strength. The news reverberated throughout the Bailon prefecture, leaving everyone astonished at the identity of the youth who had managed to refine the wings of the Tianfeng clan. Did he not fear retribution from the Tianfeng? And what of that fearsome colossal pen? What kind of treasure could evoke such terror? The fact that so many powerful beings could not suppress it was truly alarming. Before long, the Tianfeng clan received word of this, with their princess personally arriving in the Bailon prefecture to interrogate several survivors of the battle. After thorough inquiries, the little princess of the Tianfeng clan confirmed that the individual in question was indeed Huang Qi. Subsequently, news of Huang Qi's exploits in the Yuehua prefecture spread swiftly. The discarded disciple of the Taishan sect, Huang Qi, possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivation, verging on the terrifying. He not only dared to refine the wings of the Tianfeng clan, but had also managed to offend nearly all the superpowers in the Yuehua prefecture. The purple-robed youth observed Huang Qi's gradually improving condition with great delight. This young man had nearly perished from the heavenly lightning in his efforts to save him. Facing the chaotic heavenly god calamity, an ordeal from which even great Mayana cultivators could emerge severely injured, if not lose their lives. Truly, he was a prodigy, having attracted such a calamity and yet survived, which could only be attributed to fortune. Of course, had it not been for the miraculous origin sacred milk, surviving would have left him utterly crippled. Watching Huang Qi recover gradually brought comfort to the purple-robed youth. Observing the pace of Huang Qi's healing, it seemed that in a year or so, he would fully regain his strength. If it were not for the perilous nature of this place, this young man would find it impossible to leave even if he had recovered. The Emperor's pen, having probed Huang Qi's soul, had gleaned the essence of his character and circumstances. Thus, it chose to remain, intending to wait until Huang Qi regained his strength before guiding him away. Feeling no malice from the Emperor's pen, Huang Qi's heart relaxed somewhat. Nevertheless, he was still confronted by a being of terrifying power, leaving him no room for arrogance. Though kneeling, he hastily bowed and said, "I, Huang Qi, pay my respects to the esteemed Emperor's pen. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace." When the Emperor's pen mentioned the sacred milk of origin, Huang Qi was completely unaware of its significance. But he suspected that it was indeed the Emperor's pen that had rescued him with it. His gratitude was heartfelt. Soon after, Huang Qi felt the oppressive aura that had weighed down upon him dissipate entirely. The Emperor's pen appeared as ethereal as air itself, a blend of reality and illusion that felt surreal. The Emperor's pen chuckled softly and said, "Rise. Fear not. You are the sole heir of the Earth's sovereign lineage. Even if you show disrespect towards me, I shall not harm you in light of your predecessor's legacy. However, it was not I who saved your life, it was." The speed of the Emperor's pen was nothing short of terrifying, leaving Huang Qi in disbelief. He even harbored doubts about whether the Emperor's pen was deceiving him. He questioned the existence of the Azure Department in the ancient battlefield. Sensing Huang Qi's skepticism, the Emperor's pen offered no explanations, for its might was beyond the comprehension of a mere Taoist practitioner. With a slight smile, it remarked, "I shall visit that Xiangyao celestial palace. When we meet again, I will bestow upon you several vials of millennia-old stalactites. You would do well to take care of yourself." With that, the Emperor's pen's form twisted and vanished. Huang Qi's expression shifted slightly, and he wished to call out to retain the presence. Yet he understood that given the Emperor's stature and power, as long as he was not besieged like last time, he would likely be safe. As for loose immortals, how many could there be in the spirit realm? The Emperor's pen undoubtedly possessed the means to protect itself. Regarding its intention to visit the Qiangyao celestial palace, Huang Qi harbored no doubts and felt a hint of anticipation. Now, unable to refine the Earth's sovereign book, Huang Qi resigned himself to waiting for fate to present opportunities. Should he encounter the Yin celestial stone in the future, he would pursue it at all costs. He then took out the ancient texts once more to study them. Soon, he stumbled upon a discourse explaining why practitioners in the spirit realm held animosity towards the demon race and demon cultivators. Reflecting on his own experiences since arriving in the spirit realm, Huang Qi realized he had yet to encounter any demon cultivators, nor had he met any ghost or corpse cultivators. It was not that such practitioners did not exist in the spirit realm. Rather, they were exceedingly rare and marginalized by the righteous, Buddhist, and Confucian sections. The ancient texts elucidated the reasons behind this animosity. Demon cultivators advanced rapidly, often employing unorthodox methods to enhance their abilities. This included the devouring of others' essence, nascent souls, or golden cores, posing a significant threat to fellow practitioners. In the realm of demons, encountering practitioners of demonic, ghostly, or undead arts inevitably leads to a certain trepidation. Chapter 1433, The Spirit Control Sect. Yuanhai promptly nodded, subsequently suppressing his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Nascent Soul stage, while Huang Qi also restrained his power to the initial stage of Nascent Soul. In an instant, their surroundings shimmered with light, and Xiao San, somewhat disoriented and tipsy, appeared in the boundless void, still trying to grasp the situation. However, with another flash of brilliance, the figures of the three manifested within a teleportation array. Upon sensing the external circumstances, Xiao San was instantly elated. Their combined powers were at the Nascent Soul level, which drew little attention. After paying 300 spirit stones, they adorned themselves with jade tokens and exited the teleportation pavilion. Finally, they beheld the light of day. Xiao San was always thrilled upon emerging, gazing around with wide-eyed curiosity. Huang Qi, however, paid little heed to Xiao San, using the jade token to survey the city. Known as Lingkong City, governed by the first-rate sect, the Spirit Control Sect. This name sparked a recollection in Huang Qi of a similarly named sect in the human realm. Chapter 1434, A Gathering of Strong Beings. Huang Qi was speechless, grateful for their timely arrival. Otherwise, the three might have found themselves sleeping on the streets. They secured 3 rooms, and Huang Qi summoned Yuan Hai, instructing him to visit the largest trading house in Lingkong City, the Spirit Control Trading House, to negotiate the auctioning of a low-grade spirit vein and a mid-grade demon vein. Huang Qi found himself compelled to take this course of action. He had exhausted his supply of 10,000-year stalactites, and further cultivation would be hindered here. Although Lingkong City was not the most prosperous in the true spirit region, its influence was undeniably significant, particularly with the congregation of so many powerful sects and families. Seizing this opportunity to auction a low-grade spirit vein and a mid-grade demon vein to exchange for the stalactites was fortuitous. The low-grade spirit vein was a coveted treasure even for divine sense practitioners. As for the demon vein, aside from the demon practitioners who could utilize it for their cultivation, other strong beings also had their interests. Chapter 1435, An Unexpected Delight. These powerful individuals were driven by motives of their own, eager to ascertain the identity of the spirit vein's owner. If they could meet the owner or exchange something that would entice them, it would undoubtedly be more advantageous than competing with others at the auction. While the Spirit Control Sect could easily deal with casual cultivators or those from ordinary sects, they found it necessary to accommodate the formidable members of larger sections. They subsequently disclosed Yuan Hai's whereabouts to a few individuals, a fact unbeknownst to the three. However, one evening, an energy fluctuation resonated within their rooms, followed by a knock at the door. Huang Qi, already aware of the probing divine sense, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the knock, which was made by the innkeeper's attendant. This surprised him, and he soon heard the attendant's voice. "Young master, what are your plans?" Huang Qi smiled slightly and replied, "It matters not whether we meet others. However, meeting Qian Rushi is imperative. Young master, might I be able to join the true spirit immortal palace? This possibility may rest upon Qian Rushi." Yuan Hai gently nodded and then spoke. "Young master, may I personally pay a visit to Qian Rushi?" Upon hearing this, Huang Qi lightly shook his head and replied, "Let him come on his own. Although I wish to make the acquaintance of the powerful individuals from the true spirit immortal palace, if we appear overly eager, it may arouse suspicion. Have the innkeeper inform the head of the Yuling Merchant Association that you are willing to meet them. We shall wait here. It is they who desire our spiritual veins. We shall not beg them. This way, they will be uncertain of our identity, which will further highlight our exceptional nature." Yuan Hai smiled and nodded, appreciating Huang Qi's strength. Chapter 1437, The Grand Competition of the Yuling Sect. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the transmission pavilion, where the advantages of the major sects became evident. An elder from the transmission pavilion personally approached them, leading the 4 into the teleportation array amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd. Huang Qi found this scene somewhat familiar, recalling his own experience on Wijidao. In the second year after ascending to the spirit realm, having just regained some mobility, he ventured into the worry-free sea. At that time, he had to queue to board the teleportation array to reach the outer sea corridor. But 5 Nascent Soul experts from a certain sect were escorted by the transmission pavilion staff, bypassing the crowd to board the array. Huang Qi felt helpless. Such powerful backing made a significant difference. Otherwise, he would have to rely on the wind-soaring vessel to reach the Yuling sect. Determined, Huang Qi resolved that once he joined the true spirit immortal palace, he must earnestly develop his own influence. A violent fluctuation of space commenced, and soon the 4 vanished from sight. Chapter 1438, The Frenzied Auction. The Haotian mirror was also put away, and everyone nodded in satisfaction. The higher-ups of the Yuling sect were delighted to see their disciples shine before outsiders. engaging in polite exchanges before sending forth their most extraordinary inner disciples to spar with those brought by other sects and families. This was undoubtedly what the crowd most desired to witness. The battles among these disciples represented the best of the younger generation, continuously bringing joy to the spectators and showcasing the remarkable talents from various sects and families. It was a fierce contest, filled with spectacular fights that captivated the attention of formidable figures. Huang Qi silently nodded, acknowledging that these disciples were indeed exceptional talents. While they may not rival the truly extraordinary, they undoubtedly held their own pride among their peers. With the top 3 contenders determined, the Yuling sect was naturally inclined to reward them generously. Chapter 1439. The spirit poison pearl. The tone of voice was unmistakably laced with murderous intent. Had there not been so many formidable figures present, this individual might have truly lost control. However, Huang Qi remained unfazed, knowing that with the teleportation array available, he could leave at any moment. Aside from the Yuling Merchant Association, no one would know his identity. After a brief moment of hesitation, he was about to speak when he heard the other person say, "Humph, what of it? 300 billion spirit stones is merely a trifle. Do you lack spirit stones? Of course, treasures are also acceptable. The Yuling Merchant Association can convert treasures into spirit stones for you." Huang Qi, filled with disdain, pondered whether it was fear of underpricing himself or a deliberate provocation. The mental fluctuations of other powerful beings turned towards Huang Qi's private room, and soon, his calm voice resonated. 300 billion and 10 million spirit stones? Everyone silently shook their heads, wondering about the identities of the 2 individuals involved. It seemed these 2 were destined to become bitter enemies. Although their identities remained concealed, it mattered little. "Young master, regardless of the cost, you must acquire this spirit poison pearl. It feels oddly familiar to me. Perhaps I do not recognize the cultivator who refined it, but I sense that this individual has practiced the heavenly poison scripture, likely a formidable practitioner from our lineage. If my intuition is correct, the prowess of the poison cultivator who refined this pearl surpasses my peak strength. Moreover, it is crucial to consider which powerful entity, upon their demise, sealed all their legacies within this spirit poison pearl. Its value undoubtedly exceeds your imagination." Upon receiving Yu Wanhai's transmission, Huang Qi's heart stirred. The spirit poison pearl was indeed crafted by a master of the heavenly poison scripture, who had even sealed their inheritance within it. Huang Qi sensed that the Yuling sect was likely unaware of the secrets contained within the pearl. Otherwise, how could they bear to auction it off? Jin Bua's expression darkened severely. He could discern the identity of the individual within. Elder Qi surely knew, but was unwilling to disclose it. Clearly hesitant to offend the person involved, it was evident that the individual inside was no ordinary figure, as even the Yuling sect held some trepidation. Yet, Jin Bua felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Had the individual inside uttered the previous words, he would have scornfully demanded they present their goods. However, Elder Qi's remarks indicated that the other party possessed a treasure worth over 600 billion. Although there were many treasures valued at over 600 billion, everyone was eager to witness one. Yet, as the individual remained hidden and Elder Qi chose silence, what could they do? Numerous powerful beings shook their heads in resignation, realizing that the excitement had likely reached its limit. 600 billion spirit stones for a mere spirit poison pearl? Just the thought of it made everyone uneasy. Nevertheless, Jin Bua remarked, "Since Brother Qi has expressed this, perhaps this inferior spirit vein, nurtured for several hundred or even 1,000 years, could lead to another breakthrough." How could they resist such temptation? Besides, if it were to be presented to a powerful entity within the sect, who knows what great rewards might be bestowed upon them? Even for the sect, it could yield immense benefits. Of course, many were representatives sent by their sections, as long as it fell within their means. Even a few 10,000-year-old stalactites would not be a concern. 1,050 bottles, 1,100 bottles, 1,150 bottles. 1,300 bottles, 1,350 bottles. Huang Qi listened as the numbers climbed incessantly, swallowing hard in anticipation. What a loss. An immense loss. I sold 500 bottles of inferior spirit veins in Yuhua City. Given the terrifying rate of growth, it seems that at least 1,000 bottles of the millennia-old stalactite have been lost. Huang Qi, upon recalling this, felt momentarily petrified, gazing incredulously at the formidable figures present. Some of these powerful beings had remained silent throughout, yet now, their words emerged with astonishing impact. This was merely the beginning of the astonishment. As the first speaker broke the silence, others eagerly joined in, each voice more insistent than the last. In an instant, the millennia stalactite was elevated to 8,000 bottles, leaving Huang Qi in utter disbelief. It appeared he had significantly underestimated these first-rate sects, whose depth of resources surpassed his wildest imagination. Simultaneously, Huang Qi felt a yearning. If these premier forces possessed such formidable foundations, what then could be the terrifying extent of the resources held by the true overlords of the spirit realm? Had Huang Qi not compelled Huang Qi to agree to a transaction involving a low-grade spirit vein after the auction, one could only wonder what even more terrifying offerings the true spirit immortal palace, represented by Qian Rushi, might present. Elder Qi smiled and nodded, then curiously turned to Huang Qi, inquiring, "Young friend, what secrets does the spirit poison pearl hold? Might you enlighten me?" Huang Qi, with a wry smile, shook his head and replied, "Regrettably, I am unaware. This knowledge must await my master's return from seclusion." Elder Qi appeared somewhat skeptical, however, regardless of the circumstances. The prospect of exchanging for 600 billion spirit stones made even the most extraordinary treasures seem inconsequential. After all, one cannot lament what one cannot claim. Elder Qi then smiled and said, very well. Here are 22,300 bottles of millennia stalactite. Please take a look. As for what I shall receive in return, I wonder if it will be millennia stalactite or perhaps another treasure." As he spoke, Elder Qi handed Huang Qi a storage bag. Upon receiving it, Huang Qi discovered it contained a staggering 22,300 bottles of millennia stalactite, causing a smile to involuntarily spread across his face. Huang Qi then produced a transmission talisman, poised to execute a spell. Observing this, Elder Qi quickly halted him, a wry smile on his face as he said, "Young friend, if you are dissatisfied, let us negotiate." Huang Qi refrained from casting the spell, yet nodded with a smile. Elder Qi felt a rush of frustration but recognized the futility. After all, this young man had a close relationship with Rushi. Should Rushi arrive, in an attempt to please her master Huang Qi, she might offer the millennia stalactite at an even lower price to this lad. If this young man decided against exchanging for the Hatian jade, Elder Qi would be left in a most unfortunate position. Gritting his teeth, he shot Huang Qi a fierce glare before smiling once more, saying, very well. However, the value of this millennia stalactite is significant. A fair price would be 50 million spirit stones. I trust this will satisfy you." Upon hearing this, Huang Qi finally nodded in agreement. As for the Yunyang branch, everything was left to the fairy's discretion. Qian Rushi then stepped onto the carriage, while two disciples took hold of the chains, allowing Qian Rushi and Huang Qi to enter. Huang Qi did not hold back and promptly entered the carriage. To his slight astonishment, the carriage contained a hidden world. From the outside, it appeared to be merely a luxurious vehicle. However, the interior resembled a grand hall, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, with runes and prohibitions intricately woven throughout the entire space. Qian Rushi's two female disciples swiftly urged the horses onward, racing towards the city gate. Once inside the carriage, Huang Qi and his companions took their respective seats. Without hesitation, Huang Qi executed a spell, and in an instant, a sealed spiritual vein materialized in his hand. Appearing like a dragon, its pure spiritual energy enveloping the entire space. Huang Qi was secretly amazed, realizing that Qian Rushi had become a minor leader in a particular region, akin to a local sovereign. While the cultivation resources may not match those of the true spirit immortal palace, the unrestrained lifestyle would surely elicit envy from many elders and disciples of the palace. Huang Qi nodded inwardly, contemplating the prospect of becoming an outer elder of the Yunyang sect. He aspired to venture out, perhaps to a small city or to acquire an uninhabited mountain range, thereby solidifying his influence. As Huang Qi accompanied Qian Rushi, he observed the opulence of the Yunyang branch, noting the commendable quality of its disciples and elders, including a notable number of Yuanying and Liha elders. Yet, aside from Qian Rushi, he found no sign of any Dongxian elders, let alone any ancestral figures of the Shunshin level. It seemed evident that the Yunyang sect had been established only recently, deepening Huang Qi's admiration for Qian Rushi. The branch's possession of powerful beings was indeed subject to certain restrictions. Typically, the existence of Shunshin level practitioners was not permitted. Upon discovering such individuals, the true spirit immortal palace would extend an invitation for them to train within its halls, providing ample resources for cultivation. Generally, those who attain the Shunshin level would opt to pursue their training at the True Spirit Immortal Palace, including guest elders. Huang Qi paid little mind to this. He had acquired sufficient strength for self-preservation, rendering Yuan Hai's presence less significant. If Yuan Hai were to benefit from the True Spirit Immortal Palace's assistance and achieve a breakthrough, that too would be a welcomed sight. At the Shunshin level, even guest elders held considerable standing within the palace, which would further facilitate the cultivation of his own influence. At this juncture, Huang Qi noted the announcement: from this day forth, Yuan Hai shall serve as a guest elder of our True Spirit Immortal Palace, temporarily residing within the Yunyang sect. In the future, all disciples must pay their respects to Elder Yuan. Do you understand? The disciples and elders responded in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Yuan Hai smiled and nodded. Choosing not to elaborate, nominally presiding over the Yunyang sect, he retained a sense of freedom in his role. When the Yunyang sect encountered foreign invaders, it was merely a matter of extending a helping hand. Qian Rushi then turned to Huang Qi and addressed the assembly, stating, "This esteemed individual is Zhou Gongjin, a disciple of the senior Yu, a nascent soul stage cultivator. Henceforth, he shall serve as an outer elder of our True Spirit Immortal Palace, assuming the role of elder within the Yunyang sect. In future encounters, you are to show him the respect due to a disciple. Is this understood?" The crowd responded in unison, and Huang Qi nodded with a beaming smile. Subsequently, Qian Rushi gestured, and two ancient scrolls soared towards Huang Qi and Yuan Hai. Chapter 1450. The recruitment of disciples. Various tasks emerged, including the establishment of shops in second- and third-tier cities, the extermination of advanced demonic beasts in certain mountainous regions, and even the hunting of traders. To his surprise, there was also a task concerning the management of a spirit beast garden. Despite the fact that the Yunyang sect had no such facility, many of the tasks seemed rather absurd, leading Huang Qi to deduce that these mission jade slips were likely interchangeable with those of the True Spirit Immortal Palace. Otherwise, it would be improbable for the Yunyang sect to possess such an extensive array of assignments. Shaking his head, Huang Qi briefly scanned the contents before losing interest. He noticed several other jade slips containing elementary methods for alchemy and artifact forging, which he speculated were intended for ordinary disciples to supplement their skills. The remaining slips introduced the various commercial establishments near the Yunyang sect. Regrettably, there was no slip detailing the True Spirit Immortal Palace, which would have been immensely helpful. After stowing away the jade slips, Huang Qi fixed his gaze in a particular direction and ascended into the air. Chapter 1451. A spectacle for all. A magnificent mountain loomed, capable of housing at least 10,000 disciples, with various services requiring their attention. Given that the Yunyang sect boasted over 1 million disciples, the odds of entering the One-Finger Peak were notably slim, rendering it an opportunity they could scarcely refuse. Disciples, upon receiving the news, hastened toward the Three-Finger Peak. However, most were at the foundation or Qi refinement stages. As for the core formation cultivators, they were either ensnared by the web of their own affairs or had secured their own abodes, allowing them to recruit ordinary disciples, thus generally refraining from participating in such activities. This event, of course, captured the attention of the higher-ups within the Yunyang sect. Many elders regarded Huang Qi's ostentatious disciple recruitment with disdain. The total number of disciples across the sect barely exceeded 200,000, with only 100,000 being inner disciples while the remainder were outer disciples. Those with even a modicum of talent had already been recruited by other elders, leaving behind a pool of disciples with only average abilities. Chapter 1452. 3,000 disciples. Huang Qi and his companions flickered into position, each appearing at a designated spot. Amidst the clamor of a bustling queue, 5 lines of disciples formed, each making their way toward the 5 individuals. One disciple approached Huang Qi, who, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, nodded and instructed, "Indeed, proceed to wait on that hillside." The disciple, somewhat bewildered, pondered the situation. Had he truly passed without a trial? Overcome with joy, he swiftly made his way to the designated hilltop. The second disciple approached, but Huang Qi, after a moment's inspection, shook his head and said, "You may leave." The disciple, once filled with anticipation, felt his spirits plummet and could only retreat with a heavy heart. Elder Zhou and the others employed a similar strategy. Those they favored were retained while those deemed unworthy were dismissed with a mere shake of the head. Was it truly that simple? This left the disciples in a state of astonished delight, for they were elated at the prospect of avoiding competition with the possibility of being selected. Chapter 1453. Comprehensive construction. The 10 disciples chosen by Huang Qi were each filled with exhilaration as they hastily retrieved their storage bags to begin distribution. Qian Rushi and the others looked on, dumbfounded. How could Huang Qi be so extravagant? These were merely newly inducted disciples who had yet to prove themselves. Yet each was gifted a storage bag. Most astonishingly, each bag contained a mid-grade spiritual artifact, a gesture that would undoubtedly drive these disciples to frenzy. Such a method of winning hearts was indeed masterful. A single mid-grade spiritual artifact surpassed the wealth of disciples from other peaks. Qian Rushi and the others felt a pang of bitterness. How could they face their own disciples in light of Huang Qi's actions? The disciples who were not chosen had reddened eyes, consumed by envy, wishing they could seize the opportunity. Yet reason prevailed, cautioning them against such rashness. For the consequences would be dire. They could only watch, green with envy, as these 3,000 disciples reaped substantial rewards. Chapter 1454. Arrival of the True Spirit Celestial Palace. A month later, the One-Finger Peak commenced its enrollment of registered disciples. Numerous disciples from other peaks attended to witness the event. The high-ranking officials of the Yunyang sect also arrived, clearly eager to cultivate a favorable rapport with Huang Qi. However, to their surprise, Huang Qi was absent. Nevertheless, Elder Zhou and 3 others were present, compelling everyone to remain vigilant. After a courteous exchange with the crowd, Elder Zhou initiated the pairing of battles among the 3,000 disciples. Though these battles were not particularly dazzling, upon hearing the benefits of being a registered disciple from Elder Zhou, each disciple's eyes gleamed with fervor as they fought fiercely against one another. It was only through such confrontation that they could unlock their true potential. Fortunately, Elder Zhou and the others were formidable, and although some disciples were gravely injured, any who faced life-threatening peril were promptly taken away, subsequently battling against those who had emerged victorious. The ranking was determined by the duration and number of battles fought by each disciple. Chapter 1455. Beginning of the layout. Upon hearing the words, the crowd nodded in agreement. However, a formidable figure at the spirit separation level, accompanied by so many spiritual treasures, was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. They did not dwell on this thought for long, as it belonged to an esteemed ancestor at the spirit separation level, and they dared not entertain any notions of coveting it. In short order, Huang Qi led the group to a pavilion, where he respectfully announced, "Master, representatives from the Celestial Palace request your esteemed presence at the True Spirit Celestial Palace." A voice from within responded affirmatively. The doors of the pavilion slowly creaked open, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that caused the countenances of all present to shift, prompting them to instinctively take a few steps back. Nangong Tang gasped, exclaiming, "A peak spirit separation powerhouse." The others' faces paled slightly at this revelation. Qian Rushi had conveyed messages indicating a late-stage spirit separation expert. How could such a transformation occur in such a short span? It was simply unfathomable. A peak spirit separation powerhouse was. Chapter 1456. Hanyuan City. Shaoqing and the others quickly nodded in agreement. Huang Qi felt a warm sensation in his heart and subsequently presented an exquisite waist belt to Elder Zhou, which was filled with exquisite Hetian jade. He believed that with these precious stones, Elder Zhou would be able to cultivate numerous disciples. After pondering for a moment, Huang Qi took out 10,000 iron fire ants and personally forged a spirit beast bracelet to gift to Elder Zhou, allowing him to nurture them at his leisure. He was confident that in a few years, these iron fire ants would become a substantial aid to Elder Zhou, providing him with ample time to escape from any dangers that might arise. Huang Qi then gathered Xiaosan, Shaoqing, and Xiao into the internal space of the pagoda before departing from Yizhi Peak, swiftly heading towards the contribution hall. Naturally, Huang Qi was in search of Zhaoyang, as opening a business outside required registration at the contribution hall, which also provided the necessary spirit stones for establishing a shop. Chapter 1457. Evil Cultivator, Corpse Demon. This was all part of the support offered by the sect to assist Huang Qi in setting up his establishment. Furthermore, he would need to contribute 50% of his monthly earnings to the Yunyang sect or submit them to the True Spirit Merchant Guild in nearby cities for transfer. By revealing his identity jade token, he could also purchase materials and elixirs at their original prices. Having made all the necessary arrangements, Huang Qi took his leave. He did not return to Yiji Peak, but sent forth his wind warship, transforming into a streak of light that shot out of Yunyang's sect, heading towards Hanyuan City. As he journeyed, Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement. Though the environment in Hanyuan City was harsh and the number of cultivators was sparse, it was not valued by other sects or families, making it an ideal base for him. Upon arriving in Hanyuan City, his first order of business would be to find a way to become the city lord, firmly grasping control over the city. Only then could he truly develop it. Chapter 1458, Suppressing Evil Cultivators. Upon seeing Huang Qi, a figure emerged with a ghastly countenance, their voice resonating like that of a reaper, sending chills down the spines of those present. The figure glared at Huang Qi and the countless corpse demons he had vanquished, roaring in fury. "How dare you destroy my numerous corpse demons? I will have your life." Huang Qi disdainfully curled his lips, letting out a cold snort as he replied, "Audacious evil cultivator. You have used the bodies of cultivators and the souls of mortals to refine your undead. Countless mortal cultivators have perished at your hands. Your heinous deeds are unforgivable and the heavens will not tolerate you. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens and eradicate you." The figure shrouded in green mist laughed maniacally. "Ha! You speak so arrogantly for a mere ant in the mid-stage of the Dongxian realm. You wish to annihilate me? I shall see what you can do." With a thunderous roar, the figure caused the void to tremble, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Then, the terrifying green mist surged forth. Chapter 1459, A Time of Rebuilding. Shortly after Huang Qi's departure, the battlefield attracted the attention of several powerful beings who arrived at the scene. They surveyed the shattered space, the lingering noxious fog, and the dense aura of lightning, as well as the chilling atmosphere that pervaded the area, causing their expressions to grow grave. However, they were unexpectedly relieved to find that the deathly aura had dissipated considerably. For the other cultivators, it is no secret that this region is a domain of toxic practitioners. However, due to the formidable nature of these practitioners, they are reluctant to provoke them. Moreover, these toxic practitioners tend to avoid conflict with nearby sects and families, maintaining a peaceful existence in this area. It is evident that these toxic practitioners have vanished. Whether they were exterminated or defeated and forced to leave remains uncertain, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. Numerous powerful individuals cast their gazes towards the direction of Hanyuan City, suspecting that it may be involved in the unfolding mystery. As for the newly established Hanyuan City, there was a call to action. "Let us proceed. Instruct Monk Honda to devote his efforts to healing the mortals." Xiaobao nodded gently and then vanished into Huang Qi's dantian. Huang Qi, in a flash, exited the underground city. The underground city would not destroy itself. It served as a decent subterranean palace. Upon reaching the sky, Huang Qi instantly felt a surge of demonic and spiritual energy emanating from the underground, dispersing the deathly aura above considerably. Satisfied, he turned his gaze towards the vast expanse of the Hanyuan abyss, where a chilling aura of intent was steadily encroaching upon their location. Huang Qi shook his head. The dangers within the Hanyuan abyss were too great for him to venture there at present. His Hanyuan city, neighboring the abyss, bore similarities to the relationship between Luoyang City and the depths of Bloodlight Valley, particularly after he had relocated Luoyang City to the Panlong mountain range. "How do you find it?" "This will be our home from now on, Hanyuan City. Are you satisfied?" The four were astonished, realizing that this city was constructed from countless fragments of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Such a grand undertaking could only be accomplished by Huang Qi. Little Three clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Indeed, I like this place." However, he quickly expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "But why is there no one here? Young master, it is unacceptable to have such a grand city without inhabitants." The others nodded in agreement, and before Huang Qi could respond, Xiaobao smiled and declared, "Who says there is no one?" With a flicker of five-colored radiance surrounding him, over 10,000 cultivators of varying levels materialized on the ground before the city lord's residence, gazing around in confusion before bowing to Huang Qi in greeting. As for the establishment of the teleportation array, it could only be researched and gradually arranged. Fortunately, Huang Qi possessed the diverse manual from his master, Lin Feng. Otherwise, he would have to seek the expertise of array masters from other cities. However, since Hanyuan City was in its nascent stage, he had no intention of departing anytime soon. Unless the teleportation array was properly set up for swift travel, he would remain vigilant. 2 months later, Huang Qi had yet to leave the teleportation pavilion. Following 2 months of development, Hunyuan City was gradually finding its footing. The management of the city guard in Hunyuan City, akin to the former style of Luoyang, has been meticulously organized. With the selection of 10 commanders overseeing nearly 20,000 city guards, divided into approximately 730-member squads, all fully operational. Each commander oversees more than 60 squads. The 10 commanders rotate monthly. In Chapter 1463, the Great Yin-Yang Fusion Spirit Array, Huang Qi returned to the city lord's residence, his spiritual sense expanding to encompass a radius of 100,000 miles. Observing the bustling shops of the treasure pavilion and the numerous inns and taverns lining the streets, he noted the city guards engaged in vigorous training, with 60 to 70 squads patrolling continuously, under the supervision of Shao Qing and Shao Qiao. The construction of the city walls made Hunyuan City increasingly vibrant. Huang Qi nodded in satisfaction. He had undertaken a mission for his sect, and after more than 2 months without any news, he pondered whether Yunyang's sect would express any discontent. With no time to manage shops, he wondered when Elder Zhou would send him a batch of disciples. Nevertheless, he resolved to establish the Yunyang Trading Company first. In Chapter 1464, the reversed 5 elements array, a predicament arose. This array, a formidable ancient formation, was nearly impossible to dismantle. The Great Yin-Yang Fusion Spirit Array, a heavenly formation in harmony with the principles of Yin and Yang, possessed unparalleled power. Only those terrifying entities capable of reversing Yin and Yang, altering the very fabric of reality, could hope to break it. The formidable beings that had perished within this array were extraordinarily fearsome, guarding merely a grave with such an imposing formation. Regardless of the dangers within, the sheer might of this array had thwarted countless powerful beings beneath the level of the Great Ones. It was no wonder that no one dared to target this powerful tomb. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because only those great beings were deemed worthy to set their sights upon it. Even for them, venturing inside posed a perilous gamble. In Chapter 1465, the unexpected visitor, Huang Qi, observed as the low-grade demonic vein rapidly merged into the reversed 5 elements array. Gradually, the demonic vein vanished, emanating a cataclysmic wave of terror. The 5 elements runes twisted and flowed, and a terrifying beam of light surged forth like a dragon emerging from the depths of the sea, striking towards the entrance of the canyon. A resounding roar echoed, shaking the heavens and earth, compelling Huang Qi to retreat hastily. He then witnessed a 3-zhang-sized void emerging, with surging celestial energy rushing into it. Moments later, this void began to tear apart, gradually expanding. In due time, a portal of 100 zhang appeared before Huang Qi, revealing that behind this portal lay the entrance to the canyon. Infused with the terrifying energies of the world and the chaotic essence of demonic veins, the atmosphere appeared tumultuous. Nevertheless, a pure spiritual aura surged forth. Chapter 1466. A hidden realm. The dread of that old poison master was so profound that even they dared not provoke him lightly. Yet, he was slain by their young master, revealing the immense power attributed to him. He must be a formidable being, rivaling their own strength. However, one cannot allow others to rest peacefully at their side, despite their trepidation towards the identity and might of the incoming party. Their ambition to seize control of Hunyuan City was not to be dismissed, even in the face of arrivals from the true spirit immortal palace. An elderly woman stepped forward and addressed Hongda and Xiaobao, inquiring, "Is your young master present? Might we have the privilege of meeting him?" Hongda's expression grew solemn, and he dared not tell a falsehood. He glanced towards the direction of Hunyuan Abyss and replied, "My young master has gone to Hunyuan Abyss. If you esteemed seniors wish to see him, you may surely find him there." Upon hearing this, the faces of the 6 individuals changed dramatically, their hearts filled with profound astonishment. They had come here precisely because they sensed the terrifying presence emanating from Hunyuan Abyss. Chapter 1467. The pharmacist's canyon. After carefully surveying his surroundings and finding no immediate danger, Huang Qi turned his gaze to the myriad of extraordinary flowers and herbs beneath him. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he made a large expanse of these peculiar flora vanish from sight. He continued to employ his methods, gathering everything in his path into his possession. However, as he looked deeper into the canyon, countless remarkable flowers and herbs lay in wait. If he were to collect them all one by one, it would consume an inordinate amount of time. Hesitating momentarily, he decided to procure only those exceedingly rare specimens from the outside world or those over 10,000 years old. The ordinary herbs held no further interest for him. His pace quickened considerably as he ventured deeper into the canyon, his harvest proving to be quite bountiful. Huang Qi felt elated. Should he sell the collection of extraordinary flowers and herbs he had amassed, their value, though inferior to that of lower-grade demon veins, would not be a source of great regret for him. As he meticulously observed his surroundings, Chapter 1468. The Soul Corridor. Upon hearing the words spoken, Huang Qi was taken aback and swiftly halted his steps, scanning the area to no avail. His gaze ultimately rested upon two colossal statues that had turned to face him. Internally astonished, he realized that the master of this domain was indeed an extraordinary being. These statues were likely puppets, for only such constructs could endure the passage of endless years, continuously nourished by spiritual energy. The vast canyon he traversed, spanning over 1,000,000 miles, truly was the Valley of the Pharmacist. Yet, what lay behind these two statues? To think that a mere shout could intimidate him was utterly implausible. What if they were puppets? Just spirit puppets, he mused, for he could not believe there existed human or celestial puppets here. If there were indeed celestial puppets, he would have to flee in disarray. Yet, even if formidable beings existed, it did not guarantee the creation of celestial puppets. Human puppets, nurtured over countless ages with spiritual energy, were a different matter entirely. Chapter 1469. Spirit puppets in battle. Even with the ethereal shadow of the Pishio continually consuming, no number of spiritual phantoms could inflict harm upon Huang Qi in the slightest. As Huang Qi swiftly sprinted, the phantom of the Pishio consumed a surge of energy, surpassing even his own capacity for spiritual absorption. Elated, Huang Qi pressed onward without pause, traversing several hours until he finally reached the end of the canyon, where a bend appeared not far ahead. Instead of rushing forward, he took a moment to relish the rapid increase of his spiritual essence, his heart swelling with joy. He observed that the Pishio phantom was gradually solidifying. Countless souls had been refined by this apparition, providing it with ample energy while reciprocating with its formidable spiritual power. Huang Qi silently rejoiced, grateful for having refined the eye of the Pishio. Had he not done so, passing through this place might have drained his spirit entirely, leaving him unconscious. It was no wonder this location was so terrifying. Ordinary avatars would likely find it utterly overwhelming. Chapter 1470. The interconnected Great Formation. Reluctant to engage with the humanoid puppet, Huang Qi hastily fled, leading to a relentless chase. Although he was occasionally struck by the puppet, he was determined to avoid further confrontation. He quickly retrieved a millennium stalactite and consumed it once more, employing the peacock dance steps to escape deeper into the abyss. After traversing over 100 miles, he finally emerged from the canyon, only to find the puppet unyielding in its pursuit. This relentless chase left Huang Qi in a state of utter frustration. Spotting another bend ahead, he gritted his teeth, resolute in his belief that no celestial puppets could be lurking within. In a flash, he turned and entered another segment of the canyon. The next moment, Huang Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he found himself ensnared within a formidable array of seals. Countless beams of light erupted skyward, a sight that was spectacular yet devoid of any beauty in his eyes. Enveloped by the restrictive formation, it felt as though he was sinking into a quagmire, the pressure mounting around him, overwhelming. Chapter 1471. Trapped by the mighty witnessing arrays of seals poised for an assault from all directions, Huang Qi's countenance changed. Without waiting for the attacks to materialize, he plunged into another formation, swiftly breaking through and heading toward the next great array. Fortunately, Huang Qi was well versed in various formations. Even against those of tremendous power, he could quickly locate their focal points and dismantle them. Just as he neared the cavern at the cliff's edge, a chain suddenly surged forth from the cave without warning. Huang Qi had no time to react and was ensnared by the chain. Alarmed, he thought it impossible. As he prepared to strike with his magical weapon, an immense force emanated from the chain, pulling him into the cave. Inside the cavern, darkness enveloped him, obscuring his vision entirely. An acrid stench assailed his senses, inducing a wave of nausea, prompting him to hold his breath. With a swift motion, he wielded his magical blade, and a resounding clash echoed as he struck the chain that ensnared him. Chapter 1472. Refining the essence of the golden toad. Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, the presence of the mighty entity grew increasingly unstable. The boy's bluntness left no room for dignity. It was a clear affront to his stature. Surprisingly, he still wished to draw attention to himself. However, As a formidable being, he feared that attempting to do so might lead to his own downfall. Observing Huang Qi's impudence, the powerful entity responded without hesitation, letting out a cold snort. I am gravely injured, and with your strength, you likely do not fear me. If we unite, it will benefit us both. If we part, it will bring harm to us both. You must consider this carefully. Without my guidance, you shall not escape this place. Upon hearing these words, Huang Qi fell into a prolonged silence, contemplating his strategy. Noticing Huang Qi's silence, the mighty being smiled and said, Are you afraid that once I leave, I shall repay your kindness with enmity? If you agree, I shall forge a soul contract with you. Even after I depart, I shall not turn against you. Are you satisfied with this? Chapter 1473. The transformation of the golden toad. However, this opportunity has finally arrived. I now possess the chance to refine the essence blood of the true spirit. In the past, even though my strength surpassed that of ordinary beasts significantly, refining their blood bore little significance. Yet this time is truly different. This is the essence blood of a true spirit. Once refined, it will undoubtedly grant me the terrifying combat power of a true spirit in a short period. Ever since I cultivated the art of divine transformation, I have generally employed the divine form, never utilizing the shape-shifting aspect. Now, I finally have the opportunity. I wonder what kind of formidable strength I will possess upon transforming into the golden toad. Engaging in battle with a formidable being for a brief period should not pose a problem, right? Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement as he carefully placed a drop of golden toad essence blood into a jade vial, intending to refine it within the Tai sword. I believe that once this drop of essence blood merges with the Tai sword, its power will be truly extraordinary. Without hesitation, he gazed at the last remaining drop of essence blood and swallowed it whole. Chapter 1474. The ceiling of the grand formation. The remaining 3 individuals stood dumbfounded, gazing in the direction the golden toad had departed, their eyes filled with astonishment. They were unwilling to pursue further, forced to watch as the golden toad vanished from sight. They were perplexed. How did such a powerful golden toad manage to enter this realm? The golden toad showed no signs of pause, propelling itself forward with a powerful leap, covering an astonishing distance in an instant. In mere moments, it traversed hundreds of thousands of miles, appearing within the soul corridor. Countless souls gradually materialized, surging upward toward the golden toad. With a thunderous roar, the golden toad unleashed a mighty croak that shook the heavens. Instantly, countless souls dispersed in panic. Without losing momentum, the golden toad soon burst forth from the soul corridor, emerging in the valley of the Medicine King. Upon closer inspection, the ground was adorned with exotic flowers and plants, and several Medicine Kings were stealthily peeking out. The golden toad had no intention of capturing these Medicine Kings. Chapter 1475. The siege of Hanyuan City. Only then did everyone realize the gravity of the great yin-yang fusion formation. It was absolutely forbidden for anyone beneath the level of a formidable being to intrude recklessly. Otherwise, they might meet the same fate as the recently fallen Danshin expert. Simultaneously, everyone was astonished. The 5 elements reversal formation was indeed extraordinary, capable of breaking the great yin-yang fusion formation in about 10 days. Just how did that golden toad expert achieve such a feat? Fear of the 5 elements reversal formation began to take root in everyone's hearts, and none dared to approach it. The gazes of the crowd shifted towards the few divine transformation experts who had managed to escape. Although their eyes were filled with avarice, they dared not act recklessly, for offending such formidable beings was not a trivial matter. The several divine transformation experts exchanged wry smiles before recounting their experiences within the abyssal valley of the flood. However, they had merely scoured the outer canyons for various herbs and the esteemed medicinal kings. Upon learning that genuine medicinal kings resided within, the crowd exhibited unmistakable greed. Chapter 1476. Huang Qi drives away the enemy. Yet Huang Qi had been absent for half a year, and his return remained uncertain. Being trapped in this manner was far from ideal, for it not only delayed the construction of their city walls, but also hindered the entrance of other sects, families, and rogue cultivators into Flood City, severely obstructing its development. In Huang Qi's absence, the 6 formidable experts from the cave profound realm were no pushovers. They could only endure and maintain a standoff, awaiting Huang Qi's arrival for resolution. At that moment, a streak of light surged swiftly towards Flood City. Xiao Bao and the others sensed Huang Qi's presence immediately, and their spirits soared with joy. Huang Qi had finally returned. The previously tense atmosphere among them dissipated, and they coldly regarded the vast army ahead. Moments later, the 6 cave profound experts commanding the 100,000-strong army also sensed the powerful aura approaching Flood City, causing their expressions to darken. Chapter 1477. Rapid development. The 6 cave profound experts realized they had encountered a formidable adversary today. The mere words of Huang Qi had rendered their faces pale, filling them with dread and regret for having taken on such a daunting task. They knew well that their opponent was a formidable being from the true spirit immortal palace, yet they had foolishly brought so many disciples to besiege Flood City. What difference was there between this and courting death? As they felt the murderous intent emanating from Huang Qi, cold sweat began to bead upon their brows. One of the cave profound experts hastily bowed in apology, saying, "I implore you, esteemed senior, to show mercy. The foundation of Flood City originally belonged to our 6 sections. We had no intention of taking action against it, merely waiting for your return. I hope you will spare us, considering we have not harmed Flood City." Huang Qi scoffed. Fortunate for you that you did not strike. Had you done so, I would not have merely reprimanded you. I would have ensured your complete eradication. Chapter 1478. The terror of the Tai sword. Even now, Nascent Soul experts could enter, provided they adhered to the stipulated time frame, and generally, they could emerge unscathed. The myriad of rare flowers and herbs, as well as unclaimed treasures, were opportunities that many sects and families could not afford to overlook. Thus, they dispatched disciples into Flood City, not only to establish their influence, but also to prepare for the opening of the Abyssal Valley, from which they could send powerful individuals to gather rare flora. It also served as a training ground for their exceptional disciples. Upon his return to the city lord's mansion, Huang Qi descended into the underground palace beneath it. He awaited Xiao Bao's arrival before entering the palace to enter seclusion. Within the inner sanctum of Xiao Bao, there lay numerous veins of spiritual energy, each varying in rank, alongside 2 springs of spiritual eyes. Here, the recovery of magical power transpires at an exponentially accelerated rate compared to other locales, and it is believed that by the time of the auction 3 months hence, one could restore a substantial portion of their strength. Huang Qi, seated in meditation, projected his consciousness outward to observe the happenings in Hanyuan. After 3 months of dedicated practice, he gradually opened his eyes, sensing the surging magical energy within him. Despite the relentless absorption and refinement of spiritual energy, he had yet to regain his peak strength, achieving only around 80 to 90%. Nonetheless, Huang Qi felt a deep sense of satisfaction, for he had no intention of departing from Hanyuan City, thus eliminating any imminent dangers. Calculating the days, the auction at Baibao Pavilion was likely to occur in the next few days. As he was the sole, formidable presence capable of overseeing the event, he resolved to emerge from seclusion and personally oversee the auction, should any reckless individuals arise. He would not hesitate to eliminate them on the spot, thereby instilling fear in the hearts of lesser beings. In a fleeting moment, Huang Qi departed the underground palace and made his way to the main hall of the city lord's residence. There, Xiaoqing was bustling about, and upon seeing Huang Qi emerge from his retreat, she was filled with joy and hurried over, exclaiming, "Young master, you have emerged." Huang Qi smiled gently and replied, "How has it been these past 3 months?" Upon signing the contract, both parties' interests would be safeguarded. It allowed him to delegate issues to them with confidence while imposing no substantial constraints upon them. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, provided they harbored no ill intentions. Should they possess ulterior motives, the signing of the contract would allow him to perceive their true intentions, at which point he would not hesitate to act decisively. Many cultivators pondered for a moment, finding the stipulations within the contract acceptable. Subsequently, one by one, they pricked their tongues, allowing a drop of their essence blood to merge into the ancient scroll. Through this contract, Huang Qi could ascertain the absence of hostility from some, while sensing ulterior motives from others. Observing the strong individuals signing the soul contract, a few hesitated momentarily before also affixing their signatures. Only then did Huang Qi carefully stow the ancient scroll, his gaze turning icy as he scrutinized 2 individuals at the integration stage mingled among them. The others, sensing Huang Qi's chilling demeanor, could not help but shudder. It must be said that Hongda had invested great effort into the Baibao auction house. The 8-story edifice itself, designated as the auction venue, was undeniably a significant investment. Other auction venues typically catered to the Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples. But Baibao had allocated 2 floors specifically for these lower-tier disciples. The first and second floors alone could comfortably accommodate over 100,000 low-level disciples. The third floor was reserved for core formation cultivators, while from the 4th floor onward, the layout shifted to accommodate the major sects and families. The 5th to the 8th floors were exclusively comprised of luxurious private rooms. The higher the floor, the more opulent the chambers became. Almost all individuals of status and power had secured their private rooms in advance, guided by maidens as they made their way to their designated spaces. There were indeed tens of thousands of these private rooms, marking a truly grand endeavor. Huang Qi was directly brought to the 8th level, an exceptional location. Chapter 1482, A Familiar Voice. 110 million, 120 million, 130 million, 180 million, 190 million, 200 million. As Hongda concluded the initial bidding of 100 million, numerous cultivators, their greed evident, began to place their bids fervently. The rapid escalation of bids left Huang Qi, accustomed to vast sums of spirit stones, silently astonished. Though this bowl was a magical treasure and had lost its spirit, its innate level and signs of transformation stirred the fervor of numerous sects and families, compelling them to bid relentlessly, especially among the first and second-tier sects, which often had powerful ancestors overseeing them. Acquiring such an item would significantly elevate their standing. It was no wonder they were caught up in a frenzy. Hongda proclaimed that this magical bowl was obtained from the Hanyuan Abyss, but that was a deceit. The truth was that Huang Qi had encountered it years ago on the demon-slaying battlefield in Yuehua Province. Chapter 1483, Meeting Without Recognition. Memories from over 20 years ago surged like a tide. Huang Qi vividly recalled the girl from that time. He had felt like an older brother to her, as if she were his little sister, a sentiment that brought him comfort. Unable to resist, Huang Qi directed his consciousness toward the private room, only to be thwarted by its restrictions. He longed to confirm whether the girl from 20 years prior was still the same, yet he could not fulfill this wish. With a resigned shake of his head, he had once thought he would never cross paths with this girl again, yet here she was, unexpectedly present. Curiosity swelled within Huang Qi. Why had Ping'er appeared in such a lavish setting? Clearly, her status was not insignificant. However, he speculated that Ping'er, being a young and talented individual, would shine brightly wherever she went. Perhaps after leaving Liwei Island, she had encountered fortuitous opportunities. Chapter 1484, An Additional Junior Sister. Huang Qi could only watch as Ping'er departed from his view. The memory of her icy gaze stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Though her eyes still retained their former brilliance, they now bore a layer of frost, hinting at hardships she must have endured over the years. Otherwise, she would not possess such a distant demeanor. Huang Qi shook his head, deciding to investigate the sect or family to which Ping'er belonged. Moreover, having acquired a postnatal magical treasure and a precious herb, she had undoubtedly become a coveted target for others. He felt compelled to follow her discreetly to ascertain her destination. Huang Qi did not follow too closely, sensing that Ping'er's cultivation was formidable, perhaps even rivaling his own, likely at the Dongxian level. A young and gifted individual was not to be underestimated. While her challenges might not match his own, they were certainly not trivial either. Chapter 1485, A Grievance Greater Than Douyi's. Ping'er remained unmoved, her words imbued with an unmistakable sense of distance, even as she regarded him as a junior brother. This left Huang Qi somewhat speechless. Ping'er nodded gently upon hearing the words, and then remarked, "Junior brother Zhou, this treasure pavilion is indeed your enterprise, is it not?" Huang Qi, upon hearing this, quickly shook his head and replied, "Sister, you overestimate me. The treasure pavilion is not the property of your junior brother. The esteemed Taoist Hongdu of the pavilion once lent a helping hand to me, and I owe him a great debt of gratitude. Upon learning of my intention to establish a shop in Hanyuan City, he chose to accompany me. However, later on, upon witnessing the chaos wrought by a malevolent cultivator in Hanyuan City, we joined forces to vanquish that wicked being, thereby restoring the city. Alas, I, lacking in talent, became the city lord and promised Taoist Hong that the treasure pavilion would be permitted to operate in Hanyuan City. Huang Qi would certainly not claim the pavilion as his own, if the true Spirit Immortal Palace were to discover that he was developing the treasure pavilion. It would be a different story altogether. Now, Ping'er, with her cunning, insight, and capabilities, far surpassed those so-called prodigious disciples, allowing Huang Qi to feel a sense of reassurance. He walked into the hall and took the momentary belt that Ping Er had given him, examining it closely. It was indeed filled with a plethora of treasures, far surpassing what he had acquired from the Yunyang sect. With a flick of his wrist, numerous rare treasures, various elixirs, talismans, precious materials, and puppets flew out, instantly filling the entire hall. It became a commercial establishment rivaling first-class sects and families. Satisfied, Huang Qi nodded and entrusted the remaining treasures to a disciple, instructing him to manage them accordingly. He then departed from the Yunyang trading house. Huang Qi did not shy away from projecting his consciousness, which immediately enveloped several powerful waves of divine intent, radiating an unmistakable chill of provocation. The few divine transformation experts felt Huang Qi's malevolent warning, and their expressions turned grim. With the ambitions of the 6 major sects quelled, Hunyuan City returned to tranquility. Huang Qi personally arrived at the Yunyang trading house accompanied by a puppet that bore his likeness. Entering Ping Er's chamber, he found her gaze still frosty, yet a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes upon seeing Huang Qi. She was naturally pleased with his forceful methods that earned the true spirit immortal palace some recognition. However, what intrigued her more was the spirit puppet closely following Huang Qi, and she secretly admired him, acknowledging that her junior brother's capabilities were indeed remarkable. Huang Qi smiled and said, "Sister, henceforth, let this spirit puppet guard the Yunyang trading house. It should suffice." Upon hearing his words, Ping Er's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Yet she understood that Huang Qi had to manage the entirety of Hunyuan City, and crafting such a puppet to oversee the Yunyang trading house was indeed feasible. She then addressed Huang Qi, "Sister, I have just obtained. Is he not merely a prodigious disciple of the true spirit immortal palace? Fellow Taoists, you must not allow him to escape." With that, Jinbu Huan took the lead, grasping the void, and instantly a massive hand of vital energy descended upon Ping Er, while the other two nodded in agreement and sealed off her retreat. Regarding the trio of formidable beings surrounding a single expert in the cave profound realm, it is inconceivable that even the most talented among them would be foolish enough to lose their avatars. Huang Qi found himself within the boundless void, quietly extending his consciousness to observe the three as they had encircled Ping Er. A flicker of concern stirred within him. Yet, considering Ping Er's exceptional nature, despite her cultivation being inferior to that of the 3 formidable beings, she might still possess the capability to resist. The legendary figure of the white tiger, formidable enough to confront 3 opponents, could not withstand the practice of these 3 powerful entities. The white tiger's phantom began to show signs of cracking, its might seemingly dissipating. Jin Buhin and his companions were left astonished. This girl merely possessed early-stage cave profound cultivation, yet her strength was astonishingly formidable, capable of contending with all 3 of them. Such terrifying power is difficult for an ordinary prodigy to rival. Huang Qi, immersed in the void, could not suppress his shock. Ping Er's prowess was indeed extraordinary. The sword he wielded not only incorporated the blood essence of the true spirit, the 2-headed ice phoenix, but also that of the white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts, an existence comparable to that of the true dragon. Should Ping Er's strength reach sufficient heights, the white tiger's phantom she conjured would undoubtedly rival that of a true dragon. The true spirit immortal palace was indeed extraordinarily powerful. For an average sect or family to obtain the blood essence of a true spirit is an arduous endeavor, and the blood of the 4 divine beasts is even more unattainable. Huang Qi's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the transmission jade talisman, akin in function to his own great teleportation talisman. This jade talisman, when crushed, could transport one across countless miles in an instant, and it facilitated directional transmission. In contrast, his great teleportation talisman varied the distance based on the strength of the magic power used, and its nature was random, advantageous for evasion, rendering one difficult to trace. As he watched Ping Er crush the transmission jade talisman, enveloped in a shimmering veil of light, she vanished in an instant. Huang Qi could only smile wryly. Realizing why the young girl remained so composed, she had long prepared her escape method. With a transmission talisman in hand and sufficient strength, her safe return to the true spirit immortal palace was assured, allowing him to finally rest easy. Huang Qi dispatched his wind warship and transformed into a streak of brilliance, heading toward Hunyuan City. Observing Huang Qi's excited demeanor, Yuanhai merely smiled and nodded. He cautioned that those prodigies were not to be underestimated, some of whom had surpassed the cave profound realm, presenting challenges even Yuan Hai would find difficult to confront, each more extraordinary than the last. However, Yuan Hai was well aware of Huang Qi's formidable nature and offered only a few words of caution, ensuring Huang Qi remained mindful of the situation. Huang Qi inquired, "Did you not mention that the true spirit immortal palace has 10 disciples in the cave profound realm? Were you not going to have me take them to the Hanyuan abyss?" Yuan Hai, hearing this, smiled slightly and replied, "Are you referring to those 10 disciples? The elders of the true spirit immortal palace have decided to assign them from the 10 spiritual palaces. Considering the Hanyuan abyss will open in some time, they are likely to arrive in about 2 months." Huang Qi nodded upon hearing this, presumably balancing leisure with travel. He found little interest in them. Zhou Lao Wanhai, Xiao Qing, Xiao Qiao, and Xiao San were all well aware that Hanyuan City was the foundation for Huang Qi and consequently for themselves. The extent to which Hanyuan City could thrive in the future depended on their collective efforts. Ever since Huang Qi ascended to the spirit realm, they had drifted together for many years, and now, having finally secured a place to call home, everyone was naturally elated. Observing the flourishing development of Hanyuan City, the prospects appeared exceedingly bright. United in purpose, they were determined to cultivate Hanyuan City diligently. The Baibao Commercial House in Hanyuan City stood as a leading entity, renowned for offering superior magical artifacts compared to those from other sects and families. Many cultivators were eager to purchase artifacts from Baibao Pavilion, facilitating its swift growth over a short period. Additionally, the quality of the armor crafted by Baibao Pavilion was exceptional, attracting many city lords to engage in transactions there. As for the external elder, despite their frantic attempts to free themselves from the terrifying binding force, they found themselves utterly trapped. Each one was gripped by sheer horror, realizing that this outer elder possessed an overwhelmingly formidable array that ensnared them. With a mere wave of his hand, Huang Qi unleashed a fearsome tornado and a white-robed youth, sending them hurtling skyward as he effortlessly cast them out of Hanyuan City. Huang Qi did not spare them a glance, treating the act as casually as one might swat away an ant. Outside Hanyuan City, a dull thud resonated, followed by a wretched scream interspersed with frenzied roars of rage. "Zhou Gongjin, how dare you? I will not let this go." Clad in 9 skies, he was filled with resentment and boundless hatred. The remaining 9, witnessing this astonishing scene, were left astounded, their initial disdain for Huang Qi transforming into disbelief. Upon seeing Huang Qi effortlessly send the fully powered Lu Shixiang flying with just a single punch, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Although Huang Qi had initially relied on the power of the array to strike Lu Shixiang, now he demonstrated his raw strength without any external aid, astonishingly launching a mid-stage Dongxian expert into the air. Such formidable combat prowess was truly terrifying, rivaling even that of a separation spirit expert. The 9 individuals aboard the wind-warding warship, previously displeased with Huang Qi, had sought to have Lu Shixiang teach this junior a lesson. However, they found themselves on the receiving end of humiliation instead. The chilling aftermath of that devastating strike made them question whether they could withstand a similar assault. Yet, observing Lu Shixiang's predicament, the great array stirred, and the Hanyuan Absolute Valley was on the verge of opening. A sudden exclamation echoed, followed by a resounding tremor that shook the very heavens and earth. The formidable 5 elements reversal array began to activate, drawing forth an overwhelming influx of primordial energy from the universe. The nearby cultivators felt an intense sensation as if they might be absorbed into this chaotic force, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hurriedly retreated. Moments later, within the array, a massive sphere of light gradually coalesced, radiating an aura of catastrophic power that could annihilate worlds. Even those at the spirit-severing level could not help but change their countenance upon sensing its terrifying might. The 9 individuals behind Huang Qi felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. Such formidable energy could undoubtedly obliterate spirit-severing experts, instilling a sense of dread within them. Their excitement stemmed from the imminent activation of the 5 elements reversal array, and they pondered the extraordinary flora and fauna that lay within the depths of the Hanyuan abyss. They anticipated a bountiful harvest upon entry. Chapter 1496. The Shura battlefield. The throng of cultivators gathered was overwhelming, numbering in the millions. Attempting to enter through the narrow 100-foot opening would prove challenging. Huang Qi remained motionless, seemingly waiting for the crowd to thin before making his move. However, his companions grew increasingly restless. With so many already entering, the rare treasures within would soon be plundered, prompting them to wonder why Huang Qi hesitated. Yet, the awe inspired by Huang Qi's earlier display of power kept them in check. Having previously ventured inside, he likely possessed intimate knowledge of what awaited them, igniting their impatience. After a considerable half-hour, the number of cultivators outside had diminished significantly. Huang Qi stowed away the wind warship and declared, "Let us proceed. Remember to stay together." With a decisive step, he soared into the canyon, closely followed by Xiao San. The 9 companions exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken understanding. Chapter 1497, deeply impacted Xiao San. Seemingly fatigued, delivered a forceful kick to the cave-dwelling expert, nearly rendering him unconscious. Without hesitation, he relieved the defeated foe of his storage ring and waist belt, returning to Huang Qi's side with a wide grin, displaying an almost foolish delight. The others were thoroughly astonished by Xiao San's astonishing physical prowess, regarding him as if he were a monstrous entity. The expressions of the 9 behind Huang Qi grew increasingly grim. Huang Qi was indeed extraordinary, but so too was his companion, a formidable beast. The defeated cave-dweller was a being of the Dongxin level, a status revered in both the outside world and within their sect. Yet here, he had been reduced to a mere plaything by a monkey, utterly incapable of resistance. This reality was difficult for them to accept. In the outside world, they believed they could effortlessly swat Xiao San away, but here, the little monkey could unleash devastating force with a mere slap. Chapter 1498, the arrival of the puppets. Seeing Huang Qi's humility, the woman in red could only shake her head and smile wryly. Today had indeed been a humbling experience. Once dismissive of the sect's prodigies, she now held Huang Qi in the highest regard, realizing that there were always greater talents beyond her own. The woman finally grasped the profound meaning of being in a world far beyond her comprehension. Huang Qi regarded his senior sister with a gaze laden with complexity. Yet he managed a faint smile as he continued, "Sister, we have been here for 6 or 7 days. If we do not return soon, we may miss the closing of the grand yin-yang fusion spirit array. Given our current abilities, escaping then would prove to be an insurmountable challenge." The girl in red nodded gently in response and remarked, "You speak truly, junior brother. Shall we depart at once and make our way back to the true spirit immortal palace?" Huang Qi, alongside the girl in red, retraced their steps to their previous seating arrangement, from where she produced a jade vial and dispensed several pills the size of longan, handing them to Huang Qi. In the chapter titled "A Mighty Hand to Aid," the girl in red shook her head in resignation. She had heard whispers of the treacherous perils lurking within the Hanyuan abyss, where even the mightiest faced near certain demise. Those below such ranks could scarcely hope to enter. It remained a mystery who had orchestrated this grand formation, luring so many cultivators into its grasp. Their insatiable greed had led them to this predicament, and now it seemed an untold number of practitioners would meet their end within its confines. The girl in red felt a twinge of sympathy as she observed the scenes akin to a battlefield of hell, her heart heavy with compassion. As she watched the 5 elements reversal array gradually dim, she noted that the grand yin-yang fusion spirit array began to heal slowly, while the throngs of people desperately sought an escape, leaving few willing to venture further inside. Just then, a violent fluctuation in space heralded the emergence of a figure, draped in a golden robe adorned with an intricately carved image of a golden toad, which appeared almost lifelike. In the chapter titled Mountains of the 10 Directions, the others cast their eyes about, and Huang Qi felt a pang of concern. Could this individual be seeking trouble with me? Steeling himself, he stepped forward and bowed. Introducing himself, "I am Zhou Gongjin, the city lord of Hanyuan City and a disciple of the true spirit immortal palace. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." Huang Qi felt compelled to invoke the name of the true spirit immortal palace as a form of backing, knowing that merely being the lord of Hanyuan City might not suffice to quell the potential threat. The onlookers were taken aback, some recognizing Huang Qi as the one who had single-handedly sent a puppet flying within the depths of the Hanyuan abyss, and they were filled with astonishment. The middle-aged man nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "You are indeed the renowned Zhou Gongjin, whose name has been making waves lately." Huang Qi, not daring to be presumptuous, quickly affirmed this with a nod. The middle-aged man regarded Huang Qi for a moment before speaking. "Since Hanyuan City has established itself here, you must assume responsibility for its protection. Dispatch your city guards immediately to safeguard the Hanyuan abyss. I shall also send formidable allies to oversee this location. In the chapter titled The Structure of the True Spirit Immortal Palace, it was noted that disciples, elders, and all matters pertaining to this mountain range typically passed through the main hall for resolution. The guardians stationed at the main hall were, at the very least, ancestors of the soul division level, as those of such caliber rarely engaged in the affairs of the mountain range, only emerging for significant decisions. If any disciples beneath them achieved breakthroughs in the soul division realm, they would generally not continue to enter the main hall, instead becoming supreme elders of the true spirit immortal palace, often retreating into seclusion or undertaking secretive missions outside. Beneath the main hall, there exists a series of auxiliary chambers. While there is but a single main hall for each mountain range, the number of these auxiliary halls is indeed considerable. Those who are deemed worthy to preside over these auxiliary halls must at the very least possess the strength of a Dongshan master. Most of the formidable individuals within these auxiliary halls are either disciples or registered disciples of the venerable ancestors who oversee the main hall, having attained the Dongshan level of cultivation in their respective realms. Their status is undeniably elevated, allowing them to wield significant influence. In Chapter 1502, The Extraordinary Entity, Huang Qi marveled quietly at the sheer scale of the mountain ranges. Each one was flanked by no fewer than 10 cities akin to the 9-star city. This implies that there are at least 100 super-cities encircling the true spirit immortal palace, which is truly daunting. The populace within these cities, comprising both mortals and cultivators, easily numbers in the tens of billions. Each city, with its vast population, could indeed be likened to a super-kingdom. Such monumental cities would necessitate the presence of a Dongshan master to ensure their protection. This is merely the periphery of the true spirit immortal palace. Should any threat arise from the cities, the palace could dispatch powerful individuals to quell disturbances. If the distance were to increase further, it would likely require a senior ancestor to maintain order over cities housing tens of billions of inhabitants. Huang Qi could not help but whistle in admiration, contemplating the immense power and influence he would wield if he were to possess a city of such magnitude. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and proceeded alongside his companion, the unparalleled fairy Wu Shuang, toward the bustling metropolis. In Chapter 1503, the elder of the law enforcement hall, fairy Wu Shuang, a disciple of the White Zeal Hall's master, had not ascended to the rank of elder in the auxiliary hall, choosing instead to remain by her master's side, diligently honing her skills. Despite not holding the title of elder, should she desire to establish a new auxiliary hall, it would pose no difficulty, thus ensuring her elevated status. This revelation astonished Huang Qi. The Liu brother, with whom he had a rather strained relationship, was a disciple of the Chaofeng Hall. Although there had been some past conflicts between them, Huang Qi deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. Disciples of the Shifeng mountain range are permitted to interact and even spar among themselves. However, they are generally prohibited from instigating trouble on other peaks unless they have a legitimate reason or have mutually agreed upon it during specific occasions. Violating these regulations is no trifling matter. Accompanied by his companion, Shaosan, Huang Qi followed Fairy Wu Shuang to the teleportation array in 9-star City. After setting the destination to the Peacock Mountain Range, they were enveloped in radiant light. In Chapter 1504, quietly astonished, an elderly man remarked, "The little monkey by your side is rather impressive. Do you have any intentions of making a move? I can offer you a stroke of fortune that will undoubtedly benefit you. What do you say?" Huang Qi was momentarily at a loss for words, while Shaosan, hearing these words, was instantly incensed, an ominous glint flashing across his countenance. Observing Shaosan's fierce demeanor, the elder's interest piqued, and he chuckled. "Ah, little monkey. Following me will only bring you good fortune. How about this? I shall procure a few drops of true spirit essence for you. Within a year and a half, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the 6th tribulation demon beast level, and even the 7th stage shall not be beyond your grasp. I assure you, I will not make it difficult for you." Shaosan, however, was unimpressed. Although seething with anger, he understood that he was no match for the old man. With a haughty snort, he retorted, "I am not interested." Huang Qi, upon hearing the words, silently lamented the predicament he found himself in. Should he incite the ire of this old man, he would undoubtedly face considerable difficulties. Thus, he quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I sincerely thank you, esteemed elder." Chapter 1505. The Peacock Palace. As he traversed through a series of mountains, Huang Qi soon beheld a magnificent palace perched atop a soaring peak, piercing the clouds and exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. A winding pathway stretched forth, resembling countless steps ascending into the heavens. He observed numerous cultivators, predominantly youthful men and women, with a few elders present on occasion. Regardless of whether they were ascending or descending, each bore an expression of reverence, seldom engaging in conversation, and when they did, it was through the exchange of spiritual thoughts. Huang Qi, commanding his wind chariot, descended to the foot of the mountain, noting the absence of flight among the crowd, which he surmised was a sign of respect for the grand palace. Casting a glance at his companion, Shaosan, he proceeded to ascend the path, mirroring the other cultivators. As they climbed higher, the clouds began to billow beneath their feet. Gazing into the distance, he witnessed celestial birds dancing gracefully amidst the swirling clouds, with lower peaks emerging below, shrouded in mist and verdant foliage. Chapter 1506. Jade Finger Peak. Huang Qi and Shaosan made their way down from the Peacock Palace, discerning their direction and confirming their destination as Jade Finger Peak. He summoned his wind chariot once more, transforming it into a streak of light that shot forth. A sense of relief washed over Huang Qi. He had at last arrived at the true spirit immortal palace. He pondered when he might have the opportunity to meet the palace master. With the celestial heroes ranking approaching in a month, it was certain the palace master would make an appearance. Yet, he wondered whether he would have the chance to mention his master, Lin Feng, and whether the palace master would extend a favor in light of his master's reputation. Huang Qi felt a twinge of uncertainty, for he had no knowledge of Lin Feng's whereabouts. Surely, if his master were present, all challenges could be surmounted. To capture the palace master's attention, he resolved to make a striking impression at the upcoming ranking. Only by showcasing sufficient prowess and talent could he hope to gain recognition. Chapter 1507. The Thousand Illusions Heart Refinement Array. It was not that their talents were lacking. Rather, the disciples of the true spirit immortal palace were exceptionally gifted, making it exceedingly difficult to stand out among such exceptional peers. However, the recruitment of disciples at Jade Finger Peak was a different matter. The elder, being newly appointed, lacked disciples and was likely to accept a considerable number. If Huang Qi managed to catch the eye of this new elder, it would undoubtedly be a significant step forward. With a flick of his fingers, Huang Qi cast several incantations, causing a few array discs to sink into the ground and vanish from sight. The other disciples were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Huang Qi's intentions. With a subtle smile, Huang Qi remarked, "I have just laid down an illusionary array beneath your feet. While it does not impose strict requirements on your cultivation, it does demand a rigorous test of your mental fortitude. Any disciple capable of traversing the mountains may become a disciple of Yuzhafeng, until the count reaches 99,000. Those who have not yet stepped through the gates of Yuzhafeng may depart." Chapter 1508. Selection of disciples. Some male disciples gazed at Qianrushi, seemingly entranced by her stunning beauty. The female disciples, on the other hand, felt a pang of inferiority, their expressions a mixture of envy and jealousy. However, upon witnessing Qianrushi addressing Huang Qi as senior brother, they hastily lowered their heads and bowed, wary of offending either Huang Qi or Qianrushi. Huang Qi smiled gently and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to Yuzhafeng, senior sister?" "I am currently in the midst of selecting disciples." Qianrushi replied with a smile, "I heard from Master that you have come here and are in the process of selecting a group of disciples for training. I merely came to see if you require my assistance, for the task of selecting disciples is not a trivial one." However, as Qianrushi glanced outside the mountain gates, her curiosity was piqued by the sight of disciples enveloped in an array, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. Chapter 1509. Unwarranted Calamity in the Future. You shall be disciples of Yuzhafeng. I am Elder Zhou Gongjin. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Elder Zhou. You must strive diligently in your cultivation, united in purpose, and refrain from oppressing your fellow disciples. Should I discover any transgressions, you will be expelled from Yuzhafeng. Do you understand? The crowd bowed in response, and Huang Qi nodded with satisfaction. He then organized nearly 10,000 disciples into a large contingent, directing them towards the 33 surrounding peaks for disciples of Yuzhafeng, allowing them to temporarily establish their abodes. Naturally, those capable of acquiring a residence at Tiangafu were also permitted to do so. With no Nascent Soul cultivator serving as elder of the disciple peaks, Huang Qi was not in a hurry. With his presence at Yuzhafeng, these disciples would not stir up too much trouble. Seeing that Huang Qi had completed the recruitment of disciples and was likely to be occupied with numerous tasks ahead, Qian Rushi took her leave. Huang Qi made no attempt to retain her, for he had many matters to attend to and lacked the time to entertain. Chapter 1510. Comparable to talents at the foot of the mountain, Huang Qi established several grand halls. One named the Treasure Pavilion, another the Martial Arts Hall, and a third the Elixir Pavilion. These facilities were essential for the disciples' cultivation and could not be overlooked. In the Treasure Pavilion and Martial Arts Hall, each disciple could enter once upon advancing a level, selecting cultivation methods and suitable treasures. Each month, they could visit the Elixir Pavilion to receive a certain quantity of elixirs for their cultivation. Huang Qi's investment was undeniably substantial, with nearly 10,000 disciples. Each month, they would receive a consistent supply of elixirs and the privilege to choose treasures and techniques. This was in addition to the basic cultivation resources provided by the contribution hall. If they could not swiftly enhance their cultivation under such conditions, Huang Qi would see no reason to waste resources on them. With diligent effort, most could rapidly elevate their cultivation. Those who did not apply themselves would ultimately face Huang Qi's disapproval. Chapter 1511. A luxurious lineup, Sai Jinhua nodded, and the group gradually made their way toward the Grand Hall. After traversing several flights of stairs and maneuvering around various barriers, I soon arrived at a vast square in front of the Grand Hall, filled with thousands of individuals. At the forefront of the hall, a jade table was adorned with a pot of wine and several platters of fruit, the fragrant aroma enticing enough to stir one's appetite. The tables, arranged on either side, extended further back, their numbers swelling to no less than 10,000. Each table was laden with beverages and fruits, and many individuals had found their preferred spots, settling down amidst laughter and lively conversation. Huang Qi observed with clarity that these individuals were dressed in a myriad of styles, representing formidable figures from various sects and families. The most powerful among them were at the late stage of the spirit division, with several having attained complete mastery in this realm. It was common for each late-stage spirit division master to be accompanied by 6 or 7 disciples, some seated while others stood nearby. In Chapter 1512, as the celestial talents list was unveiled, the head of the gathering, a middle-aged man, surveyed the crowd of over 10,000 cultivators. With a slight nod, a hint of a smile broke through his typically stern expression. "Welcome, esteemed friends, and thank you for bringing your disciples to our true spirit immortal palace. Your presence has greatly honored us." He and the 2 elders beside him performed a respectful bow, to which the crowd responded in kind. An elder behind him then warmly invited everyone to take their seats. The middle-aged man and the 2 elders took their places first, prompting the other cultivators to sit as well. Huang Qi regarded the middle-aged man with a heart full of mixed emotions, excitement, joy, and apprehension. The man's overwhelming aura was unlike anything Huang Qi had encountered, leaving him unable to gauge his true power despite having faced many spirit division masters himself. In Chapter 1513, Huang Qi witnessed over 7,000 disciples stepping onto the square, a magnificent sight as they embodied the essence of the Tao, exuding an aura akin to celestial prodigies. As they gathered, the atmosphere became charged. With pairs of disciples preparing to duel, it was clear that, should a knockout format be employed, the top 100 could be determined in just a few rounds. However, given the variance in their cultivation levels and exceptional talents, discerning victors would not be so straightforward. While Huang Qi could potentially defeat his opponents with a surge of energy, he was also eager to observe the prowess of these remarkable disciples and thus refrained from immediately striving for victory. Scanning the surroundings, he caught sight of Pinger and couldn't help but smile wryly, hoping that fate would not place them against one another among the top 10. Everything else was negotiable. Truth be told, he was reluctant to confront Pinger, yet if they were to encounter each other within the top 100 or earlier, he would not hold back. In Chapter 1514, however, after that moment, he had not seen any trace of that existence, not even a whisper of news. 1,000 years had swiftly passed. Yet 300 years ago, he had unexpectedly received a transmission from that very individual, who had requested that if anyone were to mention a specific couplet to him in the future, he should extend a measure of kindness in honor of their esteemed presence. In the interior realm of the Qinkuan mirror, the young lad spoke precisely the couplet in question. Could it be that some venerable elder has entrusted this little rascal to my care? The mere thought of that existence instilled a deep sense of reverence within Bai Yanxiu. He then cast a glance at Huang Qi, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "Ah, you little scamp. arriving and making me look foolish right from the start. I can only imagine the trouble you might bring me in the future. Yet, truth be told, your prowess is commendable. Once you emerge, I shall ensure to give you a proper lesson." As for Huang Qi, he scoffed dismissively, ascending into the air and striking out a hand towards Brother Liu. Just then, the youth clad in white bellowed, "I concede," and, in a flash of light, vanished from sight. Huang Qi's hand met only empty air, and a smirk of disdain crossed his face. He had merely been posturing, and it seemed this youth had been frightened into submission. He himself was uncertain how the first round had ended in victory for the boy, with such meager strength. Not being eliminated was indeed disappointing. With a resigned expression, Huang Qi realized that this round lacked any semblance of skill, and it appeared he would have to bide his time once more. He settled into a cross-legged position, swallowing some medicinal pills to feign meditation and recuperate his strength. The spectacle of Huang Qi intimidating the youth in white seemed almost surreal. The crowd in the square stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. In the subsequent round, Su Yunin from the Soul sect introduced himself, to which Huang Qi responded with a respectful gesture, Zhou Ganjin of the True Spirit Immortal Palace. Their appearance together in the same realm elicited peculiar reactions from the onlookers. They had just witnessed Huang Qi's formidable combat prowess, having repelled a clone at the pinnacle of the Dongxian realm, asserting his immense strength. Su Yunin was no pushover either. Amidst numerous disciples, he had effortlessly resolved his battle with an air of tranquility, leaving many in awe of his capabilities. The dual-pupiled illusion he wielded did not escape the notice of the crowd. Any disciple paired with Su Yunin felt the weight of their master's expectations, and as they anticipated the impending clash between Huang Qi and Su Yunin, a sense of excitement enveloped them. Both combatants were undeniably exceptional talents, their prowess evoking nods of approval from the spectators. Su Yunin smiled and remarked, "My friend Zhou, I must concede your strength. Not only is your physical power impressive, but your will and spirit are formidable as well. You are, without a doubt, the strongest disciple I have encountered." Huang Qi returned the smile, stating, "You too are quite formidable. Your strength is notable, and your illusions even more so. You had already concealed your true form with your illusions when we first met, hadn't you?" Su Yunin did not deny it, merely nodding with a smile. Huang Qi, undeterred, declared, "However, now that your true form is revealed, I shall not grant you any further opportunities." Su Yunin, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "This is not entirely up to you." His pupils constricted slightly as the gruesome scene of carnage resumed, the boundless void descending into utter chaos. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. In chapter 1518, titled Fortune and Misfortune, Huang Qi was preparing to engage Su Yunin in yet another fierce battle when he was taken aback by Su's words. However, Huang could sense that Su Yunin's strength was gradually waning. Without any formidable means at his disposal, it was evident that enduring for another 100 rounds would likely lead to his defeat. Yet, Su's sudden admission of surrender surprised Huang. As the sword in Huang's hand slowly faded from view, he smiled and said, Brother Su, I concede. With your prowess, we could certainly continue our duel for another 300 rounds. Wouldn't it be a pity for you to give up like this?" Su Yunin bore no resentment. His pale face maintained an air of calm as he sighed and replied, "I must admit, your strength is indeed formidable. Yet, it seems you are not exerting your full power. You haven't even used your life-bound treasure. If we continue, I fear my defeat would be even more disastrous." Huang chuckled, amused by Su's demeanor. In chapter 1519, titled The Crimson Howl True Spirit Sword, Yugo's thoughts echoed with disbelief. How could it be possible that despite both of them unleashing their full might, he found himself at a disadvantage? This indicated that the opponent's magical prowess surpassed his own, which was utterly inconceivable. Yet, the reality was undeniable. His opponent was indeed stronger. This revelation dispelled Yugo's arrogance and fury, replacing them with a grave expression. The newly appointed outer elder of the True Spirit Immortal Palace possessed a strength that was undoubtedly among the few he had encountered. It seemed he was already catching up to the ice beauty of the Ice Phoenix Hall. Yugo understood that if he did not employ his ultimate techniques, overcoming Huang Qi would prove to be quite challenging. "You are indeed strong, and I cannot deny it. However, regardless of your might, I shall defeat you today," Yugo declared, confidence radiating from his countenance. He formed a series of mystical seals with his hands, gradually parting them to reveal a grand sword that began to materialize from nothingness. In chapter 1520, titled The Frenzied Yugo, alarm coursed through by Yanxiu as he realized Yugo was infusing his entire magical essence with his blood to unleash a desperate third strike. Bai's expression soured. Sparring among disciples was meant to be a controlled affair, and Yugo's intent to kill was absolutely intolerable. Each of these disciples was a paragon of talent, and the death of any one of them would be a significant loss for the true spirit Immortal Palace. Yugo's inability to confront his impending defeat had driven him into madness, a most ominous sign. As Yugo launched a desperate counterattack, Huang Qi would not remain passive. He was likely to employ some extraordinary divine art. The internal space of the Qian Kuan mirror was already straining under the pressure, and if the two were to clash with lethal intent, the mirror itself might sustain grave damage. Should Yugo be transported away? Bai Yanxiu decisively commanded the Qian Kuan mirror to teleport Yugo. Even if he refrained from doing so now, once he unleashed this sword, it was likely that he would be confronted by the formidable adversary. However, Huang Qi casually flipped his hand, and a terrifying surge of weak water suddenly erupted from the long river, forcefully drawing in the mockery that had been cast upon him, compelling it into the depths of the weak water river. The mockery struggled desperately, yet regardless of its efforts, it could not extricate itself from the relentless currents of the weak water. The miraculous fusion of water and fire culminated in a reluctant wail, followed by a resounding explosion. The weak water river in front of Huang Qi surged dramatically, with the terrifying weak water rising skyward before plunging back into the river's embrace. Meanwhile, the Kuei Nyo abruptly halted its charge, gazing at the weak water river. After a moment's hesitation, it sneezed, causing the wind and rain from the heavens to tilt and cascade into the river. The Kuei Nyo then resolutely plunged into the weak water river. Huang Qi smiled. Had anyone else encountered the Kuei Nyo employing such a secret technique, it would certainly have diminished the river's potency. Yet Huang Qi remained unfazed. This elder hovering above the Qian Kuan mirror regarded him with evident admiration. It was clear that Huang Qi's prowess had greatly pleased this elder. A disciple not yet 300 years old, possessing such strength, was indeed remarkable, even among the most talented. Observing that there were still some disciples engaged in battle within the Qian Kuan mirror, the elder hesitated momentarily but chose not to depart, instead hovering in place. Gradually feigning sleep, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing battles around him, his radiant gaze slowly dimming. This elder, standing there, appeared both real and ethereal, to the point that others gradually forgot his presence. Bai Yanxiu, along with the 9 elders and the 2 elders flanking him, then returned to their seats. Although they were seated, an air of restraint enveloped them. The other powerful figures followed suit, settling down, but with noticeably more formality. As for the eliminated disciples, they gradually became illuminated once more. Over 100 disciples were divided into 50 battlefields, commencing a fierce struggle, even though the toll was great. In the face of such tremendous opportunity, they could only fight with all their might. Witnessing the scene of disciples battling fiercely, many surpassed their limits, naturally garnering countless cheers. Even the elder, forgotten by the crowd, observed the emergence of the top 100 disciples on the talented rankings, slowly opening his previously closed eyes. Though his brilliant gaze had yet to return, he nodded gently at the 100 disciples. The battles commenced, and before long, some disciples had already fallen, subsequently being teleported out by the Qian Kuan mirror. However, upon seeing their names appear as the last on the talented rankings, though initially disappointed, they soon felt a surge of excitement. To stand out among over 7,000 gifted disciples and ascend to the talented rankings was indeed a source of great pride. If it were not for the excessive consumption of magical energy, the venerable elder suspended in midair would undoubtedly express admiration for Huang Qi's abilities. He felt a profound satisfaction with both Huang Qi and Ling Feng, as it was heartening for an elder who had long distanced himself from worldly affairs to witness such prowess in his disciples. Particularly notable was the fact that one disciple had inherited the true teachings from a predecessor he had once encountered. Although that predecessor may have departed from this world, the elder took great comfort in the legacy that remained. Ling Feng's gaze towards Huang Qi was heavier than ever. Huang Qi's formidable strength instilled a sense of significant threat within him. Nevertheless, the typically proud Ling Feng refused to regard Huang Qi with anything but disdain, his combat fervor intensifying. His pale countenance displayed irresolute determination as he unleashed the sword he had long prepared. The blade's light whistled through the air, its sharp cry resonating through the heavens, while the ethereal forms of the peacock, the mythical bird Bai Fong, and the spirit bird Jing Wei soared skyward, charging towards Huang Qi. Master Uncle, Ling Feng concedes. I request that you transport him out, said the voice of the tournament's announcer, causing the gathered crowd to shake their heads in resignation. They all recognized Ling Feng's formidable strength. Had he not encountered Huang Qi, he likely would have contended for a top 5 position. However, being defeated by Huang Qi and falling short of the top 50 was indeed unfortunate. Yet, fairness in such a contest was inherently unattainable. The elder, still hovering in the air, nodded gently at the words spoken, extending a finger to cast forth a radiant light that enveloped Ling Feng. A look of astonishment crossed Ling Feng's face as he attempted to voice his thoughts. But the overwhelming force of the transportation was beyond his capacity to resist, leaving him to gaze helplessly as he vanished from sight. As Huang Qi prepared to engage, he suddenly observed a beam of light encasing Ling Feng, realizing that the terrifying power of the transportation far surpassed what he had experienced in his battle with Hugo. If it is permissible, you may engage in combat amongst yourselves to seize each other's true spirit blood. During battle, whether confronting formidable beasts, facing forbidden formations, or engaging in mutual strife, should a life-threatening situation arise, one will be eliminated. The true spirit blood obtained will not be questioned by the true spirit immortal palace. Naturally, the first to be eliminated will be the weakest among the top 10. Whoever endures until the end will ascend to the summit of the heavenly pride ranking. Do you understand? Huang Qi and the others nodded in agreement, glancing at their fellow disciples, a sense of vigilance emerging as they perceived those around them as potential adversaries. Yang Heezy smiled slightly and added, before entering the true spirit secret realm, all disciples listed on the heavenly pride ranking may select a spiritual treasure from my Lingbao pavilion, along with some rare materials and medicinal pills necessary for cultivation. Young ones, follow me. The crowd, upon hearing this, was eager to receive their rewards. In this place, one could find nearly every conceivable form of magical artifact available for practitioners, a veritable cornucopia of options. Yang Heezy observed the disciples before him, who appeared as naive as country bumpkins. With a slight smile, he remarked, "There are treasures aplenty here. Take your time to choose. I shall await your selections." Upon hearing his words, the disciples promptly bowed in respect and scattered, eagerly seeking treasures that suited them. The excitement was palpable as they rushed towards the treasures, each unable to contain their enthusiasm. Some, upon finding a coveted item, hesitated as they spotted another equally enticing piece, their faces betraying their inner turmoil, reluctant to choose. As if unwilling to part with any of the wonders before them, a few disciples strolled about, observing everything that caught their eye, committing their favorites to memory before returning to them later. In the chapter titled The Darking Stone, one contemplated refining the dragon gloves further in the future to enhance their power. Regrettably, the lack of the Qiong Yao Taichu liquid hindered any potential upgrades. Thus, one resigned to the task of recultivating them later. Huang Qi glanced at the other disciples, each engrossed in selecting their treasures. He particularly noticed Ping, who had chosen a pair of wrist guards that paired exquisitely with a jade disc resembling mutton fat in its luster. Many disciples had already made their selections, reluctantly departing from the array of spiritual treasures. Those desiring to acquire more than one item soon realized the futility of their wishes. Yang Heezy, a formidable figure, would not tolerate any disrespect. Anyone who failed to recognize the value of the situation would certainly learn a lesson. They could only make their way towards the potions or materials instead. Huang Qi held no interest in the potions, even if they could enhance his abilities. In the chapter titled The Target of Everyone, a disciple addressed Huang Qi, "Brother, I am willing to gift you all the treasures acquired from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Would you consider giving this stone to Sister Ping?" Huang Qi felt a twinge of discomfort at the suggestion, as if he appeared unkind. Was there truly a comparison to be made between his bond with Pinger and this stone? Not even the Darking Stone could measure up, for he possessed the essence of the Dark Een. Even a fraction of it was far superior to what the stone could offer. Moreover, should he impart the secrets of the Dark Een scriptures to Pinger, she could effortlessly overcome any formidable ice-cold techniques she had learned. If the Darking Stone could genuinely free Pinger from the backlash of her overpowering techniques, he might consider parting with it, but he remained skeptical. It was inappropriate for Ling Feng to make such a suggestion in front of the other disciples. In the chapter titled Releasing a Grudge, Ping'er observed the unfolding scenario from a distance. Witnessing the disciples' attempts to pressure Huang Qi, she felt a flicker of displeasure. Were their motivations to curry favor with her, Ling Feng, or others? Such behavior was excessive. Why should the treasures she desired be exclusively hers? Where was the fairness in that? Nevertheless, she shook her head, acknowledging that such occurrences were commonplace and beyond her control. Without further contemplation, Ping'er continued to select materials that piqued her interest. Huang Qi let out a cold chuckle and meandered about aimlessly. After a considerable amount of time, he finally chose a large chest. His eyes instantly brightened, and he was about to approach it when a disciple swiftly dashed to Huang Qi's side and opened the chest, revealing it brimming with purple jade essence. This purple jade essence was undoubtedly one of the finest materials, exceedingly rare and sought after in the outside world. Chapter 1531. The realm of true spirit elders Wuchang and Yang Heezy led the top 10 disciples of this generation's talents list towards the realm of true spirit, hoping the ancestors would unveil the entrance to the realm. As Yang Heezy's words fell, he tossed the token into the sky, where it emitted a dazzling light, hovering in midair. At that moment, the heavens and earth trembled, and an infinite surge of elemental energy began to converge towards the direction of the token. Moments later, the token transformed into a blinding sun, impossible to gaze upon directly, and it grew increasingly larger. Yang Heezy observed that the time was right and smiled at Huang Qi and the others, saying, "You may soar towards the direction of the token, naturally. You will enter the realm of true spirit. Whether you can obtain the essence of true spirit blood depends on your fortune. Should you encounter any life-threatening peril, do not fret. The ancestors of the true spirit immortal palace will transport you to the square. Those who persevere until the end shall rightfully claim the top position on the talents list. Take heed of your actions." Chapter 1532. The threat of the celestial dragon serpent. The iron fire ant delved deep into the cavern, which was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Fortunately, Huang Qi's consciousness clung to it, allowing him to see clearly even in the obscurity. The cavern's stone walls appeared remarkably polished, as if meticulously crafted. The depth of the cavern was unfathomable, which surprised Huang Qi. Suddenly, he spotted a scale on the smooth stone wall. It resembled a dragon scale, albeit considerably smaller, and the dragon's aura was exceedingly faint. A surge of joy coursed through Huang Qi. The presence of a scale akin to that of a dragon assuredly indicated that it was not a true dragon, which was beyond dispute. It could not be a flood dragon either. Had there been an ocean or a vast lake nearby, it could have been a flood dragon. But that was evidently not the case. It was highly likely that it was a great serpent, a high-tier serpent demon on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Huang Qi nodded to himself, recalling the events of 2 years prior. Chapter 1533. A fortuitous encounter with Ping'er. However, Huang Qi had witnessed the strength he had just encountered. Realizing that he had obtained a treasure crafted from a flood dragon, which exerted a considerable pressure on him, and its combat prowess was formidable, he feared that he would be unable to overpower the opponent in a short time. After much deliberation, he reluctantly bit his tongue, causing blood to flow profusely. Upon witnessing this, Huang Qi was overjoyed and hastily retrieved a wine jar, tossing it forward. Moments later, it was filled to the brim, and the flood serpent sneered, saying, "Walk 500,000 miles eastward, where you will find a lake. Within that lake lies a drop of Kuei-Nyo's essence. Guarding that lake is a two-headed Xianbing serpent. Whether you can procure the Kuei-Nyo essence will depend on your skills." Huang Qi, with a sense of satisfaction, accepted the wine jar. Although the quantity was somewhat scarce and unlikely to yield the essence of a dragon, having Xiao San consume and refine it would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. If only he could find something fitting for Xiao San. Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, he was somewhat taken aback, never anticipating that Ping'er had her sights not set on the essence of the Kuei-Nyo, but rather on the dual-headed Xianbing snake. After a moment's contemplation, he understood. Ping'er practiced an exceedingly domineering ice attribute technique, and acquiring the essence and demon core of the dual-headed Xianbing snake would greatly assist her. While the essence of the Kuei-Nyo was indeed valuable, it did not align well with her elemental technique. Realizing this, Huang Qi smiled faintly and nodded, stating, "In that case, it would be prudent for my junior brother to comply with your wishes." Ping'er, noticing Huang Qi's agreeable demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. They both turned their gazes towards the expansive lake. Due to its vastness, Locating the dual-headed Xianbing snake within a short span of time would not be an easy task. Huang Qi pointed towards the east and west directions, smiling as he said, "Sister Pinger, I shall search towards the east for the dual-headed Xianbing snake, while you search to the west. Whosoever finds it first shall reunite with the other." Huang Qi executed a water-evading technique, instantly enveloping himself in a protective shield. As the sea water parted to either side, observing the lakebed, he noticed numerous hidden formation arrays, some of which were cleverly concealed. Had it not been for Huang Qi's profound understanding of formations, he might have fallen into their traps. Yet, even while recognizing the array's restrictions, he remained cautious, aware that a misstep could lead to humiliation. Navigating through the maze of formations, he traversed an unknown distance until he finally glimpsed what appeared to be a cave-like waterhole at the lake's bottom. The array surrounding it radiated formidable energy fluctuations. This must be the location. Huang Qi's spirits soared as he hastened towards the underwater cave. Upon arriving, he began to scrutinize the imposing array, contemplating his next steps. After a brief moment, he produced a compass, a device for breaking formations, though he could scarcely remember from whom he had acquired it. The little girl needed time to refine the essence of the dual-headed Xianbing snake, and the same would likely apply to the two demon cores. Just as Huang Qi was about to depart, a thunderous roar erupted, sending tremors through the very ground beneath him. His expression shifted slightly. Was it possible that Pinger had encountered danger? The magnitude of the disturbance was overwhelming, even reaching him within the depths of the cave, suggesting that the surface was likely in even greater turmoil. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Qi leapt forth, swiftly exiting the cave and stowing away the formation-breaking compass as he surged towards the lake's surface. Shortly after Huang Qi's departure, the Tunglong Jiao began a complete metamorphosis, indeed transforming into a true dragon, achieving the rank of an 8th-tier Jiao King, comparable to a human's great perfection stage. The unprecedented power before the calamity descends. This transformed dragon serpent king, recalling the threat posed by Huang Qi, is determined to confront him. Chapter 1546, The Transformation of the Kuan Yu. Pinger finds herself at a loss for words. It appears that Huang Qi has triumphed over countless disciples solely through his formidable strength, surpassing others in the speed of refining blood essence. The Dragon King, having stabilized his form, notices that Huang Qi is still alive and seemingly even stronger than he was 10 days prior. A fleeting glimmer of caution crosses his eyes. Despite Huang Qi having refined the Kuan Yu's blood essence, what difference does it make? He has only just broken through to the 8th tier of demon cultivation, a level equivalent to the foundational strength of a human powerhouse. Surely, a mere human disciple cannot pose a challenge? A resounding dragon's roar reverberates through the heavens, interrupting the conversation between Huang Qi and Pinger. The Dragon King glares at Huang Qi with fiery intensity, declaring, "You have humiliated me. How can I allow you to remain unpunished? Even if I cannot slay you, I shall ensure you depart from this realm." With a furious roar, the Dragon King charges toward Huang Qi. Pinger, her expression grave, urgently advises Huang Qi. Chapter 1547, Subduing the Dragon. Without a moment to spare, Pinger rushes to the riverbank, storing the carcass of the twin-headed ice serpent within the internal space of her mystical treasure. As she observes the impending formation of tribulation clouds, she can no longer afford to hesitate and soars into the air, fleeing to a distance. Yet, her heart is laden with worry. Huang Qi has yet to emerge from the lake. If he remains submerged, he will surely be targeted by the tribulation clouds and may even be struck down. However, she cannot call out to him, nor does she know how the battle within the lake is unfolding. Naturally, she dares not descend to investigate. She can only silently pray for Huang Qi, hoping he remains unharmed. Huang Qi's strength has already exceeded that of his peers. Even formidable beings would find him a worthy opponent. As for herself, the proud daughter of the heavens, she fears she may not measure up. Truly, it seems only Huang Qi deserves to be called a prodigy, as the other disciples pale in comparison. Pinger alights in a safe location upon a mountain. Chapter 1548, The Terrifying Expert. Bai Yinshu gazes at the elder with a kind expression, setting aside his anxiety as he speaks. "Master, there is grave news. A disciple who entered the true spirit secret realm may have perished within." The previously expressionless elder raises an eyebrow in surprise, questioning, "That cannot be possible. With so many powerful beings from our true spirit immortal palace guarding it, how could a few young ones not be taken care of?" He then turns to Bai Yinshu, his expression tightening. Is it your favored disciple who has encountered trouble? Bai Yinshu shakes his head in resignation. If it were my disciple, I would not have troubled you, Master. However, this particular disciple's situation is of great concern. If anything were to happen to him within our true spirit immortal palace, it would be difficult for us to explain. The elder, upon hearing this, lets out a gentle sigh and smiles slightly. What makes you say that? Chapter 1549, Ascending to Greatness. Observing the terrifying figure before him speak so lightly, it is evident that he is not deceiving himself, and furthermore, what could he possibly gain from such deception? In the presence of such a formidable entity, he finds no room for resistance. Even the sending of the 5-dragon imperial seal would not pose a challenge to this terrifying entity. There was no possibility of escape. Huang Qi could hardly fathom why this formidable presence would treat him in such a manner, since this fearsome being had already expressed such intentions. Huang Qi had no choice but to acquiesce, for he lacked even the courage to refuse. Was it an ancestor? The elder in the blue robe nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face, and then cast a spell. Huang Qi felt a surge of energy enveloping him, and his figure vanished without a trace. As the elder prepared to depart, a multitude of powerful beings descended from the sky, bowing in reverence. The elder nodded slightly and spoke. This matter must not be divulged. I do not wish to hear a whisper of it. Huang Qi, feeling both honored and startled, quickly replied, Ancestor, it suffices that I hold this status. There is no need to announce it to others. Observing Huang Qi's humble demeanor, Bai Yinshu smiled faintly, and the elder silently nodded in agreement. Bai Yinshu was about to lead Huang Qi away when Huang Qi suddenly halted, a troubled expression crossing his face. The terrifying elder smiled slightly and asked, Do you have something else to say? With a helpless smile, Huang Qi responded, returning to the ancestor, I am an ascended cultivator, and I have parents and a wife in the lower realm. I yearn to visit them. He hoped the ancestor would assist him. Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, the elder's gaze shifted, and he appeared somewhat troubled. While leaving the spirit realm was not difficult, locating the interface from which Huang Qi ascended posed a challenge. Huang Qi had indeed ascended from the realm left behind by the 5-dragon emperor, receiving his legacy, and it was not unreasonable to refer to himself as a disciple of the 5-dragon emperor. The two individuals were utterly astounded, even at their level. They could not help but be shaken by Huang Qi's words. Although Huang Qi spoke with calmness, the presence of the 5-dragon imperial seal left no room for doubt. The likelihood of its authenticity was overwhelming. They were both taken aback, unable to regain their composure even after living for millions of years. Huang Qi noted their astonishment and felt a certain surprise. The reputation of the 5-dragon emperor was indeed formidable, capable of unsettling even these two terrifying beings. After a long while, the elder finally regained his composure, rising to his feet and looking at Huang Qi with a mixture of envy and jealousy. This young man had encountered such immense fortune. Upon hearing the series of extraordinary accounts regarding the 5-dragon emperor, Huang Qi was equally astonished. The first time he obtained the 5-dragon imperial seal, he had witnessed the grandeur of the 5-dragon emperor within the illusion triggered by the seal. At that time, the 5-dragon emperor had not yet attained the title of Emperor Immortal and was referred to as the 5-dragon real person. In the illusion, Huang Qi beheld the 5-dragon real person, who wielded the power to shape the world and spoke the laws into existence, a majesty beyond imagination. Why had the 5-dragon real person chosen to forge that realm? It seems that the world in which one resides is a uniquely extraordinary place, serving as a link between the spiritual realm and the demonic domain. The legacy left by the 5-dragon master is intended to safeguard that particular space, preventing the demonic realm from breaching it once more. Huang Qi never anticipated that a celestial and demonic war had previously occurred. No wonder that Elder Ao and the Palace Master, along with junior brother Zhou, had to emerge from the true spirit's secret realm. What would become of the rankings on the celestial talents list? Upon hearing this, Bai Yinshu smiled gently and said, No matter. Since junior brother Zhou is the first to emerge, let him be ranked 10th. After all, the ranking holds little significance for him. What do you think, junior brother? Huang Qi could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, saying, As you wish, brother. Kai Jinhua was left speechless, for it seemed that both of them were rather indifferent to the celestial talents list. For others, having witnessed Huang Qi's formidable strength, it was perhaps fortunate that he was the first to emerge, as it meant one less formidable contender among the subsequent disciples ranked on the list. As time passed, many recognized Huang Qi's newfound status and approached him to toast and establish connections. In no time, Huang Qi became the center of attention. After some introductions among the crowd, Huang Qi gained a certain standing among various sects and families. In a mere moment, Huang Qi found himself transported to a teleportation pavilion, where he sensed the bustling activity of disciples coming and going. Many gazes fell upon him, a mix of excitement and envy reflected in their expressions. Huang Qi was slightly astonished. These disciples had not witnessed his display in the Qinquan mirror, so why did they seem so familiar with him? Numerous disciples, upon seeing Huang Qi, even bowed respectfully, some addressing him as Uncle Master. The steward of the teleportation pavilion recognized him and hastily offered a warm welcome, demonstrating utmost courtesy. Huang Qi found himself somewhat helpless. The saying fame breeds fear rang true, as he had not realized the extent of his reputation, which seemed to have created quite a sensation throughout the True Spirit Immortal Palace. The name Zhou Ganjin had indeed stirred the entire True Spirit Immortal Palace. Being among the top 10 on the Celestial Talents list equated to being a paragon of excellence, with strength rivaling that of the most distinguished disciples and even the elders. Huang Qi's companion, Han Gongying, was somewhat taken aback, surprised that this junior brother was indeed a person of his word, having truly arrived. She wondered what treasures he could possibly present that might surpass the efficacy of the underworld stone. Junior brother Zhou, may I see what you have? If it can indeed suppress the backlash of Ping'er's technique, I would willingly owe you a favor. Hearing her master's words, Ping'er felt a surge of emotion. Yet she hesitated, thinking it inappropriate for her beloved master to owe a debt to another. Han Gongying waved her hand and smiled, saying, Ping'er, you are my most cherished disciple. The future glory of our Ice Phoenix Hall rests upon your shoulders. If you can be freed from the backlash of your technique, I will finally find peace in my heart. As Ping'er looked into Han Gongying's eyes, tears welled up, revealing the profound bond between the master and her disciple. Chapter 1556. The Sixth Order Spirit Beast Huang Qi was still contemplating whether to procure some blood from the twin-headed Xianbing serpent for Shaosan. However, at present, Ping'er was in seclusion and would likely remain so for some time, unable to fully circulate the Xianyin energy. Moreover, Huang Qi felt a sense of guilt and truly did not wish to face Ping'er again. Having utilized the secret technique of Xianyin energy to alleviate the backlash from her future cultivation methods, he believed he had repaid her kindness. He preferred not to entangle himself further in Ping'er's life. It was paramount that she focus on her cultivation. Furthermore, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to and could not linger in the True Spirit Immortal Palace. Once he had resolved his current matters, he intended to set off for Lonyuan Valley. Huang Qi bid farewell to Han Gongying with Shaosan in tow, and Han Gongying personally escorted Huang Qi down Ice Phoenix Mountain. Huang Qi stepped onto the teleportation array that would take him back to Yuji Peak. Shaosan, gazing at Huang Qi, couldn't he help but chuckle foolishly. Huang Qi, somewhat irritated, gave Shaosan a light slap, to which Shaosan responded with a face full of grievance. Chapter 1557. A surge in combat power were it another cultivator, they would likely find it impossible to unleash combat power comparable to that of formidable experts. As for the blood of the Ice Phoenix, it could simply be integrated into the Tai's sword. The growth of his own essence was limited, thus, merging it with the Tai's sword would yield greater combat prowess. The Tai's sword now contained the blood of the Heavenly Phoenix and the Golden Toad, and the addition of Ice Phoenix blood would provide a formidable trio of true spirit phantoms, enough to quench the thirst of those great beings. Once he refined these essences, there remained a crucial task, to sacrifice the Earth's sovereign book. Having painstakingly acquired the Ming-yin Heavenly Stone, failing to refine this extraordinary Earth's sovereign book would be tantamount to wasting a rare treasure. Since witnessing the power of the Earth's sovereign book in the illusion, Huang Qi had been captivated. Of course, he now possessed the strength to contend with formidable beings. The other remarkable uses of the Earth's sovereign book were even more enticing to Huang Qi than sheer combat power. The true nature of its capabilities would only be revealed once he successfully refined the Earth's sovereign book. Chapter 1558. Soaring through the skies, the imposing white tiger gradually transformed, and Huang Qi's figure slowly materialized. Observing his unclad state, Huang Qi found himself somewhat entranced. He did not bother to don clothing, for it was unnecessary. Even if he changed now, He would soon be stripped once more while refining the Kunpeng blood. Huang Qi was exceedingly satisfied with the combat prowess bestowed by the white tiger, reaching the pinnacle of contentment. Although he had not yet tested it in practice, he remained confident. The white tiger blood had brought him considerable surprise. He wondered how the Kunpeng blood would compare. As Huang Qi calculated the passage of time, he was astonished to discover that a month had elapsed. How could it be that he had spent such an extended period refining the white tiger blood? Huang Qi hastily extended his divine sense over the entirety of Yuji Peak and noted that it had returned to its usual state. The disciples' selection had evidently concluded, with the top 10 disciples chosen from the 33 disciple peaks, serving as Huang Qi's registered disciples through his avatar. This also served to motivate those remaining. Chapter 1559. Nangong Zhengxian. Huang Qi attempted to accelerate further, and to his surprise, he could indeed increase his speed. However, with the rise in velocity, the exertion required also doubled. At this rate, he believed that within a month, he could traverse the azure expanse of the Bailan Prefecture. It is indeed regrettable that my cultivation remains too feeble. Although I can rely on my formidable dantian to sustain terrifying flight for 2 or 3 hours, beyond that duration, I fear I shall exhaust my energy. Huang Qi wore a look of helplessness. If only I could continue soaring like this. Traversing the spirit realm might not be an insurmountable task within a year, yet traversing the 9 provinces would surely be within my grasp. Such a pity it is. It appears I must hasten the enhancement of my cultivation. Without sufficient power, I cannot maintain such a fearsome speed for an extended period. Nor can I possess the astounding strength to contend with formidable beings. Only by elevating my strength can I sustain both power and velocity. Chapter 1560. A misunderstanding. Nangong Zhengxian. Huang Qi was entirely unaware of who this person was. It had only been a mere 6 months since I arrived at the true spirit immortal palace. Although time seems to flow endlessly, my days have been spent either in seclusion or cultivation. The only individuals I have interacted with were during the Tianjiao ranking event. Otherwise, I have remained in solitude. I truly do not know who Nangong Zhengxian is. My expression betrayed some confusion, yet I did not let my guard down. Observing Huang Qi's ignorance, the elder's displeasure was palpable as he coldly remarked, "Listen closely, you little rascal. The master of that brat by Yinshu is my senior brother, and I am by Yinshu's granduncle. The elders of the true spirit immortal palace all respectfully refer to me as granduncle. Now do you understand?" Huang Qi was left dumbfounded. It turns out Nangong Zhengxian is by Yinshu's granduncle. No wonder he knew my name, although he had just attempted to strike at me. Chapter 1561. Pinger requests an audience. Huang Qi smiled slightly. Flames and frigid air are the very things I fear the least. Possessing 3 forms of celestial fire, their fusion renders even the mightiest flames incapable of harming me. The chilling aura is, in fact, quite trivial. Even without employing celestial fire for defense, I can effortlessly counter it. This icy chill pales in comparison to my own profound and chilling Xian-yin energy. Before the blood of the ice phoenix could exert its power, Huang Qi had already unleashed his Xian-yin energy, thoroughly suppressing the ice phoenix's essence. The 4-colored flames began their refining process, and it would not be long before the ice phoenix's blood was completely transformed. As Huang Qi observed the ice phoenix blood gradually yielding to his refining, he pondered thoughtfully. I wonder if the infusion of Xian-yin energy into the ice phoenix blood, followed by its integration into the Tai sword, would yield a potency greater than that derived from the ice phoenix blood alone. The Xian-yin energy can suppress the chill of the ice phoenix, and should similarly enhance. Chapter 1562. A new journey. Master Uncle. My elder brother Huang Qi has saved my life. I cannot stand idly by while he faces danger. Pinger declared resolutely. Rest assured, Master Uncle. I am no longer a child. I understand what actions are appropriate and which are not. Huang Qi furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave as he fixed his gaze upon Pinger, who in turn met his eyes. After a brief moment, Huang Qi let out a resigned sigh and continued. Well, as for Huang Qi's whereabouts, I truly do not know. However, if you wish to meet him, my dear disciple, I can certainly guide you along a promising path. Upon hearing this, Pinger felt a mix of surprise and joy. She could discern that encountering the true form of Huang Qi would not be an easy feat, yet the implication within her master's words hinted at something deeper. She earnestly requested for further enlightenment. Huang Qi nodded, albeit reluctantly, and replied, I am unaware of Huang Qi's true location, but he has once refined 2 puppet avatars. The Jiaolong gloves must be refined. However, before refining these treasures, I must first eliminate a certain hidden danger. Huang Qi entered the pagoda of treasures, which then burrowed into Shaosan's body as he departed from the true spirit immortal palace via the teleportation array. Sitting cross-legged within the grand hall of the pagoda, he pondered for a moment before producing several formation flags and arrays, embedding them into the walls surrounding the hall. With each point he designated, a prohibition formation radiating golden light gradually materialized, enveloping the entire hall. After a brief hesitation, 9 soul-restraining threads were dispatched, forming a soul-locking great array. Only then did Huang Qi feel a slight ease in his heart. After all, the entity he was about to confront was a formidable one. If his arrangements were not meticulously prepared, the possibility of escape or severe injury was far from a trifling matter. Having made thorough preparations, Huang Qi exhaled, releasing a grand seal, the 5-dragon jade seal, which emanated an aura of profound energy. Upon hearing Huang Qi's words, Yuan Tzuzi fell into silence, though the unwillingness etched upon his youthful face remained evident. With a resigned sigh, Huang Qi spoke, "Now that you have pledged your allegiance to me, your vendetta becomes mine as well. If you diligently assist me, I assure you that one day, I will slay that Gong Yangzi. However, we must tread carefully with the Immortal Sword sect." Gratitude flickered across Yuan Tzuzi's countenance as he promptly nodded, affirming, "As long as you assist me in vanquishing Gong Yangzi, I shall wholeheartedly support you." Huang Qi nodded in satisfaction and queried, "What fortune did you uncover in the abyss of Hongyuan?" "It seems Gong Yangzi is determined to ambush you," indicating that the treasures obtained there are far from ordinary. Yuan Tzuzi, with a serious demeanor, nodded and began to elaborate. "In the abyss of Hongyuan, Huang Qi was also exceedingly pleased with the treasures he was currently refining. Following his meticulous reworking, the power of the Jiaolong gloves had increased by at least 50%. He donned the gloves once more and immersed himself within his dantian, nurturing them with his formidable energy. He believed that over time, the gloves would only grow in strength. Communicating with Shaosan, he inquired about the situation outside and, upon discovering all was well, felt disinclined to concern himself further and planned to continue his seclusion. Shaosan was aware of Huang Qi's intentions, apart from their travels. He occasionally indulged in hearty meals within the cities, procuring fine wines, delicacies, and ancient texts before resuming their journey. After all, spending each day in the teleportation array can become rather tedious. Aside from indulging in food and drink, the little third also finds great pleasure in those ancient texts that captivate the mind. What initially felt like a monotonous journey has transformed into a delightful experience for the little third. As long as the little third refrains from causing trouble. Chapter 1566. The glutton will yield sufficient Xian-yin energy, allowing the Earth Emperor's book to automatically extend a new page, transforming into a source chapter. Thus, the Earth Emperor's book would be fully realized. In time, as the Xian-yin energy increases further or other source energies are discovered and integrated into the Earth Emperor's book, additional chapters will emerge. Once the Earth Emperor's book has generated 9 grand chapters, it will signify a notable achievement. At that moment, it can determine yin and yang, judge life and death, defy the cosmos, and record the myriad paths of existence, unleashing its formidable power. Upon recalling the terrifying descriptions of the Earth Emperor's book, Huang Qi felt a surge of excitement within. His diligent efforts bore fruit as he successfully refined the Earth Emperor's book, and it was now time to nurture it properly. Huang Qi bit his tongue, allowing his blood to drip onto the pages of the Earth Emperor's book, which instantly transformed into a blood-red rune that vanished. At that moment, a spiritual connection was forged between the Earth Emperor's book and himself. Huang Qi opened his mouth and ingested the Earth Emperor's book, feeling elated as he imagined its future capabilities. In Chapter 1567, The Spirit of the Earth Emperor's Book, Huang Qi compelled himself to recall the overwhelming power he had witnessed in the illusion, as well as the descriptions of its celestial might. Gradually, his heart began to settle. With a renewed sense of calm, he glanced down at the first open page of the Earth Emperor's book. The page was shrouded in chaos, resembling an entire world within itself, a world of chaos. This chaotic realm contained nothing tangible, yet it emanated an intensely cold and dark aura, which Huang Qi recognized as the Xian-yin energy. Within this chaotic world dwelled an immense quantity of Xian-yin energy. accompanied by terrifying fluctuations that sent shivers down his spine. Huang Qi understood that these fluctuations were a result of absorbing nearly 10,000 bottles of millennial-old stalagmites. He let out a slow sigh of relief, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. Even if the Earth Emperor's book were to self-destruct now, its power would still be earth-shattering. In chapter 1568, the Earth Emperor's book's tribulation, Huang Qi felt a profound connection as his spiritual essence merged with the Yuan Ying of Yuan Qizi and the vast energy within. Fortunately, he maintained a close link with the figure within the Earth Emperor's book, achieving a unity of mind and spirit. The will of Yuan Qizi had long been extinguished, and it could be said that the spirit of the Earth Emperor's book was now himself, albeit significantly more powerful. Huang Qi was overjoyed. He had indeed succeeded. The Earth Emperor's book had absorbed the Yuan Ying and soul of a formidable being. Eager to unleash its terrifying power, Huang Qi felt a sense of impatience. Yet, he understood that now was not the time. He must wait for his spiritual essence to fully merge with Yuan Qizi's soul to ensure absolute success. Dismissing further thoughts, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Earth Emperor's book, allowing his limited energy to gradually nourish it. Huang Qi believed that once the spirit within the Earth's sovereign book awakened, the world would undergo a transformation. In the sky, centered around the Earth's sovereign book, it appeared as though the primal energy of heaven and earth, akin to rolling dark clouds, converged from all directions. This energy manifested as serpentine dragons, eagerly cascading downward into the Earth's sovereign book. It also resembled formidable chains of energy, binding the Earth's sovereign book in midair, ensnaring the surrounding realm. An overwhelming pressure descended, shaking the very fabric of existence, while waves of ominous energy radiated outwards, instilling a sense of dread in all who felt it. The chilling aura, steeped in absolute cold, threatened to encase the world in ice. The terrifying momentum gradually spread in all directions, as if the nearby primal energies were insufficient for the Earth's sovereign book's insatiable appetite, desperately requiring more. Huang Qi, watching in astonishment, felt fortunate that he had retrieved the Earth's sovereign book in a timely manner. Had he delayed, even slightly, the mana he had painstakingly refined within his dantian would have been at risk of being consumed. As the tribulations summoned by the Earth's sovereign book attracted increasing attention, a multitude of powerful beings gathered in the vicinity. Huang Qi marveled at the sheer number of formidable entities present in the Azure province, never imagining such strength could exist. Should they unite against the true spirit immortal palace, it would surely struggle to withstand their assault. In a distant realm, a brush no larger than a palm floated within a vast pond, gliding through the water like a fish. This diminutive brush seemed to sense something, slowly transforming until it took the shape of a young man clad in resplendent purple robes, radiating an aura of nobility. How curious, he mused. I perceive an essence that resonates with my own. Is it possible that someone in the spirit realm has managed to refine a treasure sharing my fundamental origin? This seems implausible. The sheer quantity of terrifying arcs of electricity compelled even the mightiest to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the Earth's sovereign book beckoned, drawing in Xiao San and Xiao Bao into its internal space. Huang Qi and the flood dragon appeared beside the Earth's sovereign book, awestruck by its imposing grandeur. As numerous powerful beings struggled to contend with its might, Huang Qi felt immense joy. The Earth's sovereign book truly lived up to its potential as a treasure capable of evolving into a creation artifact, its strength utterly terrifying. However, Huang Qi sensed that despite the Earth's sovereign book's fearsome power, each use of its abilities exacted a significant toll on its essence. If such consumption continued recklessly, the Earth's sovereign book might not endure for long. At present, it had only just transcended into the realm of spiritual communication. Although it had consumed boundless primal energies and millennia-old stalactites, its level remained a constraint. Should it engage these formidable beings for an extended duration, the outcome could prove dire. And Huang Qi was unwilling to see his hard-earned resources squandered. Do not concern yourselves with them. Since we do not recognize that transformed being as a disciple of the true spirit immortal palace, why must we eliminate them? As for Zhou Gongjin's matter, I shall forbid you from inquiring further. Is it as though this disciple does not exist? When he returns in the future, I shall personally explain matters to him. Shall we dispatch an elder to investigate the origins of this affair? Furthermore, we must publicly declare that this individual is merely impersonating a powerful figure from my true spirit immortal palace. The rest of the matters need not concern you. Observing the elder's resolute demeanor, the others could only nod in resignation before gradually withdrawing. Once the crowd had departed, the vast palace was left with only two aged men, both nearing the end of their days. One elder sighed softly, saying, "Brother, this Huang Qi truly gives us cause for concern. Fortunately, he has left no incriminating evidence. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the troubles he could bring to the true spirit immortal palace in the future." The other elder shook his head with a wry smile. Chapter 1573. The warning of the emperor's brush. The youth in the purple robe slowly opened his eyes, pleased to see Huang Qi's respectful demeanor. He smiled slightly, gesturing for Huang Qi to take a seat. Huang Qi complied, adopting a posture befitting a junior. With a grin, he said, "Senior, your great kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. Were it not for your intervention, I fear I would still be adrift at sea, uncertain when my injuries would heal." The emperor's brush waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "Ah, I have not exerted much effort. You, my young friend, are impressive indeed. Able to refine such a treasure as the Earth Emperor's book. I had underestimated you. You have also cultivated the ancient secret art of true spirit transformation and managed to escape from so many powerful beings. I cannot help but regard you with newfound respect." Huang Qi responded with a chuckle, "Senior, I merely relied on a stroke of luck. Were it not for my myriad of techniques, I might have truly faced calamity." Chapter 1574. Refining the spirit. I spring. After speaking, the emperor's brush handed 5 vials of primal holy milk to Huang Qi. Then his form distorted and gradually vanished from sight. Huang Qi watched as the emperor's brush infused the Qiongyo Taichu liquid into the Earth Emperor's book, his heart racing with excitement. The emperor's brush had indeed acquired a considerable amount of Qiongyo Taichu liquid. Huang Qi distinctly remembered the promise made by the emperor's brush to gift him several vials upon their next meeting. However, having just received the Earth Emperor's book, he felt it would be inappropriate to request more. Yet, upon seeing the emperor's brush produce 5 additional vials, he was overwhelmed with joy. This was no small gift. Huang Qi was nearly moved to tears. However, before he could express his gratitude, the emperor's brush had already departed. Senior, I still," Huang Qi called out. But the emperor's brush had already receded into the distance. He shook his head helplessly, realizing that this esteemed figure was elusive as a dragon, rarely seen. Chapter 1575. A warm invitation. Huang Qi cast a series of incantations, assisting the Earth Emperor's book in swiftly refining the spirit I spring. As the Earth Emperor's book absorbed the spring, Huang Qi sensed the energy within it gradually intensifying. Satisfied, he nodded and rose from the floating pagoda, making his way outside to the mountains. With a flourish of his hand, he unleashed a spell, causing the Earth Emperor's book to ascend into the air, enveloping the realm in its presence. Waves of radiant light flickered as veins of spirit and magic surged skyward. More than a dozen exquisite spirit veins and several dozen premium demon veins soared into the Earth's sovereign book. In an instant, the Earth's sovereign book emitted an even more terrifying wave of energy. With the energy provided by these spirit and demon veins, it is believed that over time, the book will accumulate a formidable power. With sufficient reserves, the Earth's sovereign book is destined to advance further, unleashing an even more dreadful might. Huang Qi stored away the Earth's sovereign book and turned around. The golden spear demon fish, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily stunned, remaining silent for several breaths, as if it could not comprehend the situation. After a lengthy pause, it burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, fellow demon. You are indeed a 6th-tier demon beast. Your strength must be on par with the human race's astonishment experts. Yet you willingly choose to be a pet of the humans? You truly bring shame upon our demon kin." Xiao San's originally smiling countenance darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with cold light. What was his relationship with Huang Qi? Though they were master and servant, Huang Qi regarded him as a brother without a doubt. For Xiao San, Huang Qi would sacrifice anything. Even if Xiao San requested Huang Qi to erase his mark, he believed Huang Qi would not hesitate in the slightest. This despicable creature dared to insult him. It was utterly intolerable. Xiao San snorted coldly. "I initially intended to spare your life, yet you dare to speak insolently? Then I see no reason to be courteous any longer. Prepare to meet your end." As he spoke, Huang Qi, who had been in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes. In a flash of divine movement, he appeared beside Xiao San. Observing the vast expanse of Dao City from a distance, Huang Qi nodded slightly. then transformed with Xiao's sand into a streak of flowing light, shooting towards the distant city. Upon their approach, the number of cultivators entering and exiting the city noticeably increased, with many traveling in groups, maintaining a certain distance from one another. Huang Qi's consciousness enveloped the entire Dao city, revealing that there were 4 city gates, each guarded by formidable beings. Compared to ordinary cities on the mainland, the disciples stationed at these gates were significantly stronger. Huang Qi paid little mind to this and flew towards the nearest gate. Arriving at the gate, he saw the words Kuaishing City inscribed upon it. Kuaishing City was unexpectedly named after a celestial star. Without further contemplation, he noticed a Yuaning expert accompanied by dozens of Jiedan disciples. The second part of the 3 rings sea was known as the Wanyao Ring Sea. As the name suggests, this sea teems with countless demons of various kinds, including many high-tier sea demons that frequently incite chaos, often organizing numerous sea demons to clash with the human race. The star constellation ring is regarded as the most tumultuous region for humans within the 3 rings sea, while the Wanyao Sea is considered the most rampant domain for sea demons. If a human expert were to traverse this Wanyao Sea alone, it is likely they would encounter a multitude of attacks from sea demons. Apart from high-tier cultivators, the Wanyao Sea is also referred to as a forbidden zone for lower-tier practitioners. Only exceptionally talented human disciples or powerful beings might venture into this sea in search of rare treasures and to hunt sea demons. However, beyond 1,000,000 miles from the Star Sea Ring lies a corridor spanning several million miles, known as the Tiando Corridor. On this day, the long corridor of the Great Duel serves as the starting point of the myriad demons, stretching across billions of miles. The entire myriad demon sea comprises 3 super islands. In this chapter, the narrative unfolds around Lin Kaiwei and Huang Qi, who survey their surroundings filled with the skeletal remains and pelts of sea demons, along with an array of magical artifacts, flying swords, and elixirs, albeit in far lesser quantities compared to the marine goods. To Huang Qi's astonishment, he encounters the bone of an 8-headed sea demon, a remarkable sight indeed. It is quite bold for the establishment to display such a rare artifact for public viewing. The attendant, noticing Huang Qi's gaze fixed on the bone, offers a slight smile and remarks, "Esteemed guest, this is a rib of the 8-headed black tiger demon whale, considered a premium material. Should it be refined into a magical artifact, its potency would undoubtedly be exceptional." Huang Qi nods in agreement, acknowledging the attendant's insights without objection. The black tiger demon whale is an immense creature, comparable to a small island, with tough skin and formidable defensive capabilities, causing even powerful cultivators to retreat. In the subsequent chapter, Lin Kaiwei observes Huang Qi's confident demeanor, concluding that he is no ordinary disciple, especially with a 6th-tier demon beast by his side, rendering his true strength inscrutable. Engaging in conversation, she mentions that her establishment does not lack spirit stones and proposes in exchange for a batch of millennia-old stalactites if he possesses equally valuable treasures. Huang Qi, with a smile, responds, "While I lack items of equal value to the millennia-old stalactites, I do possess something of greater worth. I wonder if Miss Kaiwei would be interested?" Curiosity piqued, Kaiwei inquires about this intriguing item. Huang Qi reveals, a prime magical vein. In a later chapter, Huang Qi experiences a tumult of emotions upon encountering Yin Xiaoshan, who inexplicably appears in this realm with only the cultivation of a perfected harmonization stage. The impossibility of Yin Xiaoshan having ascended to the spirit realm without enduring the tribulation troubles Huang Qi, suggesting that there lies an undisclosed secret behind this ascension. His heart races at the thought of potentially uncovering this secret, pondering whether it might allow him to return to the lower realm and reunite with his family. As he witnesses another cultivator from the lower realm, his thoughts spiral into disarray, inadvertently emitting a ripple of spiritual energy. This disturbance catches the attention of Yin Xiaoshan and a sinister man engaged in battle, both of whom sense Huang Qi's presence, their expressions shifting with surprise. In the following chapter, Huang Qi's astonishment deepens as he learns of the ascension to the spirit realm, a place that others yearn to reach. The sheer incredibility of it all leaves him in disbelief. Huang Qi recalled the 9 Nether Abyss at that time. He was merely aware that it was an exceedingly perilous place. His master, Xiong Batian, only dared to linger at the periphery of the abyss and never ventured deeper. Despite being the most formidable being in the human realm, he had never contemplated daring to explore the depths of the 9 Nether Abyss. To his astonishment, he discovered an altar there that allowed cultivators to pass through. Huang Qi speculated that this ancient altar harbored secrets unknown to man. Unfortunately, even after achieving the status of the strongest, he had never considered delving into its mysteries. It now appeared evident that the Nine Nether Abyss was far from ordinary. According to Yin Shaoshan, it seemed to function as a point of transmission, capable of transporting individuals to the spirit realm. Huang Qi was filled with regret. Chapter 1583. A visit. Huang Qi finally comprehended the situation. The demon suppression immortal palace, situated within the three-ring sea of the myriad monsters, protected the human cultivators from the onslaught of sea demons and commanded respect from many powerful beings. However, every sect or clan inevitably harbored a few black sheep. That seemingly benevolent old man was nothing but a hypocritical charlatan. Given the immense power of the demon suppression immortal palace, he dared not provoke them alone. However, dealing with a nascent soul cultivator was well within his capabilities. Huang Qi smiled slightly and said, "Since our paths have crossed, it must be fate. Yet, the distance from the Three Rings Sea to my sect is rather vast. I have pressing matters to attend to. If possible, I hope your Yin family might consider relocating from your current mountain gate. Alas, it is unfortunate. Nevertheless, since we are fated to meet, I shall seek justice for you both and ensure that old man learns a lesson." Chapter 1584. Proper management. Huang Qi had previously ascertained that the other party was merely a small clan with no significant power. Even if they suffered a loss, they would not dare pursue him for trouble. To his surprise, they had connections and had even implicated Lin Kaiwei, a disciple of the demon suppression immortal palace, whose strength was formidable and whose status was even more alarming. Manager Ma broke into a cold sweat, contemplating a defense. Yet he feared that any attempt at justification would lead to dire consequences. His body began to tremble slightly. The truth was evident without further inquiry. Lin Kaiwei's lovely face turned frosty as she coldly remarked, "Manager Ma, do you admit to this? Very well, I shall represent the enforcement team and declare your sentence. Ma Yukai, relying on the prestige of my demon suppression immortal palace, you have behaved recklessly, tarnishing our reputation and oppressing other cultivators. I shall strip you of your cultivation. Do you dare contest this?" Upon hearing this, the old man's face turned ashen, and he collapsed to his knees. Chapter 1585. Pinnacle Strength. Lin Kaiwei, upon hearing Huang Qi's inquiry, was slightly taken aback, puzzled as to why he would pose such a question. The Demon Suppression Immortal Palace's Demon Suppression Hall was hardly a secret. It was the treasure of the sect and held significant standing within the palace. She was curious about Huang Qi's intent behind the question and nodded slightly, saying, "Indeed, the Demon Suppression Hall is a unique treasure of our Demon Suppression Immortal Palace. Those who forge treasures such as the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace are the core disciples of my Demon Suppression Immortal Palace, holding a position of great esteem." Huang Qi nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his own Demon Suppression Immortal Palace in the lower realm is indeed a part of this esteemed institution. The venerable Gu Qingshang and others are disciples of the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace. However, he wonders how they ventured to the lower realm. Could it be that the Demon Suppression Immortal Palace has some connection to the lower realm? This thought startled Huang Qi, as he understood that, aside from the 5 Dragon Emperor, the only beings in this realm were ascending cultivators. Chapter 1585. The beast tide surrounds the island. Huang Qi's overwhelming aura gradually receded until not a trace remained, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Slowly, he opened his eyes, nodded in satisfaction, and offered a faint smile. Now that his magical power had returned to its zenith, it was time to return to the Starry Sea and observe the place where Yin Shaoshan ascended. Huang Qi felt a sense of anticipation, hoping to discover a teleportation altar leading to the lower realm, so he could reunite with his parents and family swiftly. With a flash of his divine movement, Huang Qi appeared in his room. Xiao San, who was engrossed in reading ancient texts while sipping wine, immediately set aside his belongings, grinning as he approached Huang Qi, saying, "Young master, have you recovered? Shall we set off?" Understanding that this month of guarding had been quite arduous for him, Huang Qi smiled and nodded. "Let us first head to the Starry Sea to see how Yin Shaoshan is faring." Chapter 1587. A startling display of power. Esteemed friends, if you happen to pass through this area and witness the rampant sea monsters, we have come to lend our assistance. They exchanged pleasantries before discussing the issue of the current beast tide. This sudden outbreak of monstrous creatures was inexplicable, seemingly emerging without cause. The Starry Sea was home to a few relatively powerful sea monster clans. Yet this time, the variety of sea monsters was bewilderingly diverse, making it impossible to discern their lineage or determine which clan instigated the chaos. It appeared to be a spontaneous uprising, as the formidable clans were notably absent, leaving everyone perplexed. Though the island was modest in size, the number of cultivators present was significant. They had also contacted powerful allies from other islands for assistance, ensuring that they could manage this beast tide without major difficulties, provided the prominent clans did not intervene. Should those clans become involved, the losses could be catastrophic. Fortunately, as of now, Chapter 1588, the sea monster's retreat creaking sounds, chilling to the bone, echoed ominously. In the next moment, a skeletal remains of a sea monster was expelled from the black hole's maw, followed by another, then a third. In an instant, hundreds of skeletal remains emerged. This scene was nothing short of astonishing. The disciples, witnessing such a multitude of iron fire ants, could hardly believe their eyes. As they beheld countless sea monsters rushing into the gaping mouth of the black hole, the unsettling sound echoed once more. Before they could recover from this sensation, they were shocked to see the skeletal remains of the sea monsters being ejected from the black hole, accumulating in front of Huang Qi and forming a small mountain in mere moments. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The sound of thousands of cultivators swallowing hard filled the air, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed towards Huang Qi. The mountain of sea monster carcasses continued to accumulate in staggering numbers. Once a certain threshold was reached, the youth exclaimed, "We have won. We have repelled the sea monsters." Witnessing the countless sea creatures retreating in disarray, they could not contain their exhilaration. The multitude of cultivators found it almost inconceivable. In previous beast tides, although the human cultivators managed to withstand the onslaught, it often resulted in mutual destruction, with heavy casualties on both sides. However, this encounter was entirely different. The human forces incurred minimal losses while inflicting significant damage upon the sea monster army. This extraordinary outcome was attributed to two mysterious powerhouses. One, a master swordsman, whose myriad iron fire ants acted as a formidable force. The other, a warrior of astonishing might, who shattered the terrifying defenses of the black tiger demon whale with a single punch, even managing to wrench its spine from its body. Such a terrifying capability was truly astounding. Even a Spirit Division powerhouse would not easily slay a 6th-tier black tiger demon whale. Yet this individual accomplished the feat with apparent ease. The island's lord and millions of mortal cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief, hastily notifying their sects and searching for Huang Qi's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to Huang Qi, his companion's slaying of a black tiger demon whale had inadvertently summoned an army of them. Even if he were aware, it is doubtful he would be overly concerned. Accompanied by his companion, Huang Qi ventured into the maritime region specified by Yin Shaoshan. A terrifying mental presence enveloped an area exceeding 2 million miles, meticulously surveying every nearby island and the ocean floor, yet yielding no results. Huang Qi had not harbored much hope. His motivations were driven more by a sense of unwillingness than expectation, which compelled him to return from the myriad beast sea to the Starry Sea, hoping to uncover some hidden mystery. After a thorough investigation yielded nothing, disappointment welled within him. With a resigned shake of his head, he continued his journey towards Longyuan Valley. On the island besieged by countless sea monsters, millions of lives were filled with dread, fearing that the sea monsters' rampage would lead to their annihilation. Yet, to their astonishment, an enormous dragon-like creature emerged from the boundless ocean, its colossal form resonating with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the very void. The spectacle was terrifying, its power formidable. Opening its massive jaws, it devoured a black tiger demon whale, which was nearly the size of an island, in mere bites. This was an unimaginable horror. Countless human powerhouses were left utterly astonished. A dragon. How rare and legendary was such a sight. To see a dragon appear in the Third Ring Sea, and especially in the Starry Sea, was unprecedented. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the terrifying sea monsters were so intimidated by the dragon's might that they scattered in terror. The formidable black tiger demon whale clan, once imperious, finds itself at the mercy of the Dragon King in an epic clash. Chapter 1592, The Slaying of the Whale King reveals the ongoing battle between the Dragon King and the Black Tiger Demon Whale King. It appears that I must intervene. Although the Dragon King has managed to suppress his opponent, the task of vanquishing him is far from simple. For the 8th-scale Black Tiger Demon Whale, is no easy adversary. In the depths of the ocean, Huang Qi's form gradually transforms into a majestic white tiger, stealthily lurking beneath the waves. He conceals his aura and advances towards the tumultuous waters where the Dragon King and the Black Tiger Whale King are engaged in battle. In an instant, Huang Qi unleashes a terrifying aura, the overwhelming pressure of the true spirit white tiger bearing down upon the Black Tiger Whale King. Being of the same bloodline as the Black Tiger, the Whale King is instantly subjected to unprecedented suppression, his strength diminished to less than 50%. As the transformed Huang Qi radiates formidable energy, he strikes with his colossal claws. The Black Tiger Whale King, sensing the presence of the true spirit white tiger, is taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 1593, The Formation of the Sea Demon Army. After Huang Qi slays the Black Tiger Whale King, he metamorphoses into a Kuanping, tearing through the void and soaring to a desolate, uninhabited isle, where he resumes his original form. Gazing upon the carcass of the 8-scale Black Tiger Whale King, Huang Qi is overwhelmingly satisfied. This creature, with its rugged hide and incredible defense, possessed a strength that was nothing short of extraordinary. Had it not been for the little dragon's grip on the whale's neck, Huang Qi doubts he could have severed its head. The greatest gains from this encounter belong to the little dragon, who devoured several 7-scale Black Tiger whales and ultimately consumed the head of the 8-scale whale. The vile 8-scale demon pill was also not spared. Now, the little dragon has retreated into the pagoda for seclusion. Huang Qi ponders silently. Should he refine the 8-scale demon pill? It would undoubtedly elevate his power to the late stage of the cave profound realm. He shakes his head, realizing that if he were not in a rush to cultivate, he could easily capture another 8-scale beast in the future. Chapter 1594, The Rui Golden Cudgel. Fear not, for we shall hunt another 8-scale beast in due time. Here, don this garment I crafted from the hide of the Black Tiger Whale King. Its defensive capabilities are astounding. Once adorned with this attire, even engaging in combat against those of the Great Ascendants would not easily breach your defenses. Hearing this, Xiao San rejoices and quickly dons the garment, turning to Di Huang Shu and exclaiming, "Come, brother Di Huang, strike me with all your might. Let me test the defensive strength of this attire." Di Huang Shu, taken aback, eventually nods, stepping beside Xiao San without further ado. He delivers a powerful strike to Xiao San's chest, resulting in a resounding thud as Xiao San is sent flying. Though he grimaces, Xiao San distinctly feels that the majority of the force was absorbed by the garment, leaving him with only a slight impact. Di Huang Shu is a being of comparable might to the great powers. Chapter 1595, The Golden Crab. In the future, I shall seal a formidable divine soul within your Rui Golden Cudgel. At that time, we will seek to obtain a few drops of true spirit essence, and your Rui Golden Cudgel will undoubtedly transcend into a treasure of communication. Moreover, the power exhibited is undeniably terrifying. Little 3 nodded eagerly, his face alight with excitement. Whether it involves sealing a formidable spirit entity or merging with true blood, both are extraordinarily fearsome presences. The Earth Emperor's tome has sealed the soul of a transcendent being, serving as a spirit entity whose combat prowess is simply horrifying. With a mere strike, it could send one flying. As for the true spirit blood, Little 3 hesitated to merge with it, preferring to refine it himself. However, once his strength reached a certain peak, a drop or two of true spirit blood would be inconsequential. He believed that in due time, Huang Qi would indeed procure it for him. Grasping the golden staff in his hands, Little 3 felt an unyielding affection for it. Chapter 1596, Relentless Pursuit. With a thunderous clash of metal, the heavens and earth trembled. Little 3 was propelled backward. A claw aimed at him, and imminent danger loomed. Little Bao was poised to intervene, but Huang Qi's figure flickered, unfurling his celestial phoenix wings and, in an instant, appearing beside Little 3, seizing him and soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, radiant light enveloped them, causing Little 3, Little Bao, and the wind warship to vanish from sight. Huang Qi hastily clasped his hands together, saying, "Esteemed elder, please do not take offense. My spirit companion is but a fool. Having offended you, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." The golden crab, witnessing Huang Qi rescue the duck from his grasp, was instantly enraged, roaring, "Despicable humans! Why do you not remain in your own territory and come to my domain? Since you are here, let me have a taste. It has been far too long since I last feasted on humanity." Chapter 1597, The venomous crocodile Huang Qi moved with the speed of lightning, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Such velocity was indeed formidable among transcendent beings. Although the peak-level golden crab possessed strength comparable to an ordinary ninth-tier sea demon, it lagged significantly in speed compared to Huang Qi. The crab had hesitated momentarily, wary of the existence within this oceanic realm, allowing Huang Qi to gain considerable distance. Huang Qi, perplexed, pondered the nature of the fearsome sea demon that resided here, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed a slender island appearing ahead, significantly larger than the golden crab. Huang Qi was inwardly astonished. He had not noticed it before. Why had this island suddenly materialized? A sense of trepidation washed over him as he discerned that the island concealed immense peril. After a brief contemplation, he decided to circumvent the mysterious island. However, his expression shifted as he realized that the golden crab had witnessed Huang Qi transform into the white tiger and the Kunping, left utterly speechless and profoundly shocked. The golden crab began to doubt whether Huang Qi was truly human. If he were of the human race, how could he transform into a true spirit? Yet, if he were indeed a true spirit, why would he not confront the crab? The true spirit white tiger and the true spirit Kunping, regardless of which, possessed combat strength on par with his own, yet this being chose to flee. However, returning to the matter at hand, what could possibly enable this young man to metamorphose into various true spirits? Surely, this is not the method of a true spirit. He is exceedingly enigmatic. Yet, transforming into the true spirit Kunping, even if I wished to pursue him, it would be utterly futile, for I could never catch up. This must be a human, daring to mock me, inciting the fury of the golden crab. The monstrous creature, feeling itself mocked, let out a furious roar before fixing its gaze upon the golden crab. The golden crab, sensing the displeasure of the monstrous beast, realized that safety seemed an impossibility in this realm, as it is undoubtedly human territory. Even within the domain of the humans, should a powerful human encounter a postnatal spiritual treasure, they would be unable to resist making their move. Unless I could retreat to the true spirit immortal palace, safety would be elusive. With no hope for the external environment, I must seek a territory suitable for my defenses. Indeed, a larger island would suffice. Huang Qi remained unhurried, as the mana consumed by refining the mountain river cauldron was substantial. Thus far, he had yet to traverse the vast expanse of the myriad demon sea, let alone the nearly forbidden realm of the celestial sea for cultivators. Although the myriad demon sea is teeming with sea demons, the number of 9 aspect sea demons is limited, as long as misfortune does not befall me. It should pose no issue. Huang Qi swallowed millennia-old stalagmites, combining them with various grades of demon pills, rapidly refining and absorbing them, transforming them into a torrent of mana that coalesced within his dantian. Meanwhile, Xiao-san, having received Huang Qi's instructions, began searching for a larger island. Amidst the vast ocean, the aura of a human powerhouse caught Huang Qi by surprise, for he was deep within the myriad demon sea. Having flown from the celestial combat corridor to this location, he had yet to encounter a human cultivator. Who would have imagined that his upgraded pagoda would attract nearby human cultivators? There were 2 elderly men, with youthful faces and white hair, clad in Taoist robes, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, their strength seemingly at the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. Accompanying them was an elderly woman, wielding a dragon-headed cane, her weathered face etched with the passage of time, starkly contrasting with the 2 youthful elders. Sensing the presence of this elderly woman, Huang Qi's expression subtly shifted, as she emanated an aura that felt inscrutable. Whether it was due to her extraordinary cultivation technique or her formidable level of power, he could not discern. Nevertheless, Huang Qi pondered silently. This elderly woman likely did not possess strength surpassing that of the 2 terrifying beings within the true spirit immortal palace, and it was highly probable that her power did not exceed the Great Ascension realm. Yet, in the wake of the calamity, he did not escape far before being overtaken by the high-ranking sea demon, narrowly avoiding being devoured. At that moment, a young monk, bearing the pagoda, descended from the heavens and, with a single strike, vanquished the high-ranking sea demon, thereby rescuing a young girl. From that moment on, the girl held deep affections for the young monk. However, in a tale of unrequited love, the monk departed, leaving her with a visage of sorrow and disappointment. The others, upon hearing the elderly woman's words, nodded gravely, seemingly unwilling to defy her counsel. Countless low-ranking sea demons ventured into the dense fog, yet once ensnared within its depths, they became disoriented. Sitting cross-legged upon the coral reef, Huang Qi bore a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. Without uttering a word, he unleashed the spirit beast bracelet in his hand, instantly doubling the army of fire ants that surged forth, creating a buzzing sound that thickened the surrounding mist. In the 602nd chapter, a heart-stirring scene unfolded as countless bolts of lightning pursued Huang Qi. All the lightning struck the Earth's sovereign book above his head, vanishing as if a cow had plunged into the sea. The aura of the Earth's sovereign book grew increasingly powerful with each surge of absorbed lightning. Yet it failed to inflict any harm upon Huang Qi. Under his control of the lightning technique, fearsome bolts continually struck the sea demon horde, transforming the ocean into a veritable hell. Countless sea demons trembled, shrieked in terror, and the charred remains of their kind floated upon the waves. A sight that sent shivers down the spine. Huang Qi moved with remarkable swiftness, even if the ordinary sea demons managed to react. Escape from the fate of being struck by lightning was not in their favor. Some of the stronger sea demons, though not slain by the initial strike, became targets of the impending calamity, with even more terrifying bolts of heavenly thunder descending upon those who had narrowly survived. In that moment, the sea demon army suffered grievous losses. In the 603rd chapter, the notion of perseverance until rescue became their fate. Failure to endure signified ill fortune. Huang Qi, unable to subdue the more advanced sea demons, found himself at a loss for how to manage them. The clouds of tribulation above began to exhibit signs of disorder, a consequence of expended power. Observing this, Huang Qi lamented the missed opportunity. With sufficient tribulation clouds, even the 8th-tier sea demons would have perished here. However, those 8th-tier sea demons were already severely weakened, making them perfect candidates for becoming the powerful spirit within Shaosan's golden hoop staff. Many sea demons struggled to withstand the heavenly tribulation, their dread deepened by Huang Qi's elusive tactics, filling their hearts with despair. Yet, at that moment, the clouds of tribulation appeared to have exhausted their power, igniting a flicker of hope for survival among the sea demons, who frantically attempted to flee. In the 604th chapter, Huang Qi addressed the assembly, esteemed elders. Have you not witnessed enough of the spectacle? It is time to provide an explanation to the younger generation. Alone in his strength, he gazed towards the distant figures of the old woman and her companions, his expression placid, concealing the depths of his thoughts. The old woman and the four behind her felt a jolt of apprehension. While she maintained a facade of calm, the two elderly men appeared grave, and the young couple wore expressions of wariness. Huang Qi's presence instilled deep trepidation within them. As Huang Qi approached, the young couple remained on guard. He, young friend, please do not take offense. We harbor no ill intentions, the old woman said, brandishing her dragon-headed cane as she took a slow step forward, appearing as though she were an elderly person moving with great effort. Yet, Huang Qi's eyes widened slightly, although her pace seemed leisurely. It was as if she executed the technique of shrinking the distance, naturally appearing before him. Huang Qi was taken aback. In the 605th chapter of the chapter titled The Ancestor of the Demons Suppressing Immortal Palace, he reminded himself to be cautious in the future. As long as he did not reveal any flaws and cultivated diligently, his future achievements would be boundless. As for the provocations from the Sea Demon clan, the old woman paid them no mind. Once Huang Qi matured, the three-ring Sea Demon clan would inevitably be subdued by him. Unfortunately, this young man was still in the 10,000 Demon Sea, and it remained uncertain whether he could survive the encounters with so many sea demons and the formidable beings of the Tianfeng clan. The news that Huang Yan was indeed Huang Qi circulated only among the three major factions, and many dismissed it. For very few cultivators had heard of the name Huang Yan. The individuals Huang Qi had interacted with in the three-ring sea were limited, with Lin Kaiwei being the only one aware of the name Huang Yan. As for the relationship between Yin Shaoshan and Huang Qi, Yin Shaoshan would never disclose it, regardless of the circumstances. Upon learning of Huang Qi's remarkable feats, Yin Yong had already been so frightened that he had withdrawn into the Yin family, daring not to speak a word for fear of being implicated by Huang Qi. In the 606th chapter titled The Pursuit of the Tianfeng Powerhouses, an 8th-tier sea seal let out a furious roar and lunged at Huang Qi with its gaping maw. Huang Qi responded with a cold snort, his hands transforming into colossal dragon claws imbued with explosive power. He surged forward like a streak of light towards the sea seal. A tremendous crash echoed as Huang Qi was sent flying, while the 8th-tier sea seal was struck into the depths of the ocean, creating a deluge of water. Huang Qi swiftly transformed into a beam of light and dove down, entering the ocean. He observed the sea seal, just rising from the pit in the ocean floor. Casting a wary glance at him, Huang Qi would not afford it the opportunity to resist. He swung his dragon claw towards the seal's chest. A resounding thud reverberated through the sea, and the waters roared and churned. The sea seal yelped in pain, attempting to roar, but water surged into its mouth, choking it severely. It seemed to have gone completely mad, spewing forth a torrent of water. In the 607th chapter titled The Hound and the Ice Bear King, Huang Qi sought to escape. This detestable human had truly transformed into a Kuanping. Pursuing him would undoubtedly be troublesome. The expressions of the other Tianfeng clan powerhouses turned grave, and the Tianfeng princess, with an unsightly countenance, coldly proclaimed, "What is there to fear? As long as he manages to fly out of the 10,000 demon sea, I do not believe he can evade the pursuit of countless sea demons." She ordered that the entire sea be put on high alert. Any sea demon providing information about the Kuanping or Huang Qi would be generously rewarded. The Tianfeng powerhouses nodded in agreement, each producing communication jade tokens to broadcast the message to countless sea demons. Meanwhile, Huang Qi spread his wings and soared, reaching a small island several thousand miles away in a short time. There, he set up a forbidden array, and dense fog formed over the sea, spreading outward for miles. Huang Qi sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate, awaiting the tribulation of the golden hoop rod. In the 608th chapter titled Dread over the 10,000 Demons, the dragon continued its relentless assault, refusing to relent. The Ice Bear King was equally furious. Typically, other sea demon kings would steer clear of him. Today, I unexpectedly encountered a ferocious serpent. However, as I observed the ominous storm clouds thickening above, threatening to unleash divine thunder at any moment, I realized that if I did not retreat soon, I would face dire consequences. Suppressing the fury within me, I prepared to withdraw. Just then, Huang Qi sprang into action, his celestial phoenix wings shimmering as he soared above the Ice Bear King, enveloped in a radiant aura, his dragon-scale armor glistening. With his hands transformed into formidable dragon claws, he descended upon the Ice Bear King with a crushing grip. Sensing Huang Qi's formidable might, the Ice Bear King's expression shifted. How dare this despicable human launch a surprise attack? A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as the Ice Bear King charged at Huang Qi, its menacing horns aimed directly at him. Huang Qi merely snorted, standing his ground without flinching. Chapter 1609. Slaying the Celestial Phoenix. Huang Qi smiled slightly, allowing the relentless barrage of lightning to strike above him, as if the heavens had crowned him with a diadem of storms, the myriad bolts weaving chains of power. It felt as though an emperor had descended, traversing the realms. Huang Qi's aura surged, casting a disdainful gaze upon the world. He sensed an unprecedented state of mind, as if he could command the very fabric of existence, all creatures bowing before him. Gazing around, he witnessed countless sea demons trembling in fear. Huang Qi chuckled, knowing that one day, he would compel these myriad sea demons to submit. As the force of the lightning gradually waned, Huang Qi understood that the true test of his combat prowess was imminent. The thunder rumbled as the celestial storms, after numerous strikes, were entirely absorbed by the Earth's sovereign book, leaving no trace behind. The ominous clouds lost their potency and began to dissipate. Huang Qi stood resolutely, undeterred by the presence of sea demons, who remained paralyzed by his earlier display of power. Even as the storm clouds faded, they still dared not confront him. Chapter 1610. The demon god in the world. The expression of the celestial phoenix warrior was one of sheer horror, filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the other ice phoenix warriors were either protecting their little princess or had just been sent flying by the sweeping tail of the white tiger. They could offer no assistance, helplessly watching as a celestial phoenix warrior had its neck severed by the white tiger. The white tiger, drenched in blood, appeared even more striking and eerie, its aura pulsating with intensity. The celestial phoenix warrior that Huang Qi had vanquished vanished into thin air, with a roar that resonated through the heavens. The white tiger stood poised in midair, its tiger's roar sending shivers through the hearts of all demons. Huang Qi had single-handedly incapacitated 2 of the 10 celestial phoenix warriors. one dead and one injured, while only sustaining a minor injury himself. How could this be? How could he possess such monstrous prowess? Countless sea demons trembled in fear, questioning if he was truly human. When had the human race become so terrifying? The remaining 8 celestial phoenix warriors, witnessing Huang Qi inflict severe injury upon their princess and slay one of their kin in a single exchange, were left in disbelief. Chapter 1611. A bloody massacre. How could this be? How could a powerful being be willing to forge a primordial spiritual treasure into a talisman? This was an outrageous display of extravagance. It seemed that only a true spirit could achieve such a feat. It was unlikely that humans could replicate it. It was highly probable that the Celestial Phoenix clan had slain a formidable human sect or inadvertently acquired this primordial spiritual treasure, only to find themselves unable to refine it, thus resorting to crafting a talisman instead. Huang Qi, wary and cautious, summoned the Teia's sword, its gleam cutting through the void. 2 beams of sword light collided in the boundless expanse, producing a thunderous roar as they were simultaneously extinguished amidst heaven and earth. A terrifying surge of energy surged forth, wild and untamed. In that moment of Huang Qi's obstruction, the powerful figure of the Tianfeng flashed, conjuring a celestial mechanism to whisk away the Tianfeng princess and the heavily injured Tianfeng warrior, subsequently tearing through the void to flee in haste. In the distance, the high-ranking sea demons, witnessing the formidable might of Huang Qi and his companions, trembled in fear. Each of them was a force to be reckoned with, instilling little confidence in any attempt to resist. Observing Huang Qi and his group slaughtering the lower-ranked sea demons with ease, the higher-ranking sea demons could no longer remain passive. Despite the vast numbers of the sea demons in the San Juan Sea, their sheer quantity could not withstand the massacre unleashed by Huang Qi and his allies. Brothers of the demon kin, let us unite our strength. If one cannot prevail, we shall strike as 2. If 2 falter, we shall gather 10. And if 10 fall short, then we shall assemble 100. Today, we cannot allow Huang Qi and his companions to escape. A high-ranking sea demon rose into the air, charging towards Huang Qi and his group. In the midst of this fierce battle, the lower-ranked sea demons, initially only serving as cannon fodder, found themselves increasingly outmatched. As time dragged on, the frequency of the Earth's sovereign book's terrifying lightning strikes began to wane, its power diminishing. Yet, the Earth's sovereign book, at great cost to its essence, relentlessly endeavored to provide aid. Huang Qi was acutely aware of this situation. The Earth's sovereign book's consumption was immense, and the stored celestial thunder from several tribulations was on the verge of depletion. Should this continue, it truly risked harming its source. Though Huang Qi understood that the Earth's sovereign book was not in dire straits, having devoured countless rare treasures and the primordial essence bestowed by the human sovereign, he remained unwilling to let it suffer harm to its essence. After numerous transformations, Huang Qi's magical energy had dwindled to a perilous level. Even the divine transformation of his true spirit was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Should the battle persist, he feared he might perish here today. Occasionally, he would produce several vials of millennium-old essence to bolster his strength. Huang Qi had only mastered the Lotus Sword formation and the Life Lotus Seal. The power of the Lotus Sword formation was formidable, capable of standing firm against the elite of the heavens. However, he had refrained from employing the Life Lotus Seal, as it was a one-time consumable technique that required re-refining after use. The most terrifying aspect of the Life Lotus Seal lay in its near-infinite capacity to absorb energy. Over nearly 2 decades, Huang Qi had consumed an extraordinary array of rare treasures and millennium-old stalactites, with a third of that energy absorbed by the Life Lotus Seal. The accumulation of nearly 2 decades had resulted in a staggering reservoir of power within the seal. Once, Huang Qi prepared to engage in a desperate struggle with the terrifying entity from the True Spirit Immortal Palace. And upon receiving a letter bearing the imprint of his life's lotus flower, the entity's pupils constricted slightly as it hastily revealed its name. Otherwise, in Chapter 1615, titled The Turmoil of the Three Rings Sea, countless powerful beings witnessed a dreadful wave erupting from the depths of the 10,000 demon sea, annihilating that expanse of ocean. The terrifying tremor swept across the heavens and the earth, causing the celestial dual corridor to tremble in fear. As countless strong individuals beheld this apocalyptic scene, they instinctively displayed expressions of horror. The magnitude of the wave was so overwhelming that it sent shivers through their very souls. From the 3 major islands, Ziwei Island, Zhima Island, and Taidu Island. The mighty cultivators ascended into the sky, gathering together, yet their faces betrayed shock as they gazed in disbelief towards the horizon of the sea. Could it be that the ancestors of their adversaries had intervened? How else could such a cataclysmic scene come to pass? Should they take action, it would surely spell disaster. As even the formidable sea monsters of the celestial voyage sea would not relent easily. Deep within the three major islands, three figures sat cross-legged. Two were on the brink of death, while one resembled an ethereal fairy. In chapter 1616, titled Pinger Goes Mad, the ancestors of the three islands witnessed the sea monster army suffering devastating losses, repelled wave after wave, yet they remained unyielding, as if locked in a relentless struggle against humanity. Previously, the sea monsters had retreated after being repelled once or twice, recognizing that the human race was not to be trifled with. Typically, only a handful of human cultivators ventured into the 10,000 demon sea, prompting the sea monsters to retaliate with targeted ambushes. Yet this time, their resistance was astonishingly stubborn, and despite dozens of battles, the sea monster army showed no signs of dwindling. The ancestors of the three islands finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Though the sea monsters suffered heavy losses, humanity's casualties were also significant. After enduring numerous assaults, the human side was beginning to falter. Should the sea monster army fail to retreat, the situation could escalate into dire consequences. Once more, the three elders engaged in mental communication, deliberating on how to counter this frenzied war between humans and monsters, ultimately deciding to strategize for the Azure region. In chapter 1617, titled I Avenge for You, just then, Yuan Hai suddenly appeared, gesturing to the city guard, prompting them to withdraw. Although Yuan Hai was unaware of the intricacies of Pinger and Huang Qi's relationship, he recognized Pinger as the favored daughter of the true spirit immortal palace and had heard tales of her past exploits. He understood there was considerable entanglement between her and Huang Qi. However, Yuan Hai was puzzled as to why Huang Qi had not disclosed the truth to Pinger. While he knew Huang Qi had many pressing matters to attend to and lacked the inclination for romantic entanglements, he could not help but feel a pang of compassion for the young girl who had waited for 2 long years. Observing Pinger ascend almost frantically, leaving a path of frozen expanse in her wake, the intense aura of slaughter moved Yuan Hai deeply. Watching the direction in which Pinger vanished, he surmised that she was likely returning to the true spirit immortal palace. In the 16th chapter, titled The Only Pure Land, the scene returns to the moment when Huang Qi was transported away by the Great Teleportation Order. At that instant, he detonated his Life Lotus Seal, and his expression abruptly changed, for the terror of the Life Lotus Seal exceeded his expectations. Although he was immediately transported to the infinite void, a horrifying beam of light still pierced through the emptiness, hurtling towards him. Huang Qi sensed the imminent threat of death, his face paling in shock. How could this be? Why was there a wave of light directed at him? Was this even his doing? Why was there such confusion between friend and foe, even attacking himself? Huang Qi attempted to defend himself, but nearly all his magical power had merged into the Great Teleportation Order, leaving him powerless to resist. He lamented in silence, realizing that had he known the Life Lotus Seal was this formidable, he would have delayed its activation by a second. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Ignoring everything else, he continued to drift in the infinite void. In the 17th chapter, Pirates Approach, a young boy accompanied a girl as they slowly approached a nearby body. Upon seeing the face of an exceedingly ordinary youth, they were both slightly astonished. It was clear that this person was not much older than them, perhaps 2 or 3 years their senior. Though his attire was tattered, it was evident that it was of exceptional quality, something ordinary mortals could never afford. This boy must be a scion of a prestigious family. Yet, for some unknown reason, he lay amidst the vast ocean. A sailor approached to examine the youth's body, discovering it to be icy cold, devoid of any breath. The sailor, with a look of regret, bowed to the young man and woman, saying, "Miss, young Master Tian, this boy has likely been dead for quite some time. However, what perplexes me is that despite being submerged in seawater for so long, he shows no signs of swelling." Hearing the sailor's words, the boy shook his head in resignation, while the girl wore a sorrowful expression, gently shaking her head, uncertain of what to do. In the 18th chapter, the Huang family ransom, over 100 armored soldiers grew tense, raising their weapons, prepared to fight the pirates. At that moment, the cabin door slowly opened, revealing an elderly man with a youthful face and white hair. Upon seeing the approaching pirate ship, his consciousness enveloped it. And in the next moment, the elder's expression turned grim as he thought to himself, "This is bad. The opposing pirate ship has 2 cultivators on board, and their strength is equal to mine." Upon hearing this, the young man's face turned ashen. He was aware of the formidable capabilities of the immortal he had summoned, one who had reached the later stages of Foundation establishment, capable of soaring through the skies, a true immortal. Yet, to his dismay, there were 2 individuals on the opposing side who matched the elder's prowess, and this posed a significant dilemma. Even if he wished to flee, could he abandon his fiancée? The elder's face grew exceedingly grave, and he turned to the young man beside him. In the 19th chapter, Breach of Promise, once everyone boarded a ship, it swiftly set sail into the distance. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief, each person rejoicing for having narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The elderly steward expressed his warmth and concern towards the young boy, leading him to the cabin for some respite. Shortly thereafter, a servant delivered a meal, ensuring everyone could enjoy a hearty repast. The sailor, who had desired the Huang Qi ring, felt a pang of guilt upon seeing Huang Qi and personally brought him food. However, Huang Qi was incapacitated, barely able to lift his hand. In a bid to make amends, the sailor fed him. For Huang Qi, despite his severe injuries, he had little appetite, but, upon witnessing the sailor's remorseful demeanor, he reluctantly managed to consume a few bites. Once the sailor departed, Huang Qi found himself at a loss for words, realizing that this was his first experience in a mortal prison, despite being a formidable figure among the Taoist practitioners. A transcendent being. As they approached the slave market, the surroundings were devoid of towering city walls. Fishermen bustled along the coast, some shouting while others engaged in trade. The island stretched endlessly, dotted with numerous vessels, all orderly anchored around its shores, fishing boats, merchant ships, and some oddly shaped large vessels. Huang Qi gazed towards the interior of the island, where a vast plain lay before him, upon which a sizable city was established. Beyond that, mountains encircled the area, interspersed with hills. Huang Qi and his companions were drawn along the coastline in a carriage, proceeding along a path towards the distant city. Aside from a few disgruntled pirates observing the ships, the rest of the pirates clustered around the carriage. Huang Qi noted the city gates marked with the name Shark's Mouth City, where a contingent of armored soldiers stood guard. Among them was a middle-aged man at the forefront, accompanied by over 20 intimidating sailors. Behind them, another carriage followed, carrying an ominous cargo. Within the slave market, a little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, with her hair styled in 2 perky pigtails and dressed in a floral garment, entered with a cherubic face full of innocence, especially accentuated by her large, bright eyes. Anyone who laid eyes on her could not help but be moved by her cuteness. She skipped in, astonished to see numerous cages filled with people. Approaching one of the cages, she tapped it, and, in a sweet voice, asked, "Big brother, why are you locked in there? Would you come out to play with me?" The caged individuals appeared as if they were lifeless, emotionless, casting only a cold glance at the little girl before turning away. The owner of the cage seemed to recognize the girl and chuckled. "Ah, Miss Kur, you've come to play again. Why are you here without anyone accompanying you?" Upon hearing this, Kur waved her hands in a flustered manner, clearly anxious about being recognized. As Huang Qi and Huang Xiaotian were drawn to the end of the street by the carriage, they arrived at a vast estate marked with the words Wang Family Manor. For guards in blue stood at the entrance, their demeanor stern and imposing, clearly skilled fighters. It was no wonder the little girl frequented the slave market. It turned out she lived so close to it. The Wang family was indeed formidable. Most of the inhabitants of the city were mere mortals, even among those with cultivation. They were only at the foundational level, and Huang Qi had yet to encounter even a single core formation practitioner. To one's astonishment, a lady from the Wang family turned out to be a formidable Yuan-ing cultivator. The carriage did not halt at the front, but was guided by the guard to the back entrance of the Wang family estate. Upon arrival, 2 attendants in green swiftly approached, bowing respectfully to the guard, who nodded in acknowledgement, instructing them to assist Huang Qi and Huang Xiaotian inside. The carriage attendant left with an expression of envy. In the tranquil confines of the Wang family estate, Huang Qi took the opportunity to recuperate, finding solace in the company of Huang Xiaotian and the little girl. As days passed, Huang Qi sensed his Yuan-ing was regaining vitality. Although still frail, the nurturing essence of the spiritual I Spring improved his condition day by day. As his Yuan-ing restored some magical power, it began to mend Huang Qi's dantian. Fortunately, the damage was not too severe, making the restoration manageable. However, the only drawback was that the spiritual energy provided by the spiritual eye spring, while abundant, still fell short of Huang Qi's requirements, necessitating a gradual passage of time. A month later, the little girl returned to Huang Qi's room, accompanied by an elder, bringing with her a life-prolonging golden elixir. Upon consuming it, Huang Qi felt an immense surge of medicinal power begin to nourish his meridians and dantian, noticeably accelerating his recovery. Days passed, and the little girl joyfully exclaimed that her big brother was now able to work, dragging Huang Qi and Xiao Tian into playful antics that delayed their morning tasks until the afternoon. Observing the girl's spirited demeanor, Xiao Bao, unable to contain his curiosity, discreetly examined her with his divine sense, only to be left astounded and incredulous. Even Huang Xiaotian found himself bewildered by Huang Qi's peculiar behavior that day. Xiao Bao was elated, having witnessed the manifestation of the Yuan Yin's sacred body, an exceptionally rare constitution. Typically, cultivators do not pay much heed to the concept of the primordial energy of heaven and earth, as they usually cultivate spiritual energy. This spiritual energy is intertwined with primordial energy, and through cultivation, they extract the spiritual essence from it. Generally, absorption of primordial energy only becomes significant during pivotal breakthroughs. The next chapter unfolded with Huang Xiaotian in a state of shock. While he was aware of the existence of cultivators and had heard numerous tales about them, he had never envisioned himself as one. The notion of a mortal ascending to the ranks of cultivators seemed akin to scaling the heavens, virtually impossible. Yet, now he found himself enlightened about the methods of cultivation. Could it be that a celestial being was aiding him? In a fervor of gratitude, he knelt by the bed, unsure of which direction to bow to, whispering his thanks to the celestial presence. Upon awakening the next morning, Huang Xiaotian appeared transformed. The night's cultivation had not left him weary. Instead, he radiated vitality and excitement. Eager to share his extraordinary experience with Xiao Bao, he hesitated, fearing ridicule. Suppressing his exhilaration, he joined Xiao Bao in their work, and by evening, he commenced his own cultivation practice. Several days passed, and Huang Xiaotian finally transcended to the first layer of Qi cultivation. As the narrative unfolds in chapter 1628, an ominous scheme emerges. The elder, wielding a radiant sword, unleashed a formidable strike, clashing with a colossal hand of vital energy. With a resounding explosion, the sword light shattered, and the terrifying hand of energy descended upon the elder. "Be cautious, elder," the young couple, witnessing the terrifying prowess of their senior, changed countenance and prepared to intervene. To their astonishment, another hand of vital energy manifested, targeting them with the same intent. A thunderous crash followed, sending the elder hurtling away, crashing into the ground and spewing forth blood, a testament to his grievous injuries. The young couple, in a desperate attempt to fend off the onslaught, struck out, yet only a muffled groan escaped as the woman was propelled backward, blood escaping her lips, her eyes wide with horror. In chapter 1629, titled "Death is No Great Loss," the moment the young girl was captured, Huang Qi's expression darkened. His attention had been drawn to the battle, never anticipating that the adversary's target was the little girl, the sacred body of vital Yin. This child, whom he had taken a liking to, was now ensnared. Was she to be taken from him? Huang Xiaotian stumbled out of the room, fear etched across his face. Wanting to speak, yet breathless from the ordeal, it was evident that the cloaked figure had mercilessly targeted him as well, intending to eliminate him silently. Yet, Huang Xiaotian had not succumbed entirely. This was his fortune. For a cultivator at the fusion stage, orchestrating the silent demise of a Qi cultivation disciple was effortlessly simple. Perhaps Huang Xiaotian's strength was deemed inconsequential, dismissed with a mere wave, propelling him into the throes of near death. In chapter 1630, taking in 2 more disciples, the woman recalled her purchase of Huang Qi from the slave market months ago. The existence of such a formidable being sold into slavery was absurd. She suddenly remembered Huang Qi's arrival, severely injured and nearly incapacitated. It was evident he had sustained grave wounds, almost to the point of being unable to protect himself. To her astonishment, months later, he had fully recovered, displaying an awe-inspiring prowess. Accompanying Huang Qi was Huang Xiaotian, whose extraordinary talent in cultivation, while not quite on par with her daughter, was nonetheless remarkable, worthy of distinction among the gifted disciples. Yet, he was merely a mortal, having just embarked on the path of cultivation. Could it be that Huang Xiaodian held some connection to this formidable individual? The couple understood Huang Qi's terrifying nature. Despite appearing younger than themselves, his strength was undeniable. In Chapter 1631, The Chaos of Xianyuan Island, Huang Qi's beloved disciple felt an immense joy within. While Wang Jingyu and his wife rejoiced at their daughter's association with such a powerful master, they realized that sending their daughter back to Xianyuan sect was no longer a possibility. Once the crisis of the immortal Yuan sect has passed, accompanying this esteemed elder may not be a misfortune. The household servants were instructed to meticulously arrange the belongings within the estate, while Huang Qi dispatched the stupa, enveloped in a radiant aura. All the servants and guards present found themselves drawn into the internal space of the stupa. Wang Jingyu and his wife stood in awe as they beheld a vast expanse of sea, extending tens of thousands of miles, teeming with countless sea demons, including more than 10 of the formidable 8th rank. To their astonishment, they had initially believed Huang Qi's power, while impressive, could not be excessively overwhelming. Yet the reality before them revealed a terrifying force they had never anticipated being associated with him. In this moment, the high-ranking members of the immortal Yuan sect converged upon this maritime domain, having sensed the formidable presence of 8th-rank sea demons in the vicinity. They approached with caution, dispatching their strongest members to scout in all directions, preparing for any unforeseen events. A venerable elder in a purple robe donned a grave expression as he turned to a nearby powerful figure and inquired, "Have the disciples sent to seek assistance from the Xianxian sect not yet returned?" Many of the strong shook their heads, their faces etched with concern. The elder, with a stoic demeanor, snorted in displeasure. What a shameless Xianxian sect, allowing personal grievances to cloud judgment. Yet, for the greater good of humanity, once this horde of sea demons departs, I shall certainly pay a visit to the Xianxian sect. A sage in green pondered for a moment before responding. The Xianxian sect harbors ulterior motives. We must remain vigilant on immortal Yuan Island. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as an 8th-rank sea demon soared into the sky, its colossal form resembling a mountain as it burst forth from the ocean's surface and plummeted down, crashing onto the protective array of the island. The earth-shattering roar sent shockwaves through the ranks of thousands of cultivators below, causing many to vomit blood and tremble uncontrollably, some even losing consciousness from the sheer force. Quickly, we must halt them. The elder in purple, entangled with an 8th-rank sea demon, struggled to break free to protect the formation, clearly feeling overwhelmed. He could only cry out in hope that the cultivators would manage to thwart the demon's assault on the array. However, most were rendered powerless. A few spirit manifestation experts ascended into the sky, attempting to intercept the 8th-rank sea demon, but as they broke free of the array, their expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing several more 8th-rank sea demons descending upon them. At that critical moment, a streak of light shot through the air with blinding speed. A youthful figure clad in resplendent garments approached, exuding a demeanor of quiet strength. Though his appearance was unremarkable, to those formidable beings, he radiated a sense of purity. The young man stepped forward and bowed slightly, addressing the powerful entity. "Esteemed elder, please focus on confronting that 9th-rank sea demon. I, Huang Yiming, am willing to remain and fend off these mere dozens of sea demon kings. I shall not disappoint you." The elder's eyes sparkled with newfound hope upon seeing the descending youth. Although one could perceive that the individual's cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of Dongxian, the vast fluctuations of magical power were not to be underestimated, rivaling even those of a great ascension expert. The audacity to step forward suggested exceptional qualities. This formidable entity nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Thank you, young brother. Once we repel the current onslaught of sea demons, I shall undoubtedly express my gratitude." This formidable being was also of a generous disposition. In the 635th chapter, slaying the four-angled demon shark, Huang Qi soared into the sky, confronting an 8th-tier sea demon. A chain followed closely behind, and the 8th-tier sea demon roared, attempting to withstand Huang Qi's palm strike. However, in an instant, the chain appeared and coiled around the 8th-tier sea demon, while a spectral shadow of a demon beast surged forth, bewildered. An eye manifested on Huang Qi's forehead, and a Pishio apparition erupted forth, immediately enveloping the spectral figure, swallowing it with a resounding gulp, which elicited an excited howl. The 8th-tier sea demon, deprived of its beastly soul, appeared dazed, crashing helplessly to the ground, devoid of any aura. With a wave of Huang Qi's hand, the massive corpse vanished without a trace. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, countless sea demons were struck with terror. What kind of sorcery was this, capable of seizing and consuming the souls of 8th-tier sea demons? The color drained from the faces of the sea demons. Huang Qi's tiger tail swept across, clearing the area, as he swiftly dispatched more than 10 8th-tier demons. In the 636th chapter, Eradication of the Pirate Crew, Huang Qi's wind-riding battleship moved with great speed, employing the transformation of the Kunping. Having long departed from the confines of Xianyuan Island. According to the map, he identified the sea region where he had first appeared. Determining the direction, he steered the wind-riding battleship toward the island where the pirates were located. Within a short span of time, Huang Qi caught sight of the island in the distance. With a cold smirk, he pointed, causing Xiao Bao's figure to materialize. Xiao Bao smiled faintly, saying, "Young master, shall we proceed to annihilate this band of pirates?" Huang Qi nodded slightly, instructing, "You and Xiao San should eliminate this pirate crew. Capture the leaders and extract their souls. If they are irredeemably wicked, they shall be executed without mercy. If there are any mortals on the island, ensure they are taken to the internal space." Xiao Bao nodded in agreement, smiling as he replied, "Rest assured, young master. A group of low-tier cultivators and some celestial experts should be no challenge. In less than half an hour, we shall raise this small island to the ground." In the 637th chapter, Unexpected News, Huang Qi, accompanied by Xiao Bao and Xiao San, followed the soul extraction route to easily locate the pirate crew's remaining hideout. To Huang Qi's surprise, his consciousness enveloped the entire island, revealing that this island was markedly distinct from other pirate dens. It resembled a gathering place for cultivators and mortals rather than a pirate stronghold, complete with a city lord's mansion, a city official, and thousands of mortals laboring there. It was evident that the leader of this island was quite astute, capable of deceiving numerous cultivators and mortals, ostensibly virtuous, yet secretly engaged in acts of robbery and plunder. Nevertheless, regardless of who you are, once I am aware, even if many come to your defense today, I shall uproot you entirely. The number of cultivators here was considerable. Combined with the mortals, the population approached 300,000. I have no intention of letting anyone escape. The release of a multitude of sea demon experts by Xiao Bao prompted a subtle shift in Huang Qi's expression upon receiving the news. How fortuitous, he mused. It was peculiar that the Island of Flames would undergo such a transformation just as he had become aware of it, with so many formidable beings drawn to the island. The pursuit of the heavenly essence flame seed could very well lead to a tumultuous storm of bloodshed. This left Huang Qi in a state of helplessness. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily refined over 1,000 vials of ancient stalactite essence he had just acquired and set off for the island, praying that his fears were unfounded, lest he be mired in endless troubles. Transforming his appearance, Huang Qi assumed the guise of an elegant scholar. Wielding a folding fan and standing upon a wind-powered warship, his white garments billowing with an air of righteousness. The Island of Flames was situated near the Tianqing Sea, and fortunately, he had already been in the open sea. Although it would take considerable time to approach the Tianqing Sea region, he was not alone in his rapid journey. Numerous other powerful beings were also hastening their pace. Along the way, some traveled in groups of 3 or 5, while others ventured alone. The sudden appearance of a formidable figure, pale and with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, drew Huang Qi's attention. Instead of displaying anger at the imminent collapse of his precious pagoda, the figure appeared overjoyed. He hastily retreated, employing various techniques to stabilize his structure. However, the wrath of the terrifying calamity clouds, provoked by this audacity, was swift and severe. With a thunderous rumble, a crimson lightning spear, exuding an aura capable of annihilation, tore through the void, hurtling towards the human expert. The expression of the human expert shifted dramatically. Disregarding all else, he quickly opened his mouth to swallow the pagoda, tearing through the void with one hand and stepping into the rift. The fearsome crimson lightning spear followed closely, ripping apart the fabric of reality. The ensuing roar echoed through the expanse as an area of infinite void collapsed, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. A splatter of blood could be heard as the expert coughed violently. Huang Qi sensed the overwhelming heat radiating from the heavenly essence flame seed, far surpassing that of the glazed true fire, the Xinhuang Inferno, and the golden spirit core fire. It was an intensity that he could scarcely endure without fully exerting his powers. Realizing that his presence had thoroughly enraged the celestial being, Huang Qi pondered the catastrophic onslaught he was about to face. Uncertainty loomed over his ability to withstand such force. Nevertheless, he was loath to relinquish the heavenly essence flame seed, knowing its loss would severely impact his growth after merging the three great spiritual fires. After searching for the heavenly essence flame seed for centuries, he could not simply abandon it. Yet trouble brewed. The Earth's sovereign and Shao Bao dared not claim the heavenly essence flame seed, as its terrifying flames instilled a sense of dread within them. As the wrath of the celestial being threatened to descend, Huang Qi found himself in a dilemma. He could not refine the seed just yet. But how could he first secure it?